Nigeria's Senate has queried the Ministry of Foreign Affairs over how a former Nigeria ambassador to Israel used 134,000 US dollars meant for domestic servants. The Senator Matthew Ogide of the People's Democratic Party, PDP Edo South, led Senate Committee on Public Accounts is at the moment investigating the allegation leveled against the former ambassador as contained in the 2015 Auditor General of the Federation. As contained in a report the 2015 Auditor General of the Federation submitted to it. The Senate Committee on Public Accounts is relying on queries raised by the Auditor General of the Federation. Meanwhile, in its defense before the committee, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a written response, claimed that the cost of hiring of domestic servants was usually higher than what was granted to the ambassador's allowances for domestic servants, especially as it relates to the Israeli minimum wages. Bayelsa State government has said that the Tuesday Supreme Court verdict on the matter it instituted over the disputed oil wells with neighboring Rivers State did not amount to a resolution of the dispute. It also said, contrary to reports in the media, the Apex Court's verdict did not see the oil wells or area to Rivers State. Commissioner for Information, Orientation and Strategy, Baina Duba, who gave the explanation, said the clarification was necessary to dispel erroneous reports and misinformation. He explained that the Supreme Court, by its decision, only advised Bayelsa to await the ruling of the appeal court, where it also filed an appeal seeking to nullify the judgment of the Federal High Court delivered in favor of Rivers on the disputed oil wells. He further stated the Apex Court did not rule on the substance of the matter brought before it, as it felt it was premature to do so when the appellate court had not decided on the same issue. The presidency has quoted the president of the European Council, Charles Michel, as reiterating Europe's support for the bid of Nigeria's former Minister of Finance, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, to become the next Director General of the World Trade Organization. The special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, disclosed this in a statement. Adesina said Michel gave the reassurance during a video conference with President Muhammadu Buhari. According to the presidential spokesman, issues bordering on debt relief for Africa as well as the recharge of Lake Chad were also discussed. The statement said President Buhari thanked the European Council for its support for Nigeria's candidates. The management of the Lekki Concession Company says it is ready to show the footage of the shootings of #EndSARS protesters at the Lekki toll gate by soldiers. The head of the legal department of LCC, Bolan Agboluwaje, made this known when he appeared before the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry for restitution for victims of SARS and related abuses and other matters. Agboluwaje noted that the footage of the October 20 shootings of the #EndSARS protesters by the soldiers is available, saying there are hours of recordings on the CCTV footage. He said the LCC received a summons from the panel on Wednesday to appear before it, present the October 20 footage and investigation report and any other document. But he clarified that while the LCC is prepared to air the footage before the panel, no investigative report or document is available, as they were set ablaze by hoodlums following the shooting of EndSARS protesters at the toll gate. The panel was said to have discovered bullet shells during its visit to the toll gate, which is expected to serve as a critical evidence in the course of investigation. In another development, the Inspector General of Police has visited the National Youth Service Orientation Camp in Abuja to assess the level of damage done by people who looted the facility last week. The IGP, who addressed newsmen after the inspection, disclosed that the looters damaged a lot of things in the camp and made away with several items. While disclosing that about 53 looters have been apprehended, Adamu assured that other culprits will be caught and prosecuted. On the spot, the Director General of the NYSC thanked the police IG for the visit. Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, has advised the personnel of the force to protect themselves against attacks. The IGP said the men and officers have the right to defend themselves in case of physical danger. The IGP spoke during an assessment tour of the Federal Capital Territory Police Command, Abuja, where he also encouraged the operatives who had abandoned the streets for the past 5 days following the killing of over 20 policemen in the violence that rocks the country. Adamu alleged that the #EndSARS protesters were out to demoralize the personnel, adding that the government and the Nigeria police force would soon roll out packages for the families of the deceased officers. There would be no effective policing of the society without a tactical squad. This is according to a professor of sociology, Steve Wadu, who spoke during a peace architecture dialogue in Port Harcourt by Search for Common Ground. Professor Wadu was speaking against the recent disbandment of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad by the Inspector General of Police following an outrage over the activities by protesters. He stressed the need for balance between demands leading to the disbandment and the security of the society. On the spot, the state project coordinator for Search for Common Ground, Cosmos Dime, stressed the need to ensure peace within the Niger Delta and Nigeria at large. The management of the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) has reassured the beneficiaries of its foreign postgraduate scholarship program in the United Kingdom that the remaining scholars will be paid within 1 week. The NDDC says it is acting, or that its acting executive director of projects, Dr. Cairo Ojugbo, was in London with relevant officers of the Commission to carry out physical verification, monitoring, and evaluation of legitimate students on the scholarship program. In a statement by the NDDC Director, Corporate Affairs, Charles Obiodili, said the Commission, having concluded the verification exercise, which involved the registration of all scholars and the confirmation of their claims with the various universities, payment of the outstanding fees were to commence immediately. The statement said, unfortunately, some unforeseen circumstances, including the upheavals that followed the EndSARS protest by youths, constituted stumbling blocks for the speedy implementation of the payment plan. It maintained that before the protests, which slowed down activities, the NDDC Interim Management Committee (IMC) had released 5.900 and $10 million through the Central Bank of Nigeria to offset all the verified outstanding foreign scholarship obligations, despite the non-passage of NDDC 2020 budget by the National Assembly. The Commission said the CBN was not immune to the sad realities bedeviling the nation in the past few weeks, but disclosed that the bank has promised to treat the case of the scholarship beneficiaries with utmost dispatch. The NDDC, however, appealed for understanding and patience from the students and urged them not to allow themselves to be used as tools by those sponsoring devious campaigns to discredit the IMC through protests at the Nigerian Embassy in London. The statement quoted the NDDC as reaffirming their commitment to the postgraduate scholarship scheme, which they said is part of their efforts to develop professional manpower to help in the transformation of the Niger Delta region. Rivers State Governor Yeson Wike has challenged members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors to always hold public office holders accountable to the people. Governor Wike gave the charge when the national leadership of the Nigerian Guild of Editors paid him a courtesy visit at Government House, Port Harcourt. The governor noted that in time past, the Nigerian press was a strong voice and conscience of the society, but wondered what has whittled down their powers. The governor stated that Nigeria is in a difficult period in its history, and NGE cannot shy away from performing its duties without fear or favor. Governor Wike further said EndSARS protest was peaceful in Rivers State until the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra took laws into their hands.
My support for the Guild of Editors has to do with the fact that you are those who are supposed to tell the truth of what is happening in Nigeria. There was a time people were very strong in exposing the ills in society. I don't know what happened again, how the thing went down. But for you, certain things would not be known. Challenge those of us in authority, not giving you designs and drawings on television, what we call 3D. And then when you see it on television, it's assumed it's in existence. When you challenge people in authority, we have no choice but to perform. Because when we don't perform, you will be able to expose that we are not doing well. And people will sit up to their responsibility. If when I was talking about this SARS in 2017, like you said, and you added voice to it, who knows? Probably they would have paid attention to it. Like you said, look at the loss, not only property, lives.
On his part, the national president of Nigerian Guild of Editors, Mustafa Isha, said Governor Wike has remained consistent in his support to the Guild. The members of the Guild later accompanied Governor Wike on a project tour of the Rebbe flyover, a Real Madrid Football Academy, and the Mother and Child Specialist Hospital. In the meantime, Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Dr. Palibo Aribanigo, has advocated for the strengthening of routine immunization and the building of a strong primary health care system. Dr. Aribanigo stated these while speaking virtually at an event to mark the 2020 International World Polio Day, saying that the World Polio Day presents a global opportunity to rally round in the fight to eradicate the disease forever. According to the Deputy Governor, who is also the chairman of the Rivers State Task Force on Immunization and Primary Health Care, the Rivers State Task Force on Immunization is a multi-ministerial group of very passionate men and women who are determined to improve routine immunization coverage. The Deputy Governor, in a statement by the head of press unit, Upele Benebo, noted that Governor Yeson Wike and his wife had been a strong pillar of supporting the quest to reduce the disease burden of the Rivers people. The Deputy Governor further stressed that a strong polio eradication program was a great plus for the overall health systems, adding that the structure that has been put in place to fight polio also addresses issues of malaria, Ebola virus, measles, yellow fever, hepatitis, and the fight against COVID-19 transmission and control. Dr. Aribanigo, who expressed delight that Africa has kicked out polio, commended Rotary women and all partners for their concerted efforts to eradicate poliomyelitis. Also speaking, Rotary District 9141 Governor Virginia Major said the Deputy Governor, who is a public health specialist, said polio eradication has been through high-level polio advocacy, sensitization, and public awareness creation, field activities, including supportive supervision of polio vaccination and surveillance, as well as financial contributions. She noted that at the time of achieving Africa's polio-free status, Rotary has contributed over 2.1 billion US dollars to polio eradication efforts in its 41 years of interest in polio. You are listening to the World News at 7 on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After this break, more news, foreign, and sports stories. Please stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
You are still listening to the World News at 7 and Today 95.1 FM. Welcome back now to the rest of the bulletin. A Port Harcourt-based journalist, Innocent Amadi, has been granted bail by magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt on charges of attempted blackmail and character assassination of Eze Mike Sa Elechi. According to the charge, Innocent Amadi is alleged to have criminally come in possession of the educational certificates and other documents belonging to the said Elechi with intent to work with other individuals to blackmail the complainant. Innocent Amadi have pleaded not guilty on the charges and was granted bail by Chief Magistrate Ovunezi Amadi, who ruled that a practicing journalist has the constitutional backing to investigate a report before him. The magistrate, therefore, adjourned till November for hearing. When our correspondent contacted the accused, Innocent Amadi, after being granted bail by the court, he explained what transpired before he was taken to court.
So there was this alleged allegation against Chief Kelechi on certificate forgery, about 2 months ago. So not only me, but other journalists who started the investigation, we called his attention to it, and he invited me to his office. I went to that place. He denied it. In the night of it, he called me, say, how do I want that thing? He wouldn't want the source story to go. I came back and said, no, that is not the ethics of this job. The investigation continued, and I continued not until I got his certificate there in his ministry where he worked. He won good luck and could not with to arrest me so that they would get the certificate back from me. All he did was to mobilize police, and they arrested me. I spent 3 days. That's how the police tried the matter to court, and in court, I was convicted there.
Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Queen Owajigbani, has harped on the need for true reconciliation among current and past members of the House. Owajigbani made the admonition during the special valedictory session held for a deceased past lawmaker, Felicia Atane, at the chamber of the House of Assembly. The Speaker said reconciliation among present and past members of the House will help the Rivers State House of Assembly to grow as an institution. Former Deputy Speaker Leyi Kwane, former leader Chidi Lloyd, and others who eulogized Leitani described the former Thai lawmaker as a politician without bitterness. Late Felicia Barizazi Tani represented Thai State constituency in the 6th and 7th River State House of Assembly. Former Deputy National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Olabode George, has called for the modernization of the electoral process in Nigeria. The former military officer made the call on a television program monitored from Port Harcourt. Chief George stressed the need for a full electoral voting, which he believes is the only way the credibility of election results can be ascertained.
If somebody removes one kobo from your account, you get an alert. That tells you that the technology for communication, either data or otherwise, are readily available. Let us modernize the electoral process. Let the president please sign the bill that is waiting for electronic voting in this country. Because when you go to the polling station, you swipe your card, your PVC, it recognizes you, and the button, the light shows green, which means it's you. So what stops you from pressing the button? But you know what happened? When you finish voting, it's all handwritten, recorded. And from the local units, polling station, to the collation center, the papers are carried by hand. You know what happens between that place and the collation center? So many things happen. And then the last election, you remember Professor Jega was standing there. He was waiting for results physically being brought from state to state. Come on, we're now in a new age.
On the foreign scene, Liberian President George Weah has inaugurated a new national carrier for the West African country named Lone Star Air, about 30 years after the country's previous airline went bust. Speaking at a ceremony at Liberia's International Airport near the capital, Monrovia, Weah said the new airline would connect the country to the region and to the world. He said it has been his dream, his hope, and his ambition that they will very soon see Lone Star Air, the wings of Liberia, flying their flag in the international sky, shining so brightly. The footballer who turned president said the Liberia's flag bears resemblance to the flag of the United States, but features one star instead of 50. The country was founded in the 19th century with U.S. support as a home for freed American slaves whose descendants have a long history of dominating political life. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Nigeria's Senate has queried the Ministry of Foreign Affairs over how a former Nigerian ambassador to Israel used $134,000 meant for domestic servants. Bayelsa state government has insisted that the Tuesday Supreme Court verdict on a disputed oil well with River State did not amount to a resolution of the dispute. Governor Nyesom Wike has charged the members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors to hold public office holders accountable. On the foreign scene, Liberian President George Weah has inaugurated a new national carrier for West African country. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ejowa. For comments and inquiries, please call 0815-341-8657 or 0814-434-3502 or send your emails news at todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands on the regular with soap on the running water. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based and sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good morning. I am Kala Dakurubatu. Stay tuned. Interesting programs lined up for your listening pleasure.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello and welcome to today's show. Today we shall be looking at the Millennium Business Edge, a company that has come into the country with lots of promises in investment. And I have in the studio Munachi. She's going to be telling us what this company represents, its purpose, and all of that. Let's hear from her. Munachi, you're welcome.
Thank you. As low as 40,000, and today these people have been able to build themselves a business system that pays in excess, which comes on monthly basis through our business mentorship program. Well, the purpose of this campaign is to help this group of people raise the money they need to start up their business or project. This campaign was launched in 2016 as a result of a project under the umbrella of Century 21 Freedom Group International. We recorded huge success. So what we're doing is to help people create the business they want to create, because ordinarily the bank will not give you the money. They will delay you and will still not give you the money. So we'll help these people raise the money they need. That is the purpose of the project, and you can get us through this number I'm going to call out:
070-320-50932.
The kind of cash flow the participants of this campaign will be expecting. Well, we're looking out for 3 categories of people. The first category is the people in need of 1 million naira to start, which means they will need less than 1 million naira to start their business. The second category is those that need between 1 to 4 million naira to start their business. And the third category is those that need between 4 to 15 million naira to start up their business or project. And the best thing about this is that we don't give loan. And because it's not a loan, you don't need to pay back the money, and you don't have to drop any collateral to access this fund. What we do is we work with you and help you raise the funds you need. That's the category of people we're looking out for. And then if you want to be a participant of this campaign, simply send YES yes to
070-320-50932.
Okay, Munachi, let me ask you, who can participate in this project now?
All right, we don't have age limit. It is open to everyone. Once you are smart and forward thinking, once you have a business to finance, you can simply send YES yes to
070-320-50932.
Just send yes to that number and you'll get activated, and then people communicate with you.
Yes.
Okay, is there an office address to throw in?
All right, well, once you send YES to the number I called that, we'll take you from there.
Okay.
Just send YES to
070-320-50932.
Okay, is this going to be like a kind of mentorship program where people continue getting advice all the way?
Yes, it's a mentorship program where we show people how to generate cash for their business or project. And we have experts that can mentor you. We're looking out for 50 respondents. Simply send YES to
070-320-50932.
If your number is selected, you will be contacted. A training session will be conducted at the project office to know if you are eligible to generate the capital. If you already have an existing business, like I said, and you need to generate cash flow to expand it, or you have a capital and you need to be shown a legitimate business to invest in it, Millennium Business Edge will help you with all that. Just simply send YES to
070-320-50932.
Okay, I hope it's not going to be a very tough exercise.
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you so very much, Munachi, for coming into our studio.
Thank
and
you.
of course, we wish all of you out there to take advantage of this.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming back. The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming back. The degradation, challenges and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
I want to share with you how to reach your goals. I think the Bible is the greatest motivational book ever been written. Now, I want you to repeat after me, please. We got to recondition our minds first. Let us say together, good things are supposed to happen to me. Yeah, write that down. I want you to say that to yourself every day. See, we live in a world where we believe that bad things are supposed to happen to us. I remember at a point in my life, Bishop, when things are going good for me, and I said, this is too good to be true. Something is bound to happen. Guess what? It did. Thou shalt decree a thing that shall be established unto you and shall accomplish that whereunto it has been sent. Watch your words. Watch what you say about yourself, about your affairs. Be conscious of that on a daily basis. Why? Because your words are powerful. In the beginning was the Word. Life and death is in the tongue. Watch what you say. Never say I'm broke. Say I'm overcoming a cash flow problem. Claim what you want, not what you don't want. So affirm, good things are supposed to happen to me, and begin to believe that. Begin to expect that. Now, I was talking to my oldest son, Calvin. We were going for a walk. And I said, Calvin, do you want to be successful? He said, yes, sir, Dad. It's okay. We kept on walking. Then I stopped and I looked him in the eyes. This is my namesake, my junior. I said, Calvin, we're looking at each other eye to eye now. Do you expect to be successful? Given the fact that you are a single parent of 2 kids, given the fact that you decided not to go to college to further your education, given the fact that you are very talented, but you're behind on your dreams and your bills, do you expect, based upon your performance, based upon what you produce at this point in time in your life, do you expect to be successful? And Calvin got quiet. Because see, if you ask most people at the Manpower Conference, do you want to be successful? Do you want to live a life of productivity? Do you want to live a life of contribution? Do you want to be a better father? Do you want to have your own business? Are there dreams you want? Everybody will say yes. But see, want shows up in conversation. Expectation shows up in behavior. See, I can tell what you expect by what you do. That's why the Bible says, judge a tree by the fruit it bears, not the fruit that it wants, not the fruit that it talks about, not the fruit that it claims, but by what you are doing. See, what you do when you leave here, when the music stops, when the shouting dies down, your behavior, how you conduct yourself, writing your goals down, deciding to enroll in school to get a GED, deciding to sit into class with children young enough to be your grandchildren, decide to find some product, some idea, some service that you can provide so that you can begin to create some value for yourself so you can create wealth. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that we begin to learn how to create wealth. I'm not talking about loving money. See, I believe the lack of money is the root of all evil. People steal for money. People are killed for money. People go to jail for money. Every time the unemployment goes up, in those areas where the unemployment is high, that's where you have the highest incidence of crime and violence. Whenever the unemployment goes up 1% in our community, 10,000 children and women are battered. Money makes a difference in your life. I never wanted to be rich. All I've ever wanted to do was to be comfortable. How many of you ever wanted to be comfortable? Raise your hands. Then I realized in order to be comfortable, you got to be rich. An old friend of mine, Zig Ziglar, said, people say money won't make you happy, but everybody want to find out for themselves. Rita Davenport said money ain't important, but it's right up there with oxygen. And let me tell you something, fellas, even if you're as homeless as I am, if you got some money, women will find something cute on you. He got earlobes like Denzel, honey. Money makes a difference. I used to be so broke when creditors would call the house, my children would answer the phone and say, my daddy say he ain't home. I was so broke at one time in my life, I walked by a bank and tripped the alarm. I tell you, poverty sucks. You hear me? Repeat after me, please. I'll never be broke again. Yes, write that down. I affirm that I'll never be broke again. Never. Never will I ever be broke again. Let me tell you what money does. Number one, it gives you control over your life. Write that down. Number two, it gives you options. Three, it allows you to live a life of contribution, to contribute to things that you feel strongly about. Like this ministry and the work of Project 2000 will be doing to change the lives of young people. Bishop Jake's vision is if we can have Little League football teams and baseball teams and basketball teams, then we can have Little League dermatologists and cardiologists and endocrinologists. So he's now establishing an institution, Project 2000, to give our young people the methods and the techniques to reinvent themselves as we go into the next millennium. And this era that Peter Drucker calls the era of the 3 C's, accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and tremendous competition. So here's the first step to accumulating wealth. If you expect to do it, write this down. You must be willing to do the things today others won't do, in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. That's why the book of life said the road to life is straight and narrow, and few there be that find it, because few there be that are willing to do the things today others won't do, in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. What are the things that others won't do? Number one, make discipline a major force in your life. How many of you know if you'd have been more disciplined, you'd be further along to reach your goals right now? Socrates said the undisciplined life is an insane life. The road to life is straight and narrow because few there be that are willing to discipline themselves. Here's something else that most people won't do. Make it okay to fail. A lot of people, 85% of people, allow their fear of failure to outweigh their desire to succeed. Repeat after me, please. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing badly. Yeah, see, anything is worth doing right, as we have been taught, if you know how to do it. But if you don't know how to do it, it's worth doing badly until you get it right. Now write this down. You don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great. The first time I stood up to speak, I stood up and my mind sat down. I looked at the audience and I panicked. I had to introduce a play at school. We're about to start ran off. Mr. Washington, Mr. Brown, where are you going? Mr. Washington, I can't think, sir. I don't know. Did you rehearse? Yes, sir, I did. Well, what's wrong? Why did you say your lines? I don't know, sir. I got out there and I looked at him and everything left me. Let me do it another day, please, sir. No, go back out there, Mr. Brown. Mr. Washington, I'll mess up, please, sir. Don't send me out there now. I'll mess up. Mr. Brown, if you run now, you will always be running. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing badly until you get it right. Why are you moving like that? I got to go to the bathroom, sir. Mr. Brown, go back out there. Yes, sir. We have started a play called 12 Angry Men, directed by Mr. Leroy Washington. And I ran off. The next day, hey, Alfalfa! Hey, Les Brown, how are you? They dogged me out. They talked about me so bad. The next time another event came up, Mr. Washington, Mr. Brown, you're up. I said, no, Mr. Washington. Everybody says, no, not him. I said, they're right, Mr. Washington, not me. He said, Mr. Brown, you are up. Yes, sir. And I went out, and pretty soon, when people laughed at me, it didn't bother me. They would throw paper, and I could catch it without losing my concentration. And then one day, I came out, and a hush went across the audience because it must have been something about me that indicated that I'd come to myself. And Mr. Washington had been practicing with me to give a presentation. And I looked at the audience and I said, I choose not to be a common man. It's my right to be uncommon if I can. I seek opportunity, not security. I do not wish to be a kept citizen, humbled and dull by having the state look after me. I want to take the calculated risk, to dream and to build, to fail and to succeed. I refuse to live from hand to mouth. I prefer the challenges of life to the guaranteed existence, the thrill of fulfillment to the stale calm of utopia. I will never cower before any master, nor bend to any threat. It's my heritage to stand erect, proud and unafraid, to face the world boldly and say, this I have done. Girl stood up and said, that's my boyfriend, honey. I like
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
cause I can get no greater love than you, my Lord. Despite but people want come between me and you, it can't walk. Nobody cares about me like you do. The way you listen to me, God, and protect me. I'm the boss of all women. Be anti-Maya. We're going higher and higher. We keep climbing the ladder. Me make up your mind and then you wink me one day forever. Things are getting better. Hey, Jehovah to the great provider. That's why I
brothers and sisters, mama and papa, everybody make on the dance, everybody try, everybody just say.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Yana
life now. Wow.
Why you dey cry now?
This corona don't make them come on my husband for work. Nah, no job. No money to even open business. Rents don't expire. Now school don't even open. To chop na even wahala. Wetin I go do?
My sister, make I tell you about one ogbonge company wey don waka come Port Harcourt. They go help you settle all your basic needs quick. Their name na Next Gen Synergy. Dem don come to help people to pay rent, start new business, pay school fees, even plan wedding.
Ah, thank God oh.
Wetin you need? Wetin be that your project? We go help you reduce the cost of your project by 25% in 3 months, 50% in 6 months, 75% in 1 year.
How much it do am?
For more information, green their telephone for 0703 354 3174, 0703 354 3174 or 0901 064 2536. Waka enter their office for number 3 Agudama Street, T Line, Port Harcourt. Now Next Gen Media and Infotech power am.
Planning is an essential part of life, and indeed, nothing should be left to chance, not even childbearing. So I ask you, how many children do you want to have? Are you aware that you can deliberately control the number of children and their age difference through family planning? With the help of a trained healthcare provider, you can have a safe and effective modern birth spacing method that is best suited for you, free of charge at any government-owned healthcare facility. It is advisable to wait for at least 2 years before the next pregnancy. So do not take chances with your life. Take charge and own your life with breaks after each childbirth. You will be better for it. Everyone deserves a good life, and family planning gives you a good life. Remember, COVID-19 is still out there. Use your face mask properly. Wash your hands or use hand sanitizer regularly and avoid large gatherings.
This message is from Saving 1 Million Lives Program for Results, Rivers State Ministry of Health.
It is a wonderful day to be alive. And, when you are alive, what do? You give praise to God Almighty, who has given you an opportunity to see another day. And that's what we will be doing today, this morning, for the next 57 minutes. Basically, you already know that every last Saturday of the month, while you're doing sanitation, cleaning your environment, we here in the studio will be bringing from 8 to 9 a spiritual conversation your way. And this conversation is sponsored basically by the God's Kingdom Society, the Church of the Living God. Today's topic, quite interesting. I'm looking at it. It's something that is very salient and something we need in this era, at this time and age. And to do justice to the conversation, because I will not be talking alone, is Brother Theophilus Iwo, who is a resident minister at the God's Kingdom Society, GKS, the Church of the Living God. And today, the topic he has chosen for our conversation is why is there no peace in the world? You already know, if you're an avid listener of Today95.1 FM, you already know Brother Theophilus Iwo. He has been here a couple of times for months now. It's getting to a year, or even more than a year. More than a year, because there used to be another minister who used to come in. But then again, we've had several conversations in the course of this period, and you want to reach out to him, you want to continue some of the conversations in the past or even today's on, you can reach him on the number. It's a line by which you can continue the communication. The conversation doesn't end on the show. So the numbers to call in or call in with are 0803 388 505. 0803 388 505. So you continue the conversation. But for now, let's get into the nitty gritty for the next few minutes. Why is there no peace in the world? And that's a very critical question, because when you look, I'm going too far. I'm going to the world. Look at Nigeria. In the north, there is unrest. There is no peace. And not too long ago, all across Nigeria, there was the wrecking of havoc. There was the unrest. There was the wanton destruction. There was looting massively. There was no peace. Even before all of those, some people were not at peace because, they said certain things were not going the way it should go. So I'm going to allow Brother Theophilus tell us why there is no peace in the world. He has a full note for us this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Canada.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The topic, as you said, is quite an interesting one. Why is there no peace in the world? First, what is peace? If we define peace,
all right,
it means absence of hostilities. When there is no war, there's no violence, no fighting, a state of calm, quietness, then harmonious coexistence,
all right,
amongst people living in tranquil, then one can say there's peace. No fighting, no war, no quarreling, no misunderstanding amongst people. Now, this world that we are living in, especially at this time, has been in prophecy in the Bible, which is called the last days, the time of the end. And the Bible has shown that this period is going to be a time of turbulence,
all right,
a time of unrest, a time of upheavals, a time when nations will rise against nations, as Jesus Christ put it in Matthew chapter 24, reading from verse 3 right down to verse 8. From verse 6, it said, "And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet.
All right.
For nation shall rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places."
All right.
The coronavirus, which we're experiencing in the world at the moment, has been in prophecy by Jesus Christ that there will be pestilences, sicknesses, illnesses in diverse places, and all this we see in the world. Now, why really is there no peace in the world? The first reason I want to adduce from the Bible is that Satan, the devil, the arch enemy of God and man, is still very much alive, and he is working.
All right.
One of his name, called dragon, means a destroyer, is going about destroying people,
all right,
killing people. Apostle Peter said so in 1 Peter 5 verse 8 and 9, that he goes about like a roaring lion looking for people to devour. He causes tensions, misunderstandings, confusion amongst people, amongst nations. Look at two nations, Azerbaijan and Armenia, who had been living peacefully. Suddenly, a region, a strip of land being controlled by the Armenians inside Azerbaijan territory has become something of fighting amongst the two. And so many other conflicts around the world which we see. So the chief reason why there's no peace in the world is that Satan, the devil, who is the author of confusion, is still very much alive, and he is working, doing his work of destruction, doing his work of putting people at edge, violence everywhere. That is one reason. Another reason is that the chaos that we see in the world fulfills Bible prophecies. Matthew chapter 24, verse 3 to 8. Luke chapter 21. If we read from verse 25 right down to 26. In fact, this text is very important, and it is good I read a portion of it. Luke chapter 21. From verse 25, it says, "And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken." This is a fulfillment that Christ said long ago, that the trouble we see in the world today, the sea and the waves, represent the rulers, the leaders, and their subjects, all of them complaining. The government will say, "Oh, we cannot do it all alone."
All right.
The people are saying the government has not done enough for them. There's complaints on both sides. That is what the Bible is saying. Then we go to Revelation chapter 12, from verse 7 right down to verse 12,
All right.
where there was a war in heaven between Jesus Christ and his angels on one side, fighting against the devil, and the demons, the wicked angels, on the other side. And in verse 12 of Revelation chapter 12, the Bible says, "Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them." Then turning to the earth, the angels now said, "Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he has but a short time."
All right.
So one of the problems we see in the world today is that the devil, knowing fully well that the time he will be destroyed by God Almighty through Jesus Christ is very nigh, he is going about causing trouble in the world. And this we'll see in every part of the world where there's no peace. The third point I want to adduce is that of the ingredients of peace: honesty, sincerity, truth, justice, equity, fairness. All these are ingredients of peace. They are being trampled upon by men. And the scriptures tell us in Isaiah chapter 59, reading verses 4, 7, 8, then 14 and 15, that truth has been bastardized and it is falling on the streets.
All right.
Isaiah 59 verse 4 says, "None calleth for justice, nor any pleaded for truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity."
All right.
Isaiah 59 verse 8 continues, "The way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever goeth therein shall not know peace." Then verses 14 and 15. "The judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter.
Right.
Yea, truth faileth, and he that departeth from the evil maketh himself a prey." What he's saying here is that the ingredients of peace are being trampled upon by men, those in authority. Sometimes we find that there is no truth in what they tell us. There's no sincerity. There's no honesty. There's no justice, no equity, no fairness by certain rulers of the world.
Right.
And where all these things are lacking, the people must clamor. There must be violence. There must be uproar. There must be upheavals. There must be violence. People must react negatively to these things. And finally, God Almighty, the owner of peace, is being relegated to the background. Many people do not take God in their reckoning. When they go for peace meetings, when they go for truce making, and all this, where God is not involved, then it means the thing is bound to fail ab initio. Isaiah 59 verse 13 says, in transgressing and lying against the Lord and departing away from our God, speaking oppression and revolt, concerning and uttering from the heart words of falsehood.
All right.
They go to peace meetings and they tell us they are going to do this, they are going to do that, only for them to come out and not to fulfill their promises. In fact, some of the meetings do not start with prayers. They do not use the simple terms, by the grace of God, or we will do this by God's power. Nations of the world feel that they can achieve things on their own. So in relegating God to the background, there will be no peace amongst them. And this again is fulfilling the scriptures.
Okay. I have questions now. You've given quite a number of reasons why there is no peace in the world, and one of it is that Satan is still the god of the world. The other is because it is in fulfillment of the scriptures.
Yes.
Another is
the ingredients of peace.
No. Before those other ones are man-made. I'm looking at the supernatural now, and then you said God has been relegated to the back runner because He is actually the God of peace, right? He is the one who gives peace that passes the human understanding, right? So if these supernatural things are a constant, and because God's word cannot fall to the ground, does it mean, can it be translated to mean that we cannot experience peace going forward? We cannot experience peace in the world, that is, going forward until then the coming of Jesus, where there is a restoration of everything.
Yes, there will be no peace in the world until that time when the kingdom of God is fully established. Now, the Bible has said it clearly that this world that we're living in is going to experience this kind of trauma, chaos, violence every time, until that time when God Almighty, through Jesus Christ, will bring everything to an end. And it is in the kingdom of God, when it is done on this earth in full, that there will be peace. Outside that, there will be no peace in mankind.
So then all the peace resolution bodies like the UN, peacekeeping, like the ECOWAS, peacekeeping, all of them are just wasting their time. Is that what you're saying?
No, they are trying their best, humanly speaking, humanly possible. Sometimes you see them achieve peace in some areas, but the greater majority of it is that the peace is relative. It only comes for that time to honor the agreements made, and after some time, people fall back to crisis. And that is what we see every time and everywhere.
But then again, looking at the world, the scripture has been able to penetrate a lot of countries, still trying to penetrate some countries. Why the unrest? Because God is a God of peace. His children are scattered all across the world. I mean, in those places, in certain countries like the United States, for instance, there are a lot of Christians, many Christians. So the question then is, why still unrest? Why still, lack of peace? Why still war here and there when we have Christians scattered all across the world?
It will be so because the enemy, the man's greatest enemy, who is Satan the devil, must do his work of destruction. He is still very much alive. He will not give man peace because he knows that he is going to destruction. Therefore, man also should follow in his footsteps to destruction. That is why he keeps on bringing misunderstandings. You see, even amongst the clergy like us, we still find some of us still having misunderstandings amongst us. Disagreements amongst us. And that is the place where you ought to have the most or perfect peace, so to say, because these are religious men. But the devil still interferes.
Okay. Now, God has given us everything pertaining to life and godliness. If that be the case, God has empowered us to live a godly life, so to say. We are gods, but we'll die like men, says the scriptures. So if everything has been given, everything good has been given to us, pertaining life and godliness, and we're supposed to live like God here on earth. is there a possibility that if there is a narrative change in our thinking process, that despite all of the prophecies, that peace can be attained? Because I want to remember a certain time when God told a certain King Ezekiah, correct me if I'm wrong, that he was going to die. And then the guy went on his knees, and there was a change of narrative,
correct.
and everything changed. So, is there a possibility? Because I'm seeing scriptures saying, "Oh, in the last days there will be this, there will be that." Yes, we have seen the signs. Yes, the scriptures have been fulfilled, so to say. But is there a possibility that peace will return even before Jesus Christ comes? Because men have returned to God. Because you also mentioned that we have relegated God to the back burner, and that's why a lot of things are happening.
Among some people, among some nations, among some groups, some organizations, if the narrative changes, obviously there will be some peace, but not total. Mark you, there are some people who in this world who are born wicked. The psalmist King David said so in Psalm 58 verse 3, which I will read. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they are born, speaking lies. As soon as they are born, they are marked for destruction by God from beginning. All that they will continue and do in the world will be evil, lies, violence, killings. They will not change. That is their nature. The narrative about changing from violence, fighting, to achieving peace is lost on them.
All right.
They are blood suckers. All those ones will continue to perpetrate evil, violence in the world until they are destroyed by God.
Let's do statistics now. Iceland is said to be the most peaceful country in the world.
Yes.
Very peaceful, so very much peaceful that, it scares me why Nigeria is not as peaceful as Iceland. I'm looking at it right now on Google, but then again, I'm also looking at their religion, and it's predominantly Christianity. And now, if we can have that high amount of peace, don't you think, like I asked already, if we think, I want to believe that the people in Iceland are thinking like the way I'm describing you on the show. If the world comes together and let's go of the, all the things, and maybe go back to God, like we have in Second Chronicles 7:14, where it says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, I will heal their land, and blah, blah, blah. So if the world comes back, to that point, are we going to see a situation where we have peace? Maybe not total, like you said, maybe one or two armed robberies, but not wars and, gun battles and bombings and all of that. What do you think?
Yes, it can be achieved in that sense, but this will happen in the kingdom of God, not in this present world, but in that kingdom of God when it is coming. One problem about us is lack of education, exposure amongst us. If not, the different tribes, different ethnicities that we have should be of advantage to us. You bring yours, I bring mine, the other man brings his own. We harness all together, pool the resources, and we achieve a common goal.
Right.
But instead of that, it has turned to be destructive for us. I want to claim mine is superior. You feel yours is better. The other man feels that his own is of advantage more than the others. Therefore, everybody tries to sing his own praises and praise his own to the high heavens. By the time you do so, and you look down on me, there will certainly be a problem. Like the great writer, Professor Olarotimi, wrote in his book, The Gods Are Not to Blame. One of the characters there fought because his own ethnicity, his own tribe was being looked down upon. And the person said he cannot take it. That is one of the things that are going on in the world. The Icelanders, they are a people who have been schooled, who have been educated, who have been exposed to a particular culture. Civilization got to them far more earlier than it did to us. So I'm not
but,
surprised.
but then again, it still boils down to
I'm not surprised
mental.
that they are peaceful.
It boils down to mental stability, so to say, or the mental narrative that they have in that area. And so, if the world, and I'm using the world now, if the world can do a copy, if the world can do,
Apart from the spiritual, do you know that social factors can also bring peace if the people are well taken care of? There's decent schools around. Then you have lights, you have water, the basic social amenities are there. The people are well taken care of. There's welfare scheme for everyone. Nobody will agitate.
In Libya there was that. In Hong Kong there was that. But
Nobody
then again,
will agitate.
But they did agitate. I mean, it looks like there's always a reason for human beings to agitate, and that's where I'm coming from.
We must always ask for more. Like Oliver Twist, human beings, we can never be satisfied. In fact, it is only in the kingdom of God, when it is fully established on earth, that all the deeds of mankind will be taken care of. But in this present life, no, it can never be. Even the man that you give £1 billion, take this £1 billion and invest it for business, and life will be good for you. He will still agitate for more. He will still ask for more.
All right.
He may not have good health. He may have money, but he may not have good health. He may have family issues that he wants to resolve. All these are things that bring crisis amongst people in society.
All right. Now, as a very observant person, I've understood, or I've been able to see a lot of churches, churches. Yeah, I should use that word in Nigeria. Used the scripture where it says, "Pray for your country." Pray for your country. Now, looking at all the supernatural factors that you put in place as to why we don't have peace in the world, end time, Satan going about looking for whom to devour, the relegation of God and all of that. Now, praying for peace, is it a wrong prayer? Is it a bad prayer? Because now looking at, we cannot really attain peace like I've deduced, I've got to understand. Is praying for peace a wrong thing, or should we be praying for protection for ourselves and because then the world might not be peaceful totally?
It will not be wrong to pray for peace.
Okay.
For a country, a place that you live in. But I cannot pray for wicked rulers. I cannot pray for peace, for God to have peace on those who trample on the welfare of the common man.
Wicked leaders. God says that pray for your enemy. I mean, yeah, he says something like that. Love your
Jesus
enemy.
Christ said so in Matthew chapter 5.
Yeah, so
from verse 43.
Okay.
That we should pray for our enemies.
Okay.
Love them. Those who despitefully use you, you pray for them.
Okay.
Yeah, we can pray. He says that, let me pray to God on their behalf for them to have a change of heart.
Okay.
Change in narrative. But I cannot pray for their well-being so that they continue in slicing the neck of the people.
Okay.
No, we will not do that. That is why God Almighty told David in 2 Samuel chapter 23, verses 2 and 3, especially verse 3, that he that should be a ruler must be just. He must have the fear of God.
All right.
And he must be one who looks after his people. Then that kind of leader would deserve the prayers of people. But the one who will be there and grab all things to himself, become wicked, he will not listen to the masses, he doesn't care. You don't pray for such person. You don't pray for his well-being. You only pray for him, for God to have a change of heart so that he will do well as a leader.
All right then.
Yeah.
All right. So it's not bad to pray for peace in your country, even when you know that we are in the end time, and unrest is one of the signs of the end time.
Yeah, it's not bad. Even though the unrest is part of it, it's one of the reasons, the signs to show that we are not at this stage. Yet we still pray to God for peace, to quell the situation so that we can have our being.
Okay, so to make sure that, yes, there's unrest, but then again, it is not going to be so bad that we cannot go about
our daily businesses.
All right, then, I get. Let's open the phone lines now because we are approaching the bottom of the hour. And it's time for you to join the conversation. We've been talking about why there is no peace in the world. You can app on it. You can tell us what you think. You can react to what we've talked about already. And let's have a wonderful conversation this morning while you're doing your sanitation at home. Um, one more question. God is the God of peace.
Exactly.
Is the one who gives peace that surpasses the human understanding.
Yeah.
The church, let's use Nigeria as a case study now. There is the proliferation of churches, in Nigeria. If God is the giver of peace, why are we not seeing like it is in Ezekiel, where the water flowed from the church, from the altar onto the streets, and at first it was at a level, ankle level, and then it got to the knee level, and it got to a level that could not be just you couldn't just pass over. So why are we not seeing? Because I know that narrative was the power of God, moving. That's my understanding of that scripture, moving from the altar, the church, onto the streets, at a time in Jerusalem. Why are we not seeing that displayed? We have proliferation of churches everywhere, but yet again we have war here and there in the east, in the south, in the north, unrest everywhere. What is the reason?
Some of the churches that we see in Nigeria today and elsewhere in the world were not set up by God Almighty for the spiritual edification of the people. Some of them are mainly set up for commercial gains.
Okay.
They do not preach the truth of God's word as recorded in the Bible.
Okay.
Some are not really called or chosen by God. Therefore, they go to the pulpit and preach things after their own bellies. Such organizations cannot make the desired impact on the life of the people.
All right.
It is those that are called by God that preach the truth of God's word from the Bible and teach the people the way of peace, the way of righteousness, the way of holiness. It is such that will make the desired impact in the lives of people by turning them from evil or unrighteousness to righteousness. But the ones we see today in let me just say Nigeria especially, they are mainly for political or for commercial gains. Mostly commercial.
Okay.
Money.
Okay.
Sow seed. Do this and do that. When Jesus Christ came into the world in his first advent, he did not tell people to sow seeds. He did not tell people to bring money for their cure. Rather, people were rushing to him, like the poor man, the blind beggar, blind Bartimaeus, who was seated by the roadside. He heard a sound, so he now inquired, what is going on? They said, oh, Jesus of Nazareth is coming. And when he knew Jesus was coming by that way, he started shouting, Son of David, help me. Son of David, cure me. Son of David, help me. Then Jesus said they should bring him to him. Then they brought blind Bartimaeus close to Christ. And Christ now asked him, what will thou that you want me to do? He said, Lord, that I receive my sight. And Christ told him, be it unto you according to your faith. He didn't request for money.
So you're saying the commercialization and politicization of the church is the reason why there is peace, or rather there is lack of peace, because they are not doing their job as
exactly.
the watch of the country.
They are not doing their
rather.
job of changing lives, turning souls to God. But instead, they are after the commercial gains, your pocket, your money. That's what they are after. And once that is in them, then the desired effect will not be have.
Could it also be the reason why there is a change? Because the Bible makes us understand that God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And if you look at the chronicle, coming from Genesis down to Revelation and even to modern times, you would realize that actually there's never been a time when, apart from the Garden of Eden, where the world was always peaceful. There was always one war or the other. But God had the habit, still has the habit, I want to believe, of letting his people know, oh, these people are coming for you. It was their fortress. It was their protector. It was their guide.
Exactly.
And one of the gifts of the Spirit is the gift of revelation.
Yes.
So why are we not having, Moses, go tell Pharaoh, let my people go? Or Or Jeremiah, go tell the people of Israel that they'll be on the captivity for this amount of years. Ezekiel, why are we not having all of those revelations to make us prepare, so to say, for the unrest and the havoc that is almost everywhere?
Because they are false teachers. They are false pastors. They have not been chosen by God to do that. But a real teacher of God will point it out to the people. For example, in the God's Kingdom Society, we do not make claim or lay claim of having foresight, of saying anything. No, it is God who does that. But from signs around us, things that go on around us, you could tell that Satan is at work when you see certain things. And what do? We now run to the Bible. Luke chapter 21, from verse 34 right down to 36. Verse 36 says, we should now pray, be sober, pray fervently.
What are we praying for?
We're praying to God for peace, for life, for protection.
Okay.
But these ones that are not called by God, what do you hear them say? Apostle Peter warned us that there are false prophets among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among them, who privily shall bring in damnable heresies. They teach things that are not in the Bible, destructive things, even denying the Lord that bought them, and bring upon themselves swift destruction. Many shall follow their pernicious ways. And it is true. You see many people flocking around them, following their dangerous ways. They teach lies and errors.
When you say dangerous ways, what does that mean? What do you mean by? Can you give an example of dangerous ways?
Their dangerous ways. For example, they preach lies to the people. They turn black to white and make white to look like black. That's dangerous.
But sorry to say, is that not faith? Faith is saying. What faith is? Make it. What? I'm trying to remember the definition.
Faith it means making the impossible possible.
Something like that. Now, so turning white to black is an impossibility, and so is that no faith?
Woe to them! Woe to the teacher, said God in Isaiah chapter 5, 20 to 23. Woe to those who put white for black and black for white, who call evil good and call good evil. That's what most of the teachers do. And that is against the will of God.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to open, because I found that I've forgotten my scriptures. So Hebrews 11. Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So if I'm hoping for white to be black and I call black or white, if I call black white or white black, is that not me exercising my faith?
No, please. If this is white,
I'm just asking.
Yes, if this is white, as a teacher of God, I should tell you that this is white. I should not try to convince you that this is black when it is white. And that's what we're saying.
All right then. Let's open the phone lines now. I just needed to ask those questions in my head. The numbers are 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. You can send in text messages and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. Why is there no peace in the world? 95.1 FM.
Good morning, my brother. Mr. Emma. Good morning.
Not Mr. Emma, it's brother Trifilasi. Welcome.
Good morning.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Louis, calling from Ruboko.
All right, Louis, welcome.
Okay. I think that today's topic is very, very interesting. And now, the question that has been asked, why there is no peace in the world? Mostly, let's talk about Nigeria. Just like what the man of God was saying. Most men of God, those who call themselves men of God, they call themselves, God did not call them. God did not call them. Because you slept last night and you saw yourself in the Bible walking around doesn't mean God has called you. That is what is going on in Nigeria.
All right.
And what they just busy doing is from January to December, they preach prosperity, motto, and dollars from morning till night. From there to December, you will never teach them to talk about peace or hellfire is real. It's very, very dear for you to hear it saying.
All right.
And number two thing, I don't think that Nigeria leaders is worth praying for. Nigeria leaders, what they need is repentance and not prayers. They need their conscience to be changed
You
by
pray,
God.
you pray for them to repent. It's God's
So-
will that
so they-
no one should perish, but all should come to
Will they
repentance.
repent? I don't think they can repent too.
All
No,
right.
they
I don't
can't.
think they can repent.
All right.
No, they
I don't think so.
It's
They
God,
can't.
it's the Holy Spirit whose work it is, to bring about. So don't give up on the Holy Spirit just yet.
Okay. But for today, I go with the man of God. Exactly what he's saying is what you're just facing in Nigeria practically.
All right. Thank you very
It's just that
Thank you
in
very
Nigeria
much.
here, we hate it when someone says the truth. That's just the problem we are facing in
All right.
Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got to move on now. Thank you very much there with your piece of thoughts there. 95.1 FM.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you.
I'm Alfred by name.
Alfred, welcome. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, bless God.
All right then.
Yeah, the peace we are talking about, the world can never have peace. Jesus said in the book of John 16:33.
My peace I live with you.
Yeah, peace I live with you. So, and he said that work because before you will have peace, you will always have peace in the body of Christ. The world itself has no peace.
Do we have
Yes,
do we have peace in the body of Christ?
Yes,
You be
you must
sincere.
have-
Do you have
when-
peace in the
when-
body of Christ?
Yes, when you are a true believer, the first foundation you will find yourself is peace.
You mean
That's why-
personally or as a group of Christians?
Personally,
Okay.
moment you have peace personally, you can transfer that peace to others. That's why Jesus said, the peace I left for you is not the type that the world liveth. Which means the world itself has no peace. So you only find peace in the body of Christ.
All right.
And when Jesus make a comment in the book of Isaiah 9, say the Prince of Peace, they call it the Prince of Peace.
Yes.
You understand now? So that's why if you are a true believer and you are not yet
Isaiah
find
9
peace
verse
in your
6.
life, yes, when you are not yet find peace in your ministry or any part of your life, which means you are not part of Christ. I'm telling the truth. Because what causes violence or what take away peace from our life? Malice,
All right.
backbiting,
All right.
condemnation,
All right.
and killing all those, and they are the things that take away peace from our life.
All right then.
So, moment you are a true believer, those things manifest in you, and you must walk according to those the area of peace.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, you raised a very important point there. We talked about the church, and you mentioned it, and you talked about how one church does not relate with the other church because of certain a belief system or certain ideologies and all of that. Christ is the Word, and the Word became flesh. And that same word is said to be the Prince of Peace and supposed to be the child of peace,
Yeah.
And if that is the giver of peace, so to say, that's the word, and then the word is with the church, as Christ is with the church and the head of the church, why are we having all of the brouhaha, all of the back and forth, criticism, malice, bitterness? I mean, why are we having churches created as a result of breakaway? I mean, I don't have a problem with creating new churches because the word must spread. But why do we have churches breaking away and saying I'm not that pastor? Blah, blah, blah. Why are we having all of that?
I've said it earlier that many of them are not established for the saving of souls, but for financial benefits. That is why they keep preaching prosperity, sow seed, do this. But how many of them go deep into the Bible to tell people to run away from the evils of fornication, of adultery, of same-sex marriage, lesbianism, and homosexualism? All these immoral acts, how many of them go deep to warn the people or tell them, do not steal government's money when you get to the office? Live within your incomes. They do not preach all this to the people. Rather, they tell them to bring the money, sow seed, bring all the tithes to the church. And by doing so, they encourage the people indirectly to be corrupt.
All right, let's take some more calls. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, good morning, Canada.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Yeah, this is Priest. Man of God, good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
Yeah. You have said it all. Like my Bible told me that there will be no peace in the world.
Yes.
Because unless thy kingdom come, and that the kingdom that we are talking about, it's not everybody will inherit it.
Exactly.
And the only problem that we are having, that if you ask, Bible still say, if you ask for peace, you will see peace.
All right.
But whereby we keep on denying the reality, like something you ask.
Hello.
That, and they say this thing is black. Would that person have peace?
No.
That person will not have. Yes, that is the problem that we are having, most especially in this our country now. We see white as black. Nobody will say truth, but instead they will call it politics. You know, politics now is what they refer as this thing. That's the problem we are having. If they need peace in Nigeria, peace will come. But whereby me and you do business, you know that this thing, we have an agreement, so something will happen like this. You did not do my own. You still want peace. There will be no peace. That's the problem. If you accept the truth, call white, call black. You see peace will return.
All right.
But whereby you use cat and dog, put inside one cage, you say you need peace. Either you remove the cage from the room you are sleeping, because that night you will not sleep. You remember, any house you see cat and dog, they know you know go fit sleep for that house. That's one thing. If they need peace in Nigeria, they don't start saying truth. Leave politics.
All right then. All right.
But if they don't, no peace. To me.
All right. Thank you very much, Dad. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Someone just sent in a message. It says, no, please don't have it misconstrued. I mean, I think he was referring to me. Pray for your enemies is yes, dimensionally, but an enemy to God could not, and will not be prayed positively for. To reason with God is to first see, feel, understand, and behave like Him, MJ. But I don't think these leaders are enemies of God. I mean, no one can become a leader without getting the permission from God. It's in your Bible. God is the one who enthrones kings and queens all over the world. So,
yes, that's true.
So
but there are some, who don't take God in their reckoning.
Yeah, true.
Some are atheists. Some are agnostics. Some don't believe in God. They claim that they are Christians, but they are neck deep in occultism.
And God always gives them the room for salvation, and that's what I was trying to say. I mean, King Nebuchadnezzar, he took Daniel in the lion's den to show him the light. The other king who had thrown Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, he took the fire to show him the light. And there's so many other kings that. Even Pharaoh, if he wasn't strong-hearted, I know God made, according to the Bible, he had to be strong-hearted so God could show his mighty power. But then again, God always gives them the opportunity for salvation. There are always warnings.
Yes, but those who are against God, those who refuse to repent, that's what the person is saying. Such ones should not be prayed for. Their welfare, we should not seek for it. It should not be paramount in our minds. If they refuse to repent, such ones will go to destruction.
All right. Let's go back to the phone lines. Or should I read some text messages or WhatsApp messages? Okay, those are not for me. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yes.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Kalada. My name is Kenneth, calling from Port Harcourt.
Kenneth, welcome.
Yes, Mr. Kalada. I want to contribute to the topic that your guest is talking about. Like you were saying about that the kind of word we hear in the church that is making the populace not to do the right thing. Yes, but I disagree. The reason why I disagree is that, like, I go to, I worship in a particular church, and I go to that church, maybe weekly activities. Sundays I go. I also go to the church. I listen to what the man of God is doing. He's preaching. And I know the things I was doing before I started going to that church. When I listened to the man of God, I went back home, sat down my quiet time, said, I need to change from this. If I go to prostitute house to go and carry prostitute, the man of God is teaching me, this thing you are doing is not good. And I wish I was.
But then again, they did not say all the churches. We used the word church as a general term. We did not say all of the churches. I mean, of course, it cannot be all of the churches.
It cannot be all
It
of
said
the
some
and
churches.
Some, yes.
He did mention some churches.
Yes, that is what. But the reason why I said I am not comfortable now. What about the portion of Bible that says where the righteous feel, the people rejoice? What about that of Bible? I work in a somewhere now. Calling you from the construction firm I work in Port Harcourt here. Whereby as in Nigeria, sometimes I will start on my quiet time. I'm a crane operator. I will be angry at times, within myself, angry about the people that lead me as because I did not go to school. I learned the crane. I'm operating a crane as a crane operator. When your salary is coming, the white man you are working with, he will tell you, I am not your problem. Your brother is your problem. Those my brothers, they don't go to church. They don't listen to preaching. Those my brother, that is my leader. That is my leader in different.
But that's why you pray for them. That's why you pray for them. You pray for them to do better. That's what we said. You said when you quoted the scripture, the man of God in the studio quoted the scripture where he said that, when you realize the times that you are in, the Bible says, be sober, humble yourself, and then pray, and that's what scripture says.
Yes, Luke 21 verse 36.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, then. 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Hello, good morning, Canada.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Well, firstly, the Bible did not say there are leaders that you cannot pray for. No matter how terrible you think a leader is, it is not written anywhere in the scripture.
That what?
That there are leaders that you cannot pray for.
Okay.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I need to know the scripture that says these are the leaders you cannot pray for. Because the Bible says in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 1, it says, I exhort therefore, first of all, prayer, supplication, giving of faith, be made for all men. All men. It didn't say for good men. All. It said for kings and for those who are in authority, that we may live a quiet and peaceable life.
Yes.
In all godliness. That's 1 Timothy chapter 2 from verse 1. It says, God who will have all men to be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth. That's from verse 1 to 4. So there is nobody the scripture did not say don't pray for. You might be, many times we look at the decision that somebody made. Maybe it hurts you or it's not in your favor. So you turn that person to be bad. It doesn't mean, what is God saying? Is it by your own judgment or God's judgment? I'm not saying, but what I'm saying is that no matter how bad the person is, the scripture says, first of all, we must pray for all men, even for leaders. So it is not to say if somebody has been so bad or a particular day has been so bad, don't pray. It's not scripture. It's not scripture.
All right, that's not what we're saying. We said everybody deserves prayer, but those who will not do the will of God, who are wicked men, who are selfish, who are after their own lust, and they will not take care of the people, not after the welfare of the people. Such leaders should not be prayed for. Now, God Almighty told the Jews, so in Jeremiah chapter 14, reading from verse 10, right down to verse 11. Verse 11, he said, then said the Lord unto me, that is to Jeremiah, his prophet, pray not for these people, for their good. This is God telling Jeremiah, say, don't pray for the good of these people. Jeremiah 14, from verse 10 right down to verse 11. Why did God say so? Because, listen, when you said that, when you're talking, I didn't interrupt.
Okay.
God said so to Jeremiah because the people were wicked, they were not good. So God now warned his prophet, don't pray for them, don't pray for their good. They will not change. This is God talking to Jeremiah.
Okay,
but everybody needs prayer. We can pray for one another. But the one whom you have identified as somebody who is against God, don't pray for him. Like the psalmist said, King David, in Psalm 139.
Can I add one or two things?
Okay.
Go on.
When you pray for leaders, You are praying for that, not for the good of the leaders, for the good of the nation, or the city, or the state. You have leaders that have people behind giving them wrong instructions, advisors.
Mm-hmm.
So when you pray for the leaders, because if somebody is wicked and you refuse to pray, when you pray, you are praying for God's intervention. You are not saying God should give him money. You are not saying God should give him car. You are saying this is a leader.
But we have not said anything contrary. We have not all the songs you are mentioning now. We have not said anything to that effect.
The scripture,
yes,
like the one I quoted,
yes,
First Timothy.
Pray for kings. Pray for everyone, for all men. Yes.
He said, so that we may live a quiet and peaceable life. That is, our living a quiet and peaceable life is dependent on our praying for all men and for leaders.
All right. What of the ones who will not hear, who will not give listening ears to the word of God?
And also, in a country like Nigeria,
yes,
not everyone is a Christian, for example.
Yes.
We have multiplicity of whatever religions you want to call it. So you cannot tell him, oh, you should come, because what if he's doing to somebody else who is not even a Christian? But once you pray, you intercede.
All right, I get where you're coming from. You so intercessory prayers. All right, then.
You are interceding for the good of the nation.
All right,
God can take him away. We are not God. God can remove him. We see people that God removed before election or anything. So but we must continue praying.
All right, then. Thank you very much there. It's been 5 minutes of your time. Thank you very much there. We need to give space for one more caller. 95.1fm, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
I'm Ambassador Justice Chuku. I'm calling from Gumwekini.
Oh, welcome.
When we are God, is from Genesis to Revelation. There's no way you cannot pray for even the wicked person on earth. Jesus told us in the book of Matthew, you were told before, eyes to eye, bones to bone. But I am telling you now, love your enemies and pray for them. So we should not base on Jeremiah, that God told Jeremiah he should not pray for these people. Jesus, who is the Lord, who instructed Jeremiah not to pray for the people, came and told us, love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you.
So what's the point you're driving at now?
The point I'm driving, no matter how somebody is, he needs prayer to change. God can change him, because I believe...
Have we said anything contrary to that?
No. You said that when somebody is wicked, and come to the level that he is wicked, you know that he's wicked, you will not pray for the person.
Will you pray for the devil? Will you pray for demons?
That person is not devil, it's a human being being used.
Will you pray for demons? Will you pray for devil?
Yes, sir. That person is not demon.
Do you know that the Bible says that there are some people, immediately they are born into the world, they are born as wicked people, wicked agents of Satan the devil. Those ones can never change. They will go on doing violence till the end. You can't pray for such ones.
I think you made your point. Let me just say something, sir. I believe what you say. I follow you from the beginning. What you are saying is your Bible teaching. Okay. But the only place we are having a little confusion or misunderstanding is prayer. Now, I believe that people have been praying for Paul to die. The church have been praying for Paul to die, not knowing that he has a mission. But at the earlier, they will start using Paul. Let's assume that these people do not pray and they pray Paul die. We have the gospel of Paul. There's many things that are left for God to answer. We do our best as a human being. God is the final arbiter. That's why we should not have peace. We can never have peace. Because Jesus said, what? In this world, you will never expect peace.
Yeah.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're out of time. We're out of time now. Thank you very much. Your final words now, yeah?
All right, thank you very much. I hope most of the callers did not misunderstand or misconstrue the point I'm making. I've not said we cannot pray for one another. We can pray for ourselves. We can pray for everyone. But the Bible is meant for everyone, for us to pray for one another. But the fact of the matter is that for those who will not repent, who will not acknowledge God, who will continue to perpetrate evil and work as agents of Satan the devil, King David in Psalm 139, from verse 27 right down to 29, says he hates such people with perfect hatred. Such ones could not be prayed for because they are meant for destruction, like Satan the devil. But in the God's Kingdom Society, we pray for the peace of the nation. We pray for all men so that all of us could live a peaceable life, live a peace and quiet life, serve God faithfully so that salvation will be ours at the end.
All right then. We are out of time. But you just listen to Brother Theophilus Iwo, resident minister, God's Kingdom Society, GKS, the Church of the Living God, talk on the topic, why is there no peace in the world? And of course, it was an interactive session, and a lot of people did join the conversation. But if you want to continue interacting, you can reach out to him or the God's Kingdom Society on the number 0803 388 505. That is 0803 388 or 888 505. 0803 388 505. And that's how we wrap up the show. It's time for Open Edition. You stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You can never plan the future by the past. He who has a right to live can bear almost anyhow. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
Pack my bags, I ain't coming.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Open edition.
Open Edition is a radio conversation on the controversial issues that confront our communities, states, and nation. On the program, we analyze the news and discuss current affairs. We ask the tough questions and we talk to people who know.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ross Alabo George and this is Open
It is a fresh platform to cross-fertilize ideas and share opinions on politics, the economy, and our environment. Most importantly, we don't just see the problems.
We seek solutions.
Because we know that when one door closes, another is open, if only your mind is open. The Dalai Lama says, look at the situation from all angles and you will become more open. Join Mr. Ross Alabo George with co-facilitators Robinson Tombari Sibe and Eugene Abels.
You cannot be on vacation and be issued statement. It does not work that way.
Did he satisfy the Constitution before he left? Yes, he did.
Every Saturday by 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Co-facilitator Robinson Tombari Sibe, Eugene Abels, and the controls.
On Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. The voice of the people.
Open Edition.
Open Edition is a radio conversation on the controversial issues that confront our communities, states, and nation. On the program, we analyze the news and discuss current affairs. We ask the tough questions and we talk to people who know.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ross Alabo George and this is Open
It is
Edition.
a fresh platform to cross-fertilize ideas and share opinions on politics, the economy, and our environment. Most importantly, we don't just see the problems.
We seek solutions.
Because we know that when one door closes, another is open, if only your mind is open. The Dalai Lama says, look at the situation from all angles and you will become more open. Join Mr. Ross Alabo George with co-facilitators Robinson Tombari Sibe and Eugene Abels.
You cannot be on vacation and be issued statement. It does not work that way.
Did he satisfy the Constitution before he left? Yes, he did.
Every Saturday by 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Co-facilitator Robinson Tombari Sibe, Eugene Abels, and the controls.
On Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. The voice of the people.
This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. Many years me I done the go. Rock the mic, me I rock the show. Many hit songs when I go. Still them go say me and now they try. I see them complain of Kanye West. And speaking mind the people best. Everybody wants to be the best, but the world can do without the best. Nobody did that I say happen to my car. He glad them for I. He they think cool of a die. He do them like Fimo. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. Yo coco. When you the win and go say now yo. They don't care. Yo coco. Some people say I go babalawo. Never. Tell me now. No be any man can me back. No nobody they carry me pass. No be anybody they carry me pass. Nobody know me and they pray and fast. Only God they carry me pass. Only my Jehovah they carry me pass. Nobody they carry me pass. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself.
All right, beautiful morning to you. 9 minutes gone past the hour of 9, and it's time for us to start open edition. Sorry for kickstarting the show 9 minutes late.
I think
but
what we'll do is that we'll mute and then.
We are starting the show now. I have the three wise men on the phone, and we will be looking at certain issues that has to do with development and policy making and government in general, and just talk for development basically here on Today 95.1 FM. I am yours truly. I am Kalada, and good morning to you. Good morning to you, Ross. Good morning to you, Eugenie Bells. Good morning to you, everybody. Hello? Hello? All right, I think I've lost connection. Hello?
You know, I just, Robinson, I just remembered that. That's what. Oh, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. I hope we're not on live radio. Let me I'll send you a message.
Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me
Hello?
to flex. Many years me I done the good. Rock the mic, me I rock the show. Many hit songs when I go. Still them go say me I know they try. I see them complain of Kanye West. In speaking mind the people best. Everybody wants to be the best, but the world can do without the best. Akwaki can sing in Jehovah.
Yeah, we're here.
Hello?
Yeah, call it down.
All right, yeah.
Okay, so just keep playing the songs for like a minute, and then we'll come on. We'll kind of pick something behind. Robinson, you saw my message, right? Hello, Tom, you saw my message?
Yes, I did. I've done it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so I think we're good to go, Kalada.
We're already waiting for you guys. We
All right. Good morning, Port Harcourt. I hope my crew from Cloud is here. Robinson, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Port Harcourt. Good morning, Nigeria. Good to be here.
Mr. Abel, I know you're somewhere on the hills of Maitama, Abuja. Good morning, Mr. Abel.
Yeah, good morning, Port Harcourt.
Mr. Abel, I am concerned that since you moved into Abuja, we haven't been hearing very, very often from you. I hope you're good and well.
Can you take that again?
We've not been hearing so much from you. I hope you're well in Abuja.
We're busy.
Because right now your status is the same as Kalada. If I get it right. Yeah, the same status. All right, so we're going to get a brief edition. We're setting a bit late, so we apologize for that. A bit of technical hitches here and there, but we're good to be on the air. Kalada, thank you again for having us today. Good morning, Port Harcourt. Good to be here. It's been a busy week all over the nation. Our country just emerged from a very turbulent few days. Protests all over, and insecurity and bad governance became such a massive movement all over the country, and the young people in Nigeria basically asking and calling for change. So what began like a whisper somewhere on the streets of Lagos engulfed the entire nation, and in fact went global, from New York to Washington, D.C. to Detroit, Johannesburg, everywhere you can just name it. Where Nigerians are, people raise their voice in support of the NSAS protest. Nice thing, the president has spoken, even though many people were not satisfied with the president's speech, but the president has spoken. And there have been several reactions to what the president said. The incident at the Lekki toll gate, where some say shooting happened, and there are some that still believe that, there were no shooting, and others believe that, yes, there was shooting, but nobody died. And so all of those issues have happened and have practically dominated the news waves for a while. And we're just here to examine and assess the state of the nation and get a feedback from more people. Today we'll be doing more listening to our listeners. we'll be listening to our listeners. We'll be listening to our audience more. And so nice to have all of you on the program today. Robinson, welcome to the show again.
Thank you.
So quick on recap. What is after all of the whole NSAS? Even though NSAS is not.
Yeah, Ross.
Yeah.
I would suggest that Canada informs us of the recent happenings concerning the judicial final visitation to the military, the hospital, try to identify victims. I think that will also help us.
All right, Kalada, so you have that mandate. So I expect that you use the next 2 minutes to swipe off your news pages, and then you give us a bit of update on that, just very briefly. Robinson, I'm going to get to you on the same question. So, Robinson, what is your assessment of the state of the nation? A lot of people have said that NSAS, there were concerns from the north that NSAS was basically a political movement sponsored by people down south, to destabilize the government of President Muhammadu Buhari, and so that caused a bit of tension, in Abuja as well. So, what's your assessment of the mood of the nation right now?
Well, unfortunately, in Nigeria, we argue things almost every time, from a religious flank, ethnic flank, and perhaps the only time we accept to do things without religion is maybe when we're praying to God. We have our respective dominant religions as religions that were brought into this country, yet we accept them. So, unfortunately, what I saw as arguably the most people-centric movement in my own lifetime was colored with all sorts and has been hijacked by hoodlums and all of that. It's sad that I took a back seat. I wanted to see what was going to happen. This is something that we always said will happen, and it was good to see Nigerian youths stand up and speak to their leaders to say, look, we are your employers and this is what we want. That was very, very refreshing to see. Unfortunately, which we discussed the last time, the shooting at unarmed protesters triggered the next wave of violence and looting and brigandage and all sorts. We are glad that normalcy is gradually being restored. Whether it will be sustained is another problem. But the mass looting has reduced, and like we did on this program, we do not support looting. We support people asking for making demands peacefully, but we do not support violence. Even for whatever reason, we do not support violence. And it's good to see that there's some sort of normalcy. But whether the movement will continue in the way it did prior to that is what we will watch out to see. Across some states, panels have been set up to look at what happened. Some may argue that the panels themselves are questionable because in some of the states, for instance, in Lagos, where there's been a back and forth between the state government and the military on whether they were invited by the state or not, to now have a panel reports to the same governor who himself also should be questioned. might be seen to be a questionable thing to do. But he's governor, he's the highest authority in the state, and he has the powers to set up a panel. So he's done so. But whether they will allow the panel, or whether the panelists will stand their ground to insist on having him appear also as somebody whose name has been mentioned, is what we will see. Some of the names on the panel, they are known names, and they've been in the civil society circle for a while. Yesterday it was reported that they tried to have access to the military mortuary and they were denied access. I don't know how true that is. I also haven't read the military side of things. I'm sure there are also issues of privacy too that the military might want to cite. For instance, those are humans that their remains are in there and their dignity should be respected. And there are privacy issues, very strong privacy issues when it concerns health. So I do not know the details whether they had the rights and paperwork to be so granted access to a morgue. I don't know what their terms of reference stated in that regard, whether it was a blanket
they were granted access, actually, eventually.
Okay, they were eventually granted access. Okay, that's good to know. So good to know that there's some semblance of peace. Good to know that the curfew in Port Harcourt, that Port Harcourt has been lifted. Parts of Port Harcourt, I think some roads are still blocked. I managed to drive
1 minute remaining,
and it was crazy. So we'll see how it goes.
Hello? Yeah, Mr. Abel. You go ahead, Mr. Abel. Yeah, well, for me, the fundamentals that we need to ask questions about. First of all, I'd like to correct the impression that was hijacked. It was not.
1 minute remaining.
It was not hijacked. It was the entire people concluded their protest, even though they were attacked at the scene. They didn't do anything violent. They didn't destroy anything. Now, the allegations that government agencies sponsor some of the things that happened.
Your call credit has been exhausted and your call. Hash.
Yeah, so we have the allegations that government agencies were instigated part of the mayhem that happened, but those are allegations. But the question that arises out of that is that when they saw people grouping, why did the government agencies not secure public properties of public interest? That's why the mobile police unit was set up. That's why the National Security and Civil Defense Corps was set up. That's why it was set up. These are the reasons why they set them up.
Why didn't they proactively secure those assets? Where were they? If the police were aggrieved because they were the people being used as the metaphor, what of the other security agencies? These are the things that the CBA is trying to point out, the gaps that we found in the president's speech. And one other thing that has happened is that even in the judicial panel that they've asked the states to set up, the states do not have the legal authority. They can do an investigation, but they cannot summon a federal operative who is on the exclusive list to come and answer to them. I was listening to a lawyer, and I've been asking this question, and he confirmed it, yeah. So the states do not have, so that panel, they have a right to attend, or they allow you to do all the drama of attendance. Then when you're done, they go to court and throw out the rulings. The essence of a judicial panel is to enable you use the findings and sanction those who are found wanting in law. But if that cannot happen, then it just becomes an administrative panel and just a cosmetic exercise. These gaps are yawning, and we need the presidency to fill them by one, selling hope, two, from answering these questions. Querying security operatives, why did you allow these things to happen? Why? This is not the first riot. 1973, there was one, Ali must go. We did one with Buhari in 1985. This is not the first time. Might have seen it happen. And normally when those riots happen, we didn't have anti-kidnapping and blah, 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 and even civil defense. So then they go and secure public properties. So you don't have access to them. That's why they have state commands. That's why they have state security councils. That's why they have local government security councils, where all the security agencies are involved. So what was their plan? Why were they kidnapping? Look at what happened in Kuje. If Kuje shouldn't have happened. What happened to intelligence? Why did they know they were guarded? So these gaps are yawning, and we need to fill them. We need to fill them with answers, which are in consonance with the questions our children have been asking us as leadership. So let's not worsen the situation. Thank you.
All right. Kalada, so can you update us on the happenings at the judicial panel? Mr. Abel just struck a very important question. Already there are questions in Lagos, how the Inspector General of Police and how the Chief of Army Staff and all of those guys who are on the exclusive list, right, will be summoned to the panel. And what if they do not come? So, Kalada, please just go ahead and then give us a brief on what's going on the panel. I think only one has started for now, which is the one in Lagos, I guess. Is there any other one sitting?
A couple of them have started. But we don't really have the information as to what is happening there right now. Apart from Lagos, yesterday when they visited the toll gate and tried to visit the Bonny camp where the soldiers who were said to have shots were coming from. But then again, apart from that drama, I don't think any other thing has been said. I don't think any other thing has been said. We've not yet heard anything from the Rivers State owned just yet, so I don't know. There's not much to say for now.
Okay, so Robinson, just going ahead on what the point Mr. Ebert was trying to make. I know you're not a lawyer, but then when we have most of the actors in this NSAS, panel, most of the actors are people who are on the exclusive list, and the exclusive list basically are those components of the government system that are exclusive to the federal government, which is those guys on we just call them federal, federal agencies, MDA. Those are exclusive; they're not concurrent. So the state government really does not have any hand in how they are controlled. So how do we validate a panel that cannot summon the chief of army staff, for instance, or the IG of police, or even the commissioner of police in the state? Because the commissioner of police will not go until it gets clearance from the IG of police.
Yeah, I think they can summon them, but if they can actually enforce such summons is what I don't know if they have the powers to do. But Eugene made very valid points in what he noted. These things where everybody who knows basic security should know that these things would happen. And we're talking about Lagos State, for which we all know the dynamics of how those area boys operate and all of that, even when there is no answer, So it's something they should have anticipated and planned proactively for that. So in this instance, I sincerely am one of those who have issues with that, with having the principal actors as people protected by both the state and by the state now, meaning the federal government. And then there's also another curious observation which somebody brought up as they were signing up to that members of the panel were signing up to the panel, that they are to swear an oath of secrecy to the governor. And people brought that before. I heard some of these are all unverified news, by the way, so I can't verify them, but I read online that some of the members refused to sign. Actually, one of them shared a snapshot of what that form is, because this is essentially where one of the reasons why a panel or people call for such a panel is to commence the healing process. And the best way to start that healing process is to speak truth to power. Not when somebody suffers a casualty and you are blatantly lying online to say, oh, this did happen, and there's somebody still, perhaps still receiving treatment, or there is a hurting mother who lost a child. So one of the outcomes of this should be, as the truth is said, even if they are not prosecuted in the law court, at least in the court of public opinion, and at least the people who are affected, who lost loved ones, can feel a bit of relief to know that the truth was spoken and that people know that this thing actually did happen. So while all of them may not end up in the justice, in the court as we want it to be, but at least some respite can come if the public is made aware of what happened. And like Eugene always says, this is a global world where you can gather signatures and petitions with National Criminal Court and petition to other international partners, development partners, if we see that our own justice system is not able to take care of it. So the first step is to make sure that the panel operates in the way they ought to operate, in an impartial manner, in an independent manner.
All right. Thank you, Robinson. I think we probably may have to drag this closer home and then, just point touchlight to River State and try to understand how River State is faring on this. I think the governor of River State has also empaneled his own team to investigate the activities of SARS in the state. And I don't know if the one for River State has a reconciliation component to it. However, I know that Governor Wike had initially declined to set up his own judicial panel, but eventually made up his mind after the APC-led protest, pro-SARS protest. He went ahead to empanel a judicial commission, but that process has not started. However, seems like the governor now has a face-to-face battle with members of the IPOB. He has called them out and placed a bounty of 50 million on the head of some IPOB leader. I can't remember his name now. And then the IPOB general, the supreme leader of the IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has countered that with a 100 million naira bounty on Wike's head. So he has directed IPOB members to produce Wike and then get 100 million Nigerian naira. I don't know if it's asking for Biafran pounds or if that would be Biafran pounds or Nigerian naira. But then I think the situation has escalated in Oyibo. We are here that of course the military invaded, and I don't know how true that is, but I hear that a number of people were killed. And I don't know if those are hoodlums or members of IPOB or I don't know, but hopefully somebody from Oyibo will call to clarify. And if Canada has any updates on that, that will be good to know as well. Canada. Robinson.
Canada has gone our wall again.
Yeah. So, Mr. Edel,
I'm trying to set something up in the studio. It is the old
Man of the
architect you can
people.
hear already.
Okay,
and sorry, Ross.
Canada, we're asking the situation in people. We understand the of military activities, some kind of military action. Is that true?
No, it isn't. I can't verify actually, but there are reports that the military, they are in some parts of the states, but whether they are operating is what I cannot verify. I think the commissioner of police was talking the other day, and they seem to be on top of the situation.
Okay, so that's actually good. That's actually good to hear. And then, maybe I wanted to ask you a question quickly, even though we got a bit of push at the back. Was it right for the governor of Rivers State to call IPOB a terrorist organization?
Can you say, I didn't hear the last part of that.
Was it right for the governor of Rivers State to refer to IPOB as a terrorist organization?
I think you are saying that was it right for the governor to ban IPOB?
To call.
Is that what you said?
To call them a terrorist organization. To call them a terrorist organization.
Well, considering in the face of the law, considering what has been done with the law, he's entitled to make that statement. And in consideration of the action, the allegation against them, he's entitled to say, as the chief manager of the state, he's entitled to make that statement. But like we said last week to IPOB, it is over 2 weeks, you have now made a disclaimer. Are you accepting responsibility? If it is not your people, issue a disclaimer so that it also protects your leader from any kind of prosecution where he is. So, whether the governor is right, just within the law, yes. But it's for them to say, no, we didn't do this, it's not our people, and it will be documented. Now, I wish to commend the governor for his proactive steps, for visiting the police, and also asking the pledge to give each family of fallen policemen 20 million. That's quite commendable. And thank God that the Lagos State has also followed suit. So, because these are Nigerians. Like what I'm hearing, one of the guys who fell in Anambra was an Ijaw man, a very young man. This is the second one. We lost one from Bonny last year. This is the second one for. So, like they say, don't throw stone in the market. You don't know who you're going to knock. Yeah, but let's not dwell on it. Let him go forward to set up the judicial panel. His state is very notorious. Rivers State has a massive history of extrajudicial killings, lots of deaths, some of them which we've been involved in. And so he should step up to the mic and do that which is being asked of him. Even though we don't believe in it, because there are question marks on the panel, but I heard just go ahead and do it and leave, and don't dwell on the politics of IPOB. That's my position. Thank you.
All right. I think we'll be opening the phone lines very quickly. But Robinson, do you have any comment on this imbroglio that is emerging between the Rivers State government and IPOB?
Well, I don't have. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I on the part of the governor, a lot has been said, but I believe that the governor, his decisions are not even a personal decision, because as governor, there is a Security Council that meets, and the other components of the Security Council has not issued a disclaimer, which means I want to believe that they have sufficient information at their disposal to take those actions. But no state governor who means well will watch police stations being touched and police officers being killed and stand and applaud them. No. And it's also good to see that some succor has been brought to the family by way of that donation. It's not in any way a measure of their life worth, but just something to show the family that they care. It's unfortunate that taxpayers' money will be expended again on rebuilding a structure that was already there, which ordinarily what would have been asking for is an upgrade of it, not something to totally start from afresh. I hear that weapons were carted away, so that also is a secondary, is another layer of concern if those weapons are out there in the hands of the wrong people. So I pray that this doesn't deteriorate. I hear Oyibo is still on lockdown, on total lockdown. So beyond all of this pronouncement, I also expect that some back-end meetings and outreaches should be made to the leadership of these groups, not necessarily the proscribed group, because they have been so proscribed in the state, so they would not be expected to sit on the table with them. But for instance, the ethnic group that constitutes most of their membership, so to reach out to them and assuage their fears that this is not an issue of an ethnic group, but it's an issue of an organization whose tenets and the methodology does not fit into the state.
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. Okay, so let's take a few steps forward and then just look into River State again, and then the matters arising. I think what bothers everybody right now in River State must be the traffic conditions in the state, which has been terrible. However, that has been due to construction projects going on major areas of the key traffic spots on major arteries in the capital city. So we have about 5 flyover projects going on at the same time, and several other internal roads, urban, renewal or upgrade projects going on, and that is causing a whole lot of problem. But then my concern is not about, of course, we all love the projects. We love to see especially the quality of it, good quality projects going on, and we applaud that. However, I think there's a problem, and the Ministry of Transport, the River State Ministry of Transport, is not doing something right. For every construction project, there should be a traffic management plan. There should be a construction management plan. And in that, the traffic management plan is so important. But then we just see that the Ministry of Transport has ceded that responsibility of traffic planning to the construction company. And that is so wrong. And Port Harcourt City is losing a lot of man-hours on the road.
Ross, you need to hand up so that.
Yeah, Mr. Abel. Yeah. So this is very important.
Well, just to add to you.
You are
just to add to you. I didn't do the video on it. Just to add to you, this is where I find problem with Nigerian Bar Association. In this kind of situation, I would have expected the Nigerian Bar Association to proactively look at the laws, how you do concerning safety, HSC, concerning public construction work. What are best practices? And put children better under pressure. Yeah. And put children better under pressure, some kind of pressure to compel them to act within the safety guidelines, compel the traffic division of the police to act, compel the road safety to stop allowing overloaded vehicles and rubbish to happen and leave our women drivers alone. These are the kind of things I should see Nigerian Bar Association do. As in class actions.
Well,
let me quickly debunk that this is not a Nigerian Bar Association thing. It's not a thing of law. This is regulation. and there are transport associations, there are professional associations. There is a Ministry of Transport, who I do not know what they are.
Permit me to interrupt you. I recognize that Ross has raised that already. He spoke about the regulator. But when the regulators when the regulator is not working, do you fold your hand or you want us to do NSAS with it?
It is not an
I'm not saying it's an MP. I'm not saying
call out that.
I am not saying we have the poor man who is in the box does not have the resources to go to court and to get an order of mandamus for them to do their work. But the NBA can do it with a class action.
You can't.
Now you say we shouldn't do it.
You can't. Let's follow things that will be possible. You have to be pragmatic.
It's possible because I've done it. What if I had folded my hand with you, all of us, say, okay, we are waiting for Federal Minister of Environment to do his work. We would have done the suit campaign.
That's a different thing.
No, the regulators were asleep. But they're part of bureaucracy. We're in a failed system.
It's still there, by the way. So
it doesn't matter, but they hide it now.
What you're saying is advocacy. Advocacy is okay, but it's not an end.
Go responsibility. I am not saying, but the part of society find out why they carry out class actions. Class actions. Why people do it?
There is a Ministry of Transport. Their duty is not just to collect tickets on the road. Their duty is to coordinate it. Transport is a sector, is a layer of development. So one should expect that they should work with the constructing arm of government is the Ministry of Works. So they should sit down with the Ministry of Works to say,
we have spoken. Have they done it for how many months?
Mr. Ebels. So now that you have spoken to NBA has gone to court. You don't go
and find out what it is to do a class action.
You don't take blames from.
I am not blaming them. I am asking them to creatively lead in that sector.
Anybody can go to court.
The man in the boss does not have the resources. Me and you are overstretched. How many of us are talking on radio? I say they should do nothing.
There are development controls.
Let's not use the people's time. We have all the agencies. We have Greater Port Harcourt. We have Ministry of Lands and Authorities.
For instance, they don't sandfill a road. If you do that, that's a waste of time. Or they don't do a road. Don't talk about things you don't know. I said they should explore and proactively apply and get an order of mandamus. This is where
I'm not blaming. I'm asking. It's a call out.
For me, what they would do,
you've been calling Minister of Transport. If I ask you who is the Commissioner of Transport, you don't even know his name.
I know his name.
What's his name? Call his name.
The one they just left is
calling name.
It is Ross's brother.
Calling complete name.
They just changed it yesterday, so why would I know him? It's Barrister. His name is Barrister Osimakina, so I won the debate. Thank you. Over to you, Ross.
Commissioner for who? For transport?
What?
Okay, transport.
For transport. He was just changed yesterday.
Robinson is very correct.
So, Mr. Ebers, 0 for you, 1 for me. Thank you.
I agree.
All right, but bottom line, I think we need to work on the traffic situation in Port Harcourt has to be better while we applaud, the good work that's going on. All right? So, thanks, gentlemen. I think we should open the phone lines now. Kalada, I think we'll push that to you, and let's listen to our people call in and express their own opinion on Open Edition.
All right, the numbers to call into the studio with are 0817 0000951 and 081095100951. We talked about the judicial commission set up, judicial panel of inquiry set up across the 36 states and even Abuja to look into the high-handedness of the SAS operatives and, of course, what happened at the Lekki toll gate. And then we also talked about why the police officers or other security agencies were not on ground to make sure that there was no wanton destruction of public properties during the protest. And then, of course, we just concluded the conversation on the traffic congestion in parts of Port Harcourt due to the ongoing construction. Port Harcourt is a construction site currently, so yeah. that and many more. So you can join the conversation and air your views on the issues reviewed, and let's get to hear what you think. 0817 0000951 and 0810951091. Text messages to the number 0701 9339962. While we are waiting for the calls to pour in and then the text messages as well, I'd like to say that for the judicial panel of inquiry, whether they have the ability to, investigate certain federal agencies or not, I think as long as the directive is from the commander-in-chief, then every other person would just have to follow suit.
You cannot give jurisdiction by consent.
Now, according to the law, the federal government cannot set up panels of inquiries or inquiry in the state level. So it's only the state governors that do have the authority. So when you look at it from that angle, there probably would have to be a parley between the federal government and the state government for it to work. And so the president has come out to say he's given the full backing to the panels of inquiry. Sorry?
Let our people talk. Oh.
The phone lines are yet to ring, so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
We've driven them away.
All right, let's take this call. Let's take this call. 95.1 FM.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good day, Dimpa.
Yeah. Yes. Welcome, Dimpa.
Yes. Really. I want to appreciate the people, the crew member that are giving us a lot of things in our heads for us to understand what is going on. And in that part, I will still comment where the little error, I don't know if it is technical error, because millions of Nigerians are listening to them. Please, they should work on that. The issue that is going on about NSAS and the base of this, the people have left the place and they are looking only chasing shadow. Just as Abel said, I want to say that what the problem of this thing, the people have said, they started talking about panel. We have been hearing about panel for a long time, and it doesn't go anywhere. In order to sweep this in under the carpet, they are bringing issue of politics on it. All is to make sure that they sweep it under the carpet. I am not comfortable with what Nigerians are doing, and I don't know, because all what they are doing is to just buy time, making so that their voice will not be canned. I want the federal, the youth to rise and hold the government to account, because the government are looking away to shy away from the responsibility, the right thing that I've done. They are not now talking about hoodlums. The hoodlums it was the government that sent the hoodlums, and they could attack the people. And the same way, the government has not succeeded on that. The government came back again to shoot the people, the protesters. We are not talking about that. We are only talking about now hoodlums. They are vandalizing and whatever. I want the military, the radio stations, television stations, the media to weigh into this thing so that the voice of the voiceless will count. That is my take and my submission this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dimpa. Let's take this other call. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Kalada. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from.
I want to learn my voice on why the security agencies are not on ground to forestall the damages that was done by the hoodlums and not the protesters. For me, I want to put the blame on the government. Ordinarily, I know they are not even able to protect us on a normal ground. For this, I believe it's a deliberate attempt just to smear and shut the protesters up, shut us up not to speak on what we are demanding for. And the reasons are not that I'm trying to be support or be happy on those destructions or those who lost their lives. For me, I think it's even natural, because I think they deliberately do this to use that as an excuse to ensure that they shut us up, but they cannot. Because even during elections, there are so many destructions. They are quick to quantify the damages that have been done during this attack. Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, the security agencies were there. But somebody failed to somebody failed to do his job by deploying them to ensure they protect even the areas that the people have not gone to, because they just want to shut us up, and they will not. Because during election, a lot of properties were damaged, a lot of people lost their lives, and it has never stopped any election. So for me, I think that is the reason why the security agencies were not on ground to protect those properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in there. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Hello. Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Galada, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Yeah, my name is Andrew. I'm calling from Galada.
Yeah, all right then. All right, we lost that call. Sorry about that. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
I'm Comrade Kabari.
Kabari. Good morning to you. Good morning to you.
Galada. I want to talk on the situation. Are you there?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. Canada, I think I don't really blame the residents of Oyibo over the situation there in Oyibo. I am trading blame at the stakeholders of Ogoni, where I come from. Oyibo territory is owned by Ogoni. Ogoni territory.
All right.
Undisputable. Are you with me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. There are some acts, conducts that we have even noticed in Oyibo that if not for the sake of God, we would have invaded Oyibo long ago. Where the Oyibo people will even go beyond the position where they are and trying to venture into communities like Bangui, in Tai, in Ilimi, to claim what belongs to the Ogonis. And I am shocked today that the situation in Ogoni, you see, why the Nigerians have every right to live anywhere. You have to be peaceful. If the Ogonis are custodied, if the eyes of the Ogonis are on ground in Oyibo, nobody can come and take over your territory to perpetrate this mayhem. Are you with me, Kalada?
I can hear you loud and clear.
That is the truth. And if you go by history, an Ogonima has administered Oyibo as a local government council chairman. This cannot even, in fact, this doesn't even need to come up because we have the Supreme Court judgment stating that the territory of Oyibo is owned by the Ogonis. We are not saying, if you know you are not from Oyibo, you are not from Ogoni, which from Oyibo, we know what the law says, that you have the right to live anywhere. But the point here is, from the day one that the people, inhabitants of Oyibo keep saying that they do not know the people perpetrating, they never know the people that kill the number, the staff personnel. I keep disputing. I said that is unarguable.
All right, then.
Every inhuman activity going on in Oyibo is being carried out by the Igbo Knights.
All right, no. Let's not ethnicize this. Thank you very much, Kabari. I've got to let you go. This is not an ethnic warfare. All right, then. That's the much actually we can actually take an open edition for today. There is a show coming up by 10. Annie will be in the studio. I am saying my goodbye right about now. Yes, a short Saturday morning for me, but hey, we still thank God. I am Kaladar, and you stay tuned to Today95.1 FM, and it promises to be interesting because the studio is different. So I'm guessing since the studio is different because of this very show, then the show is going to be different and even more interesting. So you stay tuned to Today95.1 FM and enjoy your day. All right, then.
I say, I put on my car. You glad them for I. You the think cool of an eye. You do them like Fimo. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex, yo coco. When you the win, I'm gonna say now yo. They don't care. Yo coco. Some people me pass. No be anybody they carry me pass. Nobody know me and they pray and fast. Only God they carry me pass. Only my Jehovah they carry me pass. Nobody they carry me pass. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Strength. Yeah. Oh. They don't clap whenever I win. Yeah. Oh. So we don't care. Life we dey live.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
Una don't hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Good morning. My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Unipua.
Okay, thank you so much from Unipua. We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
5.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Exactly 4 minutes after 10, and you're listening to Today 95.1 FM. It's a Saturday morning, and it is the very last day of the month of October. It's the 31st day in the month of October 2020. So as we say goodbye to October and welcome November, I will be wrapping up this month talking about one of the major issues that dotted the nation's newspapers throughout the month of October, and that will have to do with the issue of NSAS and police brutality, and bad governance, and everything else that we can spawn out of that. We'll be having that conversation this morning with Dr. Richard Okoye, who is the president and Dr. Save a Life Foundation, and he's also the chairman, Save a Life Group, which includes Save a Life Medisoft Limited. This is a software producing company based in the United States of America. Good to have you here on the show this morning.
My pleasure.
All right, so I'll just jump right straight to it. And I want to start with knowing fully well that NSAS, as it were, hashtag NSAS protest, is generically said to have been engaged or was engaged by Nigerian youths, and they did that using the power of social media. I would like to ask if this movement, Dr. Okoye, if you think that this movement, I mean, I'm glad to also throw in the part that you have a software company. So when it comes to social media and the internet, this would be something you're very familiar terrain for you. So would you say that the rate at which this protest caught fire or was intense in Nigeria is a direct influence of the software, social media that was implored, or the huge number of Nigerian youth? Or is it a combination of both?
Yeah, basically, if you look at that very event, as it were, it's very, very significant. And it's something remarkable that we will say that something that never happened in this country actually took place. In my own life of, what really happened, I look at it from the holistic dimension, how the youth could be able to get themselves together in one accord. There was no ethnic, religious, or political bias or sentiment. For first in the history of this country, you have a unified youth representing the national interest, not like an ethnic concern. Yeah. You understand what I mean? So, and they actually put that across, perhaps because of a lot of things we are seeing, a lot of youth unemployment is there, and a number of them. Yeah, the movement was quite wonderful because well applauded because of the coordination, the peaceful dimension of it. They said there's no leader, which is so wonderful when you could be able to see a group of people walking like ants. They were all together working. It seems as if no leader but they're on course.
They're on course, yeah.
Until the incident of Lakey Black Tuesday came in to turn it contrary to what was originally
planned forward.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and the fact that what they were agitating for was the end to a special unit of the police. They were particular with the fact that this unit of the police was targeting them, particularly the youth population. And I guess this is why they felt they needed to speak up. When you look at it holistically, I mean, yes, if you take the unit may have acted in several cases where they seem to have stepped outside the script. But generally, there is an issue concerning police brutality. And several times when I spoke about that on my different shows here, a lot of people want to remind me, you can't isolate the actions of a policeman from the Nigeria of today. He the way he acts is a function of the Nigeria of today. So when I ask now this question, how would you answer me when I say, what do you think fuels police brutality?
No, number one is that it's very unfortunate, when it has to do with the practices here. It can't compare it to what is obtainable in outside the country. And in the recent time, the police brutality has also been mentioned over there in the United States, which also triggers something like this. But in addition to, isolating those bad eggs, which a number of them they were actually pointing out. Yeah, a number of them. We will also not rule out the fact that police has a role to play in maintaining law and order. Do you understand me? So while that particular protest is very necessary on the basis of the level of molestation, many testify also about that, which with evidence, all right? So that should not be swept under the carpet. But in addition to that also, they were mindful of also the circumstances also around the police in terms of their welfare. Do you understand? That's why part of their laid down agenda was also
police reformation.
Perfect, and upgrading their welfare, how police could be, because obviously they say that an hungry man
is an angry man.
Is an angry man. So that if such aspect is also addressed, and such could also reflect on the way they treat the general public, exclusively mainly the youth. So I think it is a holistic thing. I see that we must have registered something positive from that very engagement, and the government should take the necessary action to that.
Right from them. Okay. The unemployed youth in Nigeria, according to the NBS, it says is about, at the second quarter of 2020, was pegged at 27.1%. And unemployed youth, if we're looking at numbers, will be put at 21.7 million in Nigeria. Unemployed youth. We're not even going to mention those who fall under underemployed youth. So we're looking at very huge numbers of young people who at this moment don't seem to have a focus, a direction. And for me, that means there isn't hope. They can't plan for tomorrow. If you're not employed today, how do you plan for tomorrow? How do you see yourself grow from point A to point B? This is in itself one of the reasons why, alongside with the end SARS, end police brutality and all of that, we also saw a call for end in bad governance. So I want to ask a very direct question before we go to the subsections of this. Are we going to say the huge number of unemployed youth we have in Nigeria is a direct function of bad governance?
Yeah, there's a way I normally look at things. Okay. I look at it from the fundamental. Fundamental in the sense that when you talk about government is still me and you seated here. We are the government, because the government is the people. Right from the time of our democracy, it has been people coming in and going out of the government. So when you talk about government, as it were, you are referring to the intrinsic character of an individual forming the government. What is the narrative of these very people that are forming the government? So until you address that fundamental, it will be very challenging for you to be able to address it from just like when the egg is already rotten. There's little you can do about it. Now, if I should come closely, because since after COVID-19, I do have a change of mind when it has to do with the way things have been able to go in this country. Okay. Now, there are a lot of factors we must have to, when you look at our traditional basis. Okay. And now we are not talking about tradition in the aspect of nativities and all that. We are not talking about tradition from the church. Because let's take an example, every year, millions of people will be in church every Sunday. Millions of people will be in church. So all our roots, as a matter of fact, emanate from what we are actually being communicated to. So you look at it that we have the largest number of churches in Nigeria today. What then we have the highest number of corruption? Nigeria being rated as the most corrupt. How would it be? Because there is a foundation that is faulty. we have 27 million is a nation on its own, all being unemployed. Why? Because we are being taught today in the churches being in position to have quick money.
Yeah.
All right. The mentality of prosperity is all about just give this one, you get this one. If you sow this seed, you get 24 hours miracle. And people now change their mindset from the issue that has to do with enduring prosperity. So they just think about contract, one manipulation. If you go into politics, you could be in position to do one or two things. So that set up the mindset of the youth on the issue that prosperity is all about overnight affair. And we are losing a whole generation. And I can't tell you that. Because if you look at issue of sowing, you sow.
And you're supposed to reap.
You're supposed to reap. Now, if you sow corn, a seed of corn, 3 months after, you can have your harvest. But if you go and plant mango, you need to wait for your son or your daughter to grow and join you for the harvest. So that very space of being patient, to be able to endurance, if you are doing something, you persevere, is no longer there today. So we are now having like a kind of microwave prosperity. Somebody will just get one contract, he has a breakthrough, and that is all. But before we could be able to grow as a nation, and that's why I say we have to go to this route, until we come to a point where somebody will now want to give, I want to give 5 million offering. I want to give 5 million naira this. It is expedient that I will be asked, how did you get this money? It's an integrity building, any father. Those days, a father can be in position to say, if somebody if your child bring back something from school, you will be, you search the pocket. How did you get this? It's no longer the so today. There's somebody you know that is wretched, happen to have opportunity to serve his people, maybe as a local government chairman. The next 1 month, he's riding
luxury
cars. He's living in the hotel. This luxury car, he will be riding it on a bad road of his community that he's supposed to attend to. Okay? And you see also a man of God will be calling such person my son. You understand me? My son, perhaps because he saw one kind of a seed or the other. If I should come to you as a mother, for instance, and I do something, you will be careful to ask me, my son, I hope you are doing it right. Do you understand what I mean? So when we have become this issue of quick money, get it, just throw in, you become a millionaire overnight, and that is the reason why the youth can use their brain again. The youth can be in position to do a business, persevere to be able to see the end of it. You can do a business if fail. That does not mean that is a failure of that business. If you are not employed, you can employ yourself. Do you understand? There are a lot of things that actually contribute to this. That are not looking at it until even government begin to come up to ask. I'm riding a Land Cruiser Jeep. How did you get this motor? What are you doing to be able to ride it? Until we get to that very route, the youth will not be able to appreciate meaningful job.
All right. Okay. I'm going to pause you there because, I understand that when it comes to Nigeria, the issue of bad governance is not in respect of present-day Nigeria. We've had series of bad governance over the time. But yet, here you are, Dr. Okoye. You've surmounted all those challenges. Was there any point at all where you thought that you're going to do what you're doing and hoping that you're going to get employment from government? The issue of the Nigerianness that we see in situations where you say corruption is rife, how didn't that affect you that you're able to become this amazing entrepreneur that you are now?
Yeah, that's what I was actually talking about. The foundation matters, all right? This very foundation, let me use it the father. I grew up in a family that says you have to work. You have to persevere. Challenges will come, but challenges doesn't define the end. The family that says you don't beg. Do you understand what I mean? And that particular mentality actually spun me up. I remember an engagement I did when I was a couple of years ago, late 2000. About 2007, I was writing my books then. So I wrote a number of books, and I took 1 million naira loan from Union Bank to print more of the books, which I did. I called some people they were selling. Along the line, they sold a lot and ran away with the money. So I was left now because I used my salary to do a salary advance to get that 1 million. So I was not having salary. And I then started thinking, what do I do at that point? I had a car. When I get to work, after finishing in the work, I will use that car from Rumokoro. I will carry people from Rumokoro to Rumola and then to Lagos bus stop. I was doing this, and I carried one of the person, working also in teaching hospital, who knows me. When he entered, he said, Dr. Koya, you're the one. I said, I'm the one. So when we get to UST, he wanted to stop and wanted to greet me to go. I said, my brother, please just give me my money, because that is the primary reason. I can't go to beg people to give me money to buy fuel, give me money to pay my bill.
Exactly.
I don't have to announce to everybody that I have a challenge while I have that very car.
That can afford you to make money.
They left in teaching hospital and said that Dr. Koye is now riding
a taxi.
The taxi. It didn't change who I was. I was able to use that one again, save some money, and start printing my book, which grew me to the portion I am today. Do you understand me? So it is very unfortunate that this issue of
just get rich quick,
get it today, it does not work like that. Perseverance is the order of the day. And it's so painful to me, because if you look at the churches today, we don't have enduring, there's sustainable billionaires in the church. It's not I'm talking about you got 100 million naira job today, and after 100 million naira you go back and then you say that it's one Satan or somebody you gave your money to, that's why you didn't prosper. The money you gave to a poor man, the Bible says he that give it to the poor, lender unto God. So you are giving to God, you're not even giving to the person. So even if the person is a witch or not, do you understand? But when the mind is empty, the Lord says, without your mind, I can do nothing. So we need to be in position to give this very spirit that, look, Nigeria is very rich in problems, looking for who will solve them and become a millionaire.
I agree with you largely. All right, so let's move on from there. Now, you've mentioned the fact that perseverance is a missing, whether unemployment is enough to explain restiveness among youth.
Basically, I will not say that should be, but the demonstration of people climbing, when we saw that kind of
the
people
videos
climbing roof, it's only when Jesus was healing people and people have to climb roof to go and meet him. I saw similar situation. But it is also a reflection of what is in the society. Because there is no, irrespective of whether you are hungry or not, there are certain things you should not be tempted to. So when you see such, it's very unfortunate. People should be able to see it from the light of our nation needs certain level of address. Not necessarily whether those people are hungry or not hungry, because something propelling them to that much is a thing of concern.
Is a thing of concern. Okay, well, this unfortunately spilled out, this restiveness and the attacks. We saw that spill out, especially to here for us here in River State. We saw that happen in Obibo, where it turned into attacks of security outstations, and then there was looting and burning of several properties. The Nigerian police here, especially here in River State, has come to identify some of those players as young Igbo youths associated with the indigenous people of Biafra. I think from the news, I understand about 21 of them have so far been apprehended by the Nigerian police here in River State. I would like to ask whether, first of all, clearly, what your take is in what happened in Obibo first. Let me get that.
Yeah, let me take it a little from this very perspective. When you look at Igbos, in terms of their inbuilt character, all right, in terms of their inbuilt character, I remember, growing up and having been exposed to be able to meet people and also interact with a lot of people. I discovered that despite this recent agitation and whatever be the restiveness that is unacceptable in some areas of actions, the fact remains that an average Igbo man could be said in this country a nation builder. Is a builder and not a destroyer. I've been able to make a study of what could be able to make Nigeria become a nation. And I saw certain characteristics of an Igbo man being able to execute that. And in all of the people in the country, he discovered that the Igbo seem to be the binding wire. Binding wire in the sense that anywhere they go, they turn that place to become their own people. Like where they do business, they can try to make the place like their home. Most of them will have mansion or whatever in their villages, going there once or twice in a year, or once in 2 years or 3 years. But wherever they do business, they have that place to be their own home, their own people. You know, most times when people say that Igbos betray themselves, the betrayal is because he has more interest in his business community as his people. That is one of the things. To me, they are builders, irrespective of whatever that is happening right now. Because if you watch wherever an Igbo, you have an Igbo tenant, when he's leaving your house, he's not leaving that very house damaged. He's leaving that house almost improved from how you were. I used myself, I've lived in a number of houses, apartments, etc. I never left them the same. I came into Uyo Street where we have our hospital. The road was not motorable. I constructed that road. It's not because I have so much money or because I don't have to go and beg my... There is an inbuilt nature. I have seen over the years of my growth as a young man, I've seen in Igbos being nation builders and not destroyer. So the recent ideology is something that may need to be properly addressed.
All right, then. So let's get to it. Let's address it, because these young people, obviously, with their demonstration at Oyibo, was not something they did not act as nation builders. So what could have spurred that on? If you're saying this is not the natural nature of the Igbo nation.
Yeah, looking at the subject, the agitation here.
IPOB.
Yes, the agitation here is self-determination. All right. And when you look at the word self-determination, it is something that even in the international law, it is number one and long age, ideology. If you look at Soviet Union, Soviet Union had been able to get in there. You also have a number of Britain. For instance, Britain was in January 1st of January 1973. They amalgamated with European Community, then European Community, but now they call it European Union. So they joined, and after a while, they have a referendum in their own in Britain not to be part of it. That was in July 23rd, all right, June 23rd.
June 23rd.
In 2016. They now agreed by votes, and that vote was 52 against 48, that they need to pull out. Now, they did that very pull out, all right? And when they took another 3.5 years to be able to complete the final pull out in December 31st, January 31st, 2020. Now, if you look at that, and I feel from the Oxford Public International Law, it made it very clear. It stated that the right of a people to go on self-determination is cardinally principle on the international law binding. And as such, on the United Nations, serving as authoritative interpretation. That is the international law guiding the issue that has to rule with. But it is expected that at this point, it's no longer violent dependent. Do you understand me? It's no longer violent dependent. What I actually will recommend as they say that where there's in the multitude of cancer, a nation is built. So it is not a function of going after, kill this person, destroy this person. You will leave the freedom fighting to the issue of crime. Do you understand me? And when the agitation is tagged as crime, it then,
or criminal in nature.
or it becomes something that has to now bring in the force of the government to actualize their first order of action, which is maintaining law
and order.
Do you understand me? So if that particular approach has been adopted, it was adopted in Biafran War, which got 3 million people lost, 3 million people lost in that
lives
war.
Lost.
Yes, and also getting also to the last Python dance, which also led to the death of so many youths in Ebola. So many, I tell you, so many of them, many businesses lost, and over again. And that's why, and I'm thinking of a model of re-strategizing. I look at...
Okay, good. So let me clear this, because I have a lot of things in my head. With what you're saying here, what is your opinion about the Biafra agitation and the movement of IPOB?
Yeah, that's what I'm actually...
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused there. I want to get clearly what your position is on Biafra agitation. I know you've said earlier on that there are several statutes internationally that allows for self-agitation. And of course, in Nigeria, I think there have been numerous times different groups have mentioned that Ogoni is one of those groups who have been agitating for something like that. And I don't think that we've seen a clamp down, so to say, on these different voices calling for self-agitation. What is the difference with that of Biafra and the Nigerian government?
Yeah, if I should just why I'm here. I'm here making just a personal opinion.
Obviously.
And this, my personal opinion, actually come off from how we can limit loss of lives.
Okay.
Which is the Save a Life mission, all right? And that, on that very accord, I look at it that there is a room created for... If you ask me about what is my take about Biafra, and I have to do what is called analytical intelligence and also reasoning. Analytical intelligence, first of all, you look at the map. If you look at that very map of Biafra, you find that inclusion of even other states, apart from the southeast, as
Igbo
speaking. Igbo speaking as well. So it is imperative for us to be able to say, number one, can we have a referendum that say that this very set of people are willing to be in position, just like Scotland did? Scotland in 2014, in the 2014, they decided to be in position to pull out.
To remain as Scotland.
Yes, to remain as Scotland, to pull out from Britain. But they have to do Scottish independent referendum. That Scottish independent referendum unfortunately failed by 55.3 against 44.7. So that was how that didn't do. They are also planning for another one following this pull out of Britain from
European Union.
So on that particular call, it is important that that referendum should be. Otherwise, if by reason of agitation, you formed a nation, and when you form a nation by that agitation, you will run into constitutional crisis, which will not maybe in line with the aspiration.
Indeed.
So what will happen now, those other people now, you may end up having something like civil war or trying to put up a tyrannical rule. So this international and constitutional aspiration must be reconciled, all right? Now, looking at it as Biafra and in relation to Nigeria, it is important that if we are pushing on for Biafra, we need to ask certain questions. If this very nation called Nigeria, which most time you hear some derogatory statements, being used in referring to that same country, if you pull out with this and form that very Biafra, Igbos are entrepreneurs. They will still need the deformed Nigeria to continue their business. So if I find out that when you talk about the economy of the Biafran nation, it's a function of what people bring from outside into your own country. That is what forms your GDP. And if your GDP is good, that people are bringing in things from outside, they change this, you become a strong economy. So if we now create enmity
With your neighbors.
Across all those neighbors, you find that you will have immigration problem. You will have also trade problems. Because I may decide not to trade with you.
Yes.
It's a function of that. So he may decide not to trade, and that becomes a thing of concern. So I look at it that if Biafran agitation is internationally supported, that anybody could decide to go about issue of self-determination. But it's also necessary to sit down and itemize what is my immigration rule going to be like. If by reason of burning down other people's things here, and you ask all the Igbo people from wherever they are to come back to you, why will your economy grow? If those people over there, they are your economy, that's where your economy, future. They are your future economy. That when they bring in those things, it will be able to build their economy. So the aspect that has to do with the use of, destruction, abusive wars, and so many things is not necessarily called for. That's in my opinion in that very angle. So we have to look at it in that way. Otherwise, we may form a government, and that very government will become a government of crisis from the day one, because it will not be able to relate
with her neighbors.
With their neighbors. Become a concern.
So, I mean, with what you've said now, what advice would you give to at least the leader of IPOB as we know it? Because, I mean, a lot of the comments that has come from him to members of his group has been in light to spur them along these actions where they've carried on recently. So if you were to advise him now, what advice will you give to Nnamdi Kanu?
Yeah, number one thing about Nnamdi Kanu, I must be very honest with you to tell you this. Nnamdi Kanu on a study look like a man with a divine mandate status. He speaks in that very direction also. And also, he found that with his passion, selflessly, because if he doesn't have anything where you can say now maybe he's trying to amass wealth from somewhere. So this agitation selflessly is engaging about it. And in all honesty, he has an overwhelming followership across the world. Overwhelming followership. I think that should be the highest followers when it has to do with civil society. But there's one man of God I listen to, and that man of God happened to be a Biafran hopeful, all right? And he prayed for the Biafra, and after he prayed in the church, he made a call for prayers for Nnamdi Kanu. And I was I picked something very striking from his prayer request. He said, let us pray for Nnamdi Kanu that he does not make mistakes.
Okay.
Do you understand me? And I love that. It's a very honest prayer that the leader does not make mistakes, because you may have a great vision and can make a very terrible and great mistake. It happened. A man called Moses was given a mandate to deliver his people from Egypt to the promised land. Unfortunately, he came and attacked it from tribal dimension. Tribal, not in aspect of policy, but tribal dimension. And as soon as he did that, he caused his people 40 years backward. If you look at also the incident that happened when it has to do with Odumegwu Ojukwu, I studied one or two things, because I tried just to be able to get certain acquaintance with some issue. It found that it was poorly planned, as it were, poorly planned, poorly executed. And on that very accord, it took his people 30 years backward before Igbos could be able to come back to economic limelight again. And at this particular point in time, if you look at some of the recent events when the NSAS was quite peaceful, unfortunately the issue of Lekki massacre came, and then a call for relative revolution. Do you understand me? That everyone should just get to this. Some of the instruction I may say he gave within this very period may be like a directive taken too far. So because his followers believed in him. Do you understand? They believed in him, honestly. So at that point they started.
I'm noticing the words you said. You said maybe like. I've heard some of the instructions he gave when he says go out there and attack them and take their guns. Go out there. And if you can't use what you have to kill them, go there in numbers and kill them. Are you saying this may be a directive that has gone wrong?
Yeah.
Because he was actually straightforward with what he wanted.
Perfect. That's what I'm trying to put across. Because there are certain, it's like a directive in a given circumstance. Do you understand me? Taking too far. Number one is that majority of these police people we are talking about, they're all Southerners. Majority of them, if you get to police, most of them speak your language. True or false? They are Southerners, as it were. The police is not representing Nigeria, and honestly, these are also fellow Nigerians suffering the same thing. If we call it anything in government, that's something those people are suffering. So if we go, and not only that, destroying the businesses of their fellow Igbos also. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Because in every agitation, sometimes if you don't know where to the line crossing, you hand it over to some people that may take it to the other side, therefore defeating the people. Just like the issue of the NSAS protest, now ending up causing Lagos all kinds of billions that nobody will be able to imagine. Do you understand me? So what I'm looking at is that having been able to garner such level of followership and with a genuine cause that is internationally backed by United Nations, that's international law, just have just quoted earlier. Yeah. So that international law is available. So based on that, I would suggest if there could be a referendum that he can gazette and say that we want to do this. Saying you go then step forward to the issue of the national. It may not require shooting, losing of shedding of blood. It may not require any form of damage of properties. Do you understand me? Which I said earlier, this is contrary to the mindset of an Igbo man, because Igbo man anywhere in the world, I'm not talking about in Nigeria, anywhere in the world they find himself is a builder. Get to the north, you will see that most of the houses that other people are living in, these same people build it and build it as a community of theirs. They have a lot of Fulani friends. They trade with them because that, you know, when you call an entrepreneur, you are people are entrepreneurs, they need people.
They need people.
They have a relationship with people. All these things are very interesting timeline. You will need to be in position to be able to manage. And if you look at how God addressed that issue finally, when Moses became very, very aggressive to the point that he gave Moses law, because God will always want you to make the thing on the table.
Okay.
Where are you going? How do you want to go there? Guidance? So he gave it to Moses. Moses angrily came and scattered the thing when he saw the people doing the contrary. And the same anger he used on the rock, and God just asked him to step aside and pick up Joshua. But see what happened. For him, Joshua to take them to the promised land, he said Joshua in the book of Joshua 8 verse 1. He said to Joshua, that's from 5 to down to 8, sorry. He said, this book of the law, this book of wisdom shall not depart out of your mouth. Thou shalt meditate on it day and night. That by so doing you will make your way prosperous and have a good success. Yes. That's why Joshua got to a particular nation called Ai, very small nation. They got defeated. And when they got defeated, he didn't go back, begin to say, no, we are so many, let us go after them. They sat down and started asking questions. That's what is called analytical intelligence, analytical reasoning. What could have gone wrong? Where did we not face it? Do you understand me? If we have lost a lot of use during the Python dance, is there any new strategy that will limit the loss of lives? Do you understand me? That can be adopted. And at that point, Joshua was able to identify what was truly responsible for such failure and change the strategy and then conquer the city. So, and I think that is basically what all about what he is doing when it has to do with is he right or wrong. There is already an age-long ideology that anyone can seek for self-determination.
But here in Nigeria, the group itself, IPOB, is proscribed. So, I mean, how do they even venture forward if at all we're going to look at what the laws in Nigeria depict for us? If it's, and here in River State particularly, they have also decided that they will seek those who have perpetrated this grievous damage in Oyibo. And the CP of police here, from what I understand, has also sent his men to begin to fish out members who call, well, young Igbo people or old Igbo people, I don't know, but members of this group that have been proscribed. Yet, I mean, it seems for me that you're thinking there's still something that Nnamdi Kanu can do using this same group that's been proscribed here in Nigeria. How does that work?
No, that's what I just said, that there is a need for the wisdom application and re-evaluation. That's a different... and when you look at it, they said affliction shall not rise the second time. But it is expected of you to know why the first affliction happened, so that you will not repeat the affliction over and over again.
So they have to take on and understand why they got proscribed in the first place.
How this things has been. There should be a review. Otherwise, you see these young people will keep on, dying, and it is quite disheartening. They have family, they have loved ones. When one goes down, it affects family. It may be somebody taking care of a family, and these Igbo guys are hard working guys.
We'll get to that. Let me just quickly let listeners know that they can be part of the conversation. Of course, you've been listening to I and Dr. Okoye. We've been talking a number of things, stretching our conversations from NSAS to youth restiveness to bad governance. And of course, here we are talking about activities of IPOP particularly, and agitation of Biafra. We'd like you to be part of that conversation, so do call in if you have questions, if you have contributions. Phone lines will be open as from now going forward. The numbers to dial are 0810-951-0951 or 0817-000951. You can also send us messages. Send them to 07019339962. I'll call those numbers again, 07019339962 for text messages and WhatsApp messages. Or you actually call into the studio 0817-000951 or 0810-951-0951. Okay, good. So we're done with the advice. Let me get to this part here. This other question I'd like to ask Dr. Okoye. Nigerian youths felt insulted by President Buhari when he referred to them as lazy youths when he was in a function outside the country. Do you perceive that maybe this insult felt by the Nigerian youth has caused them to revolt somewhat towards his administration?
Yeah, if you have by reason of African traditional upbringing, a youth cannot say that another insulted. The word cannot be insult, because elders don't use. It's not an insult to the child. Rather, you can reprimand, you can
admonition.
Be even not only admonition, you can say certain things, but the youth can only take it as a challenge.
Okay.
So if the president once said that we Nigerian youths are lazy, all right, are lazy. So but unlike question we have to look at is in terms of if we are lazy. Indeed. Is that are we really lazy indeed? And let me just put it to you now, because I want to just draw a line, because in social media these days anything can go on. If they say silence is the best answer for a fool, but internet can give a fool a judgment in your absence. So let me be able to put that very word this way. When you look at Nigerian youths that are once stay in Nigeria and have the opportunity to travel outside the country, if you see those people that are just running about the streets here looking for whom to beg for money and all of that, let them get to United States, get to UK. You will go there and see them. You will not see them in their houses. They are having 3-4 jobs. What is that? It's not just to become prosperous, to be able to pay their bills. Because over there, nobody dashes you money, nobody gives you anything. Do you understand? So on that particular accord, you find out that we may need to change some orientation. I have a little burden.
What's that?
And that very burden I have is that we have so divided among ourselves in this country along tribal line.
Oh, yes.
Along ethnic, religion, and all kind of things.
Several lines.
That we don't appreciate the positive, the area of strength of our neighbors, of our
different
fellow
tribes.
Slavs. Do you understand me? We should be looking at the area of strength. Now, let me give you an instance. When you look at statistics, 27 million youths unemployed, but the lowest number of unemployment you can find in Nigeria is in Southeast. The lowest number of youths that are not doing anything, even in terms of poverty, they have the lowest poverty rates. Yet they are also in the same country.
In the same Nigeria, governed by the same rules.
Governed by the same people. Now, when after the Biafran War, on the basis of what happened, all of their properties were confiscated. They were seized, and all of their businesses gone. And they were giving everybody, if you have any money in the bank, you're entitled to £20 only after the Biafran War. 30 years later, this same group of people could come out from £20 down to have again the economic viability among them. East Germany, having been able just to be sidelined over the day, could not recover today. So they came to ask what actually enabled this group of people to be able to manage
and bounce back
30 years from £20. And that is one of the spirit I feel is positive for the development of this nation. That if not any other thing, our youth, we were not there during the Biafran War. We were not told anything that happened. Everything we are having a hatred against one tribe, against the other tribe, is all our fathers told us. If you have Igbo friends, and they are the best of your friends, you look at them, you discover that these are just a mere set of individuals, but are there positives among them we can take here? Yes, because of the level of industriousness of these Igbo youths. If you get to Lagos, these guys will wake up 4:30, trek miles to go to they may not have a
not have a shop.
They may not have a shop. They come to Lagos, nothing. And they will trek a distance before they will get to where they are working, to their shops, and they will start helping one or two people. It will start saving money. Why he's saving money? He's still trekking. And it will come to a point, you may get one small, maybe 5 cubic space of a container. Those that are going, he will say, please put this for me in this 5 cubic. From there, he will come back. He will say that one. You see him go to 10. All of a sudden, the same person that came nothing could begin to have a shop. And from having a shop, he's now importing things on his own. There must have been something positive about this generation
that needs to be studied.
That we need to study and take it alongside. If you look at in the north, I have one of my friends, a northerner from Bauchi. He told me that most of their communities don't have hospitals. That the hospitals that they have, it's just Igbo boys that we go there. They discover no hospital. They will say, what can the problem? Before we go and buy paracetamol and give to them. Another person will demand, he will go and buy 2. Small time he will open up a
chemist.
So they now calling them doctors. That is how he told me that our doctors are those Igbo boys that are over there now, that are running the hospital-like things for them in the north. It is a mindset. Do you know that as horrible as this Aba City Road is, that Aba City Road you see, they will produce shoe in that area market and be selling it in Senegal, in Togo. All those shoes you see in Senegal and neighboring African countries are made from Aba. They carry it, go and come back. I was shocked getting to know this. You get to Newi, you see every kind of machinery. They can produce those things. This is a positive. Our nation You know, when you look at it from this tribal sentiment, it hurts me.
And you shouldn't. You shouldn't,
it
really.
hurts me. I feel like crying anytime I feel that Nigeria is in a state of a need. Having people that I actually got admission to study biochemistry in University of Port Harcourt.
Okay.
I was not initially got medicine, and I then got medicine in UNN.
Okay.
But then I was spent some time in Uniport. And there I observed something, that the food in Uniport is relatively expensive. It's closer to what you can buy outside in an open society. So it was more expensive. Only for me to get to UNN. And I presented 13 naira for them to buy. And they loaded food with fish everywhere. As I carried the food coming out, some guys there were looking at me and say, this guy, he don't arrive. See this big boy. My goodness. Whereas I know that in Uniport, that 13 naira, I will eat without food, without meat. Then, as I was eating, they were just eyeing me as one big boy that I arrived. I don't know who gave me that mind, but only God knows. Right there on that table, I said in my heart, it is better for me to be the poor among the rich than being the rich among the poor. I left that admission in University of UNN, that medicine, came back, and then Abacha, we had this long strike here in university then, which I now had the privilege then to now move over to medicine. That's how I studied medicine Uniport. But what is the advantage? The advantage is that having studied in Uniport, I came into the society, I was not challenged because I'm already used to the tough economic situation right there from school to the outside. But if I graduated from UNN, I may have been,
you'd have been shocked by certain differences.
I will be even afraid to get into the city because I will be afraid that the food in the city will be very expensive for me to live.
I get your point.
What I'm trying to say in effect is that we can imitate. The Lord said,
and there's nothing wrong with imitating as long as it's a strong point.
Come on. These are some of the things that, why do I have to set up a hospital here and I have to travel to US, travel to India to go and learn how they manage hospital? It's because I needed to be, even if I'm the poor amongst them, it is better than being the rich
amongst the poor.
Do you understand what I mean? So what I'm trying to say that the use of this, the use of Nigeria should come to the realization we have been so dismembered by issue that has to do with this person in a tribe or the. Can't we look at the positives in our midst and begin
because we're definitely not all negatives.
Yes, and begin to learn it. How can an Igbo man will see the person he will be working? I've been in my hospital for 4 years of the growth of that hospital. I never miss one day, not one day, not stepping into that hospital, except I'm outside the country or I travel where I will not be able to come back. For 4 years.
As long as you're in Port Harcourt.
As long as in Port Harcourt, I visit that every day. It was in April 27 of 2016. It came up 4 good years.
Wow. Doctor, there are too many people who have been trying to reach you. So let me start getting to them now. It's already 10:58, but luckily for us, we're not going to wrap this up at 11 o'clock. We're taking this all the way down to 11:30. So there'll be enough room to take all your comments and your thoughts on the issues we've had so far. So the phone lines are on 0810-951-0951. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Hello. I can't hear you, so I guess I'll just have to get another line. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Well, I still can't hear you. I hope I don't have a problem with connection. And if I do, maybe the engineers will be able to sort that out. But in the interim, you can send text messages. Send them to 0701933962. So I have from the text message, this is here. Good morning, Annie. I want to appreciate Dr. Okoye for his apt analysis. The right to self-determination is sacrosanct under the UN law, but violence is a no-no. Uche from Port Harcourt said that. And then Ekani Osalam, He says, Kano asked IPOB members to bid up the, I don't know what is that, bid up the give of River State. What's your say on that? I mean, obviously, you've already said that violence is not the way, and you said that is why you need to have analytical reasoning at this point, so that affliction will not rise the second time. So if they have taken the second pathway before and has landed them at this point, it's time that they begin to reason differently. Another here says, kudos to Dr. Okoye. The leader of IPOB is seriously in need of prayers because he's a human. Many youths are tired of answering the name leaders of tomorrow. Good morning, Madam Annie and my doctor in the studio. Mine is just an appreciation to my doctor. You have really put the Igbo man in good light, honestly, because the impression was that we are miscreants and hoodlums. But you have corrected that impression now. I'm very proud to be an Igbo man and also proud of you, sir. I pray that Almighty God continues to shower you with more wisdom and understanding and also long life. Thanks. This is Ugo, who sent this from Inewi Town in Anambra State. Annie and the doc, good morning. I'm in agreement with the submission of the doctor that the realization of self-determination is through referendum. It is sacrosanct, all the same. It will be extremely unrealizable for the acronym Biafra to see the light. Please let us be guided that the name used in going for as the country is seen as an enemy of that country. Papa KJN, you sent this in. And I also have this from WhatsApp. Says, let me start by saying Dr. Okoye is being technically emotional with his answers, and I don't think he's in a position to discuss about the agitation of Biafra. I want to clearly state that Nnamdi Kanu has no good agenda, and I expect the government of Nigeria to employ proactive measures to follow these IPOB people before they destroy this country. Kingsley, you sent this from Irete. I think this is one of the reasons you've said there must be a referendum, really. You must know that there are people who even want to agree to this, and that you don't just draw a map and expect that everybody under that are in agreement with what you... I mean, Dr. Koye has also mentioned that earlier. Sir, under this analytical intelligence, can we look at the course of a negative situations in Nigeria? What really can be done to check the reasons for too many agitations in Nigeria? I think bringing the issue of tribe or religion in this issue is one of the tactics used by our politicians to divide us more in order to continue their evil ways, lootings, killings of innocent people, injustice, and the like. Please, it's not about tribe or religion, okay? So this is his first question. He says, what can be done to check the reasons for too many agitations in Nigeria?
Yeah, I can say at this very point in time, it's just like this kind of self-realization that the youth demonstrated that right there in Lekki and beyond, where they were like, to the point of even the Muslims will be praying,
and they
will stand to be in position to support them. Where can we dream such a nation in this world? Holy Spirit. Where can we dream such a union? There was no issue of tribal, where this fellow is coming from. There was nothing like, what is your political disaffiliation?
No.
They were like one country. I remember 1996. Oh, goodness me.
Dr. Koye, truly, somebody said you are getting emotional with this, and it's obvious that this has gotten... It's okay, it's allowed.
See, 1996, Kanu Wanko scored a goal. Every Nigerian
was excited
as a nation. But today it feels as if we are all being separated. Everybody, what is their tribe? This person is supposed to do something that will be the positive for the nation. I remember when we used to have unity schools.
Do you want us to take a break, Dr. Koye? We could come back when you've got yourself together. We can do that.
No.
I think maybe we'll just take 5 minutes out.
No
we can go ahead. All right.
So what I'm trying to say, there was a time we have, but I don't know where this brainwashing came. I have a lot of friends from the north, from the west. Everybody at the level, we talk, we reason together. How come that they are feeding us with what we are not? And at the end of the day, it becomes this, and now someone will have a value, one will jump in position because of the because of one tribal sentiment or the other person will have a value. Nobody will.
And we're not seeing the values.
We're not seeing
all we
the
want
values.
to see is the division.
And the division, and we're not part of this. Our founding fathers that initiated it, if it's for their political interests, I think what happened in Lekki should be like a symbol that this very nation, even the youths, can be able to. That is what is called, that's the future.
The future.
That very future. I'm very optimistic that in the next 10 years, this very nation will
achieve
raise a new generation of people.
Away with you in that. So currently, nothing is coming to Biafra land from any side of Nigeria. It's just that there's heavy economic restriction against that land. Onyebuchi, fine boy, Nwachukwu, you send that in from Aba. All right, this text here says, good morning, Annie. This is the kind of people we want. This is from John. Well, you see again, it's all part of that discrimination we're talking about. Everybody has something good to have to share to you. So maybe some of the other guests that I've had, you might not appreciate their position, but the fact that you see something good about them is what he's also talking about. Everybody cannot be terrible like that. Annie, good morning. And same to you, to Dr. Okoye. I bought the idea of Dr. Okoye that Igbos are nation builders. It's only Igbos that take wherever they are as their homes. Just check wherever they settle. IPOB issue should not be a dividing issue. The earlier Nigeria accepts Igbos wholeheartedly, the better. Governor Wike should revisit the Oyibo issue and allow Igbo youth to thrive. Ben from Port Harcourt. Well, I wouldn't think that what the governor is trying to do is deny any group of people to thrive. He's particularly mentioned that. And he says River State has always been home to tribes from everywhere, and they will continue to be that. I think what he was particular about was any disruptive move by any group of people whatsoever. This is from Delight Benny. He says there's no crime in agitating for a sovereign state of Biafra. Annie, the doctor has spoken very well. I think the River State government shall handle the IPOB issue carefully. Commission of Information just released press information that IPOB are planning to attack and stop a work going on in Obunabali. How can every disturbance in River State be attributed to IPOB? This issue is taking a tribal dimension and it won't come out well. All right, this is from Casey. Casey, thank you for your contribution. We'll still be receiving contributions from you in just a moment. I'm still trying to understand why my phone lines are not going through. So please, Doc, I'll just take a break of 5 minutes so I can check out with the engineers what's going on with the phone lines. All right, good. We're back now. The phone lines are up and functioning. So the numbers to dial are 0817-0000-951. Hello.
Hello, presenter. Good afternoon.
Good morning. What's your name?
Okay, good morning. I'm Mr. Emmanuel calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Mr. Emmanuel from Port Harcourt. Good to have you. Go ahead.
So on the issue of IPOB, the step the governor is taking actually look like it's extreme, but it's in the right direction. I follow IPOB on Facebook. Do you know before this Obibo's crisis? Hello?
We can hear you.
Before the Obibo's crisis, Nnamdi Kanu on Facebook directed the IPOB members to burn down police station, kill police, kill soldiers. I was shocked that the next day, that was exactly what happened. That issue was given, one of the IPOB Facebook page, was given a day before they perpetrated such violence. So that is to tell you clearly that if the governor don't take this measure against this IPOB, they will go to the extreme of it. So the governor's step is in the right direction. So they have to leave their violence and live in peace, just as the governor has said. River State is home for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You know, I think this is just very similar to what Dr. Koyo, you've been trying to say, to perhaps in so many words. But you have also said that there is a need for them to revisit the plans that they have. And you've mentioned the need to make sure that affliction doesn't arise a second time. Why is it that they've not gotten any proper actions in line with their agitation? There must be something they're doing wrong. You mentioned the fact that the prayers that were called for Nnamdi Kanu at one point was so that he doesn't make mistakes. And obviously this is because if he's making mistakes in the planning, they're not going to be able to get to where they intend to go. And part of it will be the modus operandi. You've also mentioned the fact that if they're doing something that's causing the deaths amongst them, because obviously the Nigerian authorities will not sit back if they see some sort of actions coming from there. So if the actions that they're portraying will cause Nigerian government to attack or to quell them or to restore peace and order, in the discharge of their duties, perhaps some will die. This is a need for them to reflect on the actions they're taking and perhaps seek a different course. I think this is what I have heard from you.
As a matter of fact, the governor is the chief security of the state. The first, that they call it chief security, meaning that it is his first duty to restore
peace and order.
Peace and order. That's just the first thing. So while ruling yourself against making your freedom fighting turn into a criminal dimension or a crime, that if you look at it, a lot of them now have lost their businesses. They're in jail, will be in jail. Those that will be innocently, as it were, be shot.
Exactly.
A lot of them just like that. You know, one of our colleague hospital was burnt down. And of course, you know that help that's supposed to be given to people around that
community.
It's already, and including them that may be living there. You know, that's why I say that it is time for us to be able to say, you know, all these things that are burn down government infrastructure, and you are talking about youth unemployment.
And you're burning down the infrastructure already.
That also should be able to be employing the same youth that is still being expected to be employed.
Okay, so hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello, Annie.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Mr. Sam. Good morning.
Mr. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, your guest in the studio. Annie, you see, the governor is not talking about a particular tribe. What he was saying was IPOB. And these people, they are dangerous terrorist group, whereby we should not be even comparing them or sympathizing with them, because their activities is very, very obvious to the entire people to see. So if another kind of moves of terrorism want to take place where they want to do something, definitely the terrorist group we already know here in River State now is the IPOB. So the commissioner will not be at a point to know that this group are the ones who want to go and terrorize that area. But you see, one thing I want the security people to know is that as they go after this terrorist group, you know, people around River State, they should do it very well so that they don't innocent people, they don't go after innocent people whereby they make them become victim of the calamity that will want to befall this terrorist group. Because they're going around burning hospitals, burning places, that is very, very bad. So they,
All right, then.
they are terrorist group and they are dangerous one for that matter.
We got your thoughts there. Thank you so much. All right, then. This here says, Andy and Dr. Okoye, good morning. Please, I want to agree with Dr. Okoye on all his postulations. And I want to add the following. One, the federal government has never seen any reason to give the cause of the IPOB any listening ear, even for once. Nnamdi Kanu really has a divine mandate as a leader, but needs prayers so that he will not miss the mark like Saul and Samson in the Bible. This is from Aaron Akalao. He said he's sending that from Abba. Nigerian government is frustrating Nigerians. COVID-19 made me lose my job, yet palliatives were not shared. Recent protests frustrated my business. Now I have been locked for 2 days now. My nursing wife and my infant baby have not known what is called food due to lack of money. What do I do? What a government? What a world? This is from John. Just before we proceed, because I mean, this struck my mind with something I heard about your foundation, that Save a Life Foundation, where you said, I think for the foundation, it was the video that was viral where they saw so many Nigerians scrambling for palliatives and all, and the foundation has decided to come up with something that is so shocking. I mean, I'm still thinking about it. I'm wondering, God, okay, I hope there's a mandate here. Where the foundation says every Sunday, they will give food.
Actually, that's this. It really actually came up, seeing a picture that we read in the Bible, where some people have to climb the roof in order to, bring down a man, the paralyzed man, to Jesus to heal. And similarly, we saw group of young men and women on the roof of a building. You can imagine the height of that. I didn't know how
they climbed it.
They got there, okay? And all grabbing, food. You can see a picture of hunger in the land and a picture of this. So on the
desperation.
Yes. Also on the basis of that, we thought it necessary that why not as a contribution, social responsibility, that to be in position to make food available for the indigent. So every Sunday, we have a free feeding from 2 p.m., and that should start from 7th of November.
All right, from 7th of November.
Yeah, from 7th of November.
Let me write it down so I'll remember to be there. 7th of November.
So we made it as a such a man. Let the indigent, okay, because the cost of things also, I'm so surprised.
Yes.
That the cost of things are extremely expensive. I don't know. Whatever that should be done, let it be quickly done, because the cost of things are so terrible.
Agreed.
So we make it that every Sunday from 2 p.m., the indigents can come there and eat free. So we'll just try to see how much we will sustain it by the grace of God.
Yes.
Yeah. So we want to make a provision there for people just to at least let it be that on Sunday after worshiping God, they can have something to say,
eat.
Father, we thank you.
Like, this is amazing. I mean, like I said, if this is a mandate, I'm sure there'll be sustenance. But every Sunday, I mean, I'm looking at the thousands that will go. Where is this place going to be?
38 Uyo Street.
30 Uyo Street. 38 Uyo Street.
By
Okay.
the side, we're getting a canopy there for people.
All right, then, from 2 p.m., I'll meet the rest of the people there. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. All right, I lost that connection. Please call back if you can. Nigerian government is frustrated. Okay, I read that earlier. If the Lagos protesters had attacked soldiers who shot at them and killed them, would they have been tagged terrorists? Note attack on IPOB's attack on Igbos. Good morning. I am Chris C. On IPOB members, the Nigerian government. See, this is why we're not progressing in this Nigeria. And with these accusations against IPOB members, let me see how Nigeria will move forward with their hatred against human beings. All right. I think that one of the pointers...
even before the issue of... what we are talking here, transit beyond the IPOB, because IPOB is a recent ideology, as it were. Do you understand me? So we grew up from... I'm looking at it, what made Nigeria not to be in position? I look at it that in this side of the world, the churches establish a kind of free, get this quick, get this one quick, and all that.
Once you sow this, you will reap that.
This one. In the north, you find out that they sow into them religious intolerance.
Yes.
And I read the Quran, sorry. I have to go and study the Quran to find out. Does it mean that Quran does not have a place for peace? All right. The 10 major verses of Quran that actually speaks about peace, Prophet Muhammad actually summarized it by saying, if you believe in God and in the last day, you should not trouble your neighbors. Do you understand? And even in the chapter 59, 23 of Quran, he actually pointed peace as part of God's name. But he found out that the kind of message delivered to this youth, unfortunately not written, will be in position that be in that. So we have a lot of religious
influences, negative influences.
Yeah, tribal influences, now political dimension of it. So all use the political dimension, we use any of these other
influencers.
Yes. To manipulate the system. And for how long can we remain as a nation with that mindset?
I understand it completely. Like you said there, this is more than an issue of IPOB. It is the Nigerian state itself. And, you know, if there's anything key for me, what you've mentioned is that there's too many negative stories about one tribe or about one religion that's continued to put a wedge between us, that we forget to look at the positives that are inherent. And I mean, particularly for today, you have pointed out, I mean, obviously you've been an Igbo man too, have pointed out something unique about, you know, the industrious nature of the Igbo man. And if that can be studied, I mean, I wonder why it is not studied. I see courses in certain parts of universities outside Nigeria, in UK, in US, where it's a person that is a study because the person's lifestyle itself sends a certain message. So if we could study how it is that the Igbo man is that industrious and it comes to be imbibed by everybody else, especially for these young youths that we say youth unemployment, we have it in these huge numbers. So what makes you think, because for, like you said earlier, the young youth now who perhaps will go to church or go to wherever, what kind of learning they have, and they think everything in life is get it quickly, they won't understand that for an industrial Igbo man who has just sold something and made a gain of 200 naira, he's going to save that 200 naira. He's not going to enter a bus back home. He will still trek back home because he knows he needs that 200 naira to accumulate to certain things. But for the young Nigerian now, if you have 200 naira now, you quickly want to get something, you don't understand saving, you don't understand perseverance, you don't understand growth. These are a lot of things that are lacking. And I don't understand how we miss these lessons when we can see them in the lives of so many people around us every day.
Yeah, that's also the role of, you know, when you look at our traditional rulers, you also look at our religious rulers, particularly in the church, because all of us go to church now.
Oh, yeah.
Do you understand me? So when we come to the church, let us give people, you know, this mindset of demon. Look at how COVID-19 came and flush everybody out of the church. And it pained me that it will come to a point where now it is the government that determine how the church will run. You know, the government say close and you open. But as the Bible said, that the government shall be upon his shoulders. And I asked today, where are our Josephs? People that can interpret dream and be able to preserve food for government in the case of a scarcity. Where are our Daniels that will be able just to dissolve her sentences? They are beginning to be lacking in the churches today because everybody is just thinking about how this one will I get this one to be, I become rich overnight and I become rich overnight. So it is something that the training should begin to come. Challenges does not kill, work does not kill. It is good to work. Even when God created man, the first mission God gave man is you work.
All right. Well, thank you, Annie, for inviting Dr. Richard Okwe. I mean, how will I have had this conversation without me invite? Who else will I have invited other than Dr. Richard? So thank you so much, Dr. Richard, for coming. Even though I had to drag you from other things. He says, I'm also an Igbo man. He was my set at the University of Port Harcourt. We came from the village to school at Uniport with little or nothing, but came out the best in our fields. The everyday Igbo man is hardworking and not trouble brewer. I have indeed traveled all over the world, and when I see what the Igbo man do out there and the many achievements in trade and technology that they have built in Lagos, Aba, Inewi, and Oka in the last 52 years, it's amazing. I agree. Nnamdi has a great idea on self-actualization, but the process by which he intends to achieve it, it is very wrong. The issues we should address as a nation to keep off the different agitation at rest is making sure the leaders understand the trouble the ordinary Nigeria face and plan for the development of every section of the economy. This is from Oscar from Port Harcourt. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Alani, good morning.
Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. I'm Chimeze by name.
Chimeze, good to have you. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from NTA Road.
Go ahead, Chimeze.
I greet Dr. Okoye. He's doing well there. Honestly, when you are looking at things, Igbos are not the troublesome people. Like me, I'm from Igbo. I know my role in this river state, and I know that since I came here, I've never been in the police station or whatever. Not that not that I'm too other righteous, but the way I do my things, I make sure that I avoid those things.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Just I was telling him about this IPOB. He said, I don't know your brother, you people are the cause. So every rivers man, from the way I'm looking at it, every rivers man sees the Igbo man as the IPOB members. He sees them as the people that are causing this problem. Meanwhile, we are not the one causing it. It's just a set of people that have their own different mentality and understanding. For we that are real core Igbo men and women that came from a good family, we are peace type. We are not troublesome people. So, but every rivers man, like my neighbor, told me that it's not you people are the cause of the problem that we are having in this river. You Igbos. Why would somebody make that kind of statement? And this thing has been what almost everybody is saying. Anybody that is calling on the radio, you keep on telling Igbos. Igbos are not the troublesome people. Igbos, if we are talking about one Nigeria in this country, it's only Igbo that preach one Nigeria. Igbo man, go anywhere we find ourselves, we'll make sure that we take that place like our own. Like even where I am living now, that house now, the man, any day that I pass out for that place, that man will miss me because I took that house as if I am the owner of that house. I make sure that everything that is lacking there, I provide it. I am not the owner, but I make sure that everything that is lacking there, I provide it. But every other person sees any small thing, that any small opportunity, or people miscreant and all over, don't do small things, they start tagging all the whole Igbos. Igbos are not troublesome people.
All right, then we got your point there. Thank you very much. We've got to let you go because of time. This here says in a situation where everything done in Nigeria is by tribe and religion, then tell me how agitations will stop. Or a situation where certain tribe is hated while some other tribes can go free, not minding the evil to commit. Please, what happens when appointments are made in Nigeria? We're not ready to face the truth. We're afraid of losing our businesses while the lives of poor Nigerians remain worse. It says, how will agitations stop when everything done in Nigeria is by tribe and religion?
Yeah, actually, I would say something here. Because, there are certain things about ideology you may not easily wipe off. But I'm seeing a new Nigeria coming up. Coming up in the sense that...
like you said, what happened at Lekki, you saw that formation.
2018.
Okay.
My son, because he used to have his birthday during vacation.
Okay.
So, right there in US, he had his own... birthday. Also there. So while that birthday was on, I observed something very unique. That all the children that came from both Nigerians, from north, from the south, their parents came with them. When they are done with the issue of cutting the cake, all of them went outside playing together. They were not asking, are you Igbo? Or you are Nasa and all that. So I saw that a time will come. This generation of people if it is a political advantage, I don't know, that actually been preaching this issue of tribal sentiment, tribal division, religious dimension. Along the line, they will be in position to give way for a new generation to come. So I want everybody to still be optimistic, because I look at it that in a very short while, Nigeria and the way things being done here, obviously people that have a renewed mindset, revolutionary mindset, will definitely come on board.
All right, then. And this is, I agree with Dr. Okoye. The elites have brainwashed us. IPOB claims to represent Igbos, Anangs, Efiks, Ogonis, Ikores, Ijos, Ibibios, and even Igalas. So Governor Wike's statement isn't targeted at Igbos. It's only IPOB sympathizers that should be worried. But the army must be sincere in what they do. Mike sent this from Oyibo. And the only Igbo man is one Nigeria than any other tribe in Nigeria, because an Igbo man goes in Nigeria places where others will not go, and he will call that place home. Well, Dr. Koye has mentioned there's so many positives that abound in each and every tribe. We might just perhaps begin to look at that. And I think that there's something that I think you also have coming up that has to do with a carnival, a youth carnival. When we spoke about that in passing, I'm completely enthralled by that. For me, this is something I can't wait to see you launch, where youths, because if we're hoping to form that kind of future and kill the narrative of the past, we must begin to carry a forum or a meeting of young people where they can see that they're really not different from the next person. Correct. And have them take on positions in life and govern us, perhaps, not having this bad blood flow through them. So just quickly before we wrap up, about this youth carnival thing. Okay, tell me about this youth carnival thing.
Okay, yeah, just like I rightly said, this is something that we'll all be optimistic about, that it will not take a while, things we may start putting in place, because there used to be union school,
unity schools,
unity schools, and so many things that made that generation to come up and think of building the nation. So we are looking forward to having what is called Nigerian youths, but what they call unity carnival from different segments of the country.
And different tribes.
Can come and share what you have, what we make the society better than where we met it. Do you understand what I mean? And another thing I want to put across is that the banks should also, the MD of the bank should be given the orientation to start believing in the youths, because these youths have a lot of talents. All right, and if you look at, I studied all the techs, all the high tech guys, how they made their own startup. You find that they were all one way or the other supported by the U.S. government, by the banks. In like Bill Gates was giving $1 million US as of
at that
then.
time, yeah,
and so many of them just giving that support. But here it seems that the ideas of the youth don't seem to make sense to the banks, simply because we are more mindful of already made people, more mindful of the time turnover.
We're not vested in ideas.
Yes, we're not coming to the point of investing in them. I remember when I was actually talking to a number of banks on what I have, what I want to cut across Africa for, and one of them asked me, okay, apart from any other, they say, what other property do you have aside from what you have? I said, I have a duplex in my village. He told me it doesn't have a value. I come on. I look at his head. He said,
it doesn't have value. So your idea alone did not have value enough.
So it doesn't give them that very value. And that's one of the things we want to. And of course, you say as far as your eyes can see, most of these high-tech related things, look at somebody like Hush Puppy. Let's talk about Hush Puppy right now. We only see Hush Puppy from the negative dimension. But Hush Puppy committed what he did in Dubai, and quickly, United States demanded for Hush Puppy to be extradited to US. What do you think he will be doing in the prison now? He will be working for the CIA. What is this guy's ability to be able to hack
manipulate and
all those things? We can take him from the positive dimension to become a value. to this country. Do you understand me? There are a lot of things. So I also will be appealing to the MDs. I'm looking about the MDs because most times it's only bad if you are having oil deal, which if you have oil deal, if you have government money, if you have this other one. But we can look at it more holistically that these youths, they also have talents. And that's part of the things we also want to face, because most of those IT-related talents, we can also know where their future is and where their market is and be able to assist them.
All right. All right, it's 11:34, and this is where we have to wrap up. Unfortunately for us, we have to wrap up on this segment here. Dr. Koyo, please, when I drag you again, please say yes that you will come.
If I'm available, I will come.
Please say yes that you'll be here. If not, you'll see me at the 7th of November. With my plate in hand. Thank you so much, Dr. Koyo, for addressing us on these very issues. But I'd like you to give a last word, perhaps, before we leave.
Yeah, my prayer, and I believe it will come to pass, that it will come one day when we begin to see the values we see in each other as our national values, and be able to build the government of our
dreams. Thank you so much, Dr. Koye. And we have to wrap up here, but please stay tuned. There is, of course, another segment coming up right after this, and do enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
it. Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
I'm Chiwendu calling from Imo State.
My name is White calling from Bayelsa.
Hello, yes, this is Udwa calling from Akwa Ibom.
My name is John calling from Bayelsa.
Amaka calling from Abia.
This is Toya calling from Bayelsa. I'm Divine calling from Port Harcourt.
With over 8 million listeners glued to this dial, why not take advantage
and showcase your product
and services to the world with rates that wouldn't break your bank?
Visit us at number 1 Today FM Drive off East West Road, Rumekini, Port Harcourt.
Give us a call today on
0803 35 57 986 or 0810 128 2937.
We are your number 1 talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for.
Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. See, make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you're under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What can I do?
When you get to the station, you find out.
Hey.
Don't show, everybody don't jump out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
Hey, you know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Waiting. You won't naked me. Oga.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? Waiting I do where you want collect 200,000.
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties. But what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Things will get better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Hold on, Kata. No, don't say else. Just bring 5,000 now.
Only. Make the Kata day. Make the code remain.
Yeah, they worry.
You were not aware you're a thief. Now that you know that your money is coming from a thief, do you not see why you're a thief?
All right, still talking about affairs of the federal government. We understand also that the federal government...
Welcome to today's edition of Beats and Pieces in your Premium Talk and Newsway.
And it's going to be 1-1 Malata. 1-0 is never good enough.
That's why we're called the Voice of the People. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Act.
Here we go.
Nigeria is more than a geographical expanse of land spreading from the north down to the south. Nigeria is the people that live in it. You are Nigeria. I am Nigeria. We are Nigeria. Nigeria gets better when we do. And there is no limit to the little things we could all do to make Nigeria a country we will be proud to call our own. Little things that matter, done for the love of Nigeria, is all we need to make Nigeria better and greater. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM.
We all have dreams to become something in life, but these dreams can become doomed if you're reckless with your life. Never have unsafe and unprotected casual sex. Don't throw your life or waste your life away. HIV/AIDS is real. Don't be a fool.
Every child deserves to be happy. Every child deserves to laugh. Years after Nigeria adopted international prohibitions on child labor into law, millions of children in the country are still engaged in child labor activities. The International Labour Organization estimates that about 25% of Nigeria's 80 million children under the age of 14 are now in the workforce. Every child deserves a childhood. Let us all rise in every hood to give every child, regardless creed, belief, or tribe, a pleasant childhood filled with laughter. This message is brought to you by the Voice of the People, Today 95.1 FM.
I know that I'm running out of time. I want it all. And I'm wishing they stop trying to turn me off. I want it all. And I'm walking on a wire, trying to go higher. Feels like I'm surrounded by clowns and liars. Even when I give it all away, I want it all. We came here to run,
90.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you. Hello?
Yes, today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Unipua.
Okay, thank you so much from Unipua.
We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
It's 46 minutes after 11. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. It's back to back today. So I've got one here, and quite an interesting topic we'll be talking about today, or shall I say an area of conversation that we'll be having today. But let me just quickly introduce the people I'll be talking with. I've got Engineer Daniel Adindu Njoku. I just need you to say hello.
Hello.
Engineer Daniel Adindu Njoku.
Hello.
All right then, good morning, good to have you.
Thank you.
Barrister Wankwala Paul. If I don't get it right, please, you can kill me after the show, but not before the show. Wankwala Paul. Okay, first, I have caught. Are you all a team for something? Let me understand that first.
Yeah. Yes.
What does your team represent?
We represent the host communities of OML 17 oil and gas block.
Okay, good. So you represent the communities for OML, the host community for OML 17. All right, good. So Engineer Daniel Njoku, you're the coordinator.
Yes.
And then Barrister Nwankwala Paul, you're the head legal team.
Yeah.
I've got Chief Lovedale Okere. I want to put Today FM analyst, but let me hold that one away. Chief Lovedale Okere, community leader. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It's a household name.
I know.
I'm here for a different purpose today.
I wanted to throw Today FM analyst because you're always here with us, but today you're here representing.
I still remain the community leader I am.
You're here representing the community leaders.
Thank
solely.
you very much.
And then we've got Chief Ambassador Chamberlain, Amechi or Amadi? Amadi, good. All right, so your chairman, media committee.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
and
for
as
having
media committee, let me say thank you very much. I know you must have,
Well, thank you for having us in your studio.
All right, then. So, first of all, there's OML 17 located within which communities? Let's clear that first. Let's start with the coordinator.
Actually, it's within 4 local governments.
Okay.
With over 65 communities. Yeah, directly and indirectly impacted.
Okay, good. So what local governments are these?
Eche local government and Oyibo, Ikwere, and Obiabo local government.
All right, good. So under this local government are where you have the communities that are host to OML 17.
Yes.
So which company has been OML 17?
SPDC.
Okay. So what, you have problems with SPDC?
Yes, we actually have problem.
What's the problem?
That's why we're here.
Good. So let's get to it.
We're actually here to on the capacity of representative capacity of our royal fathers.
Okay.
That cut across the LGAs, the communities. We're here to actually sensitize ourselves as a community concerning the divestment of MOL 17 by SPDC without a proper stakeholders consultation or meeting in this modern age. The question is, does it mean we are not capable, or do we not have capable sons and daughters that could buy or divest this facility from SPDC? And recently, Zamfara State actually divested Nigerian mineral, which is gold, to CBN. So why can't we have the opportunity to also divest, even though we know that the federal government have major role to play, but directly, whatever thing, pollution and all the rest of them, affects the communities direct. That's why we're here, so that we can send message across to the federal government, send message to SPDC, that we have gotten sons and daughters that are viable, that are good, we want to divest this oil, so that we can get the dividends that we should get as a community.
All right.
Now,
okay, go ahead.
Now, if you look at Belema oil, where he divested, actually it's his own town, and his people are actually enjoying the divestment because it's their son. So we equally want that same thing to happen in our own area. That's why we're here.
All right. I just want to quickly ask that when Shell took over the management of OML 17, was that in consonant with the host communities? Like, were you the guys, or were you the people who said, we want Shell?
Okay.
No.
Let me come in here at this point. Most of these oil fields were acquired from our communities far back, late 50s and early 60s. And the majority of these acquisitions were done without clear consent
of the communities.
From the communities. And we stand here today to challenge anybody from SPDC or even the government to produce any documented evidence that bears the signature of the communities where there was a clear transfer of ownership. Because in Nigeria, there are methods of transferring, there are legal methods of transferring land as stipulated either through our traditional law or the Constitution. First and foremost, the transfer of land ownership in Nigeria involves the process where the legal rights to land are actually transferred from one person to the next. There are many methods by which properties can be transferred in Nigeria. The most common of these methods are by sale, gift, and assents. Now the question is, how did they get this? Was it through gift? Was it through assent? Or was it through
how did they get? Who are they
sale?
here?
So the they I mean here now is SPDC. You see, they hit under Land Use Act, which denied communities opportunities of participation outrightly. They hit under it, which in that Land Use Act, as contained in our Constitution, has given this power to the state governments as the real owners of land. The only thing the federal government does is if there is mineral in that land, as is contained in the exclusive list of Constitution, then the federal government has in there. But now we are talking about land. SPDC is a tenant in this land. And if there is any reason why they should divest, if there is any reason why they should leave, if they say their business is over, the right thing is to hand over the land back to the owners, or say, my landlords, please, we are going, come and let us put our heads together and see what we'll do. Do we go with our properties, or we allow you?
I think that you usually bid for licensing like this. This is what happens all the time.
That is where we are coming. That's where we are.
Okay.
We are not saying that if there is any divestment, we are very much interested. We'll have men of timber and caliber from our communities who are equal to the town, who can buy this particular oil mining licenses. That it shouldn't have been done through the backyard. Because if we are suffering today because of the transaction that took place late 50s and early 60s, it can never happen in this our own time again. Federal government or state government or a shell cannot sell the oil field without the knowledge of these oil-bearing communities. But we are here saying that in case, because we are not told, because we are River State indigenes and we are law-abiding, we are not aware if the state government is aware of what is happening. And if the state government is aware, I'm sure that there is need for them to have reached to way that are immediate, host communities. And if they're not aware, we are using this medium to also allow the state government to say, please, the land which you are holding in trust for the communities as the state governor as is contained in constitution is being given out. If you are aware, why is the communities not aware? If you are not aware, please ask further questions. That's why we are here to say if we are divesting, we are very much interested.
Right.
We want to buy the oil blocks, and
I'm a bit confused here because when you say the land that they hold in trust, and yet when you mentioned OML, you say it is an oil mining lease, right? So that means that they have the authority at that point because of the license they have to mine oil from within this area.
It has expired.
If it has expired, then that means if they have expired, then they can't divest. My point here is that if it has expired, then they cannot divest.
Yes, they should leave it for the landlords. That is what we are saying. It's part of our argument.
Let me come in at this point.
Okay, please.
Majorly or principally, the host communities are advocating for the right of first refusal in the divestment process. We are saying that there are sons of these 4 local governments comprising of this OML 17 that has the requisite standing financially and otherwise, including the technical know-how to build, acquire, and operate this OML oil and gas block. So we are saying that that right of first refusal should be extended to us by Shell and the federal government. Because we are an integral part and parcel of the oil exploration and mining processes in Nigeria. True, the law is very clear that the federal government has the singular unreserved authority to issue licenses and leases as it relates to mining of oil or petroleum in Nigeria. However, that does not divest the host communities totally of their rights. For example, under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, particularly Section 44 of 1999 Constitution as amended, it states expressly, no movable property or any interest in an immovable property shall be taken possession of compulsorily, and no right over or interest in any such property shall be acquired compulsorily in any part of Nigeria, except in the manner and for the purpose described by law, among other things. It requires the payment or prompt compensation and gives any person claiming such compensation a right of access for the determination of his interests. This provision forms the fulcrum or plank upon which oil communities leverage on to assert their right. Now, acquiring a license per se is not in itself conclusive of the right to prospect and mine for minerals. After acquiring, the law imposes a liability and obligation onto the holder of the license to reach out to the various communities who are the owners or who holds the surface right, otherwise called the sovereign right of land in law. Now, why the law requires that is that by the provision and tenet of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you cannot compulsorily acquire or take away land or immovable property belonging to somebody without the person participating. Now, to divest land from a holder, there are processes. There are processes of divestment, or there are processes by which the government acquires land from a people. What are the processes? you must first of all advertise that you want to acquire a particular portion of land, and that acquisition must be for public purpose. Individual owners of the land are also given opportunity to identify their various portions of land. Thereafter, the government raises a team with the community. You go and assess what the individual communities have on the land. And thereafter, after that assessment, compensation is usually paid. And the government will gazette acquisition. But let me tell you, in the case of the issuance of oil licenses, whether it is the oil prospecting license or oil exploration license or oil mining lease, there is no company, including share, that will say that the government has formally acquired a parcel of land from host communities and transfers them over to it. And that is why.
Well, I'm thinking here, sorry, I'm just going to ask this question. I would not need you to answer, because I need to read the news. Yes. But I'm thinking that what they're trying to divest here is the lease that was given to them.
Yes.
And not necessarily the land. Is that yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Is the lease they want to divest?
Yes.
Okay, we'll hold on to that. That. And then when I come back, I'll get to the part B of that question. Please stay with us. The news update comes up next. The major news at 12 comes up next.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good afternoon. Here's the world news on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Annie Abdul Salam. In the headlines, Nigerian Senate queries Ministry of Foreign Affairs over misuse of $134,000 by former ambassador to Israel. Bayelsa State government insists Soko oil well dispute with Rivers State remains unresolved despite Supreme Court verdict. On the foreign scene, United Nations advocates for peace in upcoming presidential election in Ivory Coast. And now the details. The presidency has quoted the president of the European Council, Charles Michel, as reiterating Europe's support for the bid of Nigeria's former Minister of Finance, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, to become the next Director General of the World Trade Organization. Special advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, disclosed this in a statement circulated in the media. Adesina said Michael gave the reassurance during a video conference with President Muhammadu Buhari. According to the presidential spokesman, issues bordering on debt relief for Africa, as well as the recharge of Lake Chad, were also discussed. The statement said President Buhari thanked the European Council for its support for Nigeria's candidate. The Nigerian Senate has queried the Ministry of Foreign Affairs over how a former Nigerian ambassador to Israel misused $134,000 meant for domestic servants. Senator Matthew Ugoride led Senate Committee on Public Accounts said it was investigating the allegation leveled against the former ambassador as contained in the 2015 report from the Auditor General of the Federation submitted to it. Senate Committee on Public Accounts is relying on queries raised by the Auditor General of the Federation. Bayelsa State government had said the Supreme Court verdict on the matter it instituted over the disputed oil wells with neighboring Rivers State did not amount to a resolution of the dispute. It also said, contrary to reports in the media, the Apex Court's verdict did not cede the oil wells or area to Rivers State. Commissioner for Information, Orientation and Strategy, Aibaina Duba, who gave the explanation, said the clarification was necessary to dispel erroneous reports and misinformation. He explained the Supreme Court, by its decision, only advised Bayelsa to await the ruling of the appeal court, where it also filed an appeal seeking to nullify the judgment of the Federal High Court delivered in favor of Rivers on the disputed oil wells. The management of the Lekki Concession Company says it is ready to show the footage of the shootings of NSAS protesters at the Lekki toll gate by soldiers. Head of the legal department of LCC, Bola Han, Ogboluaje made this known when he appeared before the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry for Restitution for Victims of SARS and related abuses and other matters. Agboluaje noted that the footage of the October 20th shootings of the end-SARS protesters by the soldiers is available, saying there are hours of recordings on the CCTV footage. In the meantime, Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry into brutality and high-handedness by the now-disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad SARS unit of the Nigerian Police Force has visited the Lekki toll gate as investigation into the shooting continues. Led by the chairman, retired Justice Doris Okuobi, the panel interrogated Lekki toll gate officials about the condition of their cameras and other equipment. The managing director of LCC, Yomi Omomuwansa, while taking the panel round the facility, said most of the equipment were damaged as they were set ablaze by hoodlums following the shootings of EDSAS protesters at the toll gate. The panel was said to have discovered bullet shells during its visit to the toll gate, which is expected to serve as a critical evidence in the course of investigation. Meanwhile, Inspector General of Police Mohammed Adamu has advised the personnel of the force to protect themselves against attacks. The IGP said the men and officers have the right to defend themselves in a case of physical danger. The IGP spoke during an assessment tour of the Federal Capital Territory Police Command, Abuja, where he also encouraged operatives who had abandoned the streets for the past 5 days following the killing of over 20 policemen in the violence that rocked the country. Adamu alleged that the NSAS protesters were out to demoralize the personnel, adding that the government and the Nigerian Police Force will soon roll out packages for the families of the deceased officers. The management of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, has reassured the beneficiaries of its foreign postgraduate scholarship program in the United Kingdom that the remaining scholars will be paid within 1 week. The NDDC said this to its acting executive director of projects, Cairo Ojugbo, who was in London with relevant officers of the commission to carry out physical verification, monitoring and evaluation of legitimate students on the scholarship program. In a statement by the NDDC Director of Corporate Affairs, Charles Obi Odili, said the commission have concluded the verification exercise, which included the registration of all scholars and the confirmation of their claims with the various universities. Payment of the outstanding fees were to commence immediately. Statement said, unfortunately, some unforeseen circumstances, including the upheavals that followed the NSAS protest by youths, constituted stumbling blocks for the speedy implementation of the payment plan. It maintained that before the protests, which slowed down activities, the NDDC Interim Management Committee, IMC, had released $5.910 million through the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to offset all the verified outstanding foreign scholarship obligations, despite the non-passage of the NDDC 2020 budget by the National Assembly. You're listening to the World News here on Today 95.1 FM. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay with us.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. Are you still listening to the World News here on Today 95.1 FM? 7 minutes has gone past 12. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has challenged members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors to always hold public office holders accountable to the people. Governor Wike gave the charge when the national leadership of the Nigerian Guild of Editors paid him a courtesy visit at Government House, Port Harcourt. The governor noted that in time past, the Nigerian press was a strong voice and conscience of the society, but wondered what has whittled down their powers. The governor stated that Nigeria is in a difficult period in its history, and the NGE cannot shy away from performing its duties without fear or favor. Governor Wike further said NSAS protest was peaceful in Rivers State until the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra took laws into their hands.
My support for the Guild of Editors has to do with the fact that you are those who are supposed to tell the truth of what is happening in Nigeria. There was a time people were very strong in exposing the ills in society. I don't know what happened again, how the thing went down. But for you, certain things would not be known. Challenge those of us in authority, not giving you designs and drawings on television, what we call 3D. And then when you see it on television, it's assumed it's in existence. When you challenge people in authority, we have no choice but to perform. Because when we don't perform, you will be able to expose that we are not doing
On his part, the national president of Nigerian Guild of Editors, Mustafa Isha, said Governor Wike has remained consistent in his support to the guild. The members of the guild later accompanied Governor Wike on project tour of the Rebisi Flyover, Real Madrid Football Academy, and the Mother and Child Specialist Hospital. In the meantime, Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Ipalibo Harry Banigo, has advocated for the strengthening of routine immunization and building of a strong primary healthcare system. Harry Banigo stated this while speaking virtually at an event to mark the 2020 International World Polio Day, saying that the World Polio Day presents a global opportunity to rally round in the fight to eradicate the disease forever. According to the Deputy Governor, who is also the chairman of the Rivers State Task Force on Immunization and Primary Health Care, said the Rivers State Task Force on Immunizations is a multi-ministerial group of very passionate men and women who are determined to improve routine immunization coverage. The Deputy Governor further stressed that the strong polio eradication program was a great plus for the overall health systems, adding that the structure has been put in place to fight polio, also addresses issues of malaria, Ebola virus, measles, yellow fever, hepatitis, and the fight against COVID-19 transmission and control in Rivers State. A Port Harcourt-based journalist, Innocent Amadi, has been granted bail by a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt on charges of attempted blackmail and character assassination of Eze Mike Elechi. According to the charge, Innocent Amadi is alleged to have criminally come in possession of the educational certificates and other documents belonging to the said Elechi with intent to work with other individuals to blackmail the complaints. Innocent Amadi, however, pleaded not guilty on the charges and also was granted bail by Chief Magistrate Ovaneze Amadi, who ruled that a practicing journalist has the constitutional backing to investigate a report before him. The magistrate thereafter adjourned till November for hearing. The journalist, Innocent Amadi, spoke with newsmen after being granted bail by the court.
So there was this alleged allegation against Chief Mike Elechi on certificate forgery, about 2 months ago. So not only me, but other journalists who started the investigation, we called his attention to it, and he invited me to his office. I went to that place. He denied it. In the night of it, he called me, say, how do I want that thing? He wouldn't want the source story to go. I came back and said, no, that is not the ethics of this job. The investigation continued, and I continued not until I got his certificate there in ministry where he worked. Through one good luck, and could not to arrest me so that they would get the certificate back from me. All he did was to mobilize police, and they arrested me. I spent 3 days. That's how the police tried the matter to court, and in court, I was convicted there.
Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Okunyi Owaji Ibani, has harped on the need for true reconciliation among current and past members of the House. Owaji Ibani made the admonition during the special valedictory session held for deceased past lawmaker Felicia Tane at the chamber of the House of Assembly. The speaker said reconciliation among present and past members of the House will help the Rivers State House of Assembly to grow as an institution. Former Deputy Speaker Lei Kwane, former leader Chidi Lloyd, and others who eulogized late Tane described the former Thai lawmaker as a politician without bitterness. Late Felicia Barizazi Tane represented Thai constituency, I beg your pardon, in the 6th and 7th Rivers State House of Assembly. Former Deputy National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Olabode George, has called for the modernization of the electoral process in Nigeria. A former military officer made the call on a television program monitored from Port Harcourt. Chief George stressed the need for full electoral voting, which he believes is the only way the credibility of election results can be ascertained.
If somebody removes 1 kobo from your account, you get an alert. That tells you that the technology for communication, either data or otherwise, are readily available. Let us modernize the electoral process. Let the president please sign the bill that is waiting for electronic voting in this country. Because when you go to the polling station, you swipe your card, your PVC, it recognizes you, and the button, the light shows green, which means it's you. So what stops you from pressing the button? But you know what happened? When you finish voting, it's all handwritten, recorded. And from the local units, polling station, to the collation center, the papers are carried by hand. You know what happens between that place and the collation center? So many things happen. And then the last election, you remember Professor Jega was standing there. He was waiting for results physically being brought from state to state. Come on, we're now in a new age.
And now to the foreign scene, the government of Canada has extended a restriction on non-essential international entries until the end of November. The decision comes as COVID-19 cases rise while easing quarantine rules for some cut off Canada-US border communities. The travel ban has been enforced since mid-March, while Ottawa and Washington have a separate arrangement prohibiting non-essential travel between their two countries set to expire 1 week earlier. Travelers allowed into Canada despite the ban, including essential workers, students and spouses, children, parents or guardians of Canadian citizens, must still quarantine for 14 days upon arrival. But Public Safety Minister Bill Blair said some practical adjustments to the rule would be made to follow residents of communities to cross the border to assess necessities such as food and medical care without having to self-isolate after each trip. Elsewhere, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for peace in the presidential election in Ivory Coast amid reports of deadly pre-election protests in the country. Guterres made this known in a statement signed by his spokesman, Stephanie Dujarric, in New York when he called on all Ivorians to ensure that the polls are conducted in a peaceful manner. He urged all political and opinion leaders and their supporters to refrain from inciting violence, spreading misinformation and using hate speech. The statement noted that violence had killed about 30 people since August 2020 when the incumbent President Alassane Ouattara announced his candidacy for a third term. According to reports, the opposition says the move is a violation of the country's constitution, which they argue permits only 2 terms of 5 years each. And now to sports. Paris Saint-Germain's Brazil forward Neymar will be sidelined until after the international break in mid-November. Coach of the French club, Thomas Tuchel, who revealed this, said the development follows his injury against Istanbul's Başakşehir in the UEFA Champions League on Wednesday. Neymar came off with a thigh muscle problem in the 26th minute of the 2-0 win over the Turkish side. The break in domestic action runs from November 11th to November 17th, when international matches will be played. And now to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Nigerian Senate has queried the Ministry of Foreign Affairs over the misuse of $134,000 by former ambassador to Israel. We told you that the Bayelsa state government has maintained that the Soko oil well dispute with Rivers State remains unresolved despite Supreme Court's verdict. And on the foreign scene, you heard that the United Nations has advocated for peace in the upcoming presidential election in Ivory Coast. And that was the news as edited by Victor Ziama. For comments and inquiries, please call 08153418657. Or dial 08144343502. You can send us emails, send them to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, you must take responsibility. Please wash your hands frequently with soap under running water while out and about. Avoid touching your face in high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. To have a great afternoon, I am Annie Abdul Salam.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, so it's 18 minutes after 12, and I still have my guests here with me who are representatives of communities, host communities to OML 17, and we've been having conversation on the divestment of SPDC's, should I say, business interests in OML. And for the major reasons that they are here is that SPDC is doing this without the knowledge of the host communities. Yes. All right. So before I left, I did ask a question, and I'm going to direct this to the head of the legal team here, Barrister Wankwala, Paul, I did ask, I said, the divestment, I would want to believe, is on the lease that they have and not on anything else. And if indeed they have that lease, if they bidded for it and the federal government has given it to them, can't they go ahead and divest if that is what they wish to do now?
Okay, thank you very much. Of a truth, the holder of oil mining license could at any time opt to divest, and that is what Share wants to do. But we are saying that given the legal authorities in our favor, statutory and otherwise, we are asking that divestment. We would want it to inure in the favor of the host communities. Give them the right of first refusal. In the first place, there is no law in Nigeria that says host communities cannot bid and acquire oil.
No, at all.
Yes, there's no such law. And because the host communities are those directly and indirectly impacted by the strenuous activities of oil companies. In most cases, it results to destruction of lives and properties. On that trend, they are saying, give us the right of first refusal. Let me come. Under the Land Use Act, the Land Use Act, before it is passed into, when it was passed into law, native owners used to enjoy their land unhindered. The provision in the Land Use Act, which proposed to divest native owners of their land, also have a provision which I could say is a saving grace. That provision could be found in section 26 and 34 of the Land Use Act, which says that upon the passage of this law, a land native owner shall continue to hold his land as though he is a deemed holder of a statutory right of occupancy. You must continue to hold it as though you have the statutory right of occupancy over that land, not minding the passage of this law. And Schedule 1, paragraph 36 of the Petroleum Act says, a holder of a license or lease in respect of oil, despite such grant, still needs to obtain the consent of persons having rights of occupancy over the land, forming subject matter of the grant before entering into or making use of the land upon payment of fair and adequate compensation. What we are saying is that a combined reading of the provisions of the Petroleum Act with the Land Use Act, including section 40 of the Constitution, which says you cannot compulsorily acquire somebody's property without having to negotiate with that person. The local communities have a right to say, look, you want to acquire this. We are not saying you cannot acquire, but you must have to take recourse to us first. We must sit down, we must discuss, we must negotiate. What Shea wants to do is to bring in another company to take over from where it stopped without recourse to the native communities. Who are the deemed holders of statutory right of occupancy? By law, they have authority over the surface land. They have the sovereign right over the land upon which these oil blocks is situated. So we are now saying, the communities are saying, since the operations of Shell has resulted in the wanton destruction of lives and properties, including fishing rights and aquatic lives, we want our own sons who will operate in the best international practices, who will protect our lives, who will protect our environment, who will protect our rivers and sea, who will protect our aquatic lives. We want that they have the capacity to bid and acquire it and operate the OMOL 17 oil and gas block optimally. So, since there is no law saying host communities cannot own or acquire oil blocks. The host communities are interested. They are interested in acquiring that OML 17 oil and gas.
Is there any law that says? Is there any law that says that they shall not divest? There's no law that.
There's no law that says they shall not divest.
There's no law that says that the host communities cannot bid.
Yes.
Good. So what I'm thinking here, has the host communities approached Shell with the interest to bid for this same license that they want to divest?
Yeah, that's really the...
Have you approached? Not here on radio.
That's really the issue. That's really the issue. Because the communities are directly impacted and affected by the activities and the operations of Shell. We are saying, why not tell us that, look, you want to divest?
You already know. That's why you're here. You know they're divesting,
yes,
right?
Yes,
so
yes,
have you approached them as a community or host of communities who are interested in this?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. I said something. I said something here today.
All right, I'll get to you, sorry, in a moment. Okay. Let me get back to the coordinator, Engineer Daniel. You did say that you wanted to give me an overview.
Yes.
So maybe that will settle the issues for those of us who are listening into. Yeah. All right, so let me hear from you, please.
Okay. MOL 17 is a large onshore license within SPDC, Shell joint venture. The block includes the northern half of Port Harcourt, extending from the low-lying swamp northernwards into the drier terrain, where the operating conditions are easier. There are initially 15 oil and gas fields, but separated, partly Obele area, hence now has 6 oil and gas fields. Though the gas and oil is transferred and exported through Trans-Niger pipeline to Shell operating Bonny oil terminal. SPDC have been active in Nigeria since 1937, but started her operation in MOL 17 since 1961 at Imo River oil field. The working interest and share of SPDC in MOL 17 block are NMPC owns 55%, Shell owns 30%, Total 10%, and NE, which is AGIP, 5%. The MOL block cut across 4 local governments, namely Eche, Ikwere, Obiakpo, and Oyibo. The 4 local governments have over 60 impacted communities, directly or indirectly. MOL 17 has 6 major oil fields. Obibo North Oil and Gas Field, Umechem Shokotamri Oil and Gas Field, Abada 1 Oil and Gas Field, Abada 2 Oil and Gas Field, Nkale Oil and Gas Field, Imo River Oil and Gas Field. For them, the fields host facilities in MOL 17 in these areas. AGG plant 1, flow station 6, NGC, that is Nigerian Gas Company 1, waste management 1, campsites 8, gas plants 3, borrow pits 31, heliports 5, booster stations 1, manifolds 11, and
booster station is 3.
Booster station?
Yeah, 3.
3, okay. Now, oil and gas production by field. Obibo North oil field. Oil, a minimum of 45 to 50,000 barrels per day. Then gas, AGG, that's Associated Gas Gathering Plant, a minimum of 35 million scores per day. The NAC plant, they have a minimum of 9 to 10 million scores per day. For Umechem oil field, they have oil in production for a minimum of 14 to 15,000 barrels per day. their gas goes to Abada. Their gas goes to Abada.
Okay.
Then in Abada 1 and 2, oil, minimum of 56,000 barrels per day. Gas, minimum of 50 million scores per day. Nkale, over 7,000 barrels per day. Their gas goes to Imo River 2. Imo River 2, oil, 62,000 barrels per day. And gas, 55 million scores per day. In summary, MOL 17 produces oil of 187,000 per day and 150 million scores per day. SPDC announced the divestment of MOL 17 and 11 on July 24, 2018. That was when they initially announced the divestment. Yeah. But because the Egoli area has problem, they have to split it into 3. But this recent one was not published.
This OML 17?
Yes, was not published. Do it. They are not doing it secretly. And the fact is that since the operation in our community, since 1961, which is over 59 years, of operation, we don't have anything to show for it. There is nothing to show for it. The community have been faced with steady pollution, air, water, and all kinds of pollution. No infrastructure whatsoever. No road, no hospital, no school. But SPDC have oftenly enjoyed the relative peace in every aspect of the operation.
All right. Okay. Let me get to Ambassador Chamberlain. You're the chairman media committee, and I would think that means that you have a line of communication between your host community as you represent and SPDC somewhatly, right?
Yeah.
Or is that line blocked, like some of their pipelines? Is the line open between both the host communities that you represent and SPDC? Do you have an open line of communication?
Yeah, actually, since the inception of SPDC in our community, we have been cordially relating with them. But, the way SPDC operates in our area, there are much more of imperialism in them. They subjugate the people and annihilate the people. They go on with power, feel they can do anything, and the community have nothing to do. And that is the reason why we have come here to tell the world that we are not happy the way SPD is treating their host communities. For instance, you can see going to divest without the knowledge of the community. And they have come to enjoy our property long ago, like my brother rightly said, since 1961 to date. So we are not really happy the way they do their things, the way SPD operates in our community. You can see the kind of barrels of oil taken away from our community, our quality of life, lost people die, starvation, hunger, everywhere in the community. And we are yet the stakeholders with them. We are working in tandem with them. We are working peacefully with them. What stopped them from relating to the community, the stakeholders, so to say, that look, we want to divest, we'll come at the round table and discuss.
When you reach out to them, what happens? They ignore?
Of course, we have written to them up to this point in time. There is no response from them. And that is the reason why we have decided to cry out loud to the world that we are not happy. They should come down to the stakeholders, to the community chiefs, elders, who owns this property, and then we should have around a table talk. And then give us right of refusal. First right refusal.
Right of first refusal.
Okay.
All right then.
Excuse me, Annie.
Okay.
I have a question here because the whole thing is getting complicated. See, I want to believe that it is federal authorities that engage SPDC. They have a right to divest if they so wish. You also, according to what our legal friend here has read, shows that you have your right to say, to still object because you have to be part of it. But then, you said you've written to them how many times? Perhaps once or two?
Twice.
Thank you very much. And they said nothing. And you also kept quiet.
No, I'm not keeping quiet.
Good. No, relax. No, apart from that, the other ones, this one you've decided to let the world know. That's why you've come to radio.
It's a process.
No, please hold on. I know what I'm talking about. Now, the engagement process is that you have a right to protest, which this you are doing is part of it.
Yeah.
But you wrote to them, they kept quiet twice. I think also government, because there's nothing, like my legal friend here was saying, that you need your men to be part of the process. Yes. Because they're able.
Yes.
We want that.
Thank you very much. It's not something SPDC will also block you from acquiring. No. But you have to also, if you hit through the SPDC, you go through government. But you've not done that.
Sorry. I'm sure one or two of the copies of the letters we wrote are here. You can also see that some of the letters we are sent, government we are copied. Okay. The Minister for Petroleum
Commissioner or
was
Minister?
copied. The Minister was copied. Because, you see, when you have intention to cheat the people, you always do everything possible to guide against failure of you achieving that aim at the end of the day. Now, let me tell you something. There was a foundation problem as it has to do with acquisition of these lands. And one of those foundation problems was the way and manner these oil blocks were appeared in our various communities, and which we don't want to repeat again at this point in time. One, let me tell you, if I tell you now to go to Agbada, where will you go to? Do you know a place called Agbada in River State? These people came, and instead of naming the oil field Igrita or Mohair oil field, they changed the whole name and say Agbada. So Agbada does not represent the name of a community. If you come to my community, the name of my community is Odagwa. Or maybe you can call the name of the family that is hosting the facility properly. They change it and say Nkale. These are names formulated by SPDC. You go to Umeblu. If you are heard of Obibo North, it is at Umeblu in a chair. They name only this is a calculated attempt to making sure that these communities do not benefit directly from the operations. So if you call Obibo North from Abuja, somebody will easily think that the place is in Oyibo government. But it is in a chair. So we are saying that this defense are the things we want to correct. If any other company is coming to divest or wants to come and buy this oil block, we need to sit down and correct all these anomalies that cost.
But is that not what I think there was part of the this that he had quoted several times when I think it was in the Land Use Act, when you said regardless the possessions of this land by government, that anybody who takes possession must also go into some sort of negotiation and pay certain things.
Listen.
So hold on. So even if Shell was to divest to whoever they divest, those owners, the new owners now, must also enter into a new agreement and understanding with the whole community.
It would have been too late. It would have been too late because whatever agreement must have been gazetted and there is no turning back. Now let me tell you.
Hold on, what I'm saying here is that, but that is the pattern that has always been used. When SPDC
that's
got
the pattern we don't want again.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not. It's something that has to change from the top. It's a legal framework. Yes. So it's not you now who just say I don't want it. It says here that after all that has been said and done, you will now enter into an agreement with your host community.
Let me finish.
I listened to him carefully, and that was what was pending in my heart. That if this is the point that after bidding and the processes are sorted out, that is another agreement I have to have with the host community. If that were to be the case, and I bidded for this now from SPDC, am I not supposed to enter into an agreement with the host communities before going forward?
Thank you. Let me come in. Let me come in once again. You see, what we are asking for, we have said it expressly There is no inhibiting factor, no inhibiting provision of the law that says host communities cannot bid or acquire a license. We are now saying, because we bear the brunt of oil exploration, exploitation, and mining, and there's no law precluding us from bidding and acquiring it. Why do you clandestinely? Why would you want to clandestinely execute the divestment? Why not bring it to the attention of the whole world?
Like you said, they did with other OMLs. I said 17. Like you mentioned the other ones they did before. They publicly made knowledge of.
Yes. Let me give you an example.
Before they just let me know which OML was it that they made public.
11 and 17. They were together.
Okay, good. Then they did that of 11 publicly.
They announced it. Initially, they wanted to divest the two together. Okay. But because of the Ogoni area axis, which is MOL 11, was very difficult for them to enter. You are aware, federal government gave license to a company that actually claimed they have gotten license to operate. But the community said, you can't. Because you didn't have first negotiation with us, and you went and, it's not possible. It's not possible. Awareness has been created. And if federal government want to be sincere, and they say that oil mineral belongs to federal government, why will Zamfara State divest gold that belong to the country?
Zamfara State, on the first, I heard you say that earlier on, and let me quickly say, Zamfara State was selling a business prospect to CBN. They did not carry gold to CBN.
But even if they are selling, is it their gold?
No, and they corrected them. They told them quietly. The minister did tell them that does not belong to you. That's not.
So these are the angles. So awareness has been created.
You're saying the federal government.
The federal government can give it, can divest to any company, but the company might not have that smooth landing in the community. Yes. Yes. That's why we are saying, if SPDC intends to successfully run this divestment process to its logical conclusion and operate, the host communities must be carried along. They must be involved. And refusal to involve the local communities, which are the host communities, will be very detrimental. The reason is this. The oil communities are landlords to share. Share oil companies pay what we call tenement rent to them. Annual tenement rent. It is on the strength and footing of the Land Use Act that says they are.
So are you saying that perhaps the new people who take over will not pay tenement rate? Is that what?
No, what we are saying is this. We are interested in that block.
I agree with that.
We are interested.
And you said you have reason to show your interest.
Yes.
And SPDC has refused to acknowledge.
We are saying the way and manner they intend to clandestinely do it, that is operating to negate our interest. It's operating to negate our interest, and we cannot sit idly and watch them do this divestment without carrying us along. We have competent sons.
I need you to please take a moment when I return to you. That particular part of the Land Use Act that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
If you will please help me read that again. I want to get certain things clear. Stated out. I'll get back to you. Mano, you want to say something?
Yes. There are two issues here that are being modeled. See, the divestment issue is there, and again, the interest to also join in the acquisition by the community.
Exactly.
Now, which exactly did you write to Shell?
Correct.
Both.
Let me clear that.
The letter I read.
Yes.
Okay, the letter I read both.
Yes.
Comprehensive.
Now, if it is both, when you wrote to Shell and Shell refused, and then you wrote to the minister, I wouldn't know whether he also.
No, they have not replied yet.
Good, because you see, why I'm saying this is even the processes you are now going. You know, like you mentioned Ogoni, maybe you mentioned Ogoni. Ogoni own has taken a long time.
Not in terms of divestment.
No, not in terms of divestment. I'm talking about agitation.
Yeah, but even if it takes a long time, it doesn't mean everybody else must go. I mean, somebody has set the precedence, so must we all go through 13 years? Because somebody went through 13 years.
But why I'm bringing about the time is the long time it has taken is that for me, my friends in the house here, I think if you had written to the minister and also you've written to Shell, nothing comes out. Even with this thing you are doing in the studio now, you can still remind them because no law of Nigeria precludes you from joining in the acquisition.
Correct.
Or as well as no law precludes them from divesting to any other
correct.
And
the land use act.
Yes.
The land use act that we need to hear.
Let me come in.
You're coming after a moment.
And the plank of our argument is this. You see, when you operate in the best international practices or standards, you are minded to give room to for the protection of the environment, give room for the protection of the life of the people, then their aquatic life. But all what we see is on the rivers. If the operations of SPDC is on the negative position, causing death, cancerous deaths.
I'll ask
now,
a question.
We are not saying
because of time, we need to manage the information we're putting out. Real quickly here, when SPDC bid for this license and got that from the federal government and came into the host communities, they had to go into an agreement, of course, with the host communities.
Correct,
right?
that's why they pay us.
They went to an agreement, and the part of the agreement was they're going to take care of aquatic and all the things you've mentioned, life, and then to make sure that they mine in the best practices, international practices. Is that not right? They agreed to all of that.
No, let me correct that impression. Or did you not have
that agreement?
There was no agreement. There was no agreement whatsoever.
Let me speak.
From the offset that SPDC acquired this land.
Okay.
No agreement of any kind. What we are saying here is that they came into the land, acquired the land, and whatever they are doing is what they initiated on their own. Even the land rent they are paying. If you hear how much they are paying per hectare per year, you will run away from this studio. So it's not something we want to repeat itself again.
Let me support your question to an extent. Now, we are scared of SPDC. We're also scared of the contractors they are bringing in.
Right.
That's why I'm telling you that.
Why are you scared of the contractors?
Because they cannot protect us. You can't produce what you don't have. They can't protect us. You can't produce what you don't have. They've enjoyed peace, like I told you, relative peace, since they started operating. But if you go to the communities, and you will weep, you will cry.
I thought there's usually a memorandum of understanding.
We didn't have. It's not existing now.
So how is it that all these communities in this place didn't have an MOU with Shell all these years?
How possible is it?
It's not existing.
When they are working with the federal government, how possible is it? Now, we are not saying that they could not divest to any company of their choice. But even if you want to do that, that little peace that you have enjoyed in the community should at least say, I will go to the community first, get a paper, let community recommend it to us. We'll give you go ahead. Okay, for example, before you go there,
I will go there. Chief Ambassador, let me hear you.
Let me come in simplicity. SPDC, when they came in, actually there was no formal outright sale of land
at all.
They came in and they acquired the place. What they did was to pay for economic trees and crops. That's all. That's what they did. And that is what they maintained till tomorrow. And now, what we are saying is not outside what other OML communities are saying. For instance, in Kola community, that is what happened. SPDC came the same way they want to do now, to divest. And the people said no. If you have to give us, right of first refusal. They agitated for it, and their son is one doing the work. Belema, is there now, and the people are benefiting well than when an outside will come to the community to operate. That is one part. The second aspect of it is that the other company who are joined to work in Kola community, that is a Kulama 1 and 2, that is a New Cross. Before you could go in there to work, this company, perhaps have met the community. They agree unanimously, and the company is, operating peacefully. They can't just go to a community. They can't just divert without letting the community people know. That is the reason why. Why here?
And to put it squarely, Belema has a documented memorandum of understanding with the community.
Yes.
And that memorandum of understanding spells out the rights and privileges of the community. And when it imposes an obligation on the protection of the lives and the health environment of the people. So that is why we are saying it is the people of the host community that are better in a position. They are in a position better to protect themselves, better in a position to protect the environment, and better in a position to enhance their economic value. And that is why we are saying, since there is no law precluding the host communities of OMS 17 or any other at all.
So are you aware if any of your sons and daughters within your communities are not bidding for this? I mean, since you're saying that you have sons and daughters, so are you aware if any of your sons and daughters?
None of them.
We're not aware.
None.
Do you think that this could be done without your knowledge?
It's already been done.
No. I mean sons and daughters bidding for it without your knowledge.
There's no way.
There's no
because
way.
We know everybody in our community, at least up to this point.
Yes.
There's no way they will be bidding and will be here today
and
talking.
they are part of the host community. They are part of it. So there's no way.
All right, we have about 10 minutes. I noticed the lines have been going on.
And the message,
I want to quickly allow
and the message is squarely.
Hold on, Barrister.
Yes.
Hold on.
The message is squarely.
Barrister, you hold on.
SPDC cannot enter there.
Barrister, please hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me just quickly make this announcement. Seems like a courtroom with Barrister. Let me quickly make this that I noticed you've been trying to call in and I ignored the phone for a bit, but we have 10 more minutes on the clock. Please, you can call in if you have any contribution to the conversation we've been having here. 0810 9510 951 or 0817 0000 951. Those are the numbers to the studio. All right, Barrister, back to you. You said these are what?
Yes. What we are saying, if SPDC, including the federal government, does not recognize our vested interest on the land on which OML 17 is situated, we are going to rise up as a people to assert vehemently our right against anybody, corporate or person, coming into that land again to mine oil without having documentations with us.
Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, what's your name?
My name is Eze Ishmael Nweke. I'm calling you from Chokota.
Go ahead.
Chokota is in Oyibo North Oil Field. In fact, I want to start by commending those men at the station there. They are really doing fantastic work. This is my first year of hearing that this OML 17 is being divested. In fact, we have suffered a lot under SPDC, and it will be unheard of that OML 17 is being divested without engaging the host community. This is wickedness of the highest order. We must take our destiny in our hands. We must have a say on who controls the resource in our land so we can benefit. Right now, in Chokota area here, there is no road, no water, no electricity. In short, no form of social amenity in Chokota. Same scenario also applies to other places within the OML 17. We need to use what we have to achieve what we want. The OML host community must be part of the divestment process. The authorities should take note. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your contribution. Well, he says he's just finding out that this is happening. But I'm reading something from since 2019. Maybe that was when you said the first mentioned it. Yeah. I'm seeing something from 2019 when it says that. What I'm seeing here is from 2019 when Shell was talking about divestments, and they did mention OML 17 and OML 11 at that time then.
They wanted to divest the two at the tune of $2 billion US dollars.
Yeah. Okay. So after that first initial comment on that, they went silent.
They went silent.
Okay, and has it been since from this period that the host communities have been trying to reach out to them to be heard on this matter?
Yes,
exactly.
And when we made move, they said they stopped divesting. In fact, that our community MOL 17 is the most and the peaceful area that in fact they are going to keep MOL 17.
So what makes you think they're divesting? They started on that end. If they said they're not doing it anymore, what makes you think they're doing?
Because our eyes are on ground. We know there is no rumor without a concrete information. So the truth is that we overheard that they want to divest to Tony Elimedu, Health Holding Limited.
What?
Health Holding Limited, which is a company owned by Tony Elimedu.
All right. So this is what you heard.
Yes.
And I don't understand. I'm confused about something. First of all, you said there's no MOU between you and SPDC. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm shocked.
Let them bring the MOU that they use when they acquired this land in 1961.
I'm surprised.
They should bring the MOU.
I'm surprised that's happening. And then as host communities, I'm surprised that you don't have a communication channel where, from time to time you have this meet or you have this agreement moving forward, or that you understand how operations are going on within your host community. I mean, how does this happen that for all over these years that it has been in operation, that this is not ongoing?
Okay, you see, our interest here now.
And you have been okay with it all along.
And you see, from time to time, you can see that we have the communities within, at least since we're talking about OML 17 now, there have been agitation from time to time over one type of negligence or the other. It's not as if people are comfortable and quiet over it. So many things are involved. But now our interest now is not even those amenities that we're supposed to get from them, because it can never be overemphasized. Our quarrel now is you cannot divest this oil block
without
engaging the communities. You cannot. It will never happen. That is one. Two, we are interested to appear. We are interested. We have all that is required. Whether it is in terms of money, in terms of whatever, we are very much interested. And what was the reason of doing this thing behind a closed door without letting the public know of it? So that's exactly why we are here. We are saying, if you want to divest, if you have a right to do, fine, no problem. But whomever that is coming, we must sit down in a round table to discuss, to straighten these anomalies that have been existing, that have been affecting these communities from time to time before now. So if our parents, if our forefathers have made a mistake before now, and we have realized that they made a mistake by giving out our lands without concrete agreement, we can never do that again now. And let me tell you, when we have been agitating for this kind of thing, sometime in 2007, that was when they were able to introduce what they call GMOU, Global Memorandum of Understanding.
2005.
2007. So they introduced the GMOU. And I want to tell you that because of the introduction of the GMOU, every other assistance from SPDC to these communities, we are seized, because they can give a certain amount of maybe some money that can never construct a road, cannot even build a hospital to the clusters, but maybe within 5 years. And these are the things that we have been suffering. We are saying that we are no longer talking about all these infrastructures, no problem. We have suffered over years.
Over the years.
What we are saying now is that you should either allow us coming to bid for this oil block. Let's be part of the process. If we don't win, we know the reason why we didn't win. Or if you have already divested, if there must be other companies that you have brought into the system, we must sit down first before anything,
so you're saying you want
any license is given.
The Belema treatment, so that's what you're demanding.
Well,
for.
I wouldn't know much about Belema treatment, but I know that in Delta State, there is one Indian oil company that is operating in Delta State, and they are paying the community 3% of their production.
All right then. Okay, I tried to take a call here, but sorry, I was trying to listen to what was happening in Delta State, so I lost that connection. But do call back if you can. We'll try if we can wrap this up in the next 5 or less minutes. Okay, so I'm reading about Tony Elimedu's Harris Holdings, and the bid was in 2018, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, if they said they have stopped that, I'm not saying anything new for 2020. So are you saying after 2018, when you learned about Tony Elumelu's bid for this, that something is happening now in 2020 that gives you reason to think they're back on the page?
Yes.
Okay.
And they won't deny it.
Good. Have you written? Hold on, because I saw the letter you earlier written there. But have you written any other letter indicating your knowledge on this action with Hers Holdings and why you would resist it?
Now, initially, we have not written any letter.
Okay.
But initially, when we heard about this, we wrote a letter. We also had a meeting with them. They said they are not divesting anymore because of the Ogoni axis. But as of 2018, it wasn't Hers Holding. It was another name.
Okay.
But also a company owned by
Tony Elumelu.
Now, Shell, like you asked a question, do we not have a community channel where we can, strengthen our distance with Shell? Yes, we don't. But now we have. Because Shell have been known for divide and rule. Shell can make you kill your own brother for no reason. But at this point, we have known something. We have also consulted communities, areas where marginal fields have been divested. So we know how they are enjoying with those companies. So for that reason, we have all come together.
All right then. Okay, let me take this last call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Art calling from Abuja.
Go ahead.
I want to ask the people in the studio. All these complaints they are complaining, they have taken us to court to address their matter.
We cannot come to the studio here now to actually tell the public everything we are doing. But it's a process, just like we have said. But in due course, whatever we are doing, as long as it's within the confines of the law, the world will
I think what they're trying to do is, alert Shell to let them know that the channels for conversation is still very much open. So that they engage these channels now before it has to end up in the court. I think that's a proper thing to do, really.
Yes. This is an opportunity we are offering them. An opportunity to open up a negotiation with the communities constituting this OMO 17. And think about what happened in Umechem in 1990. The genocide, the massacre. Think about what happened in Ogoni in 1994. What were the reasons for this genocidal war launched against the host communities by Shell? Simply because they were demanding for a right of improved living, better facilities. Instead of granting them, Shell now turned around to begin to massacre them. And we are saying, if our own acquires, he cannot look at myself eyeball to eyeball or anybody that is related to me and begin to massacre. No. Because he wants to promote his own economic interest.
You think so?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure. It's not possible.
It's not possible. And that is why
the Nigerians that are attacking Nigerians,
our own very own.
The Nigerians who are attacking Nigerians, where did they come from?
It's a different ball game.
It's a different. So we'll shift the goalpost when it comes to that. Don't worry. Anyways, I got your point clearly. I'm going to just quickly go around so we can, give our last thoughts on this matter because we have to wrap up. Let me start with the Chief Ambassador Chamberlain Amadi, who is the chairman media committee.
Yeah, I want to thank you for giving us audience to speak today on your studio. And in a summary, what we are trying to say is not SPD shouldn't diverse, but what we are trying to say is that they should give us our opportunity, right of first refusal to bring our own persons, and if we bid and we succeed, we will still have a better way to sit down and harmonize before they could introduce our community or OML 17 host community for landlord to anyone who wants to
bid.
Yes.
All right then. Thank you so much, Chief Ambassador Chamberlain Amadi. Chief Lofty. Okay.
Annie, let me thank today management of Today FM for giving us this platform once more to air our feeling to the public. We are not here as people that are not law-abiding. We are here because we are law-abiding and would not want anything that will cause death, further death, because there have been death as a result of operation of oil and gas in our areas. But we want to curtail some of those things that can cause those kind of crises. So if SPDC is if they are hearing us, if the state government are hearing us, if the federal government are hearing us, the time to make peace is now. We should not allow things to generalize before we begin to think of how to solve the problems. We are here. We are open to negotiation. We are ready to buy the oil block. We are also ready to make peace reign in our oil and gas. We have suffered enough. Enough is enough.
Chief Lothy, okay, thank you so much, community leader. Barrister Wankwala, Paul.
Thank you for this wonderful privilege and opportunity. The summation of why we are here is that shade has to stop forthwith every process of divesting OML 17 until it takes recourse to the host communities who are an integral part of the oil mining process. They should come. The communities are ready to negotiate with whoever they want to divest to. In the event that it refuses to give us the opportunity to have that divestment in our favor. And never will the communities allow Shell to bring in somebody to have that OML 17 oil and gas block without first engaging with the host communities who are open to discussion.
All right, then. Barrister Wankwala Paul, he's the head legal team. Thank you so much. Engineer Daniel Adindu Njoku.
Okay, my message is as simple as this. All the host communities, the stakeholders, the chiefs, the elders, the youths, opinion leaders, and women group should prepare their mind to fight for their right against SPDC impunities on our communities. Let's rise for our children and unborn children's futures. As a date for a meeting will be communicated to all of us as per the next step of action to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Daniel Adindu Njoku. He's the coordinator of this group. I appreciate you so much. Well, this is where we have to wrap up on this program. Do stay tuned. The Sports Live will be coming up, and it's the weekend special. You don't want to miss that.
Court, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Welcome to Sieve the Fact on Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk radio station. Sieve the Fact is a program where we carefully select stories and information making the round, and we fact check them. This is to make sure that you have the right information. Today, we fact check photos of Nyesom Wike re-inspecting COVID-19 palliative to avoid looting. And I am Elfrida Alerici. Now, the claim. Some social media users posted pictures of the River State Governor Nyesom Wike with soldiers in a warehouse containing hundreds of food items, claiming Governor Wike was re-inspecting COVID-19 palliative warehouse in Port Harcourt to ensure nobody tampers with it. With the rampant looting of COVID-19 palliative items in many parts of Nigeria, there have been several videos and images posted on social media of Nigerians looting several items, which include edible items, refrigerators, chairs, among others. One of the images posted was that of the River State Governor, Nyesom Wike, with caption that he was re-inspecting COVID-19 palliative in Port Harcourt to ensure no one tampers with it. On October 24, a Facebook user identified as Forum Fred posted pictures of Governor Nyesom Wike inspecting COVID-19 palliative to ensure nobody tampers with it. Fred's post reads, and I read, just in, Governor Wike re-inspects Rivers Palliative Warehouse in Port Harcourt. He ensures nothing and nobody will tamper what the governor suffered to get. As of October 26, the post had gathered 26 comments, 29 shares, and 49 likes, which include reactions. Some of the respondents to Fred's post believed and supported the post. Others doubted and debunked the claim. Prezi Abengowe responded harshly, wicked man, not to go scatter everything, he wrote. Another responded, Ofojishino, so Jennifer wrote, why are you holding it now? Questioning the governor. On the other hand, Martin Ike debunked the post with words, these are old pictures. Uchechi Wanfor also responded, describing the post as old. On October 23, a Twitter user, Serigeti King, at King Getty, posted the same pictures of Governor Wike with soldiers in a warehouse full of rice. King's tweet reads, and I read, Rivers State Palliative stored in a warehouse. All roads lead there. Wear your jeans. And he used the hashtag One Voice, Oyibo Massacre, Indomie Coca-Cola, etc. So far, the post claimed has gathered 26 retweets and 47 likes. The verdict: false. The pictures are old pictures traced to April 2020. A check on Google reverse image by Today FM shows the pictures are old and was first posted on April 5th. Similar pictures were used by several media organizations to describe the event of the pictures, such as the Rivers State-owned newspapers, The Tide, The News, the Nigeria Insider News, among others. Also, a check by Today FM on the governor's official Twitter handle and Facebook page shows that since the reports of looting, Rivers Governor Nyesom Wike has not made any public statement concerning re-inspection of COVID-19 palliative warehouse. The governor has always updated his events on social media to enable the general public to see the happenings. Also, no media outlet within and outside the state has reported Governor Wike's re-inspection of COVID-19 palliative in Port Harcourt. A check by Today FM confirms. In conclusion, the claim that Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike re-inspected COVID-19 palliative recently is false. The pictures are old and date back to April 2020. This is how we wrap up today's fact check on Sieve the Fact on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This fact check is researched, produced, and edited by Elfrida Alerici under the auspices of Dubawa 2020 Fellowship in partnership with Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, to facilitate the ethos of truth in journalism and enhance media literacy in the country. Today FM is on Twitter. You can follow Today FM on Twitter at Today FM 951, on Facebook Today 95.1 FM, or you can listen live www.todayfmlive.com. I am Elfrida Alerici. I'm on Twitter at Elfrida Kevin, on Facebook Elfrida Alerici. Stay tuned.
And this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Sunshine or rain, through every terrain.
Everywhere I turn, it's football, football. There's your fairy tale.
So why not join in the action, intrigues, excitement, and fun?
Just doesn't get better than this.
Many stars have continued to shine with every ace, every race, every break, and every other sports there is.
Incredible stuff.
On today's Sports Live, reaching you from your premium news, talk, and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
That sounds like so much fun.
Weekdays after the news at 3. It's interactive, it's engaging, and don't forget, your voice is priority.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football. What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that. What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
AK Papilo for the latest and trending sports stories. Always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
You know, there are a few areas that define a man, like sports.
I think we can live with that.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome to the weekend edition of Today's Sports Live. Of course, the show is reaching you from the live studios of Today 95.1 FM. We are your premium news talk and sports radio station. My name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite melanin sports presenter. And right now, we would be giving you the best of football, I tell you, from now through 4 p.m. We did start quite behind schedule, but then from now to 4 p.m. we're here to serve you the best of football. So much to talk about, so much debate, so much intrigues, drama, action, and I mean we'll be looking at all of that. I did say earlier, this is Today's Sports Live, but I am never alone in the studio. The gentlemen, the analysts are always here with me to give justice to, or do justice to the analysis side of things. Let's start with Chidubem Joseph Njoku. We call him the Chief Justice of Sports in Nigeria.
Yeah, good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon, Nigeria, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, wherever you're listening from or watching from, as a matter of fact. It's a good afternoon to talk sports. Lots of action all over the world, European football, hot and thick, coming fast. The English Premier League is going to be coming up. It's already on our screens, as a matter of fact.
By 1:30 p.m. the first game kickoff.
So the preparations are already on. So it's a good afternoon to talk sports, like I said. Just stick around, have a cup of coffee, and okay, it's too late for a coffee. Maybe a cup of vodka or something, and not for persons under 18, and have a good listen.
Okay, well, we also have Nathaniel Igere in the studio. Good afternoon to you, Nathaniel. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon, CJN. Good afternoon to all the sports fans all over the world. And it's great to be here to talk sport.
Like Chudubem say, we have so much to talk about. First of all, we'll be looking at a recap of the action that took place in the UEFA Champions League and the UEFA Europa League. Quite a number of surprises there, or you want to say surprising results. No surprising win per se, but then we'll be looking at that, both the Champions League and the Europa League. We'll be getting the thoughts of the guys as regards some matters, and then we'll be heading to you to also get your thoughts. Then when we move to Premier League action, our big question today is Kane, that's Harry Kane, and Son Heung-min the best ever Premier League partnership? I take it again. Is Harry Kane and Son Heung-min the best ever Premier League partnership? Well, you can start sending in your reactions to that particular question. Our big question on the show this afternoon. You can send your reactions to the phone number that is through our text or WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701 933 9962. I take it again. You can send your reactions as regard our big question today. Is Kane and Son Heung-min the best ever Premier League partnership? Send your prediction to that number or your reactions to the number through text or WhatsApp 0701 933 9962. And of course, so many big games to take place in the Premier League this afternoon. We have Manchester City will be playing away from home to Sheffield United, and then later on Burnley will host Chelsea at the Turf Moor. We're also going to be seeing Liverpool and facing a West Ham United side at Anfield. Maybe West Ham could just be the team that breaks the formidable wall that Liverpool has built in recent times. And then we'll be switching our attentions to the Spanish La Liga. Of course, all the big boys would be playing today in the Spanish La Liga. Barca, Real Madrid, Sevilla, Atletico Madrid. I would also be looking at the issues rocking the Catalan club. Bartomeu did resign, as well as his board of directors. They did step down earlier this week. And our question in the Spanish La Liga is, does Bartomeu's exit guarantee Lionel Messi's future at the club? Messi did say he wanted to leave earlier this season, but somehow he's going to be playing with Barcelona this season. Do you think by next season he might have a change of mind, or do you expect the exit of the man Bartomeu to guarantee the future of Lionel Messi? And then we'll be giving you updates from the Serie A, the Bundesliga, as well as the French League. And later on, if time permits us, we'll look at the European Super League. There's been so much talks about the European Super League, a league that brings up the best of the best. And then Bartomeu says Barcelona, before he resigned, Barcelona are going to be playing in that league. FIFA says they are unaware of anything of such. So we'll be getting your thoughts on that. Would you love to see a European Super League, a league format having the best of the best clubs in the world? Well, we will be getting all of that and getting your reactions to all of that. I did tell you earlier, you can send your text and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. You can also tweet at us. We are at Today FM 951 at Today FM 951. But do well to copy me. My handle is at Victor Oriahi. At Victor Oriahi. You can as well copy Chidubem. His handle is at Chidu.
Suspended.
Oh, his Twitter handle account has been suspended. You can copy Nathaniel. Yours is active.
Yeah.
Natty D Nat.
Yeah.
At Natty D Nat. Today FM at Today FM 951 at Victor Oriahi or at Natty D Nat, and we'll be taking your tweets live on the show. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll talk a little about boxing before moving straight to football.
Feel the magic in the air. I love it in my all air. in the air. Aye, 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 levez les mains en l'air. Allez, allez, allez.
Feel the magic in the
Magic System, Red One, Shawty.
Comme d'habitude, on est calé. Comme toujours, ça va aller. On te met l'ambiance à gogo. Tous ensemble, on fait le show.
On t'invite à la magie, y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis, c'est bien faire la folie.
On t'invite à la magie, y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis. Oh, 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 oh.
Of course, real quick, let's get your thoughts, the thoughts of the guys in the studio. Alexander Usyk and Derek Chisora would be facing off this evening. I think this evening, it's into the early hours of tomorrow. This evening, right there, boxing, not football now. Chidubem, who do you think would be taking this one?
Well, I did give a hint yesterday. I said Alexander Usyk, and I don't think I've changed my mind anyways. Usyk is a very intelligent boxer, fighter albeit, and he's shown the world what he can do at the cruiserweight. Undefeated, undisputed champion of the cruiserweight division. 19 fights, no losses whatsoever. And now he's at the heavyweight division. I think the only thing that is going against him is the fact that it's a heavier weight now when it comes to the size of the opponent, and of course the kind of punches you're expected to receive, as a boxer. And Derek Chisora too knows how to land them strong and fast. Not the strongest of punchers you can find anywhere in the world when it comes to the heavyweight division, but definitely an upgrade on Charles Witherspoon, the last opponent of the setting Alexander Usyk. So I think apart from the experience that Derek Chisora has, he's not among the finest boxers we've seen in the heavyweight division in the past decade. He's not up there. The trio now of Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, and of course Deontay Wilder have dominated the past few years. And of course, if you go back in time, you talk of the Klitschko's of this world, who, by the way, gave Chisora a beating of his life. Even Dillian White, who you would think ordinarily shouldn't be so much of a big issue for a fighter who thinks he should be up there when it comes to heavyweight boxing, took out the man with relative ease. That's Dillian White taking out Derek Chisora now. So I think generally Usyk should be able to get one over him. He's a man that wants to prove a point, and it's difficult to stop such a man. And like I said, the brilliance he showed in the cruiserweight division. I don't think just the size, being heavyweight is enough for Derek Chisora. Even his experience is enough for him to topple the man Usyk. It's not like Usyk is looking like me anyways. He's increased in size, and if he didn't increase his size, definitely he will not be fighting the heavyweight. So he's looking much bigger now and heavier than he was while fighting the cruiserweight. So I think it should be one of those, relatively good fights you can see, just for a good night, really, a good night of boxing. Nothing spectacular or special, because these are not the best two heavyweight boxers you can find right now.
Okay, before I get the thoughts of Nathaniel, Sheffield United and Manchester City giving you the lineup as the players take to the pitch right there at Bramall Lane. Michael Oliver would be the one officiating this game. Sheffield play in a 3-5-2 formation. Aaron Ramsdale starts in goal for them. The three-man defense sees Chris Basham, John Egan, and Ender Stevens. While in midfield they have George Baldock, Sander Berge, Ethan Ampadu, Ben Osborne, and Max Lowy. And up front will be the new boy coming in from Liverpool, Ryan Brewster, as well as Oliver McBurney. On the bench for Sheffield United is Billy Sharp, John Lundstram, Oliver Burke, Oliver Norwood, David McGoldrick, Jack Robinson, and Michael Verrips. While for Manchester City, the away team, they play in a 4-3-3 formation. Ederson Moraes starts in goal for them. Yao Cancelo, Emerick Laporte, Ruben Diaz, and Kyle Walker make the four-man defense. And up front, we're going to be having Kevin De Bruyne, Rodri, and Bernardo Silva. While Ferran Torres will be starting from the left side of attack. Riyad Mahrez from the right, and Raheem Sterling playing right there as the top 9 or the false 9. He will be playing in the middle. On the bench for Manchester City's John Stones, Nathan Ake, Ilkay Gundogan, Alexander Zinchenko, Scott Carson, Phil Foden, and Eric Garcia. Well, we will be looking or giving you the updates of what's happening in that very game as it happens. So let me come to you now, Nathaniel. Do you agree with Chidubem that it's going to be a Usyk show in this bout tonight?
Basically, to some extent, I do agree, but we're going to be seeing a good, spectacular fight coming this evening because looking at Derek Chisora currently is in good shape and in good form since he lost back to Dylan White in his 4 bouts ago, and he has been able to, conquer his last 3 opponents, including David Price, and even with a knockout. And looking at Alexander Usyk, it's quite brilliant. He has dominated the cruiserweight division, no loss to his name, and both of them they've been brilliant. But I will go with Chidubem. Alexander Usyk might just steal the show, but it's going to be a tough one, a tough fight to watch today.
Okay, well, we wait to see how that one pans out. This evening, Alexander Usyk facing off Derek Chisora. Meanwhile, in the game between Sheffield United and Manchester City, every player wearing a poppy flower, I think in remembrance of the fallen heroes, the armed forces, right?
Yeah, they did that yesterday as well. The game between Wolves and
Crystal Palace.
Yeah, they did.
And the flag also being a half-mast. That's what you want to say.
Yeah.
Let's go talk about the UEFA Champions League. One of the most beautiful anthems there is in football or any other sport, I tell you. World history. Beautiful, beautiful anthem. Well, this week, Lokomotiv Moscow did lose to Bayern Munich 2-1. Bayern continue their blazing performance in the UEFA Champions League. An unbeaten run. They yet to draw, yet to lose a game since last season group stages. Atletico Madrid defeated Salzburg 3-2 at the Wanda Metropolitano. Shakhtar Donetsk played out a goalless draw with a wasteful Inter Milan side. Borussia Mönchengladbach, they were so close to getting all 3 points against Real Madrid, but 2 late goals from Casemiro and Karim Benzema made them share the spoils. 2-2 ended in that center. In Group C, Porto defeated Olympiacos 2-0, while Manchester City were 3-0 winners over Marseille as they flew all the way to France. Atalanta played out a 2-2 draw with Ajax. Liverpool, right there at Anfield, defeated FC Midtjylland 2-0. Krasnodar were hammered 4-0 by visitors Chelsea. Sevilla defeated Rennes 1-0. Borussia Dortmund played out a 2-0 win over Zenit St. Petersburg. Club Brugge and Lazio shared the spoils. 1-1 it ended in that Group F encounter. In Group G, Ferencváros played out a 2-2 draw with Dynamo Kiev, while Barcelona were dominant against Juventus at the Allianz Arena. Ended 2-0 in favor of the Catalan club. In Group H, PSG were 2-0 winners over Istanbul Başakşehir. Moise Kean, the man who comes or joins the club from Everton, got the both goals. Last week as well, he also scored a brace, and I tell you, life is good for Moise Kean in France. Manchester United were rampant as they ran over RB Leipzig. They were hoping for their wings, but United definitely did clip them off. That's why they're called the Red Devils. Children, let's start with the English teams. 14 unreplied goals shared between the four teams, with Manchester United taking a larger fraction of the goals. What do you make of the performance of Premier League teams in the Champions League so far?
Well, it was very impressive. Very, very impressive. Manchester City themselves took on Marseille. It was a 3-0 throw-in that time. And of course, it was a 4-0 victory for Chelsea over Krasnodar. And then that 5-0 resounding victory for Manchester United over high-flying, if you like to put it that way, RB Leipzig, topping the German Bundesliga at this point. A league that's got Bayern Munich. It doesn't come every day, for a club. And he also got Liverpool as well, squeezing out a 2-0 victory over FC Midtjylland. That one you would have thought should have been easier for Liverpool, but I think the headlining factor in that game would be the injury to Fabinho. It's compounded the injury woes of Liverpool after the departure of Virgil van Dijk for at least 9 months, or you think, or 7 months, you think, and cruciate ligament tendon tearing that one there, and it's always difficult when that happens to a player. But you look at generally the performance, I think it was unpredicted for some clubs, and others were expected victories. For Manchester United, for instance, I don't think so many people would have thought Manchester United would wallop RB Leipzig by 5-0. If anybody saw a victory, it was definitely not 5-0. Leipzig, what they can be able to do is not something you can hide. The quality in that side for the past 5 seasons, you can even stretch it a little further, has been quite phenomenal. For a team that is, just under 2 decades old, the kind of performances, the kind of achievements they've managed. I mean, getting to the semi-finals of the Champions League for last season, it's something that is quite phenomenal for a club their age. And against Manchester United, and with a coach, Nagelsmann, who has proven to be one of those who can, hold it at the top level. So many big teams, or a handful of big teams have been reported to be interested in the man. Barcelona will come to mind. Even Manchester United themselves at some point we are rumored to be seeking the man as replacement for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. But it was good performance for Manchester United on the 9th. Played in their comfort zone. Classic counter-attacking football. I will always say that it feels like Manchester United are in comfort zone when they are playing the Champions League, because they play against teams that, especially against PSG and a certain RB Leipzig, these are teams that are not used to defending. They are champions of their leagues, or not champions now, but leaders in their league, more like, and they are used to being on the ascendancy. And against Manchester United, who would prefer to sit back and hit you on the counter, they've got the players, the quality to do that as well. It was just a full swing Manchester United on the evening. Took up to the latter stages of the game, the last quarter, for them to get that rampaging victory. 5-0 ended. Marcus Rashford in the thick of that one. Bruno Fernandes also had a decent show, albeit both of them coming from the bench that time. But it was a good one for Manchester United. Chelsea, all the same, had a good victory. I think that scoreline is quite flattering. The fact that you just see 4-0, and if you didn't watch the match, you feel like it was a proper decimation by Chelsea on the Krasnodar side. But it was not the case. Benjamin Mendy could easily pass for the man of the match from a Chelsea perspective, because he pulled off some fantastic saves to keep Chelsea even in the game at some point. But somehow the quality in Chelsea would always shine through, and Lampard's men were able to get the victory to cushion the calls for his sack and all that. But for Liverpool, like I said, it was supposed to be an easier victory for Liverpool. They didn't start their main men. It was Origi and Minamino at some point. Later, they had to introduce the firepower of Mo Salah, and of course, the other man, Sadio Mane, who brought some spark into it, and eventually Salah was able to convert a sports kick in the final minutes of that one to guarantee victory for Liverpool. And you also look at Manchester City. I think that victory, it's something that we've been wanting to see from Manchester City. That was by far the most dominant display for Manchester City all season, perhaps closely followed by that against Arsenal in the Premier League. But it was totally dominant display for Manchester City against Marseille. The first half was classic Guardiola, passing the ball around, hitting the teams with forward passes and just virtually touching every part of the pitch with the ball. And it was good to see from Manchester City good positives. Omeric Laporte seems to be at his best again, and of course, the ever fantastic man in midfield mystery, call him. Kevin De Bruyne are also back in the side. So I think it was a good showing from the English Premier League teams for the outgone match day in the Champions League. I hope they keep on this spirit, because as it stands, it feels like all the English teams in this kind of with this kind of a momentum, it feels like all the teams in the English Premier League will be making it to the next round of the UEFA Champions League.
Okay, well, that is gospel according to the Chief Justice. Let me come to Nathaniel. Still talking about the English team. Let's focus on Manchester United before looking at the man who is hugging the headlines on and off the pitch. Since losing to Tottenham Hotspur 6-1, United have been undefeated in their last 4 games. They dropped points against Chelsea, but it was a goalless draw. Yeah. What do you think is responsible for this reawakening? Is it the new signings? Is it the manager? Or is it the players' individual brilliance?
I can say all attribute to it, and most especially some of the new signings, because these guys need to step up their game so that
the new signings now. I'm talking about probably Edison Cavani, because those were the ones that were not in that game. Yeah, Edison Cavani, Alex Telles,
and Van der Beek. Van der Beek came.
No, Van der Beek was already present.
I think Cavani came in at some point as well.
Yeah.
In the game against Manchester Tottenham?
Against Tottenham?
Yeah.
No. Okay, I thought you were talking about the Champions League.
No, against Tottenham. I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He hasn't come back then, but all attributed to it. And these guys have stepped up their games, especially Marcus Rashford and the midfield, and the way they've been able to keep their cool when it comes to the midfield section. Though the defense line is still a bit shaking, but currently the midfield, they've tried to put up a kind of chemistry that is working out for them now. Sometimes you see Joan Mata coming to the occasion, brilliant, doing some kind of a good assist, and Matic at the same point in time, brilliant performance from all those guys, especially Marcus Rashford. That guy is something else right now. He's currently now the blue-eyed boy for the guys there in the Old Trafford, and especially though the coach has a little bit done well for himself, trying to see how I can manage the squad, producing good results to get some certainties ahead. They've been brilliant, they've been doing well, and it has been working out for them gradually.
Okay, so you believe it's a combination of all factors.
All factors.
Should have been Marcus Rashford becoming the first United player or United substitute to score a hat-trick in a Champions League game after one man, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. That was 21 years ago, 1999. He turns 23 today. He has hit 1 million signatures, more than 1 million signatures in his petition to end child poverty in the United Kingdom. Quite a number of persons are saying he should focus on football and leave politics because they think it's been political. What are your thoughts on this man?
Well, I think he's building a legacy for himself. He's having a lot of followership apart from football these days. Marcus Rashford is at such a young age, just 23. He was going to be 23 very soon, and he's been able to have such a massive following and, shown that he has leadership traits in him. And it's quite not just the man on the pitch. It's not just about Marcus Rashford that will score a hat-trick on an evening or carry Manchester United on her shoulders at some point. But it's about the other side of Marcus Rashford, the side that could make him a legend of the sport and a legendary athlete or a legendary sportsman now, if you like. Because it's things like this that writes your name in gold, that makes you a memorable person. So when we just talk about Marcus Rashford in 20, 30 years' time, we are not just going to be talking about a man who played so well, had quite a good career as a footballer, but also a man who was able to impact lives. And isn't that why we are here living as humans, to impact lives and make sure that people around us have opportunities to do as well as some of us have been able to, muster. So I think it's a good one for Marcus Rashford. He's been able to do outside the pitch, well documented. His push to feed, should I call them? I don't want to say foodless children now. Children without food, less privileged children. I really don't want to use the word hungry, but yeah, they are hungry at whether you like it or not. But it's a good one for him. Rhys James over the week also keyed into that, I think contributing £10,000, and people are saying perhaps he's going to score a hat-trick as well this weekend. But on the pitch, Marcus Rashford has silenced critics, because I also saw people talking about the fact that you need to focus on football. It's not about, going around politics and everything. But he came on to the pitch, and then what a way to silence critics. Hat-trick, reminiscent of what your manager was able to achieve 21 years ago. I think that game was against Middlesbrough. Came in and, got that hat-trick that I think should be Solskjaer's, perhaps Oscar's most memorable moments, maybe except for the goal in the Champions League, that won them the Champions League against Bayern that same year. But I think overall, it's a good one for Marcus Rashford. He's building such a fine career at such a young age. At just 23, you can imagine what's going to be made of his career in the next 10 years when he'll be inching towards the end of it. So I think Marcus Rashford should continue on this path as long as the results are coming in on the pitch. I don't think anybody will care less what happens outside of it. But good one is setting a legacy, like I said, and it's one that we remembered for a long time.
Okay, well, just giving you updates from the game between Sheffield United and Manchester City. 15 minutes of action gone in that center. It's still goalless, but it's been the citizens asking all the questions. Raheem Sterling tried to slot the ball past the Sheffield goalkeeper, but the defense was quite astute, even as we've seen yet another attempt wasted by Manchester City. Hopefully, they do not regret all these wasted opportunities, but then it's a Sheffield side. They call themselves the Blades, but I think there's some rust on it right now because they've been unable to cut through defenses this season. Still talking about the Champions League, let's switch our attention to the Spanish teams. All Spanish teams except one seem to be cruising through the Champions League this season. Nathaniel, where is Zinedine Zidane's Real Madrid getting it wrong? Where is he getting it wrong? Is it the squad? Is it the mentality of the players? Because we saw them put up a fine performance against Barcelona in the El Clasico this time last week on Saturday, and then playing Borussia Mönchengladbach, 2 goals down, 88 minutes, they get a goal. Casemiro, 98 minutes, Benzema equalizes. The last game, they lost to Shakhtar Donetsk as well. Where is he getting it wrong, or what is wrong with this team?
Actually, right from day one, Zinedine Zidane, whenever I start in any competition, it's always a slow starter, but that shouldn't be an excuse. Currently now, for me, what I do feel that is going wrong with the Real Madrid and Zinedine Zidane's squad right now is basically the selection of Zinedine Zidane's squad. Selection sometimes is a little bit, how am I going to put it? A little bit soft when it comes to the big games. If you start setting Benzema ahead, put Vinicius in the left side, at least I really want Asensio to get a full time. Let him recover speedily. For him choosing sometimes Valverde ahead of him, bringing one or two other guys ahead of him, this will demoralize the team and started to be a little bit crumbling. Fine, the midfield are a little bit, flimsy sometimes. They've not been that too organized when it comes to the Champions League right now. But in the La Liga, they're doing well. They're trying their best. Fine, they lost to Cadiz sometime last week or last week or thereabout. But it's just basically the decision making of Zenit. If not, they are still good. They still have the qualities. They still have the squad depth to go ahead to win. Though it's not that too late anyway. It's not that too late.
2 games gone already.
2 games already.
Just 1 point for Real Madrid.
Yeah, they will still bounce back. For sure, they will bounce back. They'll get a mojo back. That's just some of the basic issue going wrong with Real Madrid.
Okay, so you think it's a squad problem?
Yeah.
Well, Real Madrid will be playing by 2 p.m. today. They're going to be taking on Huesca. Yeah, SD Huesca. Let me try and get the lineup of that match and then read it to you, Nathaniel, and you tell me whether you are impressed with his selection. Real Madrid will be playing a 4-3-3 formation. Thibaut Courtois starts in goal. Lucas Vazquez, Eder Militao, Sergio Ramos, and Marcelo. In midfield position, they have Casemiro, Luka Modric, and Federico Valverde. While up front is Marco Asensio, Karim Benzema, and Eden Hazard.
Beautiful.
Yes. Okay, so you're expecting a
victory. Yeah, a win. A win, a lot of goals.
A win with a lot of goals.
Yeah.
All right. Well, should have been Barcelona defeated the Ronaldo-less Juventus. And then they took to Twitter to do a little banter. I'm trying to remember what they said. They said, let's show you how the real goats, something like about.
We brought the goats to but like we brought the goats to Turin, and Juventus
said, the goats wait till
you are reading from the wrong dictionary.
Exactly, you are reading from the wrong dictionary. Wait till we get to Catalan, and then they'll show them the real goats, who the real goats is. What's football without banter? But Barcelona defeating a Ronaldo-less Juventus. With Juve's performance so far, do you believe the man Andre Pirlo can actually lead them to their much desired Champions League trophy?
Well, I think it would be very difficult. I was quite skeptical of. I've always been skeptical. Not even I was. I've always been skeptical of his chances now to lead the Juve side because of the fact that Juve look like a club that are desperate for continental success. That's winning the Champions League. And I mean, employing a newbie in Pirlo, I think. I don't know. I don't know what informed the decision. Perhaps the successes of Guardiola and maybe Zidane in recent times maybe give them the minds to do that. But if you actually wanted to win the Champions League, why not go for a more established coach to get the business done, get the job done for you? But they've chosen Pirlo, and it will always take time when a new manager comes in. I mean, how many managers come into world football and then just get it rolling? But although the argument would be that this is Juve, for crying out loud, this is not Arsenal.
Okay.
And Mikel Arteta, who inherited a team that were languishing somewhere 10th on the table. But this is a Juve that are perennial champions of the Italian Serie A. In fact, they've more like colonized it and held its whole stage this time around, winning it every other season. And you'd expect ordinarily that even without it, you don't even need that much of a brilliance now from a coaching perspective to be able to win the Italian Serie A, although definitely you have to add some brilliance to it. But I think for Pirlo, it's started slowly for him, and he's trying to do the press. I think he's trying to do a lot of things at once. He's trying to do the press for Juve, and I've watched that team even against Barcelona. It feels like the team doesn't know when to press, and so most times they just get tired out and frustrated towards the end of the games. If you follow their matches this season, it's followed a particular trajectory towards the 70 plus minutes. It feels like Juve is getting tired of the game already, and they start quite fidgeting, and that's not the Juve that I used to know. That's not the Juve I've always known. They concede goals too easily this time around, and I think perhaps as time wears in, the players who understand what Pirlo needs from them. But at this point, it's difficult to see how Juve is going to come together and win the Champions League. It's still a long time. Really. Anything could happen. I mean, how many people would have thought Zidane would have won the Champions League with Real Madrid in his first season? Not so many people, I would assure you. But the thing is, right now, he needs to first get out of the group stages. He should do it ordinarily because of the kind of opposition he's got in that group. Not the biggest of names you'll find anywhere apart from Barcelona. So you'll expect that he finishes from that group second to Barcelona, I would think. And if that happens, then anything can happen from there. But for now, Pirlo should just take it calm with the club. Try to instill what you want to do with the club, although it's not looking rosy at the moment with Juve. And the fans are used to seeing Juve win. If Juve doesn't win this season, winning the league, that is, then it's going to be a huge problem for Pirlo. I hope he doesn't get out of the job before at the end of the season, because Juve doesn't look like one of those clubs that is patient with the kind of history that they have of winning and always winning. And it's going to be really tough to keep a Pirlo who is underperforming.
Okay, I'll just watch it a bit more speaking. Rodri did hit a shot from over 30 yards, well blocked by Aaron Ramsdale. I mean, that was real power. A clear or pure display of power. You can send your reactions to the Champions League games that happened during the course of the week to our text or WhatsApp number. It is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. We'll be heading to the English Premier League shortly, but let's talk a little about the UEFA Europa League. I definitely will be unable to read all the games played, but just speaking a few, AC Milan defeated Sparta Prague 3-0. AEK Athens lost to Leicester City 2-1 in favor of the Foxes, that is Leicester City. Antwerp defeated Tottenham Hotspur 1-0. And Jose Mourinho said if he had 11 substitutes, he would have done that because he made 4 changes at halftime. He was quite angry. I mean, his Instagram is what you call pure cruise. He took to Instagram and said, I hope every single player is as angry as I am in this bus. 11 a.m. training. Let's talk about that a little bit, Chidubem. You looked at that Tottenham Hotspur team. They had all the big names. Harry Kane came on at a point in time. Gareth Bale. He came off the bench. Gareth Bale started. And yet they were unable to defeat Antwerp.
Antwerp played in the Belgian league, for the records. I think it was quite a very good showing from Antwerp. Ordinarily, we expect that Tottenham will get the victory against Antwerp by virtue of the glimpses of brilliance they've shown us in the Premier League. Maybe not glimpses now, some consistent showings of brilliance, especially that remarkable of Gareth Bale. He caught a frustrated look on the evening because the man was making the runs and the ball was never getting to his feet, and it was just a frustrated night for him. Even Harry Kane came in, couldn't even give the team redemption. So it was just one of those nights to forget for Tottenham Hotspur, and a brilliant showing from Antwerp generally. But I think it should be something that they should forget in a hurry, because I don't think they are going to be dwelling in that. It's not something that will define the Tottenham season. It's not something that should give you so much cause for a worry. I think it was just one of those nights where Tottenham were bad. And of course, Antwerp had a very fantastic showing.
Okay, good football being played by Manchester City with Ferran Torres being denied from close range by the goalkeeper Aaron Ramsdale. It could have been Manchester City 4 by now if they have been taking their chances. Yet again, I say, I hope Sheffield United do not wake up.
It's Rams Day. It's no coincidence.
Okay, let's still talk about the UEFA Europa League, still bringing you the selected games that were played on Thursday. Lille played out a 2-2 draw with Celtic. Villarreal defeated Karabakh 3-1. Unai Emery, he knows how to win the Europa League, and so far he has they've won all their first 2 games of the season in the UEFA Europa League. Arsenal were 3-0 winners over Dundalk. Nathaniel, were you impressed by that performance of the Gunners?
Yeah, I'm totally impressed. It's great to see them bounce back to winning ways after losing to Leicester City last week, and it's great to see them. They've been trying to see how far they can build a play from the midfield, but yet they're still missing that creativity. They're still missing the creativity in the middle of the park. And maybe, I don't really know, maybe the Team B guys are really doing great. They're doing great more than the first team guys right now. But they did very well. They played compact game. They're a little bit solid in the back. They tried to create some kind of good pass from the middle, but yet they've not get it properly. But good game for them, good win for them.
Okay, Benfica defeated Standard Liège 3-0. Rangers were 1-0 winners over Lech Poznan. That is Steven Gerrard's team, and they've been on an unbeaten run, 19 games, and they are yet to be defeated. Napoli were 1-0 winners over Real Sociedad with Victor Osimhen getting a red card in that game. He came off the bench, got a yellow card. Didn't stay up to 15 minutes and got another yellow card, being automatically sent off. Now let's go talk about the English Premier League. Before we do that, we'll be opening the phone lines for a short while to get your reactions as regards what happened this week in both the Champions League and the Europa League. Would you say you are impressed with your team's performance? And was there any shocking results? I mean, the big boys in Spain, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Juve. Was there any shocking results that made you wonder or that caught your sleep if you are that betting type of guy? Well, the phone lines are open. Let's get to hear from you. 0817 0000 951. And you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. I take it again, 0817 0000 951, or you can reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. First caller of the show. Good afternoon. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
I bring you greetings from all of my friends in the studio.
Obina, welcome.
Yes. Victor, my brother, like you said, I want to give my own personal opinion on what transpired in the Champions League that they just played. Is on Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday.
My brother Victor, I don't know what we call the definition of a big team. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys will help me, because I still find it funny to believe that a team cannot make 3 or 4 comfortable changes in their lineup to win a weak side comfortably. I saw a Champions League on Wednesday. What's that team name for? The team they have the Nigerian boys. I forgot. Midland, right?
Midland, yeah.
Midland. Victor, you agree with me that a well-assembled Dakada FC will beat Midland. A well-assembled Dakada FC, give them Benga Ogunbote. I can assure you that they will beat Midland FC.
Okay.
But I saw a Premier League champions just make 4 changes in their team, and they cannot bring 2 to 3 accurate passes together. This has kept happening, and I wonder why it's all to be so.
Okay.
I don't know if a team cannot. I don't want to start mentioning names before I divert the show, but you know where I'm driving at. You must not bring in your known players that you play with in weekend to win a Midland side. Are you trying to tell me that as big as your team are they, and meanwhile these are notable players in this team that we know from work, that we know from Strasbourg, that we know from Arubi Leipzig? It's not French players that you get from FIGA. These are notable players in their various club sides before coming to this particular team.
All right,
but
Obina.
all of a sudden, they now look like feeders. They call for concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obina from Morazi. While he was talking, Manchester City are finally taking the lead, courtesy of low shots coming in from the Kyle Walker. I almost said Kyle Walker Peters, the Southampton man. Well, it was Kyle Walker. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't get the goal. Ferran Torres, Raheem Sterling. Well, it was Kyle Walker who stepped up and has put Manchester City ahead in that game. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
My name is Ekene from Mobile.
Welcome, Ekene.
Please, this is Juventus. The time where Juventus, the time where Cyril never joined Juventus, they do well. They win league. Now where Cyril join Juventus, I don't know what will happen. Anytime when Cyril no play ball, Juventus they do well. I don't know why. They might put for the place. I don't know, about Liverpool. Liverpool that Tuesday match. I don't know what is wrong with Liverpool. I'm a Liverpool fan, but thank God Liverpool grabbed the result. Anyhow, even though it's on our first team, even though it's on our second team, anyhow, whether they're strong to win match, 3 points is 3 points. Nobody will take it.
3 points, my brother. Thank you so much, Ekene, for your contribution. 3 points is 3 points. No one will take you to the Court of Arbitration for Sports for not putting your first team or not. Well, Real Madrid are currently taking on SD Huesca. Let's see how that game pans out and if they'll be able to get all 3 points. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gospel. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, God's Power.
I'm a Liverpool fan.
Go ahead, God's Power.
I heard somebody talking about Liverpool cannot beat the club like New York 3 to 4 goals. Even though you score 100 goals, what is important there is the 3 points. Let the man from Oral.
Okay.
No matter how many goals you score, the 3 points is the most important thing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your take on the show. Chidubemi, you wanted to say something?
No, not really. I just like the last caller said, I quite agree. It doesn't matter whether you get beaten by 5 goals or not. It's not a knockout stage, where the goals will count for a lot.
Aggregates.
It's the group stages. So
all right.
The 3 points are more important.
Back to the phone lines. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you doing, Victor?
I'm very fine, thank you, Albert.
It seems that Champions League football, the 32 teams who are there, and many of these teams who came there to play in the Champions League, they're all champions in the league. You understand? Is it not?
Yeah.
Michelin is the champion of the Danish league.
So I don't know. I think some of us we need to be constructive. You know, this football very well. You understand? No matter anybody that came to the Champions League to come and play there, they didn't come there to make up the numbers. You understand? No matter how you manage to beat anything, everybody is there to win the trophy. Champions League is champion. You know that there are no smaller teams there. These are bigger teams who took part in the competition. That's why we have that lower cadre, which is the Europa League. You know, so anybody you find there in the 32, around the 32, they're all bigger teams. You understand? So many of them are champion in the league. So when you try to beat somebody, no matter how if it is one goal, you support that person. So I don't know why if you don't like somebody,
all right,
you have to come out and you don't need to be ashamed of yourself. You need to come out boldly, tell people you don't like this person. Maybe the truth is short of you. You tell me that to blackmail the truth.
Okay. Albert, calm down. Calm down.
I don't like it, you understand? You should be constructive enough. When you don't like somebody, you come out and tell them, I don't like you.
All right.
You understand? So I don't know. You should be, I don't know much more boys talk, you understand? People should believe my shows.
Thank you so much, Albert, for your contribution. Well, Wisdom Obina joins us in the studio. Wisdom, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Victor. Good afternoon to the guys. Good afternoon to you listening. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, while I was coming, my earpiece is still in my ear. I was listening to the conversation, and I think even if we might try to just let everybody put out their thoughts, some things have to be straightened out. Sometimes when we say these things, at the end it becomes a culture. If you see something black and always try to paint it white, or you see something red and always try to make it look green, sometimes it becomes a culture. It spreads to every other thing you do. You don't see any other thing good. You only see things bad out of everything surrounding a particular system, and it rubs off on you. For Liverpool up against Midtjylland, I think it was just a normal game. I don't see any part where it was like Midtjylland outplayed Liverpool. No. Yes, they struggled to get the result, not like what Atalanta had with the team. But I mean, they got the 3 points, and it's not like they are struggling for a team that lost their you want to say the most expensive at the time when he was brought in, and the final piece to the puzzle for the Liverpool side. I mean, it was just an okay game. It doesn't mean that the Liverpool side they have good players from heaven and earth. It means the coach is not a god. Things like that. I mean, it's something that is visible to the blind and audible to the deaf. That the coach has done a fine job ever since he took over this side some years ago. I just think it's a normal thing. Maybe we don't like this particular team, but I don't think it makes sense. You have to be objective. The fact that I like Real Madrid does not mean that I don't criticize them when they go bad or do something that's wrong. I just think we should try to be very objective. Else, if we end up developing this particular attitude, it becomes a culture and it spreads to every other thing you do. Personal advice. But it's great to be here, Victor. Kudos to the guys too. I mean, I was listening. Great to be here.
Wise words from Wisdom.
Let's go talk about the English Premier League proper. Well, currently live on our screen, still the match between Sheffield United and Manchester City. City still taking the lead in that game, courtesy of the goal coming in from Kyle Walker. Wisdom, I mean, you already started. Let's get to you. Sheffield United were prolific last season. At a point in time, we had them contesting for European spots. Do you think the second season syndrome is finally catching up with Chris Wilder's men?
Yes. I didn't even know you would have put it that way. We saw Reading when Reading came up, and when the Premier League, we had Little. We had Little in that team. We had, I think Little was one of the brightest sparks in the team. Some fine names too that made it to the England squad at that time. You know how the English how the English coaches always do. You do well in even if it's in the course of the season, they pick you immediately for the games around that period. We saw that with Reading. Most of the players getting their spots in the English national team, in the Irish national team, Scottish national team at the point, because the crux of the team were from these sides of the divide. So, but all of a sudden, the next season, they were down and out. At the end of the day, they were relegated. I think it's the same thing with the Sheffield side. I'm not saying they're going to be relegated, but sometimes these owners, especially the ones that are not as buoyant as the others, they like micromanagement. If you do something with a little thing and it produces results, my brother, continue with that thing you're doing. Because the Sheffield United side were just a bunch of lads that we didn't know some of those names now. Just like what's happening. Okay, even Leeds, they brought in one or two key players. But the Sheffield United side, when they came up last season, I think they made the best of the championship. Then brought in one or two names from the side that went down, and the McCormacks and the others, and they basically just worked with what they had, from the championship. And it worked. But it worked for a while. But just as some coaches would say, you don't use what happened last season, the fact that you were successful last season, you don't exactly carry that same leg into the next season. And for Sheffield United, that was not a big success now. I know at their level is a huge one, but I mean, like what happens to Wolves? You qualifying for Europe, or even when Birmingham came up and qualified for Europe for the first time. So I think that's where the problem stemmed from. They did not improve on what they had last season. And everybody knows coaches actually study games. Let's take a Marcelo Bielsa that even after his personal studies, he even finds a way to see how he can
send a spy
to see what you're doing. So he can even still work on his method to actually counter whatever you're bringing to the table. I think that's where the Sheffield United management is. I don't blame Chris Wilder. I think he's a fine coach. I'm sure if he resigns now, a good club will get him. But if he goes down with the team, I doubt that would happen. So I think that's where the problem started from. They are struggling to keep their nose and heads above water. And you see them, they don't lose too much at times. At times it's just 2-0, 1-0, 2-1. Because of what? They are not particularly a bad side, but coaches have uncovered the loopholes in the team, because we know the key men in the team, and you did nothing to improve on the quality. Now look at the big coaches in the world. What do? The big coaches in the world, Pep Guardiola, Jurgen Klopp, Carlo Ancelotti, they improve on the team. And most times these coaches get what they want and in what position. There's always something to improve. That's what I'm saying. Antonio Conte, call any coach you want to tell me that has been successful in the past. At the end of the season, albeit that there's no financial challenge like we do have at times, no matter how empty of a season it was, Liverpool, outside the fact that they had depth, they still got in one or two players, even if their fans were not happy that they didn't get too much. Carlo Ancelotti brought in key players in strategic positions after his first season right there. Antonio Conte, even we saw the razzmatazz around the market for him last season. He still went into the market this season to secure some names. Yeah. Even though we know they were buying everybody, including Christian Eriksen, who has been complaining of not getting enough game time. I think that's what it is. Look at Jose Mourinho. He brought in players. Go to his time as Manchester United. I mean, what was the issue in Man United? I want some set of players. I want another set of defenders. And what have you? That's how coaches and clubs that make progress, that's how they think. That's where they come from. The reason why clubs like Real Madrid don't buy, like they didn't buy last season, is because they have a lot of quality players that were even on loan. And they're asking themselves, who are we going to buy now? Can we afford the kind of quality we need? But we have players on loan who can actually replace. I mean, the squad depth in Madrid is so big that Sergio Reguilon had to go to Tottenham because there's no space for him in the team. A player I feel is about one of the best left backs I saw in Spain last season. So I think that's what it is. They are not improving on the success they had last season, and that's the problem. They made one or two signings this season, no doubt about that. But are they the kind of players for the position you finish? I know for sure that the position you finish in the Premier League determines how much comes to your pockets at times. So if by that standard, you should have maybe stepped up. Who says you can't go to the Italian Serie A and buy players from Fiorentina and what have you? At least all those players you feel 30-40 million pounds to tell the world that you're serious. Look at Aston Villa. Look at the kind of players they signed. Look at the kind of statements they made. You lost Dean Henderson to Manchester United. I mean, went back to Manchester United. Aaron Ramsdale was brought in. Is Ramsdale, is he the best that they could have gotten? Well, maybe. But But Emiliano Martinez turned out to be a very, very crucial signing for Aston Villa. And it's not the same price. They bought Emiliano for about £20 million. I think Ramsdale was around 12 or thereabout.
About 16 million pounds.
That he came, they bought him in. So I think they've not improved on the squad. And everybody understands. You just watch this game. At the end, it might just be a 2-0 win for Man City. It might not. It won't be. You look at the game and you ask yourself, what is just the difference? They are just lacking one or two things, which is something a smart management and a smart coach would put in place, even if it's two key signings. I mean, two marquee signings, not just any kind of player. So I think that's where the problem is coming from. They lost a very good goalkeeper. They also have the same bunch of players, and they didn't improve too much on the squad.
Okay, Chirubim, with the games you've seen of Manchester City, do you think Pep Guardiola's men are still overwhelming title contenders?
Were they ever overwhelming title contenders? I don't think so. They weren't coming into the season. Themselves and Liverpool definitely are heads and shoulders. Maybe the distance is not even as much as it was last season or even last 2 seasons or even 3 seasons ago. But at this time around, definitely you will not look past Liverpool and Manchester City as the top 2 favourites to win the league this season by virtue of the quality they have, the consistency they've been able to develop over the past few years, and of course the quality of their manager. So it's understandable why a lot of persons will think Manchester City and Liverpool are up there in the pecking order when it comes to teams likely to win the Premier League this season. But I think for City this season, it started quite slowly for them, and you can understand why. They had a number of their players, very important players in the squad. Sometimes it's not just about having a few players out injured. When you have a system, and Pep Guardiola, we know, is a man that uses, is a systemic manager, so it takes one piece of that puzzle out to disrupt it by huge proportions. And one of those pieces was Aymeric Laporte. The team struggled a lot in his absence, and now the man is back. The Boyna himself is back, and you would expect at some point as well that Sergio Aguero should find some form of consistency as well with the injury worries. He's never really had a consistent stay all through, but at least for a season, you expect some level of consistency for him when he gets back. And of course, Gabriel Jesus, you'd expect him to come back to the squad as well. Bernardo Silva has been quiet for some point. Riyad Mahrez has stepped up in the past few months for Manchester City, or even last season as well. So I think for City, it's difficult to say that it's going to be a rampaging run for them this season. Other teams, we've talked about this, I think, last week, that other teams have stepped up around them. And you'd expect better from the teams in and around the top 6, so-called top 6 brackets, the Chelseas of this world, Arsenal, Tottenham themselves, and even Everton, from an outside perspective. So I think this season is not going to be all rosy for Manchester City. Yes, they've got into the stride. I said it at the start of the show, and even yesterday, that what I saw of them against Marseille, that it's going to be a continuation of where they stopped in the Champions League against Sheffield United. And of course, we always know that Sheffield will leave spaces to be exploited by the citizens, unlike what we saw against the West Ham United side, for instance, who play the low blocks and will not give you those much spaces to exploit. So I think for City, the season is going to develop quite nicely, just as you would expect from a Pep Guardiola side. But that dominance we used to see when they won the season with 100 points and then 99 the next, I don't think we are going to be seeing that this time around, because there's the other teams around them have stepped up, and of course Manchester City themselves still having some injury battles here and there, with 1 or 2 players not really living up, to the kind of levels where we expected them to be. Lost Leroy Sané, and of course Bernardo Silva himself hasn't stepped up to that level where he used to be some 2 seasons ago. David Silva also left the side. Has he been replaced? I don't think so. Rodri will also find his place in the team gradually. Fernandinho these days no longer has a fine place in that squad. So I think overall it might be a good season for Man City. I still expect them to be up there, first or second. Doesn't matter where they finish, but I think they should be among the first or the second team this season. But dominance, no, I don't think, and they were never overwhelming favourites to win the league this season.
Okay, by 4 p.m, Burnley will take on Chelsea at the Turf Moor. Speaking about that game, Nathaniel, Frank Lampard's Chelsea, they are currently 10th on the Premier League table. Is there really a competition, or do you think that game against Burnley will really be a competition, as Sean Dyche's men have gotten just 1 point in their last 5 matches?
Yes, the Shondai's guys, they would like to, try to see if they can pick a point from that match. And it's going to be a very interesting encounter. Though Chelsea try being in a good shape and good fine form, they've been unbeaten for some couple of matches. They've kept clean sheets in the past 3 matches. They've won against Krasnodar 3-0.
4 goals to
4 goals to nothing, I beg your pardon. They kept a clean sheet against Sevilla and even Manchester United. So they've been doing well for themselves. And the Burnley side, these guys, they need a victory. They just need a point to see that, yes, they step up a little bit, because their confidence right now is a little bit falling below order. They've not been able to. I'm not sure they've even got the points right.
No, they have a point. One draw.
One draw for them.
One draw for them in their last 5 games.
So it's going to be a very interesting encounter, and it's going to be a tough one. Though Frank Lampard right now, the team, they've tried to see, they've been gelling gradually. They've been gelling together. The top guys, the German combination, they've been doing very well, including with the USA guy Pulisic, and currently now even Ziyech is back and he's doing very well for himself. It's called during that against Krasnodar. He's back. So it's going to be a very interesting encounter, and hoping that maybe they will get the win ahead of the Burnley guys.
Okay, Wisdom, are you really impressed, or would you say Frank Lampard has lived up to expectations, especially with the huge summer signings? With the players he's gotten at the goalkeeping position, Edward Mendy, there's also Thiago Silva, midfield, forward, and yet, apart from the game against Krasnodar, they struggled to score against Sevilla, struggled to score against Manchester United. They had just 1 shot on target in that game. Would you say they have lived, or Lampard is living up to expectation, or the team in its entirety is living up to expectations?
No. It's not. They are not living up to expectations. Both Frank Lampard, both the players. Now, we said this thing when he was making those signings. It's not to buy players. It's to put them together and make them work. It's one thing to buy names. No doubt about that. He did his business. Some early enough, and some you went to say were some of the best products the world had to offer in terms of youth, their ages and results at the point. Timo Werner for one, Kai Havertz another, even Hakim Ziyech. So I think they've not come into their own well enough, and that's a problem. Whether Lampard is to be blamed is a big question that looks like it's going to be a yes at the end of the day. Now, they've really struggled, even though we know that we're measuring them by their own standards. They drew against West Brom, 3-3. Had that draw too against Southampton, 3-3. Also had that draw against Sevilla. Also had the draw against Chelsea. Come on.
Manchester United.
Manchester United, rather. Come on, that's too much for a team with the firepower of Kai Havertz, one of the highest goal scorers in his position in Europe. In his position now. Timo Werner too, one of the highest goal scorers in his position. Not the highest, but one of the, as a top striker. We had Robert Lewandowski. He was just behind Lewandowski in the whole of Germany. So I think with the quality they got last season, with the quality they got, they shouldn't be getting those draws, and probably they shouldn't be conceding too, because they got Thiago Silva, a player who has the experience of 10 players around him now. Look at all those other boys, Zuma and the others. Come on, they know nothing compared to what Silva has seen. Silva has seen it all with different teams now, last being PSG before Chelsea. So I think Lampard has not done well enough with the players at his disposal. Time will still tell, because I believe it's still early. I've seen coaches turn things around from January. Maybe just confidence in the coach. That's from the management. They get to January and they turn the tables around. So anything is still possible when it comes to Frank Lampard. But I feel so far they've not done well enough. And also, he has paid some level of maybe not paid attention now, but he's sold himself as a very disciplined man that is probably too disciplined to not even take things from players. Now, why am I saying this? There are reports, not confirmed, that he has issues with some of the players.
Yeah.
So we even heard Rudiger at some point. We've heard different names now. He has personal issues with these players. Now, if this
Marcos Alonso.
If this is going to be, if this ends up being true, then there's a problem, because it's too early to have problems with your players now. It's too early. how long have you stayed with this team to start having problems with players that you've told that, yes, they are going to be part of your team? You know, not one now, not two. When you're hearing about three players having issues with the coach, then there's a problem. So I think that's it. They also had an issue too with Kepa Arrizabalaga. Let's also put that in. Arrizabalaga is a goalkeeper that is like, I won't say a rotten tooth, but it's like something you have. You bought it with so much money. You don't know how to now stop wearing this shoe. It's paining you, but you have to just wear this shoe. This shoe is coming. I bought it from Italy, over 300,000 or 3,000 pounds or something. I can't keep these shoes at home. I need to wear it because of the feeling it gives me. Kepa Arrizabalaga is the most expensive goalkeeper in world football. And it's funny to have that kind of tag on a man and keep him on the bench. As a matter of fact, some people like Wisdom felt giving him some time, let him grow his confidence, you know, and all that. Rotating him will not give him confidence. And I still stand with that anyway, even if Edward Mendy has done well enough now. Rotating the man, telling him, there's Kaba, there's this person to take your spot. I don't feel it grows confidence. So I think the issue of Kepa also affected the Chelsea side because they were conceding goals for fun. They were having issues. He scored 3, you concede 3. You know, that tells you how bad it was with the back line and the goalkeeper, both Thiago Silva. I saw games where there was no sign or finger that should have pointed to Kepa Arrizabalaga because we all know what was wrong with Kepa. It's like let's say we have a member of our team, as the sports team, for example, we have a member of our team who probably does not know anything about cricket, and maybe Victor, you draw that guy in and start asking him cricket questions. Do you know Sachin Tendulkar? Do you know? You're putting him in trouble. I saw Kozuma and the others laying back passes to Kepa that led to goals. And some of those back passes were, you saw the opponents. Now, your opponents, one or two of them around you, and you know for sure that they can actually catch up with this ball if Kepa was not smart with it, and you're still giving it to Kepa. So even the guys at the back, they've not covered themselves in glory. I don't know if I'm to blame Frank Lampard too for that one, because sometimes I've learned in my little experience, my little time in football, knowing football, that is not everything that we blame coaches for. Some players, to like Evra, some players need to be slapped. So, I saw Kozuma giving a back pass. Rudiger, when he was brought in, to this same goalkeeper that we all know what is going on with the man.
Okay.
So Edward Mendy has come in, and I think he has done well in the 2 or 3 games he started. So maybe we also spread the blame across board and say, okay, Lampard, you collect some. Kepa, you collect some of the blame. Those defenders, they would also collect some. But Timo Werner is one of the players that I feel he has done well enough. I mean, for where the position they've given him, he has handled it. It's not his job to now make all the other players. Then going forward, I think Chelsea, they are lacking a lot of things tactically. But don't worry, that's all, both tactical and everything rests with Frank Lampard. So I think he has not done well enough, if you ask me, ever since this season started.
Chidubem, the debate as per Kepa, Mendy, or Caballero would continue. Now it seems like Kepa is the 3rd choice goalkeeper in Chelsea.
Maybe the 4th. Because there's a Peter Cech in the mix.
Yeah, there's a Peter Cech as well, because he was added to Chelsea's Premier League squad. So maybe one of these games we might just be seeing Peter Cech back in the middle of the goal for Chelsea. What do you think should be done to Kepa? Keeping him on the bench. I mean, I was watching the training session of the team during the week, and Kepa was not even motivated in training because, I mean, they were more focused on Mendy and Caballero. Kepa was training elsewhere. He would have, I mean, Smartin would have gone to go and train with the ladies. It was that bad because they didn't give anyone to train with him. So what do you think? Do you think he should be sent on loan? He should be sold in January? Or what is the solution?
I think sending him on loan would be perfect for when you consider the situations on ground at Chelsea. The man has been given time to prove himself, but somehow it didn't work out. And the thing about having a bad goalkeeper between the sticks is that it reduces the confidence of the defenders. Wilson was talking about giving a back pass to a goalkeeper, is culpable, is prone to mistakes. But the thing is that when you're confident, as a defender, you carry the ball and you turn around and you see your goalkeeper, it can even force you to make mistakes because you're thinking, what if I pass this ball now and this guy makes a mistake out of it, and before you know it, you have a missed kick and all that. So there's this aura a confident goalkeeper or a well-performing goalkeeper will give you. The confidence that even if the ball gets past me, I've got someone behind the sticks or between the sticks that can make the saves. A person like Petr Cech that will guarantee you 15 points a season. So your confidence that, see, even if I make a mistake, which, by the way, you're not supposed to make a mistake or think of making mistakes, but in the events that happens, you're confident that the man behind you, the last man, will be able to pull off that save that will keep the team in shape. But it's not been the case for Kepa Arrizabalaga. Came in the first season, had 15 clean sheets. I mean, how many keepers in world football could boast of that season? 15 clean sheets in the season is quite massive. Yes, he had pockets of errors, 1 or 2 that season as well, but he was overall one of the fine keepers in the league under Mauricio Sarri that time. But I mean, after that, what happened? The man began to struggle under Lampard. And you look at the system.
Did it start under Lampard? How about under Mauricio Sarri?
Not under him. Like I said, there were issues under Mauricio Sarri, but it was not obvious. It was not that, as pronounced that it was under Lampard, because under Lampard, it was a weaker defensive setup than we saw under Sarri. And it exposed Kepa even more. And the thing about going down is that when you start going down, you just keep going further down. It takes something really extraordinary to be able to pull yourself out of that kind of a situation. So for Kepa now, I think what he will need is to get a new club for himself. Luis Karius is one example that will come to mind for Liverpool. At that point, it was shambolic performances. And I mean, it was the eclipse of it when he got to the Champions League and those 2 very disappointing showings there that led to 2 horrendous goals considered by Liverpool that even made Real Madrid win that one. But you look at the fact that at some point he just had to be shipped out, because that kind of a person, it was clear that if he stayed at Liverpool, he was not going to do well, because the fans will be taunting you. The players are not going to be confident in you. So how do you continue from there? I think Kepa should just go. I think what has kept him up until this point in Chelsea is just the fact that he was bought for so much. And when you buy a player for that much, you just keep waiting and hoping that it justifies his price tag. And that's exactly why he hasn't left. Else, he would have left. It's similar scenario that happened with a particular Fernando Torres at the point. £50 million he came to Chelsea from Liverpool at that point. Record fee for Chelsea. And it was something that everybody just thought was going to work out. But somehow it didn't work out. And every other season you would think, Torres should leave this club. But there was that part of you that will say, this guy was so fantastic with Liverpool. What's the difference? It seems we should give him time. He's going to come good. And it kept going back and forth until he eventually left the club. So it looks like the same case with Kepa Arrizabalaga. The price tag he was brought into is more like a hunchback now for the club. They are thinking letting him go, and on the other hand, they are thinking of the good performances he's had in the past for both Chelsea and also for Athletic Bilbao and the Spanish La Liga. And you're asking yourself, will it make sense to let this man go? So I think at this point, letting him go should not be an outright option. But the only way you can let him go is to let him go on loan, not with a buyback clause, most likely, if you're going to even sell him in the first place. But let him go on loan to one of those fringe clubs, maybe in France or even in Spain, where he's very familiar with. Get back his confidence, because that is what is lacking. If Kepa gets back his confidence and is back to being regular between the sticks for any club, maybe in the Spanish La Liga or wherever, then I think he's going to return to being one of the best goalkeepers in world football, just like he was before he came to Chelsea. He's lacking in confidence and he needs that back. Does he have the talent? I think he has the talent. What is lacking is the confidence, and a manager that has that confidence in him, and he needs to test new waters. He needs to test. He needs a new air now, a breath of fresh air to be able to get that. Right now, Chelsea is not a club for him.
Well, by 6 p.m., West Ham United will take on Liverpool. But before we go to that game, let's talk about the big question today. Is Harry Kane and Son Heung-min the best Premier League attacking partnership in the history of top-flight English football? On Monday, both players combined for a Premier League goal for the 29th time, the second highest tally in the history of the Premier League. Son is currently the individual leading scorer with 8, and Kane has been directly involved in 13 goals this season, 5 goals and 8 assists, a record for a Premier League player after 6 games. So guys, where would you rank Kane and Son among the great Premier League attacking duos? Starting with you, Nathaniel.
Wow. So these guys have done well for themselves, but counting them as the best duo attacking when it comes to the attacking lineup be unfair, even very unfair to even Thierry Henry and Robert Pires era. After all, they've clocked that margin before, 29 goals per as when it comes to combination. But don't take that away from Didier Drogba and Frank Lampard. These guys, during the 2009-2010 season, they did very well. They combined, if I'm not mistaken, approximately 36 or 35 goals altogether. And they carried a lot of trophies, even the EPL, and they did a whole lot together. Great assist. Frank Lampard assisted Didier Drogba 24 times, and Drogba returned the same assist 12 times or thereabout with a lot of goals. So I think maybe Frank Lampard and Didier Drogba, they should be the best ever, not
Hurricane or Sonny. Yeah. Well, just to add, Didier Drogba and Frank Lampard are actually topping that list. The partnership of both players produced 36 goals.
Topping the list?
Yes, of a Premier League attacking partnership.
I don't think that's correct. That cannot be correct. Dwight York and Andy Cole combined for 55 goals in the 99 season.
Not just the goals, both assists, both each other assisting themselves.
That's what I'm saying. Both of them combined for 55 goals, just goals, not assists now in the 99 season. I mean, even Ronaldo had 42 goals that season in the 2007-2008 season. Ronaldo had 42 goals. Rooney had about 38, I think. And I think to even place Son and what's his name, Harry Kane, I think
Chelsea, I know, and I remembered Fire and Ice, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank and Idago Johnson.
Yeah, thank you.
Fine combination it was too in their own days, you know. And
I was in 2001, 2002 season.
Yeah, statistics works wonders, and I might not be able to start placing all the statistics, but Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank and Idago Johnson, fantastic. Dennis Bergkamp and Thierry Henry, classy. But of course, nothing comes close to the telepathic relationship between Dwight York and Andy Cole. It was. I think those two set the Premier League on fire in their time. I think the height of it was in 1999. That the game against Juventus. I mean, I won't say that, but 1999 was just that year. But that game against Juventus in the Champions League, you know. So
yeah, the winning goal in that one, I think.
The fat boy has scored though.
Eden Hazard.
What do you mean by the fat boy?
Well,
that's a fine goal.
Has gotten his second goal for Real Madrid in as many matches, I tell you. And his first goal of the season, a very good goal from the Belgian. Took the shot from outside the box, and of course, the Huesca goalkeeper had no response to that. It's currently Real Madrid 1. And SD Huesca nil. I'm not seeing the fatness you're talking about.
He has streamed down now. We're no longer going to call him fat. He has streamed down.
What is with you and the player side?
He has streamed down now.
I mean, he looks well fit.
No, he's fit now. He has streamed down. But you didn't see him when ending of last season, when he was having a good spell on the bench and on the sideline.
Are you more bothered about the player size or his performance?
Because he wasn't performing.
No, was he performing?
It was this man that made the management of Real Madrid sell Cristiano Ronaldo.
Was he performing because of his size or underperforming because of his size? Or you think so?
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't exactly because of his size.
Did you see Delima Ronaldo in 2002?
It wasn't exactly because of his size. But I was just. Of course, you would understand where I'm coming from. The club sold.
Do you understand where it's coming from?
I'm trying to understand.
The club sold a player that ordinarily should not sell for £600 million. A combination of sacrifice and a lethal weapon of mass destruction. You sold him to Juventus with the hope that he will not give you more years, but that one man right there in Hazard would give you those years. So, but he came in. Yes, injury was not actually been fair to him, but he has not actually been fair to himself. There are players that get injured, but 5 minutes that they come on, we know that they are doing something. Not that 16 matches. The 16 matches, I'm not really seeing anything meaningful.
He's giving you a hat trick of assist before. So what
do you want from him?
Anyway, I want goals. That's what I want from him.
Hazard
been giving you goals now.
Hazard is very good. Exactly. He doesn't have a history of scoring.
But
goals
don't
that
mind me.
much.
He's part. He's
Don't-
I mean, he's
don't
royalty.
mind-
We
He's a
respect
creator.
him.
Don't mind
We
wisdom.
At least he's better than some people's players. I talk about him because
Far better.
I criticize players that are not good, whether they are in Real Madrid or in Cadiz.
If you see the joy on Wisdom's face, he's been smiling from cheek to cheek since Hazard got that goal. He's happy. He's
in Los
just
Blancos.
trying to do reverse psychology. He's so happy for the man.
At least I'm not happy.
I can understand.
I
can
think
understand
I'm not.
your
Yeah,
joy.
I'm not. At least I'm not happy.
Wisdom, go ahead.
But yeah, back to just as Dubem said. I think Dwight York. I know 55 goals around that range. And let's not forget, it was not only in one season. Maybe I think so.
Yeah.
So maybe their combo. Because
For Dwight York and Andy Cole, they both got like 35 goals between them. I think York scored 18, Cole scored 17. That was in the 1998-1999 season.
Okay, just one season.
Yeah, just one season.
Okay. Because I know, I wish I could confirm if it was in one season that they got those number of goals between. Okay, no, 1998-1999 season was their best season.
Yeah.
They amassed a total of 55 goals for the club, but I don't know if it's what you guys mean. Pass for me, I pass for you, go. But they got it combined a total of 55 goals.
Yeah.
That's the two guys. But I think that's the finest. That's the finest. I don't see anything coming close for now. Maybe Heung-min Son, just as he said, and Hurricane. They might need to do it 2 or 3 more seasons. Who would forget Wayne Rooney and Cristiano Ronaldo? I mean, he even mentioned it. That was another fine combo. Alan Shearer and Chris Hutton. Yes. Blackburn. When Alan Shearer was playing for Blackburn, the Premier League guys of those days would understand. These days, yes, it's all about Chelsea, Manchester United, Liverpool. But there was a time when it was all about Liverpool and Blackburn. They were fighting. And Newcastle. So I think that was another fine partnership.
1995
altogether, we've seen different names.
And they went on to win the league that season.
Yes, exactly. We've seen Luis Suarez and Sturridge. We've seen Dennis Bergkamp and Thierry Henry. So I think for now, let's be happy with what they are doing and let's celebrate it. But I think they are still far from maybe not too far. 2 or 3 seasons consistency, or even 1 more season. Just make it consistent a little bit and let it win laurels, because most times don't remember those who took second. Let it win laurels for you. Not just having a fine combination and we are not getting anything out of it. These names we mentioned, he mentioned it. The Alan Shearer Chris Hutton thing was very loud because Blackburn won the Premier League. Dwight York and this man now, Andy Cole was very hot because they also did
United's
something.
most successful season in history.
Exactly.
99.
Exactly. The reason why maybe Idol Johnson and
Can remember the goal they scored
Jimmy
against
Floyd.
Barcelona.
You understand? The reason why Jimmy Floyd, Hasselbank, and Idol Johnson, it's not a very loud one. It's because probably he didn't know to win plenty. He didn't really win too many good big things. For
Benzema makes it 2 for Real Madrid. Brought the ball down, nice control with his chest, and of course it was just a one-way ticket. Definitely to the back of the net. Real Madrid are currently cruising. 45 minutes gone. 45 minutes gone, and is Real Madrid to SD Huesca 0. Meanwhile, in the English Premier League, Sheffield United are still trailing 1-0 to Manchester City. Well, the guys have had their say, but statistically speaking, when it comes to who supplies who, this one supplies this one, looking at the Premier League ranks, Didier Drogba and Frank Lampard are actually top of that list with 36 goals and assists between them, supplying each other. Harry Kane and Son Heung-min comes next with 29. David Silva and Sergio Aguero with 29. Robert Pires and Thierry Henry with 29. And then there's Darren Anderton and Teddy Sheringham with 27. Let's head to the phone lines before we go talk some more English football and, of course, move to Spain as Barcelona with the exit of the man Josep Maria Patomi. What are you expecting? What are your expectations for the GOATs, the legend of the club who was seeking a new pasture where he might just be returning back to the Catalan side since his principality has moved away or have paved way? Who knows? He might just be remaining at Barcelona. Well, that is left for you guys to discuss. I'm only the moderator. The phone lines are open. Let's get to hear from you. 0817 0000 951. And you can also reach us on the other number is 0810 951 951.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Yeah, this is your calling is my great Ari.
Welcome.
Can I please talk about the Manchester United issue?
Manchester United issue. What issue?
Yeah, the one that they talk about the performances on the Champions League.
All right, go ahead. Yes, of course you can. You can still do that.
Yeah, you know, Manchester United just they are just like one club in River State. Yeah, when you give your coach, if you don't win these 3 matches, you go sack you. Then go win even 5.
I love that analogy.
All these gonna say are just the reality on ground. If you don't win those big matches, then they sack them. So now making out there like Nigeria, some River club for this side of the world. So I don't see anything spectacular about those teams. I think they must still go back to their club after Arsenal now they've finished. Because if you remember when the organization come man, you go to a 3-run run, lose match.
Yeah.
After meet Arsenal knock down. After Arsenal knock down, career will not remain the same. So you can not remain the same after.
My brother, not true talk. Thank you so much for your contribution. Well said, I tell you. He says Manchester United have become similar to a number of MPFL sides when they are giving ultimatum.
It is our guy here,
Rivers United,
Mr. Stanley Guma. He's a master of that. Once you give him ultimatum, 3-match ultimatum, 5-match ultimatum, he finds a way to get the job done.
So you think that's what's happening with Manchester United and Solskjaer?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But it could have been a contributing factor. When your job is on the line, definitely you have to step up. I mean, you wouldn't have to go. You just like that, go without a fight. And his job was threatened. And one of the best ways to have kept it was to post the kind of performances that United have posted in the past. But they've played. I think they have played in very comfortable positions.
All right.
From the counter-attacking perspective now.
Let's head back to the phone line. See here from this caller. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
Yes, I come again, my people in the studio.
Ovina, welcome back.
Obina want to give his own personal opinion without insulting or calling any name. Even though analysts don't like it, at least I will do it along the code of radio. I will not insult anybody.
Okay.
I will not call names. I will give my
own with your thoughts,
personal opinion from my house. Even though anybody in the studio that don't like it with his earpiece,
okay.
I don't care. I will not break the rules. I know the rules.
Go ahead, Obina.
You've mentioned so many combinations, my brother, and you guys have really brought back memories when it comes to attacking in football. That's when we have comfortable defenders. When you see frontline, I know that frontline is frontline, not all this time we have mediocre players defending and people scoring goals for fun. That's when we have capable defenders in EPL. But among all the players you just scored, I want to tell you that Dwight York and his brother, the Premiership has never, and I don't think they will ever see anything like that anytime soon. Someone talked about Alan Shearer and
Chris Sutton.
My brother, that combination we still have. We can mention 15 pairing that is far better than that combination. Believe you me, the duty was just there. Alan Shearer was just those English high then. They want something else, but you cannot compare them when you talk about Andy Cole and Dwight York.
Okay.
You cannot compare them when you talk about Beckham and the Arsenal duo. My memories will fail me now, but I can mention names that is far better than Houghton and Alan Shearer. That is Obina's opinion from his house. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obina from Orazi, for your opinion. Well received. Well, the phone lines are still open. Keep the calls coming through. 0817 0000951. You can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. Alternatively, you can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Let's get back to the phone lines. Good afternoon, Today Sports Live.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm trying to come on.
Welcome to the show. Let's hear from you.
I just want to talk about Chelsea and his new signings and Kepa also.
Go ahead.
You see, for new signing that Chelsea made, that Lampard made, I think those guys have been very well. Those know what they are coming from other league, and for them to come into the league and start doing what they are doing, I must commend them. The difference between them and the top club is just 4 points. And you know, in football, it's not easy for you to blend. It takes a lot of time. So I think those guys are doing very, very well. Lampard is trying.
All right.
It's not easy. And for Kepa, please, Kepa is a good keeper, but for now, he is down in confidence. I just need to find himself in another club so that he can regain his confidence. Not that the guy is not good, but he needs to find his feet somewhere and come back to Chelsea.
Okay.
That's my take. Yeah, that's my take.
Thank you so much for your take. Giving you updates of games played all around Europe. Currently, Sheffield United are still trailing 1-0 to Manchester City at Bramall Lane by 4 p.m. Burnley takes on Chelsea, and Liverpool will tackle West Ham United by 6:30 p.m. In the Spanish La Liga, one game ongoing, and that is Real Madrid at the Santiago Bernabeu. They are currently 2-0 up against SD Huesca, while Athletic Bilbao will be taking on Sevilla by 4:15, and then Osasuna would play at home to Atletico Madrid. Deportivo Alaves will be hoping to get all 3 points when they tackle Barcelona. In the German Bundesliga, kickoff time for four of the games is by 3:30 p.m. FC Köln up against Bayern Munich, Arminia Bielefeld versus Borussia Dortmund, Augsburg taking on Mainz 05, and Eintracht Frankfurt versus Werder Bremen. By 6:30, we'll have Borussia Mönchengladbach up against RB Leipzig. In the Italian Serie A, Crotone would face Atalanta. By 6 p.m. it will be Inter Milan versus Parma, and now by 8:45 Bologna will take on Cagliari. And in the French Ligue 1, 5 p.m. sees the first kickoff of the day with Rennes taking on Brest, and of course Nantes versus Paris Saint-Germain by 9 p.m. Yesterday in the English Premier League, Wolverhampton Wanderers defeated Crystal Palace 2-0. Daniel Podence got a goal in that match, and I think Rayan At-Nouri also got the very first goal. His first goal for the club as well.
Yeah.
Cadiz defeated Eibar 2-0, and then Schalke 0-4 and VfB Stuttgart played out a 1-0 draw. Let's get back to the phone lines. Today's Sports Live, your name and where you're calling us from. Hello? Okay, silent caller, please call us back. We would love to hear from you. 0817 000951, and you can also reach us on the number 0810 9510951. Ahead of that game between Liverpool and West Ham United, well, Virgil van Dijk, Liverpool defender, has had a successful operation on his knee ligament injury. This is according to the club. The 29-year-old has not played since damaging his anterior cruciate ligament in a challenge with Everton goalkeeper Jordan Pickford in the 2-2 Premier League draw on 17th of October during the Merseyside Derby. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, Victor, good afternoon.
What's your name?
My name is Good News. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
Good news. Thank you for joining us. Let's hear from you.
Yes, I hope all of you there are Arsenal fans. But can you tell me who is the best Arsenal player last season?
Everyone has. It's going to be Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
Aubameyang is the best player for Arsenal, but throughout this season, 6 matches, Aubameyang has not scored 1 goal.
No, he has scored. He has scored a goal.
Timo Werner that just come from another country. Now he's not even hearing English. He's doing what
he understands English.
He the command and said he's doing well. You could just stay there. I'm an Arsenal fan, but I'm telling you, the way people are analyzing the thing is tired. I'm listening to you from beginning to the end now, but I haven't even heard.
Okay.
I don't even know. The other person is the worst one.
I know his name. Yeah, Wisdom.
Wisdom is even the worst one. You cannot even everything about Chelsea is this and that, and people are interested in want to hear good things from them.
Okay, let's get good news. Good news. When he spoke about
Chelsea,
he didn't pick on Timo Werner. He spoke particularly with Frank Lampard, saying the signings have not yet lived up to expectation.
My dear, now the question we they ask you. Go ahead.
Let me tell you, when you buy a player from another country, Can't you just give them 10, 15 matches to gel before?
Erling Braut Haaland came in from RB Salzburg to Borussia Dortmund and immediately kicked off. So I don't think that's enough excuse that a player comes from another country.
What Erling Haaland has won in Borussia Dortmund.
Cristiano Ronaldo came in from Real Madrid and his very first season with Juventus. Well, thank you so much. Good news for your take.
The thing about big clubs, and signing these players, you will understand that you're coming from a strange league, not particularly strange, but the quality is the quality. And when you come into a big team, you're expected to hit the ground running. You can't come into a Chelsea and expect to be given 10, 15 matches to blend. No, it's not Sheffield. It's not Wolverhampton Wanderers. Neither is it Newcastle United. This is a big team. This is a team that is gunning for the league title, the English Premier League, gunning to win the Champions League if possible, gunning for every competition. So you can't afford to go into such a big team and be expected to be given 15, 20 matches to blend. No, it doesn't happen that way. It is a big team, and big teams go for already established players of high quality. So it doesn't matter if you're playing the Bundesliga or if you're playing in the Italian Serie A. If you're a good player, you go anywhere and cut it. Yes, there are exceptions to the rule where players will go to other clubs and struggle. And who says it's about coming from another league? We saw Fernando Torres come from Liverpool to Chelsea and he didn't do well. So it's not about coming from Germany or coming from Italy or coming from wherever in the world. You could come from anywhere and you do well. Neymar moved from Bayern to PSG. He's doing well.
From Barca.
Barca rather. Haaland is doing well. Thiago Alcantara, how many games has he played for Liverpool? But you can see that the man is doing well. Aubameyang came from the same Germany to Arsenal, and he started
Mohamed Salah.
Mo Salah, the same thing. So you could go on and on and on and mention his players. You go, if the quality is there, the quality is there. Yes, there are exceptions to the rule, but when you come into a big team, you're coming to hit the ground running. You don't come into a Barcelona, Real Madrid, or even a Chelsea to come and say, I need 10, 15 matches to blend. Nobody's going to take that from you. It's the same thing with the manager. Imagine if Lampard is losing games back to back, losing games and maybe just wins 1 or 2 in 15 games. You think it's still going to remain coach of Lampard? I don't think, of Chelsea. I don't think so. So when it comes to big teams, you have to hit the ground running. And that's why they spent such huge amounts of money in getting you in the first place.
All right, let me add first, Kelechi Nwakali, please, you guys should put your eyes on him. I've been trying to find him. I'm sure he's the one connecting the passes in the game between Real Madrid and USK. I'm sure Raw too is watching. Now, coming to our question, good news. I mean, it's good to have a female voice always, but I don't really get your point. Is it that we are not talking about Aubameyang or we're talking about Chelsea? You lost me there, first of all, to put it in clear perspective. Now, also, nobody talked about the individual players in Chelsea. I mean, I don't know if they did before. From when I started listening, nobody talked about Timo particularly than when I was running through the fact that I am not blaming some of the players for the performance. It has to be Frank Lampard and his tactics. I mean, Timo Werner has given his best, I talked about the fact that they came in from big teams. I never talked about the players, and I'm not sure anybody here criticized Timo Werner and Kai Havertz. We're talking about the coach and the goalkeeping position. I think those were the places we focused on. And I think maybe our problem is that probably we're not talking about Aubameyang. I don't know if you guys didn't spend your time with Arsenal, but of course,
Arsenal are not playing today
or criticized Kai Havertz.
We'll later look on the Arsenal-Manchester United game. Hello, good afternoon.
Compassion, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Please moving my greetings, everybody.
Eto, welcome.
Eto, who be Compassion?
Compassion.
Okay.
Compassion
I say na Compassion.
Compassion now.
Okay.
Thank you, bro. See, you guys should not be there criticizing our player. The only man that is open for critics now in Chelsea is
we are paid to criticize your players. I'm sorry.
Nobody should criticize it.
Oh, yeah, no.
Lampard is open to criticize, even if to use knife to cut his head. Come on. Pardon me, sorry for this. But that is the only man that is open for Chelsea.
Okay. Hello?
Some players are doing well.
Okay.
We are not complaining of them. They are kicking to they are starting. Timo Werner have scored 2 goals. The only thing we need to stop, you people are supposed to complain.
He has scored more than 2 goals. He has scored 4 goals so far.
So, okay, tell the coach to stop. Let them know they play those back passes, returning ball from front, they go back. That is a thing. Coach need to be criticized. None of our players.
Okay.
We are doing well. We are okay for now.
Boys, you know what we said here? Nobody
Thank you
criticized
so
anybody
much,
than the
Eto.
back line and the coach.
Okay, thank you so much, Eto, for Ruba Holu. It seems like the Chelsea fans are, I don't know the adjective to use.
Yeah,
but
good news was an Arsenal fan, by the way.
Priya is listening somewhere, and I'm sure.
And she hopes all of us are Arsenal fans.
Well,
how can you be
sadly,
hoping like that?
we can't be.
No, to shock her, we even have Chelsea fans.
I tell you. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Oh, silent caller, please call us back. Chidubem, let's run through some of the text messages.
Yeah, let's start from the WhatsApp platform. This one says, Kane and Son can't be the best partnership in the Premier League. We cannot forget Ronaldo and Rooney. Anonymous there, didn't add your name. This one says, good afternoon to you all. I don't know why some people believe if there is CR7 in that game, Barca won't win. Barca won't win Juve, but we will still beat them in the Camp Nou. I also think City will win the league. As for Manchester United, tomorrow's game, I see Arsenal drawing Manchester United. That's from Skillful Peru. And someone says, let me rephrase my... Okay. Earlier I said, hello and good afternoon to you all, Victor and your colleagues in the studio. My name is Faith. About the question he asked about Harry and Son of Tottenham. Well, Victor, do you have a better duo for that club? If not, I think they are the best for each other. I hope Chelsea's coach will be shown the exit door soon because he's a small fish in a big river. And she says that she wants to rephrase her answer to your question on Harry Kane and Son. They are certainly not the best in the history of the Premier League, in my own opinion, but can make the top 10 list. And this one says, please let the finest in Chelsea. As for Chelsea, in 2009-2010 season, Drogba scored 29 EPL goals and Lampard scored 22 EPL goals, not counting FA Cup goals. Oscar KJ from Port Harcourt. And then this one says that challenge on Virgil van Dijk by that goalkeeper is what led him to... Okay, he's asking if that's what led him to the knee surgery. Yes, that's what led to the knee surgery.
And he might be out for the rest of the season.
Exactly. And he says an injury I can use to play another match the next day.
Really?
And he will rest very well. We don't suffer for this country. That's Michael Newmont. Be careful what you wish for, young man. And this one says, from the text message portal now we go. This one says, thanks. Okay, that was not for us. This one says, happy weekend, presenters. Manchester United win was good, and Marcus Rashford really caught my eye. As Osadebe texting from Port Harcourt. And this one says, Emmanuel from Abba says, good afternoon, guys in the studio. You forgot to say that Morata scored a hat-trick of offsides. Well,
hat-trick of offsides for Morata. He needs to work on his positioning.
Exactly. Although one of them was a handball, actually. I was impressed with my team, Arsenal. The boys play fantastic game at the 9th. I saw a very compact defensive midfield and solid defense. Among other things that I would love to see Netherlands Lions. He said he would love to see Netherlands Lions against United. And finally, this one says, I am Madison from Thai. The issues of Zuma, the defense.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ekene from Ogiwa.
Ekene, welcome.
Please, I want to know about Liverpool injury, whether Alcantara. Salah got injury.
Well, Alcantara is, I think he's having just a little knock, not something serious. But then there is Fabinho who is injured. There is Virgil van Dijk who is injured as well.
Salah, what of Salah?
Salah is not injured.
After our Champions League last night,
maybe he needed to rest. I don't really know.
After that, someone called, so the guy they happy, so Salah get injury, they're happy. I know they wish Liverpool bad luck for injury now. Then they win before the game. Liverpool lose.
Okay.
They wish Liverpool about injury player. Well, Liverpool no get injury.
Okay.
He recovered for Fabinho.
All right. Thank you so much, Ekene, calling in from Oyibo. Speaking about the injury worries, the man, Jordan Pickford, said he's gotten a lot of death threats and he has got to hire personal bodyguards to protect himself and his family. And of course, the death threats are coming from Liverpool fans as a result of that injury on Virgil van Dijk. So sad for Jordan Pickford. Hopefully, he's safe. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
No photocopy,
no photocopy, welcome.
Thank you, brother man.
I think concerning the Bishop partnership, I think if you say that partnership is one of the best partnerships concerning the Ken and the Son, but I don't understand how they played a side with due respect to that side in Belgium and came out with nothing. Even scoring a goal, even scoring a goal for 90 minutes. So, after that being said, concerning the Liverpool match, I want people to take a record what is going on in Liverpool now, so that after next season or maybe December, people will not start to say before Liverpool and the Waterloo.
Okay.
About 3 Liverpool goals in 5 games so far have been cancelled by CAR. The penalty has been denied. And the ball that is not a penalty in their last game has been computed as a penalty.
All right.
One of our best defenders has been injured. But since we Liverpool fans don't know how to make noise, they are not complaining, they are not crying.
Okay.
So people should take note of all those things so that when Liverpool will win the league or whatever that happen in the course of the league, because the league this is the morning of the league. There is a big game in front to play.
Right.
There are many games to play. So when we will be benefiting, people should not sit down and call and cry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No photocopy calling from Rumi Bo. Meanwhile, Phil Foden is about to be introduced in that game. He's become sort of the super sub, came in off the bench, and of course got the goal that made Manchester City get a point when they played West Ham United. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's Moses. I'm calling from Vodafone.
Moses, welcome.
Yeah. Liverpool will lose today by 4 goals to nothing.
Liverpool will lose today by 4 goals to nothing at Anfield.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Moses. He believes Liverpool would lose today. Does any one of you see Liverpool losing today? West Ham United have found a way to get points. They defeated Leicester City. They got points from Tottenham Hotspur. They got points from Manchester City. And now they're taking on Liverpool. Chidubem, do you think they will be able to get all 3 points or at least a point from the Reds?
I'm worried about Liverpool, and I'm worried because of the fact that they play against a team that will feed the box with so many crosses.
But just to add, Mikel Antonio is out of the West Ham game. He's injured.
Yeah, he's out. He's been a key component. He's one of those players that has played in almost every position a footballer can play in. James Mina is another person that will come to mind as well. He plays as a forward this time. You can also remember him playing as a defender as well. But I think for Liverpool it's going to be tough. A lot of people are talking about the fact that they no longer have their captain.
Not the captain.
Their so-called captain now. It feels like the captain behind the scenes. Henderson is the captain, by the way. Virgil van Dijk, a very key component of that side when it comes to organizing the setup. But he's out of the season, good and fine. But
although Liverpool said the time frame has not been put,
it hasn't. Most likely, it looks like he's going to be out for most of the season at least. But there's a Fabinho that is out of that squad, and Fabinho is a very key component of this Liverpool setup, especially in defense, in limiting the opponents in midfield. He's been a very, very instrumental figure at Liverpool, and even deputizing for Virgil van Dijk. He can no longer do that because he's out. Yes, it's a hamstring, and we expect him to be out for at least 2 weeks. But I think this Liverpool side against the West Ham that will feed the box with so many crosses. I mean, there's a Chris Wall who lives on crosses, and I think how they're going to survive against Everton, they have to concede 2 goals on set pieces. How they're going to survive that against West Ham this evening is one I'll wait to see. I know Klopp is one of the most intelligent managers there is in world football currently, so he knows how to tweak everything and all that. And West Ham will play low block. How are you going to, break up those spaces that the wall of Gibraltar now that West Ham is likely to come up with against Liverpool? They've got their attacking players all in shape, Mo Salah, Firmino, and all of them right in the action. So I think it might be a situation of Liverpool scoring goals as much as they concede, or maybe just a little less than they score. So if Liverpool is going to win the game, which I think it's going to be a narrow margin, maybe 3 goals to 2 or 2 goals to 1.
Okay, let's get back to the phone lines and hear from this caller before we talk about the Spanish La Liga. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Saturday Peter is my name, and I'm calling from Pipeline, Rumu.
Welcome to the show.
My brother, football is what we was something that gives us joy. I was surprised when you talked about Arsenal not playing today and the issues will not be discussed today. And
no, we are going to discuss about it. We have not just gotten to that point yet.
Okay, because I heard when you said something of that nature, and a caller called and talked about Man U performance recently, and they were talking that it was just a fluke that Man U is not doing anything, and Man U is not going to go anywhere. I want to tell the haters of Manchester United that Manchester United has come to stay, and they are the goals. They are the goals in EPL. If anybody thinking that Manchester is a fluke, the person is just dreaming.
Okay.
Manchester United can have a bad run at this time. Who will ever remember AC Milan that they were a big team? You know, something can happen to any team. At this point in time, Man U is not performing at their peak. It does not mean that Man U has become their mate. Man U never perform in the next 20 years. Will still be better than their club. That's what I want to tell them.
Thank you so much for your contribution. He says even in the next 20 years, Man U be better than their club. He didn't specify who their club is. Well, just to re-add, because we were not meant to talk about the Manchester United Arsenal game. The game comes up tomorrow. And the game comes up tomorrow. So we have a lot of time to talk about that game tomorrow. But then, did hear from both managers, tried to get that audio of both managers talking about how the rivalry between Manchester United and Arsenal is no longer there, because these were two teams that used to contest for the Premier League trophy. And right now, they are struggling for Champions League qualification. So no surprises there. But then tomorrow you'll be getting to hear more about the game and, of course, the pre-match analysis, the match preview before the game proper. Let's talk about the Spanish La Liga. Particularly Barcelona, as Barca's president Josep Maria Bartomeu and the club's entire board resigned earlier this week from their positions with immediate effect. Bartomeu announced the decision at a press conference on Tuesday evening at Nou Camp following a board meeting in Catalonia on Monday after the 3-1 El Clasico defeat to Real Madrid. Bartomeu said on Monday, just after the El Clasico defeat, that quitting had never crossed his mind. So it represents a remarkable change of events. The pressure from supporters towards Bartomeu intensified this summer when Lionel Messi threatened to leave the club. Despite staying, Messi accused Bartomeu of lying to him and criticized the club for not having a project. Before he resigned, Bartomeu insisted that he always wanted Messi to remain at Barca, adding he was hopeful that the Argentine will sign a new contract.
Well, when I heard that Leo Messi is angry because he wanted to leave the club, I'm trying always to explain to him and to his agents and to his family that Barcelona, we cannot let Leo Messi leave. Why? Because he's the best player of the world, and because we are starting now a new project with Ronald Koeman, with new players, where Leo Messi is the key. That's why Leo Messi, I understand that he could be angry, but we need Leo Messi in Barcelona, and I hope that in the next coming month also Leo Messi will say, I am happy because I stay in Barcelona and I'm going to renew my contract.
Well, you did hear from the man that is the former president of Barcelona, Josep Maria Bartomeu, talking about how they need Lionel Messi in the club and how Messi cannot go because he's the best player in the world. Wisdom, do you think with the exit of Bartomeu, now we heard Messi and a lot of reports saying Messi is just going to be staying at Barca for this season just because he did not want to, or he does not want to take his club, the club that he loves, to court. Now, do you think with Bartomeu leaving, Messi might just be committing his future at the club? But before you say what you think, Real Madrid have made it 3 against SD Huesca with Federico Valverde getting the goal from a Karim Benzema's assist.
Okay, about Lionel Messi and the Barcelona issue. The problem was always with Mario Bartomeu and testing foreign waters. I think that's just what it's been for Lionel Messi. Now, people are always coming to taunt the man about the fact that whatever he's done it in Spain. And Spain became a little bit uninteresting to him when Cristiano Ronaldo left. So yes, there is deep down that adventurous trait, that need or wants now to actually move out of Spain and see what it looks like to play in other parts of Europe or even the world, as the case may be. This was the finest opportunity for him to actually leave, because it looks like all his life would be in Barcelona. If things continue the way they are going, there would not even be a chance to go to America, because everything, the Barcelona hierarchy will want you to end it there, you know. But be that as it may, the big issue why this was always happening, or the reason why this came up finally in his mind, he couldn't take it anymore, was the decisions of the team. And of course, the man who was at the helm of affairs behind a bulk of those decisions now, Josep Maria Bartomeu. And a lot of people have been calling for his sack. I'm sure Lionel Messi too, deep down. But Messi was really pissed off with the man when he was finally told that he cannot leave, because on contractual terms, it had gone past the time when he could activate the clause. And the man was saying this was a peculiar situation. We had the COVID-19 issues where the calendar was delayed. We even had to come back to finish up the league. How then can you now judge it by the regular calendar? If I sacrificed whatever I had to play for you when the league resumed, I did not consider the fact that my tenure had expired, I still played for you up until this point, then the frame of is June or July should not be a problem. You should actually allow me go because I want to go. So I think Maria Bartomeu was behind that. And the fans were actually fed up. The decisions being made by the club, coupled with Edu, who was part of the activities rather than bringing in players, some of them were not actually spot on. They bought different names. In this 3, 4, 5 years period, they bought some names that did not just work out. We can go back to start drawing different names now that came into Barcelona and were just pockets of money being thrown everywhere. Some of the young stars, the La Masia boys, who, in quotes, grew up with the philosophy of the club, were sold and let go, thereby even throwing away what they would term as their best talents that could always grow up with the team, understanding whatever the team stood for at the point. So I think, yes, Maria Bartomeu was part of it, why Messi wanted to leave. But is he going to stay is a big question. And I think it is not it would not be smart. I would say it. I know most people will not agree with me, but that's fine. If Victoria Font, Victor Font, Fonte, whoever comes in, and your primary goal is to keep Lionel Messi, then I think that's a very, very funny goal, actually.
Just about to get to that.
A very funny goal.
Well, the Barcelona presidential front runner, Victor Font, says he wants Pep Guardiola to return to the club and has no doubt that Lionel Messi will stay. He comes after, of course, Font has quickly become the front runner to succeed Bartomeu and exclusively told Sky Sports that he has a clear plan to bring back the glory days to La Liga giants, involving the old Barca dynasty, breathing life into the current one. Let me quote him. He says, replacing the best generation the world of football has ever seen, which I believe we have had over the last decade, is a big challenge, particularly at a time when competition is intense and many clubs are owned by very powerful owners. FC Barcelona also needs a significant investment to rebuild the stadium and all the world, which has been hit with one of the worst crises ever in COVID-19. It is clear that we need a very solid plan to meet these challenges, and this is what we have been doing over the last few years. It says that it's our intention to build a very strong and competitive project, and we are very lucky at Barca that we inherited a style of play that Johan Cruyff instilled throughout the organization. And most of the best professionals who know about this style are also fans and love the club, like Pep Guardiola, Xavi, Iniesta, and Puyol. They are all legends that love Barcelona but do not work for Barca today. We need to bring them back to ensure we will have a very competitive project. The only thing Messi needs to know is that he's a part of a competitive project that aspires to win the next Champions League. We have no doubt that if we basically have the honor to take the helm of FC Barcelona affair, we will be able to achieve Messi staying. In summary of his statement, he's more focused on Lionel Messi staying. That would be part of his presidential aspirations or his presidential ambition when he becomes president of Barcelona. Nathaniel, Wisdom said a little about it. should that be the focus? Making sure a 34-year-old Lionel Messi remains at Barca at the end of this season?
Yes, it should be some part of the, in short, the major part of the focus, because Lionel Messi is the greatest player of Barca, and most players are looking ahead of him, looking up to him to see how far they can, they learn a lot from him. So for him leaving the club, it's going to be a very big blow to the club, and it's not a good one. If Victor Font or anybody that is coming, try to see how far they can let Messi to stay, yes, it will be a good one. It will be a good one, but it depends on the coach that they will bring in. But it's leaving Coleman in the hands of affairs. So for me, at least.
I think it depends on what the club wants for themselves and what Victor Font will want if he comes in. Is your namesake, by the way? If he comes in as the president of Barcelona, Messi is 34, but Messi is not just any kind of player. He's an exceptional talent. We've seen another kind of his in Cristiano Ronaldo, who is 2 years is elder. And look what the man is doing at Juventus. A lot of people are even saying Juventus didn't win that game because because Ronaldo didn't play. And perhaps if Ronaldo had played that game, it would have been a different story altogether. So I think for Messi, it's down to what Font wants, like I said, if he comes in. Barcelona, are you trying to start up a new thing altogether? Use the smaller boys. There's this untold battle for supremacy, so to speak, between certain Messi and Ansu Fati, who I think that would be a major decision, because Ansu Fati, his manager, his new agent now, Jorge Mendes, is trying to had all the fine years and everything with Barcelona. Who can possibly give you better years? It's even possible he can give you better years, because with Messi you can never say never. Or are you just going to ship him out, cashing on the man, because like a certain Real Madrid did at the point. They thought, okay, it was time we get past that era. You've given us your glory days. You've given us. They thought you've given us the best we can see of you. But Barca have a culture. I think that's where the difference is. The fact that this is a man, Messi, he doesn't just represent brilliance. He represents a very key component of Barcelona, which is La Masia, and that's something that Victor Font is a very big lover of. He's mentioned that already. That he's going to try to bring in the likes of Puyol and of course Xavi and if possible Iniesta as well into the saddle, because these were perhaps the major fruits of that La Masia that made Pep Guardiola so successful at the time. So maybe keeping Messi would be a good idea, because when your best player is happy, you can't build Rome in one day. Matter of factly, if Messi leaves today, who's going to take Barca on his shoulders? You can say Griezmann and Coutinho and all that, but you call these players, they are still in the saddle, and Messi is still the best player in Barcelona. That just tells you that the man is still the big man that he is. You can't just let him go like that. So it's going to be about the long-term plan. Keeping Messi doesn't mean he's going to play forever. You could keep him for 2 extra seasons. The man has never hidden his desire to end his career at Barcelona. He loves the club. He doesn't want to leave. He only wanted to leave because of the whole shenanigans that happened with Bartomeu. So it's not like Messi has been trying to force himself out of the club. No, Messi loves Barcelona and he wants to stay in Barcelona. So once things are well on ground, once Font believes in him and thinks he should stay, I don't think Messi will be considering leaving, because he's never even considered it in the first place.
Okay, well, still about the Barcelona issue, the man that is the former president did not just leave like that. He left with a parting gift, telling Barca he had plans of a European Super League. But before we get the thoughts of the European Super League, Emeka Dena, the Odogu himself, when it comes to Nigerian football, joins us in the studio. Emeka, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the guys in the building, and of course to our teaming listeners out there. It's always a pleasure to be here. Yeah.
Emeka, where do you stand in this Messi and presidential aspirant Victor Font's issue, saying his main focus might be to ensure Lionel Messi stays at Barcelona? As a president, your manifesto is to make sure a player stays at the club.
It's one of his long-term plans. As a matter of fact, Messi is the image of Barcelona. He's the club's most successful player, La Liga's most successful player, and what have you. You can go on and on and on. You can even say that he's the best player ever, and you can back that with facts and statistics. He's free to leave at the end of any season, whether his contract expires or not. They gave him that go ahead because he found out that they were no longer very ambitious in terms of challenging for titles. You go to battle against Roma, you're knocked out after winning impressively in the first leg. PSG, you barely escaped PSG. Juventus blew you away after you even survived Roma the other time. At the end of the day, Liverpool, and all that. Look at what he culminated in the embarrassment they suffered in the hands of Bayern Munich and all that. Quality players are leaving. You don't have players that are of the same quality coming in. Look at people like Brightweight coming into that club. I know Martin Brightweight. I mean, ordinarily, such players don't play for Barcelona. We know. Under Guardiola, you saw the kind of recruitment they made. Ibrahimovic came in. Alexis Sanchez came in. These are top-notch strikers. If you want to even talk of midfielders, they buy quality. They don't go for any and anyhow player in quote now. But that was what triggered the desire to eventually leave at some point from Messi, and somehow it didn't eventually happen. So I'm now that the man who caused all the problem, so to say, has left the scene. Messi might decide to sign a new contract. But there are bigger offers coming from elsewhere. That's another thing. We heard at some point that Man City were ready to break the bank for him when they had that misunderstanding and all that. They were ready to do that.
Pay me £1 million per week.
And there are clubs that can even offer more than that in China. You understand? Will he want to go to China at this point? I doubt. He wants to remain in mainstream Europe where he will play Champions League football and still remain relevant and maybe add 1 or 2 more Ballon d'Ors before he eventually quits his career. But let's see how it pans out. I'm thinking that he will eventually stay.
All right.
If Victor Font wins.
Should have been Pep Guardiola coming back to Barcelona. Do you think that would be a possibility?
He's been bombed out already. This afternoon, he came out with a statement that he's comfortable. This morning, rather, he's comfortable in Manchester City and he's not going anywhere.
But he hasn't signed a new Manchester City contract.
No, he hasn't. But
his contract runs out at the end of this season.
Yes. But I think he could just be paying lip service, to his job and all that, to his current contract and the whole stock. He might leave. It's a possibility because when you've not signed a new contract, it means that that window is still there. And I think it will depend on what happens with the whole Messi situation and Victor Font coming in. I think if Victor Font comes in, it's a different whole scenario now from Guardiola's. When you compare Guardiola's first term to what is going to be the case now. First, Barcelona are in financial crisis, so to speak. When it comes to their wage bill, there was a lot of funny signings, even as Wesker has pulled one back. It's now 3-1, Real Madrid leading Kelechi Nwakali's side. It's probably a shout for a comeback.
Is it playing?
He's in the 74th minute, that one, and Real Madrid still lead by 3-1. But like I was saying for Guardiola, I think going back to Barca, it's a whole new different picture now. He will have to start. It's going to be more like a fresh phase for Pep Guardiola. The La Masia, which gave him so much success in his first stint at Barcelona, is practically dead. How many players can you even think of these days? These days, just 1 or 2, maybe Puyol and Ansu Fati himself and a few of Pedri,
Trincao. But these guys are doing well.
But
these youngsters are doing well.
They are. But you compare it to what was the case under Guardiola. I know there's 2 generations can never be the same. That was perhaps the most successful and the most gifted, talented generation that Barcelona has ever seen, or even the world, you could argue. But I think going back to Barcelona at this point, there will be a whole lot to prove for Guardiola. It could be a dent on his career if he goes there and fails, because he's achieved so much as a manager. And going there to go and rejig, and try to steady a ship that's looking like it's sinking, I think it's going to dwell so much on whether Victor Font comes in or not, and of course the situation around Messi and Guardiola himself. Manchester City, if they win the Champions League this season, will Guardiola want to leave? I don't think so. He wants to do more with City. It looks like there's still there's still something to achieve with City than there is going to enter turmoil or troublous waters now in Barcelona. Why go to where there is trouble when you have comfort somewhere and then there is promise? He could win the Champions League. That's a challenge for him. A lot of persons are saying you couldn't do it outside Barcelona, so you should do it with City. So if he has that at the back of his mind, then City should be the more comfortable option, because City have even got more money to spend than Barcelona currently. So I think it's up for him, but I think it's going to be triggered if at all he's going to leave Barcelona. It's going to be leave Manchester City rather. It's going to be triggered by Victor Font coming in and Messi staying, and possibly Xavi coming in as an assistant.
All right. You can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962 as regards to everything we've talked about. Before we go ahead and talk about the European Super League, let me give you the lineup for the match between Burnley and Chelsea. Burnley will be playing in a 4-4-2 formation. Nick Pope starts in goal for the team. The four-man defense is Matthew Lawton, Kevin Long, James Tarkowski, and Charlie Taylor. While in midfield position is Dwight McNeil, Dale Stevens, Josh Brownhill, as well as Ashley Westwood. Up front for Burnley is Chris Wood and Ashley Barnes. On the bench for the home team is Robert Brady, Bailey Peacock-Farrell, Jay Rodriguez, Matej Vidra, Mark Thompson, Jimmy Dunn, and Lewis Richardson. While for Chelsea, they play in a 4-3-3 formation. The number one goalkeeper, Edward Mendy, he starts in goal for them. Four-man defense is Ben Chilwell, Kurt Zuma, Thiago Silva, and Reece James. While in midfield, it is Hakim Ziyech, N'Golo Kante, and Mason Mount. Up front, they have Christian Pulisic operating from the left side of attack, Kai Havertz coming in from the right side of attack, and Tammy Abraham being the lone striker today. Yes, Tammy Abraham starts today. Timo Werner would start the game on the bench. Maybe he'll be introduced in the second half. Timo Werner is on the bench for Chelsea. Antonio Rudiger, Jorginho, Wilfredo Caballero, Olivier Giroud, Callum Hudson-Odoi, and Cesar Azpilicueta. Emeka, are you impressed by this lineup, especially the exclusion of Timo Werner?
Well, ordinarily we expect Timo Werner to always start for Chelsea these days. He's the go-to guy. Fortunately, he has a place on the bench today. But not to worry. I think they have Champions League football either on Tuesday or Wednesday. Sure. So maybe it's a plan by the coach to somehow rest some of the key players. He's not starting today. Jorginho is also on the bench today. And ordinarily, Jorginho will start. Azpilicueta, Callum Hudson-Odoi, who scored in the Champions League the other day, also on the bench as well. But that being said, you look at the lineup today, it's pretty impressive as well. Without the Timo Werner guy you talked about, Tammy Abraham is starting. By this time last season, Tammy Abraham was on fire. He started very, very well. It was the latter part of the season that he didn't quite cut it. But so far, so good. Had a goal in the Champions League the other day in the 4-0 massacre, right?
Yeah.
And I mean,
Tammy Abraham?
Yes.
Tammy Abraham didn't score.
Tammy Abraham didn't score.
Ziyech, Christian Pulisic.
Okay. But
Hudson-Odoi.
But the young man, I mean, it's kind of also trying to boost his confidence. See how you can get the best out of him. I mean, he has shown so much brilliance. Hakim Ziyech is in the line of Mason Mount. Yes, lots of criticism over Mason Mount not really hitting it. A lot of people have said, this man is just being favored by the manager because he's English and all that. But Pulisic, a proven performer for Chelsea.
Yeah.
Kai Havertz is beginning to also get the goals as well. So I think it's impressive. If you look at the defense, you can barely fault that defense. Ben Chilwell came in for £50 million from Leicester City. You can't keep him on the bench. Zuma, in the absence of Rudiger, who has not been playing recently, with Thiago Silva, should give you at least something decent in the central defense. And Reece James, that's the guy I'm not really impressed with. But N'Golo Kante in the middle of the park there on a good day should be able to hold his own. So I think it's an impressive lineup, and they should be able to get the job done before the guys even start coming in from the bench. But come on, Burnley is a very tough side anytime, any day. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the European Super League, as Bartomeu left with an exit present for Barcelona, informing them that the team might just be participating in the UEFA or in the European Super League. Well, he revealed that the club had accepted a proposal to join the future European Super League as he stepped down. The plans involve Europe's biggest football clubs, including Liverpool and Manchester United, joining a new FIFA-backed tournament that would reshape the sport's global landscape. According to multiple reports, financiers are assembling a $6 billion package to assist the creation of what could become known as the European Premier League. More than a dozen teams from England, France, Germany, and Italy are in negotiations about becoming founder members of the competition. But FIFA has denied knowledge of such, saying no, this European Super League is not. It's not yet approved. So why exactly is Bartomeu coming out to say he has accepted the proposal to join the competition? Chidubem, first of all, would you want to see something of such, a European Super League?
Well, the idea makes sense. I won't lie. It actually makes sense. Imagine a league where you have the best from England, from the top 5 leagues around Europe, and then maybe pinches of other leagues around.
And a league format, not the Champions League knockout stages.
Exactly. So it's more like the Champions League in a league format. It makes sense ordinarily when you think about it. But is this something that we can afford, or the UEFA can afford at this point?
No, it's not.
You're looking for funding.
It's not project, as a matter of fact.
No.
It's backed by FIFA.
Yeah, backed by FIFA.
UEFA is vehemently against it.
I said, is this something that UEFA will afford, like as a body now?
Okay,
as a
they
continent?
can't take it. The case the Champions League automatically.
Exactly. So that's the thing. It's more like another lion trying to rear his head, bring up his head at this point. So it's not something that would be so fancied by UEFA. But I think at this point, we've seen stranger things happen in football. It just takes one or two federations, or two or more federations now coming together and saying we want to do these things. And when there are rumors like this, these rumors have not just been there for 6 months. They've been here for years now. 2 years ago, I think that's when this thing first came out. And there are some very top clubs that were rumored to be interested. Arsenal were one of them, AC Milan at the point as well. So when you have these clubs, you're laughing. Well,
if the competition were to begin today, do you think Arsenal will be a part of it?
Yeah, big boys, definitely. Arsenal were part of the teams that were touted to be among those that will be competing in the league. But you look at generally, if the clubs will come together and say, we actually want this thing, it's a possibility. But like I said, I don't think it's going to be good for UEFA, because it's going to be lots of monies. But
aside the impact, aside the impact it's going to be having on the UEFA Champions League, what about the individual leagues? Because where do you squeeze out the time to run a league while still running your individual league? Or would the individual leagues now be replaced?
Depends on the format.
The thing is, they say they will play matches while the regular leagues are going on.
Yeah.
That's the proposal. The plan is to also have matches played on Wednesdays when you have the Champions League night and what have you. That's why I say it's going to automatically take away the Champions League, because the teams involved are the teams we usually watch in the Champions League.
Yeah.
The big teams. The Champions League is about Real Madrid. It's about Bayern Munich, Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool, Barcelona, Juventus. And these are the teams coming together to form a Super League. It takes the Champions League to the background, as a matter of fact. That's why UEFA are vehemently opposing it as to speak here. So if they are to even do that, they will now play it on the Champions League night. When you are supposed to play the Champions League, that's when they will play in it. And they're looking at starting as early as 2022. The current Champions League have a broadcast right till 2024. You understand? So it means at some point, if they start, then it means there will not be Champions League, because you'll not be watching Champions League without these big sides. The Champions League is about Juventus, Barcelona, Chelsea, the big teams. You'll not be watching Eze Akma in the Champions League. Watching Real Sociedad in the Champions League. No. We want to see the big teams. And once these guys are able to come together, break away from the Champions League, then there's trouble. UEFA will definitely be losing heavy revenue. And this is the competition that is backed by FIFA. Look at the kind of monies they're talking about.
$6 billion.
$6 billion.
Oh, man.
The World Cup doesn't offer that kind of money.
I feel these things could be tweaked. If somebody told me the Euro Nations League will come up at some point, I would have doubted. But I think the format will be key here. It's possible the Champions League can go on, and the league is also going on as well. I mean, we have the FA Cup running in various leagues.
Then you have match fitness,
and that's what I'm saying. It's about how you're able to convince other leagues to accept it. If the English league, for instance, there were the English big picture project, big picture. I mean, there were talks of cutting down the teams to 18, and then cutting down one of the competitions, now the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
What if this had something to do with the UEFA Super League? Now, just thinking out loud. Yeah. Now, if that happens, for instance, you have one less competition, which inadvertently means one more avenue to play another game. So if we are playing the UEFA Super League, it's just about the Champions League in a league format. So we now have that period we would have used to play an FA Cup game. You can now play the Champions League match, or the Super League match now, and then you still have a chance to play the Champions League game. The Champions League game doesn't come all the time. It comes like now we have it. It goes on a break up until next year, so you don't get to play a game in that period. I'm thinking it's a possibility that we can have the Super League go on simultaneously with the Champions League. Yes, it might still take the shine away from the Champions League.
Okay.
But it can also expand revenue, because we are seeing that with the Euro Nations League as well. The Euro still has its money is coming in. And the Euro Nations League is also there, although they are complementary.
But you know the Nations League is a friendly match kind of arrangement.
It is.
Because you don't see European teams again play friendly matches. That window that they used to play international friendlies, they're not used to doing the Nations League. You understand? Now the good thing about the Nations League is that you can move from one level to another. You understand? And if you win the Nations League, you can even give you a ticket to the Euro. As a matter of fact. So that's it. Because what they did was just to replace the international windows, where they play friendly matches with the Nations League and make it a bit more competitive. These are competitive friendly matches. That's what it more or less means.
And then you can use it to also qualify
for the Euros.
European competition.
Yes.
But
format. But then now still talking about the Super League, UEFA is vehemently against it. FIFA released a statement this week saying they are not aware of any agreements
for Barca and those guys.
Okay. Well, let's get the thoughts of the guys. I mean,
it's more money for FIFA. Anything I'll bring more money for FIFA. I don't.
I mean, the guy. Let's not forget there was even a time Infantino proposed an African Super League. For Africa, he promised millions of dollars and what have you. Where nothing has happened yet, but. FIFA, they are looking for means to make football more financially viable for the participating teams, be that clubs or countries. They want teams to make more money by playing any competition that they are involved in.
Okay, let's hear from the caller 0817 000951 and 0810 9510 951. What are your thoughts as regards everything we've talked about? And then the Barcelona issue, Maria Bartomeu resigning, and the focus being on Lionel Messi staying, and then the European Super League. Would you love to see something like that? Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Anthony, I have to call again.
Anthony, welcome back.
You see, I said it before and I will say it again. There is always a time for everything. I don't know whether Barcelona they are scared of change. The only thing that is constant in life is change. There is Messi has to leave for Barca to grow. You should get it right. Even if Xavi and the rest should come back, I don't know if they want to take orders from Xavi. It's too late. We saw it happen between Lampard and Leeds. So Messi has to be so that the younger players can have the opportunity to express themselves. Even if he's the best, we know that he's the best, but he has at least his period. He should just go and, besides, what is the motivation? He has won everything with Barca. He should play that league and try his luck there. But he continues to remain. What they're trying to do is that they can't change, they can't invite a new set of players. We see with other teams from Real Madrid, Man U, Chelsea. They all go through this process of change. It's not easy, but they have to let Messi go so that the younger players can find their feet and do something for themselves. That is just my thing.
Thank you.
My question is training.
Okay, thank you so much, Anthony. It is currently 4-1. Real Madrid are tearing Huesca apart.
Karim
and of
Benzema
course,
with the
Karim
second
Benzema
of the afternoon.
with the second of the afternoon. The Frenchman, over a decade with the club, and he keeps delivering game in, game out. The phone lines are still open. Let's get to hear from you. 0817 000951, and you can also reach us on the other number is 0810 9510 Alternatively, you can send in your text and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. So giving you scores, updates of games being played or games played. First of all, in the English Premier League, one game done with, and that is Manchester City versus Sheffield United. They did win that 1-0, courtesy of the lone goal scored by Kyle Walker. And then by 4 p.m., Chelsea will take on Burnley, and by 6:30 p.m. it will be Liverpool up against West Ham United at Anfield. In the Spanish La Liga, one game currently ongoing. is at the 91st minute. 3 minutes of additional time, and Real Madrid are defeating Huesca by 4-1. Later on, we are going to be seeing Sevilla. They will take on Athletic Bilbao away from home, and then by 7:30 p.m. to be Osasuna versus Atletico Madrid, and by 9 p.m. Deportivo Alaves will tackle Barcelona. In the German Bundesliga, Bayern Munich are already 1-0 up against FC Köln. Thomas Müller with the goal from the penalty spot in the 13th minute, and it is goalless in that match involving Arminia Bielefeld and Borussia Dortmund. Same scoreline for Augsburg and Mainz 0-5, as well as Eintracht Frankfurt versus Werder Bremen. By 6:30 p.m., Borussia Mönchengladbach will be up against RB Leipzig. In the Italian Serie A, Atalanta are currently defeating Crotone 2-1. Luis Muriel, he got a brace in that one, where it's just halftime. Let's see how the remaining 45 minutes will pan out. And by 6 o'clock, we're going to be having Inter Milan versus Parma, Cascio. And by 8:45, Bologna will take on Cagliari. Children, do we have some messages?
Oh yeah, this one says he's Madison from Thai. The issue of Zuma at the defense creating tension on the goalkeeper with unnecessary back passes is a major problem for Chelsea. And to the WhatsApp platform, this one says if Lionel Messi is giving what he wants, I think he might give Barcelona another chance with him. Nobody wants to stay in a precarious position. And her name is Faith from Port Harcourt. And okay, this other one here says Bato made some signings. Okay, Ali says, good day all. The leaving of Bato is good news to all Barca supporters. As a Barca director, we want a positive change in the club, which Fonts Victor can do. Another change we need is a coach. We need improvements of Requipil, Charles Alena, as well as Oriol Busquets. And Bato made some signings that he ought not. The man run Barca funds to zero, making expensive signings. Felipe Coutinho, Dembele, and useless signings of Jeremy Matthew, Arturo Vidal, the other man from China, and some of those players in Everton now from Barca director in Oyibo.
Okay, well, it's full time in that game involving Real Madrid, and the man of the match, the Budweiser man of the match, was actually Eden Hazard, the man who got the very first goal. And do you think he's bouncing back, getting his form back? It's
just one game now. Let him man rest first. But it's good for his confidence. That's what should be said. He's come back. He's gotten a goal. I think he got an assist or two. And man of the match, good performance, good way to come back after so much criticisms on his neck. And I think it's a fine way to ease off the pressure and play football. So good for him.
All right, the phone line's still open. 0817 00 00951. You can equally reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. Alternatively, you can send your text or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Or better still, tweet at us. We are at Today FM 951, but do well to copy me. My handle is at Victor Oriahi. Chidubim's handle his account is currently suspended. Emeka, has your account been?
Yes, I have a new.
Okay.
I have a new account now. That's Adena Emeka.
Adena.
It used to be at Emeka then. Now it's Adena Emeka.
Yeah. So it's now Adena Emeka. Yeah. And of course, for Nathaniel, his handle is at Nati the Nats. Let's go take some transfer gossip before we leave. Of course, the transfer market is already the transfer window, January transfer window is already closed. So the teams are already rumors about there's already rumors about some clubs getting into the squad and getting into other teams. But Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says he gave former Germany playmaker Mesut Ozil as many opportunities as he could before leaving the 32-year-old out of his Premier League squad and Europa League squads. Emeka, do you agree with that?
No, I doubt. Maybe in training, but we never saw him play any competitive game so far this season. You know, maybe in training. We don't know what transpired in the training sections, but you know, I don't think all of a sudden Mesut Ozil became a bad player overnight. We saw this man play under Arteta when Arteta first came until the lockdown in March. Ever since they restarted the league and finished last season, of course, and the commencement of this season, he has barely played Ozil. So I don't wonder when those opportunities came. Was it before the lockdown that's talking about, or during training this season? Or no? I don't understand. But I really doubt that. Because we haven't even seen him make match day squads these days, and we're talking about a man that is completely out of the squad for the Premier League season and not named in the Europa League squad at all. So it means the man is not in the scheme of things. We can't even see him again. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we'll go to FA Cup or Carabao Cup.
That's where it's going to be playing.
And that is better than that. I mean, he's a high-profile player. Take nothing away from him. He's a World Cup winner. Held his own at Real Madrid before moving over for well over £40 million when he joined Arsenal when Wenger bought him over from Real Madrid. And the way and manner the subsequent coaches, especially Arteta himself, used him, you begin to wonder how this man became bad overnight. I don't think the man has given him adequate chances to eventually leave him out of the club.
All right, Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola, whose contract runs out next summer, has downplayed speculation linking him with a return to Barcelona. Everton manager Carlo Ancelotti insists that 20-year-old striker Moise Kean will be back next season to rejoin Everton after his loan with PSG finishes. Bayern Munich manager Hansi Flick remains hopeful that Austrian defender David Alaba will sign a new deal and stay at the club. England manager Gareth Southgate is set to recall Manchester United left-back Luke Shaw to his international squad, having not selected him since March 2019. And lastly, Arsenal's director of football operation, Hof Fahmy, is set to leave the club after 3 years with the Gunners. Let's get back to the text message portal. Chidubim.
Yeah, the WhatsApp platform actually. This one says Barcelona should embrace the change on their doorstep. For me, the UEFA Super League is a welcome development, though it will create more fixtures in the European football. And he says he's Ibis from Oyibo.
So let's just get a vote of confidence or not. Are you for the UEFA Super League or the European Super League rather?
Well, like I said, it's a good idea in my head, and it ordinarily makes sense. But I don't know. Change is constant. Anything can happen. So I don't
That's
know.
not a yes or a no.
I don't know. Like, it looks good in my head, but I don't know what it's going to look like when it comes into actuality.
Emeka, how about you?
Well, we love the Champions League. We've been following it for a long time now, and if this one is going to take the shine away from what we are seeing, let it not come. But if it's going to make it even better for us, then I mean, we are open to it. Since these big teams are still involved, we'll still be seeing Liverpool, Chelsea, Barcelona, Real Madrid every other night when they play. I mean, sometimes you don't even want to see the smaller teams. You see Ferencvaros concede 5 against Barcelona. You see Krasnodar take 4 against Chelsea. You don't want to see those small teams. Let's see the big teams battle it out and enjoy the games.
Okay.
Instead of where one small team will come and concede 20 goals in one match and give us ugly records there.
Okay, how about you, Nathaniel?
For me, it's a nice one.
You want the Super League?
Yeah, I want it. For the clubs, there's a lot of money. The money is just quite too huge to just let go. There's a lot of money in it to support it.
Well, that is the much we can take on the first part of today's Sports Live. Of course, Wisdom Obina and the rest of the guys would be here from 4 p.m. to talk about Nigerian football, and not just Nigerian football. They would also be giving you updates in that match between Burnley and Chelsea, as both players are already on the field of play. Many thanks to Emeka Dena, to Nathaniel Igere, and to Chidubim Joseph Njoku, as well as Wisdom Obina, who joined us for a while. My name is Victor Oriahi. Stay safe and keep listening to Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Sunshine or rain, through every terrain.
Everywhere I turn, it's football, football. There's your fairy tale.
So why not join in the action? Intrigues, excitement, and fun.
Just doesn't get better than this.
Many stars have continued to shine with every ace, every race, every break, and every other sports there is. On today's Sports Live, reaching you from your premium news, talk, and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
That sounds like so much fun.
Weekdays after the news at 3. It's interactive, it's engaging, and don't forget, your voice is priority.
What a goal! Hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh, my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbal jabs and even moments of madness. Experience the sensational swings, strokes and shots. The moments of victory and despair. Experience lights out on a majestic night in Singapore and a whole lot more. On your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Listen to Sports Attack every weekday from 7:30 a.m. and Today Sports Live after the news update at 3 p.m. Stay tuned on Saturdays and Sundays for a bumper edition of Today Sports Live from 1 to 6 p.m. Experience sports in its entirety on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shayna Winch, I've been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly. Walele. Where you do? Walele, my brother, where you do? Walele, where you do? Walele, my brother, where you do? Walele, Akali make you tell me where you do. Walele, Finidi make you tell me where you do. Walele, Ayebeni make you tell me where you do. Walele, Tijani make you tell me where you do. Walele, Ataribo make you tell me where you do. Ayobo make you tell me where you dey. Papilo make you tell me where you dey. Erike Jofo make you tell me where you dey. Walele, where you dey? Yeah, oh, my brother, where you dey? Say walele, where you dey? My brother, where you dey? Ukocha make you tell me where you dey. Aga Wonder make you tell me where you dey.
All right, a fine evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live. The second half of Today's Sports Live, by the way, you had the first part where, of course, they delved into everything European football. We would also be bringing you updates, by the way, from the European scene, but we'll be talking mainly about Nigerian football. The show is reaching you from the studios of a premium news, talk, and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, and my name is Wisdom Obina. I'm not alone in the building. It's actually a full house, by the way. Let me start with Emeka, then I'll come to he's not a special guest in terms of the fact that you already know his voice. I'm sure if you listen to sports anyhow, both from Today FM in the past, present, and maybe future. But Emeka Adela joins us. Emeka, welcome to the show.
Superman, if you look at it that way, that means there's nobody here that's a special guest. Even the one you think is a special guest is not a special guest. He started it here and
exactly.
we had to bring us in at some point. So, you know, it's a, how do they say it? Founding father. Yeah?
Ancestor.
Founding father of the sports team here. And so you can't rate him a special guest because he's part of the family, as a matter of fact. Good evening, Superman. Good evening to our listeners out there. Wonderful show to look forward to.
Osage Ihunwi is also here. Osas, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Wisdom, and good evening to everyone out there. Good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe.
Reliable Reliance Udoyenyen, the classical gentleman. I'm Monday. Reliance, welcome to the show.
It's not every time that you have the privilege to sit in a studio like this with personality like the one we have this evening. But it's great to be here. Good afternoon to everyone. Or good evening, rather.
All right. If you follow us on Twitter, and by the way, you can contribute your thoughts to what we'll be talking about today. Different topics, really. The Super Falcons, they don't struggle in Africa to get results, really. It was not like that in the past. Messi Akide is explaining the reasons why things have changed. She feels there was something we're doing right, maybe in the past, that made us dominate Africa. Now, former chairman of the Imo State Sports Council, Fan Duboke, he says Nigerian football must stop using quota system to invite players and even sportsmen. And we're asking, has it been the norm? Maybe is that the same thing you see in the Super Eagles or even in sports generally here in Nigeria? An update from the Super Eagles camp. Sebastian Osigwe, well, he's out with COVID-19. A lot of things did come out or come up when that name was mentioned. People were saying he kept clean sheets. He helps the team get a draw, 3 draws out of 4 games, blah, blah, blah. But he'll be out. For now, maybe something miraculous can happen before that day, maybe. But for now, COVID-19 might be ruling him out. Who comes in for him? We have Francis Uzohon that's on standby. Ikechukwu Ezenwa is also on standby. Maybe one of those names could also come in to take his place in the squad. Plus the updates from the European scene. Burnley are currently up against Chelsea. We'll be bringing you those results or the goals as those games as they progress. But yes, as I said, you can join us on Twitter at Today95.1. You can copy me. My handle is at wisdom_OB. Emeka is here. The tier rubber handle now at Dena Emeka. You can also tweet at him and he'll be reading your tweets real time here on the show. Reliance is here. His handle is at Reliable Rely. Alternatively, you can send us text messages. The phone number is 0701 9339 962. I'll take it again. 0701 9339 962. In due time, we'll open the phone lines for you to air your opinions real time here on the show. And as I said earlier, if you've been following my Twitter handle, I've been counting down to the day a particular book will be released. Even on my status on WhatsApp, that's if you're that close. That book is called 1,000 Times on the Same Road. Fine name. Well, the man who is behind that one, China Chiru, joins us here in the building. You've heard different things. Oh, the founding father, ancestor. What did this one say? It's a privilege.
Which one is ancestor again?
when it comes to what we do here, the business we do here, the people who actually drew the map before we probably got to our turn. He was the man.
The show you're doing, he named it.
He was the man. That's what I'm saying.
He named First Attack.
So he drew the map. We just came to actually function in that. But China, the Korean man actually joins us. Welcome to the show.
I greet you.
Well, China, as I said, I'll allow you to do all the talking. Maybe I even have wrong information when it comes to the way I've been brandishing, advertising the days. Today, I said it's 6 days to the release of the book. A lot of things have been said. I was here on Friday. He was here. And we talked about some things that really got me interested in the book.
Like which one?
He said everything about the book. There's no 90 minutes. Then he started mentioning that the one that got even...
The South African event.
Exactly!
the face body massage.
Exactly. But China, welcome to the show. And what should we be expecting? For those who are listening for the first time, I'm sure maybe some people didn't get to hear you the first time on the show on Friday, not on this show, but on Friday when you came here. What is this book about?
It's about an adventure. I started going to the stadium sometime in 1989, and I watched football vigorously. So I've been able to do 1,034 games. So it's about that. It's the story of that adventure. I mean, it's the story of like it's written on the website of the book, passion for the game. A lot of things happen away from what you see on TV, away from what you're seeing now. A lot of things happen before the games, after the games. So it's the story of that encounter. The one you heard yesterday, I'm sure a lot of people were not expecting that kind of story to be in the book.
Exactly.
A lot of people are not expecting, but that's what it's about. So when people say China actually wrote a football book, I don't blame them because they know me as a football analyst. So they believe everything I write to be, is it a football book or is it a book about football or is it a book written by a football person? Bottom line, there's a book out there and it's a story that we'll all enjoy. Like I said, one of my promo videos, it was written by a master storyteller, me. Look at how he's smiling. He's starstruck.
Really. Behind what happens or what goes on the field of play, there are a lot of things that happen behind the scene, and I think that's the most interesting part of this book when you talk about adventure. But how were you able to watch and record 1,034 games? Most people don't have time to. How did you monitor?
Most people don't. I've been asked this question a million times. Okay, maybe 1,000 times. 1,034 times I've been asked this question. It's not like I decided to set a record. No, I did not. When I was in secondary school, sometime in 1985, I used to follow the Nigerian League. I lived too far from the stadium, so I couldn't go and watch games, but I'll buy the Tide newspaper, I'll buy all the newspapers, I'll watch NTA Sports Panorama to get 10 minutes highlights of the games. I'll listen to Radio Rivers for commentaries. There used to be live commentaries on radio then. So I knew all the big names. I knew some of their faces based on newspaper cuttings. And in 1985, the league that was the first year we had the official highest goal scorer award, sponsored by a beverage company at that time. It was called the Hot Shot Award. So we followed it as a player from Sharks, who was at Uniport then, Davis Inowumi. He's now the chairman of Rangers.
Yeah.
We followed his goal scoring run. And at the end of the season, he scored 9 goals. And from our calculation, Owumi was supposed to be the first top scorer of the league with his 9 goals. Now suddenly, a player from Bendel Insurance called Efosa Osayi came up and said, I'm the top scorer, I scored 10 goals. And there was confusion in the land. Was it Owumi with 9 goals? Was it the Efosa with 10 goals? And there were really no records. Nobody knew what was happening. We were just arguing because, so suddenly, after a while, the NFA, as they were called, then came out and announced that Davis Owumi actually scored 9 goals, and he ended as top scorer in the league, and Efosa Osayi scored 8 goals. We don't know how they did it, but they announced it. And that was how Owumi went to the top scorer award for that year. But as a little boy watching, I was like, how can the Nigerian League not keep records? Because at that time I used to have my records. So I continued doing what I was doing. Now, but in 1989, 4 years later, when I went to the stadium for the first time, Sharks against NEPA of Lagos then we used to call it Civic Center. Sharks won that game 3-1. I remember very well. I also remember that as soon as that game ended, 3 of Sharks players were invited to the Super Eagles: Finidi George, Osage Esson, and Fubara Owonaro. I remember all of that. So I just went back. I wrote it down because I used to love to keep diaries. And that was my first encounter at the stadium. And every time I go to the stadium to watch a game, I also noted it down. I was doing it because I was doing it. I did that until sometime later I became a journalist in 2001, and my records became more elaborate. Maybe goal scorers, results. It was not just Sharks versus NEPA. It was now goal scorers, results, sometimes venue of the stadium. In 2003, I became media officer of Dolphins. So I was now able to keep team sheets of the games that were played. And I was just doing that. Sometime in 2017, I went home to the family house and I saw some old files. I started looking through them. I saw those, and I started trying to collate what I'd done. And I was able to collate 947 games at that time. That was around August 2017. So I was like, 947, how did I do this? I wasn't planning to do 1,000 games. So I called a few friends, Unduka Ojimo, who works with the BBC now. Then he was still with the BBC, and Ufoma Igbamono. I said, guys, I just discovered I've watched 947 games. Have you heard of any Nigerian that did 1,000 games? They said, not that they know of. I said, so we can't let 1,000 games go quietly. What do we do about it? And we started planning for it. We called that event Ikwereman 1000 with the hashtag #ThisFootballSafe. And we started working on it. I started doing, whenever I go to the stadium after that day, I'll shoot a video at the stadium, 1 minute video. I'll say, this game number 948, this is the venue. I go to and I say, this game number 949, and we are counting down to 1,000. Then by the time we got to 990, we now said, it will make sense if the 1,000 game is a Super Eagles game. We wanted the place that can have control of the stadium. It also will make sense if the 1,000 game is a game outside Port Harcourt or outside Rivers State. So now we looked at, we have 10 more games to 1,000. How do we make sure that the 1,000 game falls either in Port Harcourt or at Omok? We say, okay, you won't watch this game, you watch this. So I started sitting at home for some games just to ensure that the 1,000 game we played in a place that can control the stadium. And that was how I did the Ikwereman 1,000. So like I said, when I started, I was just keeping records because I love keeping records. I learned that from my father. So I didn't plan that.
Who was the registrar?
Yes,
by the way?
I didn't plan that I would one day celebrate 1,000 games. It was never my plan. But when I counted 947, I said, let's do this.
Wow.
And here we are.
Wow. A long walk, really. But outside the number, what else inspired you? Because you've talked about the fact that the book is an adventure. And really, if the details, the little cuttings you've opened up for us, it really looks.
I'm sure you asked me for another one today.
Of course, I'm coming to that. In case you miss what happened yesterday, don't worry. I have you in my mind. We'll make sure we draw a little bit of that out. But what actually inspired you? Is it just the number that inspired you to actually write this book?
No. I always thought I could write. People read my articles. People read my 7 Minutes with China. I always thought I could write, but I never really thought about writing a book. I don't know why. I never did. Now, sometime in 2015 or 2016, I met a lady called Abigail Anaba. She's based in Lagos. She wrote a book, Sector 4. She's also done a second book titled The President's Daughter. So when I read that Sector 4, I called her, I said, look, tell me about Sector 4. And we talked, and I got inspired to write. So I decided to write stuff about a lot of my encounters covering Nigerian football. And I sent a manuscript to her. Hey, Abigail, read this thing and tell me what you think. She called me back after a few weeks, and she went short of telling me, oh boy, what you wrote was rubbish. And she was trying to be nice about it. So I left it alone and continued to live my life. Until that day on April 15, 2018, after my 1,000 game go-round FC versus Niger Tornadoes ended 1-1, by the way. One of the questions asked during the interview session was, now you've done 1,000 games, are you hoping to do 2,000 games? Are you hoping to do 1,500 games? What's your next target? And I told them clearly, I said, surely I don't think I can set any other milestone in terms of watching games. But I believe that if you've been to the stadium 1,000 times, you surely have 1,000 stories to tell. And I'll start working on a book that will talk about this experience. So I went back to those old notes that Abigail and Abba had told me was rubbish. I began to ask myself, how do you tell a story that can keep people spellbound? Like you are looking at me and I've held you, you're spellbound. You are spellbound. So I began to ask myself, how do you tell a story that people will read and can't put it down? Now, it can't be fiction. I want to write real life experiences, but how do you make real life grab somebody and the person cannot put it down until it's through? So I went back to those scripts, and again I learned from Elechi Amadi. I read a lot of Elechi Amadi's books growing up. I had to buy some of his books. I bought The Concubine, I bought The Great Pawns. I began to read Elechi Amadi's books. Simple sentences, not too much grammar. Simple sentences, and you read Elechi Amadi's books, and you begin to see yourself as a character in the book.
Very true.
You think you're there in the bush, you know. And I said, I need to write like this. So I began to take my time. And truth be told, man, at the risk of sounding immodest, when you read what I wrote, you think you're acting a movie. You could just close your eyes and you begin to see yourself inside what I'm doing. It's that good. You wouldn't know until you've read it. So I said, let me do this. And I rewrote that whole thing. Then I sent it back to Abigail. I don't know the whole. I just sent, I think, just a chapter or so, not the full thing. I said, yes, this is more like it, and that gave me the inspiration to keep writing. And I said, okay, I'll do a 10-chapter book because I always feel that there will always be volume 2, maybe volume 3. But by the time I got myself to writing, I couldn't stop because there were so many experiences. I'm talking about 1,000 experiences. How do you put it in one book?
Yeah.
So at some point I said, okay, let's just do 11 chapters. I said, let's just do 12 chapters.
Book must be very big.
Let's just do 13 chapters. And by the time I said, let's just do 14 chapters, I have to say, guy, if you don't stop now, you're going to write an encyclopedia. So I said, okay, let's stop at 14. Yeah, but that book went through editing 6 times. Wow. I sent it to a lawyer. I said, this book is not a troublesome book. It's not about to scandalize anybody. It's not about to make anybody feel bad. I give you the permission, read this manuscript. Whatever you think is not right, take it off, don't even tell me. He had my permission. The lawyer held it for about a month, sent it back to me and said, you can go. I said, are you sure everything here is okay? He said yes. Wow. So when the lawyer was done, I sent it to an editor. Take your time. He did it. So it went through about 7 stages of editing. Now, even when the book was ready to be printed, I told the printer, "Hey, stop! I want to do the final edit." So I now sent what was the final copy back to Abigail Anaba again, who, by the way, is an English teacher apart from a book writer. I said, "Okay, just do the final draft and tell me what you think. Let's cross the T's and dot the I's." And here we are. So hopefully, on Friday, the 6th of November, we'll be displaying 1,000 times on the same road for the world to read.
Amazing. As he said, I'm just lost in the processes, and not like I'm not following, but I mean I'm totally engrossed in what he's saying. But let's come to those stories now. Yes, yesterday's zone was very interesting. As a matter of fact, everybody in the studio that I was here, we had Annie, we had the Funky Four guys, Kunle, Tekena, and the others. Everybody was laughing. Even the engineers, when I went outside, they were laughing. But I know it's not a comedy book, but the story was funny. But let me come to you. Maybe just give us one. I know it's part of the book.
Maybe.
I know it's part of the book, but just give us one. Maybe, what should we expect? Maybe one story, one funny incident.
The way we are going, right? The way we are going. I was at Ray Power on Monday. Peter Abadi begged. I was at XLFM I was at Ray Power on Tuesday. Peter Abadi begged. I was at XLFM on Wednesday. They begged again. I was here on Friday yesterday. They begged. I'm here today. You're begging.
Before you.
By the time I'm done my book tour, I would have told the whole book already.
I understand all the radio shows.
Okay,
but I've read the book.
Sometime again in 2005, we are going to Egypt for a game. Again, Dolphins FC. We are going to Egypt for a game, and the way it was at Dolphins FC, we never really knew how we got visas to travel. It was a government club. Yeah, we are going to Egypt. We are going to Tunisia. Submit your passport. You submit our passports. We don't care. Then suddenly, we get a call from a team manager. We are traveling tomorrow morning at 8. Let's meet at the camp. We go there. Our passports are already stamped with visas. So that was the process. We got to the airport in Lagos. We are about to fly out to Egypt or to Cairo. And the usual process was when we get to the check-in counter, the team manager or the club secretary then, he now takes the passport and now gives it to each person. And you now walk in through the check-in gates. They do all the formalities, immigration formalities and all of that. And the process continued that day. So, but as he was giving out the passports, call your name, we had all picked our passports. Now, 2 of our key players didn't hear their names. And they were there with us. Owazoke Wobo, we know him from these parts, and Ochuko Ojobo. And it was like, okay, maybe their passports are somewhere. They went to the look on the face of the official told that those passports were not there. And the confusion was, where are these passports? And to cut a long story short, their passports were forgotten in Port Harcourt. Now, what do we do? These are our key players. So my suggestion was, we always used to travel early. My suggestion was simple. Okay, let them remain at the airport. Since the supporters club will come the next day, let them bring the passports to Lagos, and these 2 can travel with supporters club. But some guy there, who I won't mention now, but his name is mentioned in the book anyway, now suggested that we can sneak them into Cairo. I said, without passports? He said, yes. Look at me, sir, don't worry, I've been doing this for many years. So I stood back. So it was a simple trick. You call the immigration officer, you say, I'm the leader of this delegation. We are a team of 50 people. Instead of each person coming one by one, we have all their passports together. There are 50 passports. Just count the heads as they pass through. And the immigration people agree. It's Lagos. And we are now walking through the immigration gates and somebody is doing a head count. And conveniently, the number of heads they count and the number of passports there. So we all walk in and they stamp the passports. Those 2 players are in the departure lounge without passports. And that official looks at me and said, I told you we could do it. So we land in Cairo. It was supposed to be the same process. And they walked to the immigration official in Cairo and said the same thing, football club for Nigeria. And the guy asked, well, why can't this person hold his passport? I said, no, that's how we do it. That's how you do it. He calls the superior officer. They speak in Arabic. That one comes up and says, let each player hold his passport. So the confusion started. How do you think that ended? By the book.
By the book of business. It's that simple. Get the book and get the complete story.
Wow. So we were able to sneak 2 of our players to Egypt without passports. Now, were they able to enter Egypt? Were they actually arrested at the airport? Were they deported? Were we sanctioned? Was anybody thrown in prison? Because that's a breach.
Yeah.
Buy the book.
Buy the book.
Okay, tell us how we buy the book. How do we get the book?
Well, China, you said the book is not all about football. Of course, some of the things you have highlighted are not, on-field matters.
Yes.
What other things did you cover in your book? 1,000 times on the same road, apart from football, hotel, shenanigans and what have you, night parties and sneaking players to Egypt without passport. Which other aspect of maybe outside the pitch incidents that you covered in
there's a chapter I called Brown today already. There's a chapter, and that's my best chapter. I call that chapter A Game of Throws. Now, throws, not people confused for a Game of Thrones because of the movie. A Game of Throws, and throws have to do with pain, suffering. That's throws. And you read that chapter and you wonder how, especially people that did their jobs in Rivers State between 2003 and 2010 did it when in the period of insecurity. So yes, it was captured a lot. There's another chapter I called Phantom Whistles, Phony Decisions and Referees in Business. It talks a lot about that. In fact, there was an encounter in Ilorin where, as we are throwing missiles at the Dolphins players, I stood up there and I was like the only person not doing it. So, because I didn't want to be attacked, so they wouldn't know I'm a Dolphins person, I begin picking the stone. Yes, now, good stone now. Yes, now.
To survive.
Yes, now. I begin picking the stone. Even though I try to say I know stone well, but I make it be say I even carry one chair throw like this, make it be say I won't kill Dolphins people because you have to do those things to survive. So yes, violence at the stadium was captured. But it's not a book that it's all about the gloom. No, it's not about gloom alone. Yes, there are lots of gloomy parts of it because of course Nigerian football, but of course there are also bright sides of the book too.
Wow. China, how do we buy this book? That's the main thing now. How do we get it? So everybody will start writing down. What do I need to do to get this book?
Well, it's simple. Like I said yesterday when I was here with your guys at Funky 4, people are doing pre-orders right now, and your people are buying online. Now, the book has a website. The title of the book is simply 1,000 Times on the Same Road, and that's the website, www.1000timesonthesameroad.com. You're going to see a link there that says a pre-order link. You click on that link and you can go ahead and buy the book. Now, aside that, there'll be a physical venue where that book can be bought. I won't ask because since I was allowed to say it yesterday, I'm sure I'll be allowed to say it today.
Yeah.
Yes, Bookville is a bookshop along what we call Mommy B Road or Zimbu Link Road. We know it as Mommy B Road. But at Bookville, the book will be sold at Bookville from the day the book is released to the public on the 6th of November. But from today, people can buy online and it will be delivered to their doorstep.
Okay, you can go to the website
and just order.
Yes,
that's
when you
1,000 times
on the same road.
1,000 is it 100?
No, you spell the word. 1,000 THOU 1,000 times on the same road. No space. It's one word. Yes.
Okay. Can one pay while you're pre-ordering right there?
Yes, you're buying it. You're buying it, but of course you can't get it until after the 6th of November. Okay. But that will be cheating.
And it will be delivered to whoever is buying online.
Yes, it will be delivered. As long as you're in Nigeria, as long as it's a Nigerian address, it will be delivered to you. For the foreign buyers, there will be a Kindle version also from that Friday, but we are going to sort that out by this weekend. So from Monday, we're talking about the Kindle version for the foreign buyers, but for the Nigerian buyers, you can order from
break it down for the common man. Kindle version. What is it? Is it like candle or something? Break it down.
It's like it's a kind of soft copy.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. You can go to Amazon.com
and get it.
Yes.
China, how about launching? Wisdom.
Okay.
I'm more interested in the launching aspect of it. The launching comes on the 6th of next month. That's like next month is too far. It's just tomorrow.
6 days there.
So. You've not said anything about maybe the venue for the launching, the time, and if people will be allowed.
I have a problem with world people. Now, since Tuesday when I started this book tour, this radio tour, And every time I've talked about my book, I have never mentioned the launching. But people keep asking me about the launching. Even today, I was careful to say the book will be released on the 6th. Official release the 6th. I have never mentioned the launching. But every people are saying, when is the launch? But where you hear launching?
It's an important.
How much you want to give us for the launching? Okay, yes. At the time that the plans for the release of this book got into full bloom or full gear, there were a lot of COVID-19 protocols.
Yeah.
I'm aware it has been relaxed 2 days ago. But there were a lot of COVID-19 protocols, and we thought it wise not to have a physical launch. We really thought it wise. And we cannot, because we decided 2 months ago, then 2 days ago, when
you then have to change plans.
What we are doing is that the book will be released officially on the 6th of November, but in line with global best practices concerning books, there will be a book reading. And the venue is still Bookville, because that's where the book will be sold. There will be a book reading. We initially fixed the 13th of November for the book reading, but Super Eagles play on the same day, so we're about to shift that date. So there will be a new date, which we will all know. But there will be a book reading, and the book reading also serves as a signing ceremony. Those of you that buy the books who want your book signed, you can have the chance to do that. So there'll be a book reading at a different date. It's a small venue, and we'll still observe COVID-19 protocol, so we won't have more than 40 people in the room or in the hall. But there'll be an official book reading that should come probably on the first week of December. But that book launching on the 6th, no, there won't be a physical launch. Probably an online launch. Since you want to use the word launching, there'll be an online launch of the book.
All right, China. We're really out of time on this one. We probably would have to move on.
Give me extra 10 minutes.
China, how much is this book? Because while we are, for those who are pre-ordering, you know what you're budgeting. For those who are also waiting, because sometimes with this kind of content, my mind is beginning to picture a particular amount. But let me not. How much?
In fact, yesterday somebody asked me this question after I left your station. And when I told him how much, he was like saying, "Why?" I was like, "Is it too much? It's too cheap. I should have made like 3 or 4 times that amount." So I'm talking with my team to increase the price of the book. Of course, that's just a joke. Yeah. The book is being sold for 3,500 naira.
Wow.
Yeah. But when you order online, there'll be a little extra charge for delivery. It's just a little extra charge for delivery. So the book is sold for 3,500 naira.
Wow.
That's China, so far, go to Lagos for a radio tour or something. But how has it been? What has the response been like?
In terms of sales of the book?
Yes, social media, in terms of acceptance, what are people saying about the book? What's the response like for those who are interested in buying? Have you been encouraged with what you've seen so far in terms of reaction from people, response, and all that?
You want me to wait me for Junction?
No, I don't want to make you tell us how much you don't make already.
Okay, it has been good, especially for people. So sometimes I just cut out snippets from the book, maybe just a page, and put it out online. And some people read and they reply to my message and say, "We didn't know it was this kind of book. We are going to buy it. I'm interested," because a lot of people think there's a book that will tell you Aimba beat Rangers 2-1. Emeka like 1 has scored the goal. Yeah. A lot of people think it's that kind of book. So when they see some kind of snippets from the book, or when I post some of these videos I'm doing on my radio tours, is this what the book is about? We thought it was just football talk. We are now interested. So the response is good on social media. And again, there has been a lot of pre-orders made. I'm completely amazed at the number of people who have bought the book already. I'm amazed at the number. So,
China, another thing, I respect you so much for the aspect of record keeping, because this book is about keeping records. If you didn't keep records all this time,
you wouldn't have all this.
We wouldn't have had the Kodema 1000. Neither would you have written this book. Now, for so many young journalists that are coming up, I mean, you have mentored a lot of them. It's uncountable. To start to mention names, we'll not even go here today. And one of the guys you have mentored.
Very true.
You understand?
Very true.
I was in Yenegua, you brought me over here and all that. The rest is history. What can they learn, from you, especially in the aspect of record keeping? And how important is it to keep record as a sports journalist?
It's very, very important. I mean, you just said it now. If I wasn't keeping records, I would never have done the Kodema 1000. Let me tell you guys a story. When we are doing the hashtag for Kodema 1000, nobody one day asked me, "Oh boy, you sure saying that true?" People just believed I'd actually done 990 games or 980 games, as the case may be. But I got a call when I was at 995. I got a call from somebody that worked with the BBC at that time, BBC Lagos office. I remember his statement like it was yesterday. He said, "My bosses in London have heard your claims about watching close to 1,000 games." He said, "Can you prove it?" I said, "I can prove it." He said, "They have told me that if you can prove it, they're going to send a team to cover your 1,000th game. Or they're going to you in Port Harcourt." Bottom line is that you were there at Omok. The BBC sent a team to cover that event. That means I was able to prove that I'd watched 1,000 games. Right? So the point now is that, like I said, when I started it, well, I learned from my father. He was an university administrator. He knew how to keep records. So I just felt, let me be like this man. That's all. And most of that time I was very idle. I was either in school or out of school. I had no job, so I had a lot of time to write stuff. So I was very idle, but it's very important to keep records. I said at another station I was in just now, I asked the guy who interviewed me, I said, "I'm sure you don't know the first interview you did as a journalist. I'm sure you don't know." I remember the first interview I did as a journalist. I interviewed Ahmed Abdulrahman and Emma Godwin. Colin Wood was sent me to interview them. I had to go to the Dolphins camp. I remember my second interview was Adoke Amesimaka. That encounter is in my book too. Also, it may not seem important. It may not seem important, but somebody tomorrow or the next 5 years will read about it and be inspired. I hope somebody reads this book and is inspired. In 1984, I was in secondary school. I was watching the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, Los Angeles Olympic Games. Yeah. And the two fellows that ran the commentary for the opening ceremony were Yinka Craig and Akinloye Oyebanji. And
both of blessed memory.
Yes. As I sat watching NTA at that time, I was just amazed at the synergy between them. I was amazed. I was 12 years old then. Yes, you guys are calculating my age. It's okay. I'm 48 now. I never hide my age. So I was 12 years old then. And I said, I can do this. I said, I can do this. And that's how I picked an interest in everything sports on TV, everything sports on radio. So I watched Akinloye Oyebanji and Yinka Craig, and I picked interest in sports broadcasting. So someone can read that book and pick an interest.
Very true.
It's important to keep records. Very important. And I will keep saying, in whatever you do, try to be the best in it.
All right, Mr. Chana the Korean, thank you so much. First, we are waiting. Reliance, leave launching. The main thing is we need to have this book.
If he says he will announce a fast alert that day, to plan launching
like 100 million naira. 100 million naira.
That one is even too much. To plan launching at 3 days. If I put you for high table, say you go behind, I'll give you a venue.
Avina.
30 least 30 million. All right, we have to move on. But you heard him. You can actually start pre-ordering the book 1,000 times on the same road.com. Yes, if you want to pre-order the books before the launch, the day for the release.
Be careful.
The release.
Okay, let's just say
6th of November.
The online launch.
Yeah, the online launch, 6th of November. All right, Mr. Chana, thank you so much.
He's giving away some books.
Yes.
Not just one.
I think we have to add that one.
Yes. So listeners have the privilege of also
winning one book.
Yeah, at least one. But you know, it don't come. At least you go drop one for the boys there.
Abi?
Yes. If I didn't finish, I'll pass to you.
Now it's the one for the boys.
All right. Say something. Let it be a working document.
On record. Let me hear from you. Let's not be with what you said.
I look at this studio right now. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Times 3,500. That's 14K. I'll be more buy my book. More buy the book.
More give it back to him. Tell him how much you charge if you're to talk for 5 minutes.
You know one good thing there. If there's someone else there, tell him how much you have charged. You know one good thing for those of us that go to church and read the Bible, there's a place that talks about when you go for an event. One, it says, try and show humility, right? Now, if I come and start shouting, it's probably different. I was on my own when Emeka said, "This program, let me give this program the name of the program." Don't be talking. They won't charge you for
that
the
was
book.
That's just to invite you.
Out of respect.
Yeah.
I think carry my name go back. I think carry and go back.
No, we've maintained the name for a long time now. We've maintained the name for a long time to show courtesy.
I'm going to drop a copy. Of course, the copy is not here because the book is not out officially yet.
Yeah.
Means that they find the book and never see them. Here now, they look for the book now. I need to look for it.
It's okay.
So there will be a copy here for a listener on this show. But
okay.
whatever question you want to ask, it may be today, maybe another day, but somebody can win a copy of the book on this show. I'll leave that copy. And I expect that 4 of you will order 8 copies. So I'm expecting 28.
We'll talk about that. All right, let the world know that he did not give us any free book. Let the world know.
It's a record. It's a record.
For the listener.
Shine like Prem and actually author of 1,000 times on the same road did not give a free copy to the Today FM crew. I only get the copy for a listener that will be lucky to win it.
It's okay.
All right, there you have it. Once the book is launched, you would be opportunity to at least get a copy. I mean, we have to ask a very, very nice
difficult question.
Yes.
Very difficult question.
Because that book,
and maybe it can even come from the book.
If you had exactly. If you had yesterday's story and today's story, you need to read that book. But anyway, that's by the way. But instead of just waiting for that free copy, Baba, pre-order the book. 1,000 times on the same road.com. Chada, thank you so much for coming.
The pleasure is mine.
All right, let's move on to the discussion of the day. By the way, Chelsea leading Burnley by a goal to nothing. That game is in the 41st minute. We're into the 41st minute of that game right there at Toughmore. Let's move on and talk about the Super Falcons.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shana.
Nigeria are the 9th champions in this competition. History for Nigeria, 9 times champions.
Say you're a player for the Falcons. Don't say we be winning, we be champions. You know that we're super woman. We just keep it moving cause we're stronger. Oshola is a player. Nigeria we support. Oparanozi is a player. Nigeria we support. Odega is a player. Nigeria we support. Okobi is a player. Nigeria we support. Onome is a player.
All right, the show is still Today Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of our premium news, talk, and sports radio station. And, we did talk about something earlier. China is actually a book. As I said, the cover of the book, very beautiful. It's on my page on Twitter and, of course, on across the other media platforms. 6 days to that release date. But let's talk about the Super Falcons. A lot going on in Europe, by the way. As I told you, it's the Blues, Chelsea, leading Burnley by 1 goal to nothing. And it's Edward Mendy who is their goalkeeper. I mean, he's the first choice these days.
They should have had up to at least 2 or 3 goals now in Chelsea. They've had a good work rate from the attacking midfield, but at the final third, they find it very difficult to have these communications. You know, Frank Lampard is using something a little bit strange, relegating Kai Havertz now to the midfield proper. At times, of course, you expect him to play behind the strikers, but it's Mason Mount that is doing that at the moment, while Kai Havertz is playing on the left-hand side of the midfield. They will have fine connections, leading up to the final third, but unfortunately, once they get there, they have difficulties. But talking about the goal, it was a brilliant connection between Tammy Abraham and Hakim Ziyech. A pass came in from the right-hand side, believably coming in from a defender. I think that was Kozuma, if I'm not mistaken, landed in the legs, at the legs of Tammy Abraham, who placed it rightly, and of course, Hakim Ziyech had had to slaughter one at the back of the net with his left leg. Ordinarily, they should have scored more goals, Wisdom, at this time, but still won't go to nothing.
All right, legendary striker Messi Akide Udo has revealed the reason why the Super Falcons dominated African women's football for so long. The Falcons were Africa's only representative at the 1991 and 1995 FIFA Women's World Cup. Since the Women's World Cup started in 1991, the Falcons have attended every edition, making it out of the group stage at the 1999 and 2019 tournaments. In an interview with Vanguard, Akide Udo said, "These had always been the case, even before I started playing for the national team. We were more advanced then because other African countries did not have a women's football league. But we did in Nigeria, and that was the main advantage. We had over African teams, but it is different now. So other countries have now started having leagues." Osage, Osas. Is this actually true that the difference between Nigeria's dominance in the 90s and early 2000s and today is the fact that the other teams in Africa now have leagues?
Definitely, she has actually said it all. Akide has actually said it all. It's just the truth here. Nigeria had to start up first as compared to other African nations when it comes to female football. Now we've been able to see the development of interim leagues, indigenous leagues for the women in these other countries. And that's the reason why we have improvements from countries like Equatorial Guinea, countries like South Africa, countries like Ghana. And there is one particular thing about life. Change we know is inevitable. It's continuous. Definitely, we should have expected that these other African teams would have stepped up their game, would have opened up to development when it comes to female football. And in what way would we also here have replied to that to also improve? That's the only thing that is missing, the only ingredients missing in what we're having right now. The reason why there has been a drop, there has been a break to that dominance of the Super Falcons is because we here have not improved on our female football. That is it. We ought to improve. We're also supposed to step up the game the same way these other African countries have stepped up. So, spot on. Akide has said it all. I just pray that we learn from whatever she has said and improve also.
All right, Jens, where do we learn from now? Because if the other leagues in Africa, if the other countries have started their own leagues, doesn't mean it's over for us. We can't even do any other thing again than to just join or maybe enjoy the moment of maybe follow the trends of just playing games and expecting to win or lose and taking away that mindset of dominance from the past. Or do you think there is something we can do to continue dominating on the continent?
To be very honest with you, Wisdom,
dominance, rather, yeah.
At this point, I can't really fathom or think of a precise answer to your question. What can we do to maintain the dominance we've had and enjoyed over the decades in women's football? But truth be told, other countries are catching up with Nigeria in terms of development of women's football in Africa. I want to speak this on the basis or on the basics now that we should know or we always talk about when it comes to development of any particular football, be it the women's football, be it the men's football aspect of it. We need to do things right, Wisdom. There is what is called global-based practice when it comes to football development at any level in any country. I think we need to find a way to imbibe it. Now, the women's league in Nigeria is suffering compared to the men's league. It's not like the men's league, is totally being favored, or they are enjoying this level of attention, or things are really rosy with them, things are really going well with them. That's the MPFL now. We know the usual struggles and the problems the MPFL has encountered over the years and still encountering. But that being said, when it comes to giving a little attention to development of any league or any football in Nigeria, for a start, we always think of the men's aspect of football. We pay little attention to the women's aspect of it. You look at the Super Falcons that have had more success in Africa than the Super Eagles. And each time you want to talk about development, it's easy for anyone to point fingers at the Super Eagles, forgetting what the Super Falcons have done in terms of successes. So we need to get things right. Getting things right, I mean, pay attention to Women's League. Let's have a proper Women's League. Now, the funny aspect of it is that very soon, just like what we have, what many persons will talk about, that Nigeria League started way back, I think in the 70s. And as at that time, some countries didn't have a functional domestic league in their country. Some of them sent delegates to come to Nigeria to learn how to run a football league. But right now, what do we have? The Nigeria League is dwindling in terms of aura and what it presents to the world. And some other leagues, in Africa have, if you want to talk about levels of league in terms of sponsorship and everything, the likes of South African League is over there, is up there above what we have here in Nigeria. I can even talk about the Ghanaian League and the like. So some of them who learned from us at a point in time have outgrown us, so to speak, in terms of developing and maintaining a level of performance of their league. So we don't want to have a situation like that happen to the men's league. If we continue, threading in this part in which female football in Nigeria is not given at least 60% attention out of 100. I mean, I'm not making a direct, comparison with the men's league, but if you're giving the men's league, 60% attention, then the rest 40 should go to the female league. It might not necessarily be a 50-50 thing, So do we have a consistent women's league in the country? Do we have primary sponsors for the women's league in the country? Just under a week, Aisha followed the thing that was on Wednesday. The chairperson for the Nigeria Women's Premier League announced the resumption of the NWPL scheduled for December 9. After the announcement, what plans, does the federation have going forward for the league? So basically, it's about the usual thing we do, the usual thing we talk about each time we make complaints or we want to make suggestions toward elevating the level of the league. Let's have a structure that could be maintained. Let's have attention being paid to the league. If you are doing this for League A, being the men's league, do the same thing to League B, or maybe League A1, for instance, being the female league or the women's league in the country. Let's have them run. Let's have a consistency. Let's have, although I've learned that, the 2020-2021 season in the WPL will be something that is obtainable everywhere. It's not just going to be a group thing again, just like we had in the just last season. What do we have in the women's league? It wasn't not grouping. You even ask yourself, is it a cup competition where you separate clubs into groups and allow them play, and then in the end you just announce a champion? This is not global best practice. It could be argued that it's because of the situation we found ourselves as at the time. Maybe it didn't allow us to have a complete running of the league in the formats that it should be run. But that being said, in the past, what has happened to the league? So we need to understand that other nations are catching up gradually with Nigeria.
All right.
These days we go to the Alcon, we don't win it as usual as we used to win. We labor to win it. Other nations are catching up. When other nations are catching up, if we want to maintain that level of dominance, not necessarily the level of dominance, it might not really be dominance, but if you want to keep performing at that apex you've been performing, if you want to stay in the competition, then you need to re-strategize. And re-strategizing at this point will mean paying attention to the league, having sponsors, having a proper structure that the league runs on, such that you know that every season, this is what we expect from the women's league. And also look at grassroots development, because there's no way we can talk about it without looking at the younger generation coming up in terms of female football. What plans are there from the federation in terms of developing women who are interested, or ladies who are interested in playing football? These are the basic things that we need to look upon.
All right, former chairman of the Imo State Sports Commission, Chief Fan Nduboki, says merit must be the watchword if Nigerian sports is to be repositioned to compete favorably with other nations globally. This comes on the back of a protest called by former Nigerian defender Taribo West for a change in Nigerian football. Nduboki, who was chairman under our state governor Emeka Ihedioha, believes erroneous ideologies like the quota system must be abolished, and every selection and appointment must be on merit.
if we say we want to reposition Nigeria of our dream, we should allow things run on merit. We should allow merit to be the watchword. And if you allow that to happen, give us 11 players, even if they're from one family, as long as they can do it for Nigeria, let them come. But the issue of quota in everything we do, in selecting the national team, we want to balance, we want to reflect quota. In selecting any team going to represent Nigeria in any day, you want to be sure there is Adamu, there is Anyanwu, there is Olapade, there is, it is the problem we have. The problem we have is that our administrators of these days are not being free from sentiment. They are not allowing merit to dictate their selections. That is a major problem.
Ndubuke went on to also point out that funding is also a major issue because of the corruption and image of Nigerian football. But I'll play that in a bit. Let's break the first part down. Osas,
yeah.
What do you make of fans' thoughts? What do you make of the fact that he believes indirectly, he didn't put it out there, but he says if our football must go forward, we must stop this, and which means he believes there's a quota system thing going on. But what do you make of his thoughts generally?
Yeah, his thoughts definitely spot on. We must begin to change our approach towards football if we must begin to make headway if with the Super Eagles and with every other department of football in the country. He has talked about quota system. I believe it's not just quota system alone. A lot of things are also involved. It's been happening from time to time. We see players who are not actually up to par or up to the standard that we need come into the Super Eagles to play because maybe they know someone or they are from a particular area. He has actually said this should stop if we actually know what we want and we are actually on the right path to get to where we want. Quota system, any other nepotism, whatever it is, should stop. I actually knew about nepotism where you have past players or past administrators of the NFF or NFA as it used to be then.
Impose their uncles, their brothers and cousins and nephews.
To the technical team or the coach. Yes, I want this person to play. He's not good enough, no, but I want him to play. He is related to me. He's a friend of the family. We should definitely stop friend of the family. It's going to be very difficult because if you try fighting corruption will definitely fight back at you. But it depends on how willing you are to make that change. Then you actually get victory at the end of the day. So it should stop. I'm very, very much in agreement with him on this one.
All right, a quick look at the results in the games ongoing in Europe. Manchester City did beat Sheffield United a goal to nothing earlier. Currently, it's Chelsea up against Burnley. It's half-time, and the Blues are leading by a goal to nothing. Yes, they're leading by a goal to nothing. That goal scored by Hakim Ziyech, assisted by Tammy Abraham. 6:30, of course, Liverpool will take on West Ham. But right there in Spain, just one game that took place earlier today. We had Kelechi Nwakali. He had his full start for the team in the La Liga this season as they were pummeled by Real Madrid. 4-1. Yes, king of the match was given to Eden Hazard. He's returned, and he's returned beautifully. He scored one goal, but a brace from Karim Benzema and Federico Valverde did finish off things against HD Huesca. Currently, Sevilla up against Athletic Bilbao, and it's 1-0 in favor of the boys from Seville. Right there in the Bundesliga is FC Cologne, who are losing by 2-0 against Bayern Munich. Tolu Arokodare, the coach, was asked, why are you not playing this boy? He said he's not yet ready, but he's on the bench today anyway. Bayern are leading by 2-0, and it's, of course, Thomas Müller and Serge Gnabry who scored the goals for them. Arminia Bielefeld are being beating or collecting a sound beating or sound slap now from Borussia Dortmund. 2-0 in favor of the Borussia side. Now, it's Matt Hummels who got the 2 goals. It's funny. Matt Hummels is a defender, but he got the 2 goals for Borussia Dortmund in a game that had... Call all the names.
Sancho.
Yes. The only person that was not present is the man who scores goals like they nicknamed him goals when he was born. That's Erling brought Haaland, but every other person was present. Whereas Matt Hummels, who has gotten a brace so far. Augsburg are playing at 1-0 draw with Mainz 05. Eintracht Frankfurt also playing at 1-0 draw with Werder Bremen. In Italy, okay, it's been concluded. Crotone, they lost to Atalanta 2-1. Luis Muriel with the goal, 2 goals for Atalanta. But Simi Wankwo scored the only consolation in the 41st minute for the Crotone sides. It's not been a fine start for them, I tell you. Stadio Ezio Shida is always seen as a place to get goals. Rennes are currently up against Brest in the Ligue 1. But let's come back to the big story. I'm coming to you, Reliance, now. From the outside, Reliance, do you believe that Nigeria has used quota systems in the past or even currently to invite sportsmen? That is, let me play it again, Seth.
If we say we want to reposition Nigeria of our dream, we should allow things run on merit. We should allow merit to be the watchword. And if we allow that to happen, give us 11 players, even if they're from one family, as long as they can do it for Nigeria, let them come. But the issue of quota in everything we do, in selecting the national team, we want to balance, we want to reflect quota. In selecting any team going to represent Nigeria in any day, you want to be sure there is Adamu, there is Anyanwu, there is Olapade, there is, it is the problem we have. The problem we have is that our administrators of these days are not being free from sentiment. They are not allowing merit to dictate their selections. That is a major problem.
Reliance, you have been following football for a very long time. Do you believe that we use quota systems when we invite players to the national team?
Do you know I'm laughing? On the outside, ordinarily anybody observing from the outside may not necessarily know what's happening behind the scenes. And each time a 23-man list is being put out by a particular coach to prosecute any tournament for the country. But these things happen with them. I could recall, I think I was in Akwa Ibom then. I had conversations with a couple of persons, and even within us, within people in the business, within sport journalists, they'd be like, especially when there is a local coach. That word local do sound somehow awkward when I use it, but when there is a kind of like in Nigeria, being a coach, so when we have someone like that, I'll be like, you're inviting only Northerners, you're inviting, tribalism, so to speak, now comes into the picture, even from people you least expect it to come from. And we start having complaints that, and I'll be like, should we really complain about things like this? Shouldn't we be okay if these players invited give us the performance we require, irrespective of where they come from? So when you talk about quota system, I would never be surprised. Like I said, if you watch it from the outside, you may not see that these things happen. And that is why till today, till tomorrow, some persons will never sit right with the continuation of Ken Oro as the coach of the Nigerian Super Eagles.
Is he using quota system?
Even there, no, I'm coming to that. Even there in the NFF, some persons will not sit well with that decision. Even among us sport journalists, I've listened to critics. On WhatsApp, we have a group where we have sport journalists, and at times we do have this argument. I listen to critics. I take my time to scrutinize their word and understand where they're coming from. I had a chat with a sport journalist based in Lagos, I think 2 weeks ago, about Raw. And scrutinizing his chat and listening to it from, or maybe reading it from a logical point of view, he's just saying it because Genoro is just there, a foreigner, basically. And some of them that are close to the NFF, and they will argue about that Genoro is not supposed to continue the job. It's not necessarily because of performance, because at times you look at the performance of the man, you are tempted to just allow him to be there. It may not give you an A-class performance of a coach. It's not an A-class coach, in my opinion. So he can give you as much as he could. But what is their own argument? Because some of the incentives, so to speak, that they enjoy at times has been taken away because the man is not giving room for all that to happen. But when there is a local coach there, they can influence a lot of things. They can influence who plays for a particular tournament. They can influence who doesn't play. Some times ago, an ex-Super Eagles player, what's his name now, that had an interview on Instagram and talked about how he was asked to pay
Chinedu
money.
Obasi.
Very good. Chinedu Obasi. How he was asked to pay money and all that. Well, it was rubbish. Has there been any investigation? An NFL official spoke on the condition of anonymity and asked him to mention someone. The whole talk back and forth. Ordinarily, you expect such allegations to be investigated. But has anything been done about it? Nah. It has been swept under the carpet. We've moved on like nothing happened. Nigeria match. Qualifiers. An ineligible player was fielded in. That cost us points. Although it didn't stop us from qualifying or it didn't stop us from topping the group, but someone masterminded the fielding of an ineligible player. Has it been investigated? Nah, swept under the carpet. We've moved on. So a lot of things happen behind the scene in Nigerian football that ordinarily you don't expect these things to happen. And when the list comes out in public, we have criticism. Sometimes you look at the list and you feel like this player is not even supposed to make the list.
Okay.
For any reason. But that player is there. You sit down here, you criticize performance, and it became obvious that in that list, that player has no business in that list. But the player is there. The coach invited the player. So these things do happen. But I'm not perfect and I'm not part of any committee in the NFF, so I cannot be outrightly right in saying that probably General has maybe make sure that doesn't happen. But I'm saying that with the way General is operating, you can beat your hand in your chest and say that at least the man has given, in terms of inviting players now, something in the context of what's the word now? In the context of minimizing or completely eradicating quota system, nepotism, inviting players based on tribe, you could beat your hand in your chest that General, as the manager of the Nigerian Super Eagles, has given at least close to 90% of eradication of all that thoughts coming in. And that is why it doesn't still sit well with some persons. Some hierarchy you don't expect to even think in that direction, that General is continuing the job. And that is why some persons would clamor for home-based coach. Not because we really want to promote our own home-based coaches. Some of them will clamor, we'll talk about, we'll keep mentioning Keshi and all that, and you'll be thinking that it's just, let's promote our own and all that. But underneath, in an undertone, what are they thinking? So wisdom. This is Nigeria is a usual word which I don't really like. I don't like saying, because each time we say this is Nigeria, it's not in good times. It's not in fair light. But this is Nigeria. These things happen. And you can't completely say it doesn't happen. Let me give you another instance. In athletics, if Nigeria is to go for Olympics, or Nigeria is to go for, what is it called now? The one we do have here in Africa. Africa Games. National moe must be shared. Every federation must have. We've talked about it over and over in this studio, how we're supposed to invite or have people represent Nigeria from federations, from sports that we have competitive advantage, that we can come back with laurels and medals. We're sure we can come back with laurels and medals. But at times, this doesn't happen, because every federation, a particular president heading a particular federation believes, or maybe members of his cabinet believe that, how could you take swimming? You don't take cricket. The thing must be shared. It must go across board.
Cross board, yeah.
You get the point. So these things happen, and the earlier we find a way to eradicate it or
the better.
Suppress it to the barest minimum, to a negligible extent, the better we can grow in our sport.
0701933992. That's the text message portal. You can send in your text messages. Take it again, 0701933992. Still Chelsea leading Burnley by 1-0 right there at Turf Moor. Well, Ndubuoke went on to also point out that funding is also a major issue because of the corruption and image of Nigerian football.
We have a country that the economy is in comatose. And in those days, when the private sector was getting involved, there were industries. Michelin had a football, the Nigerian Bank had a football team, Leventis had a football team. You can see some individuals. MQ Abiola had a football team. Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu had a football club. You can name them. They were all there because they could support. They were bringing in them. But today, can any Nigerian really say, let me put my money? And if you are putting in, what kind of administration are you going to get? So people don't want to put their money where they would only get embarrassment. Where would they get scandals? All you hear about our sports is about scandals, scandals, scandals.
Scandals, scandals, scandals. Osas. Where are we and what do we need to do right? Because it's something we've talked all over and over again about private sponsorship in Nigerian football and the economy too. When you talk about the players, the sufferings and what have you, it's the state of the league. It's the system as a whole. But maybe more solutions could come out today. Fan has said it, that's a big problem, a major issue. The image of Nigerian football is so bad. But we'll come to the image. What can we do to actually sanitize Nigerian football and get back sponsors into maybe our leagues, private clubs, and what have you?
Okay, when we talk about Nigerian football locally from the stages of the Nigerian Professional Football League, there are a lot of parts that make it up. So if we must change, we first must change in our heads, which is from the mind. He was talking about back then having Nigerians, indigenous club sites owned by Nigerians. But now these well-meaning Nigerians will not want to involve themselves or invest in the league any longer, because what is in it for you who is investing? This is the question. Do I put down my money and at the end of the day I don't get something back so I can smile for putting down my money? The issue here is we must first have a change of mindset. Every aspect, every sector, every area that makes up the Nigerian system for local football must have a change in mindset. It's one big thing to request for private sponsorship. How do you get a private sponsor to come in when the structure has not been properly placed? Now, the government must first decide to place a proper structure, both administratively and technically, for a private investor to come in. Then, those in charge of organization and administration must make sure that our clubs begin to run as it's supposed to run when you need growth. You must make sure that you set up a proper age system where players grow from
level to another.
From one level to another.
According to their ages.
According to their ages. All these areas must begin to work before finally we can now say someone will come and invest in the league. So it's not just a one-man thing. It's not something we'll point our fingers at one area and say this is where we're having the issue. Every person must put their hands on deck to make sure that the league is improved. And how does that come to play? First, our mindsets must be changed. You must begin to understand that wherever I find myself, wherever I have to put down my hands or contribute, whatever duty I have to do, I must begin to do it because I want an all-round growth of local football in Nigeria. That is what I think it is. First of all, the mind must be changed.
All right. Before we open the phone lines, Reliance, what should we do to change the image of Nigerian football?
It starts from the administrators' wisdom. It's a $1 million question, and it's difficult to answer. It's difficult to pinpoint anything because whatever will bring development to Nigerian football will come from the administrators, from people running the league. Will you tell me that they don't know? Shehu Diko, for instance, the chairman of the LMC, doesn't know that. How often that players cry about salaries not being paid and all that is bringing the image of the league to disrepute? Is that what you're going to tell me? He's aware of it. And are you also going to tell me that club chairmen, the ones who have been given the responsibility to run each of these clubs, they don't have an idea of how much it affects the image of the league. Each time a player goes to the press and report a particular club, they know. It's not something, but how much control do they have over it in the first instance? You get the point. So it's difficult to say because, see, if I step into the office now, I mean, leading any of, maybe let's say I'm leading a particular office in a particular club in Nigerian football, for instance, I can only do as much as I can to bring change. I can do more than the resources I have at hand. So to change the image of Nigerian league, you are talking about players not complaining about salaries, not going to the press, not protesting. That's what you're talking about. That means players must be paid as at when due. You're talking about violence at stadia, not recording violence where referees are being stoned at, players are being beaten by fans and all that. That's what you're talking about. And for that to be eliminated, what are we saying? It's the solution there will be what? Have security, at least 50 security personnel that are supposed to be there according to the framework, issued by the LMC, guiding the operation of the league each season. That's what you're talking about. What other aspect? You're talking about rebranding the image of Nigeria League. You're talking about having a primary sponsor, such that at the end of the league season, there will be a prize money for the winner of the league. These are the things that will be done to rebrand the image of the
Nigerian
league,
football,
such that anybody listening talking about the Nigerian league, will be interested. Will have this excitement. You're talking about having the league on TV. These are the things that, when you're discussing the image of a particular, these are the primary things you're looking. These are the basics you're looking at. So, are you telling me that the administrators don't know? They have an idea of these things, but how much can they do to bring this about? Are they willing to even make a trial to bring this about? So, and I think that's why Osai said it has to do with the mindset. You need to work on bringing these changes about, because with in the absence of these changes, the league will continue to swim in the image it currently holds at the point. Right. If you don't have players being paid at the right time, you don't have the league on TV, you don't eliminate crowd violence at match venues, fair officiating. These are the things you are talking about, and they can only do as much as they can. And at least for a start, I mean, I've just seen a report that the LMC has approved 13 stadia to host the Nigerian Professional Football League for 2020-2021 season. You go to those stadia now, approve, look at the structures. Do they have standards that is required to be a match venue to prosecute any football match? Do we have the standard maybe by CAF or by CAF standard or by FIFA standard? These are the things you are talking about. So I'm saying start from somewhere.
All right.
There are basic ones that are easier ones. Give us a sponsor for the league for a start. Let's have the league on. These are some that you could do something about.
Okay.
So it's all encompassing, from the structures, from the administrators down to facilities and all these things. If we can improve them as much as you could, then we can rebrand the image of Nigerian football.
All right, the phone lines are open now. 0817 0000951, 0810 9510 951. I'll take it again. 0817 0000951, 0810 951 951. We've talked about the Super Falcons. Ex-international now, Messi Akide, he's saying we had a vibrant league. That's why we dominated Africa and the others were sleeping. And Fanu Duboke is saying, come on, we must stop quota system if this thing must work. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon, or good evening rather. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Wisdom.
Good evening. Your name and where you're calling us from?
I'm a Gideon from Rumuduru.
Gideon, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate what China Chero is doing. It's a good one for sports media and sports journalism in this country. It's a good one for the sports industry. It's a good legacy. So I want to really encourage him.
No problem.
Hello?
I'm sure he's hearing you. You can go ahead.
Okay, so then the other thing I want to say, the points of correction for him, so that he corrects it in case he has put it in the book. This player he mentioned, Efosa Osayi, in 1985. that had issue with highest goal scorer with Davis Nwunyi. He actually played for New Nigerian Bank, not Bendel Insurance.
Okay.
Efosasa, he played for New Nigerian Bank that year. New Nigerian Bank won the league that same year. So he played for New Nigerian Bank, not Bendel Insurance.
All right.
So we can make that correction.
Okay. I'm sure thank you so much, Gideon. That'll be a big one. Chelsea have made it 2 goals to nothing.
Wonderful goal from Kodzuma. He has been very active in this particular match. Wisdom. I see runs from Kodzuma, such runs at times in the back where you see from David Luiz when he unleashes himself forward from the defense line to the defensive midfield and start distributing passes. Days that David Luiz, was very much active. Those are the kind of runs I've seen in this particular match involving Kodzuma. And right now he has ensured that Chelsea are 2 goals up at this point, coming in from a corner kick, and he rose himself up and then allowed it to his head, and then it's 2 goals off for Chelsea.
All right. I can't remember when last I checked league table. It's not yet important. It's not yet time to start crying about league tables. But the phone line is still open: 0817 0000951, 0810 9510951. Messi Akide says the reason why we were on top as a footballing nation in the 90s and 80s and early 2000s was because we had a league that was working and the other teams in Africa did not have anything of that sort at the point. So maybe we might need to do something bigger to push ourselves up from where we are. Then Fanus Boke is saying we must stop quota system in Nigerian football. It must stop if football must go ahead. According to him, always having a team and you want Musa to be in that team or Lokpade to be in that team. That's what that cuts me anyway. Anyanwu to be in the team. It must actually stop. And we're asking, what's your thoughts on that? And he's saying we must rebrand the image of Nigerian football. Osas, you had something to say, even as someone is asking for how many corner kicks in Burnley and Chelsea game. Come on. Now wait till you bet for your sleep. But Osas, okay, I'll get that for you.
I was actually I wanted to lend a voice to what Reliance was actually talking about. He mentioned a few sectors. I really don't want us to place a finger to the administrators and say, okay, it's your fault that this is not working. Even the fans. Can you imagine, or can you just imagine it, if we're able to shift our followership and the way we support these foreign clubs to begin to support our own clubs? If as a fan you understand that you going to the stadium to watch a match, you buying the jerseys of these various clubs, you're also contributing to the resources that can be gathered to pay the players that do the business on the pitch of play. Do you know that at least, even if all players are not being paid, it's these cry out for lack of payment will also be reduced. That's why I talked about the mindset as the solution to this, because if every one of us begins to understand that it is our league and we all must develop it, then the NFF will do what they have to do, the organizers will do what they have to do, even the clubs will do what they have to do by providing some basic amenities that will be required to make sure that there's a smooth run through the season. The fans will also do what they have to do. No one will go there to vandalize materials that belongs to the club, because if you do that, it's going to affect the club entirely, or at the time being during the season. This is it. You become your own security. The club becomes its own fan looking out for each and every one of us.
All right.
Yes, it's the basic solution to what we have to do. I think that's where rebranding will actually start from.
All right. Well, that's where rebranding would start from. But quick updates coming in from Europe. We start off with Germany. It's full time now. Rocco Dari finally made his show, but he didn't score. 79 minutes, the young man came in but couldn't do much, as Bayern ended up beating FC Cologne by 2-1 in a team that had no Robert Lewandowski in the game. But we had the likes of Sane, Choupo-Moting, Serge Gnabry, and the others who even got the goals in that encounter. But Arminia Bielefeld lost to Borussia Dortmund 2-0. Matt Hummels with a brace. Augsburg did beat Mainz 5-3-1. It's currently 1-1 and it's complete. It's full time. The Eintracht Frankfurt players won to draw with Werder Bremen Borussia Mönchengladbach to take on RB Leipzig later on. Crotone did lose to Atalanta 2-1 in Italy, and currently in France, it's goalless between Rennes and Brest. In England now, coming back home to England, it's not like it's our country. It's 2-0 in favor of you know where that idea from. It's 2-0 in favor of Chelsea. Hakim Ziyech and Kozuma with the goals. And for the person asking for corner kicks, I wonder what you're doing with that. But it's 3-2. 2 corner kicks in favor of Burnley, and of course 3 in favor of Chelsea. If you also need ball possession, Chelsea dominating, total domination, 64% of the ball possession.
Does it add to? I know corner kicks will add to money.
They bet that.
Yeah, corner kicks yellow cards.
They do bet on yellow cards.
Yeah, I don't know fouls. I don't think fouls can.
I think no. You can bet on literally anything. You can bet on who would score. You can bet on the minutes the person would score.
How about ball position? That's where I was driving.
I don't know. No, you can't bet that one.
I don't think that one.
I don't think that one. I don't think they do anything with that. But Frank Lampard, a lot of complaints on this man and the way he's managed his Chelsea side. But they are getting the results gradually, little by little.
The thing is, the Chelsea side is still, they're still trying to gel.
They're shaping in.
They're still shaping in gradually. The expectations are there, and those expectations are still there. And I don't think it's high time we start dropping those expectations, believing that they cannot live up to that expectation we've had on the Chelsea side. They're still trying to gel, play together, and Frank Lampard still tinkering with the team to some extent. Earlier on, I talked about where Kai Havertz is playing in this particular one. I think he's still looking for a favorable position for the man Kai Havertz, and still trying to understand how to use, the arsenal he has in front of him or at the front line. Kai Havertz, Hakim Ziyech, and Timo Werner, and all the lads, because I think he has more power, more firepowers now up front than what he has at the defense and in the midfield. So the guys are still gelling together, and once they gel properly and understand themselves, one thing I've discovered in this Burnley game is communication up front, and that is why it looks like they are bereft of ideas each time to get to the final third. Even if we see Chelsea with the third goal, that is Timo Werner making it 3 for Chelsea. Beautiful touch he had from the midfield, and then he slotted in at the back of the net. So it's Chelsea 3 and Burnley 0 at the 69th minute of the encounter. Now, you look at it at the final third. How are they communicating? How is Hakim Ziyech communicating with Timo Werner? How is Timo Werner communicating with Mason Mount? Just at the heart of the midfield. So these are the things that the guys are still looking at. Even they themselves, apart from Frank Lampard now, who still looking for a way to understand the teams and understand the strength and the weak points of each of the players at his disposal. The players themselves are still trying to understand themselves. Werner, Havertz may have played in the same league in the past, the German Bundesliga, but did they play together as partners? No, they didn't. Ziyech coming in from Ajax now. So they themselves are still trying to understand themselves and gel. Earlier on in the first part of the show, the guys talked about partnership, number of goals he produced and all that. So it takes understanding between players for them to do things that ordinarily the coach may not have told them to do each time they go into the field of play. And I believe once these guys, the Chelsea players now, get a hang of it in terms of communications, to start see the result coming in, even if they are getting it gradually.
All right, all the best to them, really. It's now 3-0 in favor of the Chelsea side. Hakim Ziyech, Kozuma, and of course Timo Werner. It's 20 more minutes to play in this one. So as regular time now, there's still a lot to make that 19. There's still a lot to play for. Maybe Burnley can still come back. It's possible. Anything is possible in football. But if they don't, it will be all 3 points for Chelsea. It's looking like they actually have this one in the bag. 3-0, 72nd minutes now we are into, and it's 3-0 in favor of the Blues. We'll go for a short commercial break. Once we return, we'll be talking about the Super Eagles. A lot is really going on, really. Sebastian Osigwe is out. And the question is, who comes in? Who actually comes in? The two spots, or the spots will be fought by, or the two people who will be involved in this fight, are two goalkeepers that were in the Nations Cup. Only 3 goalkeepers went to the Nations. 3. And 2 of them are on standby. Francis Uzoho and Ikechukwu Ezenwa. Who would you be picking to get into that, to replace Sebastian Osigwe? And has it gotten to that point? Are they that bad? Stay with us.
for this life, oh. Make you know they use one guy eye. They look things where they happen for your life like that, oh. Even to born pikin self. Make I ask you, how many pikin you want get? You sabi say you fit control the number of pikin you get and their age spacing self through family planning. With the help of professional healthcare provider, you fit get safe modern bed spacing method where they work weller and wey go better for you, free of charge for any government-owned healthcare facility. And they advise say make you wait at least 2 years before the next belle. No carry your life dey blow. Take charge, control your life with small space after each pikin wey you born. E go make sense for you. Everybody deserve better life. Family planning go give you better life. Remember say COVID-19 still there. Use your face mask properly. Wash your hands and use hand sanitizer plenty times. And minus yourself from places where plenty people do.
This message now from Saving 1 Million Lives program for result, Rivers State Ministry of Health.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. China winch, I've been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly. Walele, 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 where you do? Walele, my brother, where you do? Walele, walele, where you do? Walele, my brother, where you do? Walele, I can't leave you, tell me where you do. If you need it, make you tell me where you do. Aye, Benny, make you tell me where you do. Tijani, make you tell me where you do. Ataribo, make you tell me where you do. Ayobo, make you tell me where you do. Papilo, make you tell me where you do. Erike Jofo, make you tell me where you do. Walele, walele, where you do? Yeah, oh, my brother, where you do? Say walele, walele, where you do? My brother, where you do? Ukocha, make you tell me where you do? I got wonder, make you tell me where you do? Ukoro, make you tell me where you do? Sigaruba, make you tell me where you do? Olise, make you tell me where you do? Udeze, make you tell me where you do?
All right, we move to the camp of the Super Eagles. The show is still Today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of Premium News Talk and Sports radio station. Today95.1 FM, and it's still Today's Sports Live. Swiss Super League side Lugano, they did announce that newly invited Nigerian goalkeeper Sebastian Osigwe has tested positive for coronavirus. Osigwe was handed his maiden Super Eagles call-up on Thursday ahead of the Africa Cup of Nations qualifier doubleheader against Sierra Leone in November, and his health status was confirmed shortly after. Meanwhile, it remains to be seen if Osigwe will be past fit and unavailable for the Super Eagles upcoming matches against Sierra Leone at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium on November 13th, while the second leg will take place in Freetown 4 days later. He was supposed to join Maduka Okoye and returning Daniel Akpeyi as the three goalkeepers in Genodro's latest selection. But Katsina United's Ikechukwu Ezenwa is on the standby list. Osigwe joined Lugano this summer after leaving Swiss second-tier club Kriens. He has played in 4 league matches so far, with 3 ending in draws and 1 win. Now, the 3 goalkeepers that were invited, let's deal with that now. Daniel Akpeyi, Sebastian Osigwe, and Maduka Okoye. Osigwe is out, or might not make it. Now, who comes in? 2 goalkeepers are on standby. Francis Uzoho of Apoel Nicosia in Cyprus, and Ikechukwu Ezenwa of Heartland. I'll start with you, Osas. Osigwe is out. Who would you favor to come in?
I would have favored Francis Uzoho to come in, but I think Ikechukwu Ezenwa should just take his. It's the opportunity for him to take his usual position, completing the square when it comes to the Super Eagles. And and also let the Super Eagles have a feel of the home base, something we've been asking for, because I think with every other person on the list, as in the active list, there is no home base player there. So let's Ezenwa just come into, okay, let it be there that Genotro actually invited one home base player to the squad.
Wisdom, that is the thing. That's the thing. When was the last time Ikechukwu Ezenwa played a football match?
Good question.
That is the thing. The idea is, let's it be there. Let's it be that we have a home-based player, but nobody's comparing performances between Ikechukwu Ezenwa and Francis Soho. Joined Apo Nicosia sometimes July this year, and as features for the team. I think in their last match that ended in a draw, it was part of the setup.
Yeah, he was.
So activity, performance, this should be the criteria of inviting a player to the Super Eagles. Ikechukwu Ezenwa has not played football match for as long as I can remember. And we have a qualifier. For goodness sake, it's not a friendly match. It's a qualifier. And tell me that we have 2 other goalkeepers that will mount the post that will likely be the first choice yet. But what if something happens? That's why we'll have them there. That's why we'll have at least 3 goalkeepers in the list. And that's why within situations like this are the reasons we have standby list. Such that Sebastian Osigwe is out, and you invite in another goalkeeper to fill in the spot. Now, you could say that, we're just having 3 goalkeepers. I mean, the other 2 will just go in there to making the numbers. What if something of this similar nature happens that you need to use all 3 in that particular? I mean, it's a double-legged tie. So most of the times we seem to forget that the criteria to have anybody to represent Nigeria in the Super Eagles should be performance and activity. How active have you been? And if you get past performance and activity, you compare the form of both players now if you to make a choice. Okay. So it's always very easy for us to be a tiny bit of bias. Because the talks has been, I mean, if I'm to guess what it's coming from, is the talk has always been Gernot Rohr has not invited a home-based player. I mean, he's not used to inviting home-based players. Yeah. So let's just be that. Yeah, he has given, the guys that talk about home-based invitation something for a few. But we don't seem to want to measure, the right thing that should be measured. Chelsea had a goal via that man, Olivier Giroud, but it was disallowed, and I think the VAR is trying to monitor what happened. Was it an offside? I think it's offside. He had a shot from the left-hand side of the attack with his left leg, but offside. Okay, it wasn't the one that took the shot. I think Timo Werner did. I need to confirm that. Okay, not Timo Werner now.
It was Olivier.
Ben Chilwell had the shot, and
it was a crossing, and Olivier tapped it in.
Yeah, Olivier had his leg on it, and he ended at the back of the net, but ruled out for offside. It was clear an offside call and the right call from the referee. So these are the things that we do fail to admit at some point. Let's talk about who has been active between the pair of Francis Uzoho and Ikechukwu Ezenwa. Last time I checked, Ikechukwu Ezenwa, I beg your pardon now, Francis Uzoho became Nigeria's number 1. If not for that injury he sustained, I think in one match like that, was it in the World Cup? I can't recall exactly, but he sustained an injury that led to him being relegated to, I think, maybe 3rd choice or something, because I could recall, was it in the AFCON or one match like that?
It's a very, very long injury.
Yeah, so because of that injury, the man was out of the team. And that is why he's even placed in, what is it called now? Standby list. That's even the reason. Because it is believed that the man is trying to catch up with his form, and there are other goalkeepers that are better off in form and in terms of activity compared to Francis Oho, who came back from injury, John Apo Nicosia July, and has a couple of matches. Compare him to maybe Madoka Okoye, maybe even the Sebastian Osigwe, number of matches they've had, the long-time injury that he went and all that. So this is the criteria that we should look at. If you compare, it's clear that Francis Uzoho should be the one that should be invited to fill in that spot, because he has been active, he has been playing football for his club week in, week out since he joined the team. Not Francis Uzoho, not Ikechukwu Ezenwa that has not played football for as long as I can remember. No disrespect whatsoever to Ikechukwu Ezenwa. I mean, there was a point I made an argument that he should be allowed to be in between the 6 for Nigerian Super Eagles ahead of every other person. Right. But at this point, it's clear that should be Zoho that should be invited.
Reliance, I would have wanted to chip in 1 or 2 things concerning what you just said, because remember when I first started, I said I would have preferred Francis Uzoho, but this is the Super Eagles. A lot of things are done wrongly. Now, if we go by this criteria, I don't think Ahmed Musa should have made this team also, because he's presently clubless.
The question will be when did he start? When did his club start?
That's about 2 weeks to this time.
2 weeks. Compared to Ikechukwu Ezenwa, how long?
And Ahmed Musa is the captain of the side.
That's what I'm saying. Now, are we sentimental?
No, we're not sentimental.
Are we sentimental?
Ikechukwu Ezenwa has been out for months. Ahmed Musa has been out for just 2 weeks, quoting you.
Yes.
So
he's been clubless.
He's been clubless for 2 weeks. So will you place Ahmed Musa in the same category at this point with Ikechukwu Ezenwa? COVID-19 came, halted lots of sporting activities worldwide. The reason why Nigerian League was abruptly concluded, inconclusive in my words. And since then, Ikechukwu Ezenwa has not played football. Maybe he has played. Have Heartland Football Club played any friendly?
They've not.
He's been training in.
They've not.
Whether he's
on individual
come on, it's not easy equal to a game. Come on, man.
They've not had friendlies.
If it's on the basis of him being fit, he has not played too many games. We speak for that. I don't know who they should select to, because the fact that you have not been playing doesn't maybe. But what I'm saying is, it's about how many games has he. You don't even go to measure it. There's nothing to that record. But there was the full list now was released earlier this week, and we did talk about it, and I'll reel that out even as it's now 85 minutes. Chelsea still 84 minutes. Chelsea still pressing on for more goals, but it's currently 3-0 in favor of the Blues. Let me run through the list. I've talked about the goalkeepers already. Defenders: Kenneth Omeruo. See, he plays for CD Leganes. Leon Balogun plays for Glasgow Rangers in Scotland. Chidozie Awaziem plays for Boavista. William Ekong plays for Watford in the Championship in England. Ola Aina plays for Fulham in the Premier League. Jamilu Collins plays for Paderborn in Germany. Shemi Ajayi plays for West Brom in England. Zaidu Sanusi plays for Porto in Portugal. Kevin Akpoguma plays for Hoffenheim in Germany. The midfielders: Ogene Karetebo plays for Galatasaray in Turkey. Tyrone Ebuehi plays for FC Twente. Frank Onyeka plays for FC Midtjylland. Joseph Ayodele Aribo plays for Glasgow Rangers in Scotland. The strikers, we have Ahmed Musa of forwards, Alex Siwobi of Everton, Emmanuel Dennis Bonaventure of Club Brugge, Moses Simon of FC Nantes, Samuel Chukwueze of Villarreal, Victor Osimhen of Napoli, Kelechi Iheanacho of Leicester City, and Chidera Ejuke of CSK Moscow. And the big question I'm asking is this. Now, we always blame Gernot Rohr. Rohr did not play this person. With all the... sometimes we make some very, very, very big statements that actually have no foundation to them. It's like building a castle on the air most times. And some of these castles can actually be very, very... it could be disastrous if the foundation is actually lacking. Now, we say we have players. We have stars. Now, I'm asking the guys in the building. Can you mention 5 players from the Super Eagles squad that are in form at the moment? Now, I'm not saying 5 players that are the best in their leagues. We're not even there. We know we are not there. 5 in England, we don't have 1. 5 in Germany, we don't have 1. 5 in Spain, we don't have 1. 5 in Italy, we don't have 1. 5 in Netherlands, we don't have 1. It's funny though. That's how bad it is at the moment when it comes to player quality. But that aside, I'm asking the guys, can you tell me 5 players from the Super Eagles from this list that you say they are the most informed players of Nigerian not descent now, but Nigerian players in Europe? And I'm starting with Reliance. 5 names. Inform 5 names. So we'll not be blaming the coach.
Are you going to rephrase it from being informed to regular starters?
No.
Let's look at, because if you talk about informed.
No. You can make your choice. Just choose 5. Whether it's informed by playing regularly, or is informed by coming off the bench and scoring goals or defending well. But 5 informed players.
Okay.
So for you to be informed, you have to be playing regularly. You can't be informed and sit on the bench.
That's what I'm asking. And you can also play regularly and not be informed.
And that happens. But
it's possible too.
It's the cards are on your table. Reliance, 5.
None. There is
no player informed.
There is no one of them. There there is no one of them that you could point your fingers at and say this particular player is informed. When you're talking about being informed,
What about regular playing?
Regular playing time.
That's you're good enough to play well.
Regular. Is there any one of them that is having regular playing time in his club? Maybe Chidera Ijuke should be the person. Probably if this man made the list, Wilfred Ndidi, I would have added him to that group, but Chidera Ijuke should be the person I think has had regular playing time. Let's not forget, Joe Aribo came back from injury not quite long, featured in their last match, and I think he scored a goal in that match. Yeah. Leon Balogun is playing, his teammates also featured, but he didn't play as long as Joe Aribo played. So
no, I think Leon Balogun played full time. It's Europa League you're talking about.
Okay, I think in the Europa League.
Yeah, it was Aribo who came in as a substitute.
All right then. So a regular starter there would be Chidera Ijuke,
Shemi Ajayi.
So
let me call all the names
for West Brom. Saidu Sanusi, FC Porto. Has he been regular? I don't watch too much of.
He's been regular. Yes, I follow that well enough. He's been regular for the Portuguese side.
Yeah, so and I mean he had a flash of brilliance when he featured for Nigeria in those friendlies we played. Those two friendlies we played with our North African
Champions League
counterpart.
That one.
So basically, being playing regularly adds to your form, no doubt. It adds to your form because before the coach would have confidence in you and call upon you almost every time, then there's something you're doing right each time you have the opportunity to represent the club. So it adds to form. But I mean, I'm having struggles picking players that are on that form, like being on form. Will it be in terms of scoring goal? Because if it's in terms of scoring goals now, you're not going to talk about the defenders. You may not also talk about the defensive midfielders now, if it's in terms of goal scoring. And maybe I should even start from there now. If you're looking at it from in terms of goal scoring, who of them has been consistent in the past 5 matches, scoring at least 3 goals? I don't think there is any. Last I checked, Chidera Ijuke has had, I think 5 goals in all competitions, if I'm not mistaken, for Chidera Ijuke, 9 appearances this season. And that's another thing, Wisdom. The season is just resuming,
so it's not easy.
Yeah, so you may not really pick who exactly has been of that form you're actually looking for because the season is just new.
All right.
Just about 5 matches, 6 matches, 7 matches. But of a true Wisdom, there is no player in that list that is outstanding in form at the moment.
That's according to Reliance.
None.
That's according to Reliance. So I might have my own, But let me come to the man who might have his own. Asaz, looking at that list, 5 names.
I first asked you to rephrase
what it means.
Yes,
and I said regular is part of it. If you're playing regularly, it means the coach is saying something. But in form as stumbling the league, I already put it out there that the top 5 leagues in Europe, we don't have anybody among the best 5.
We don't have any
players.
Player in form now, because I think in form is how well you shine at your area. If you may not be scoring goals quite obviously as a striker, maybe.
But Wilfred Zaha is doing well at Crystal Palace.
Yes, he's doing well.
But he's not among the top 5 players in England.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes. So I'll just limit it to.
So that means players that are doing well
in their clubs. If you're doing well, it means you'll be starting regularly. It means you've been impressing the coach.
If it's that one now, sorry, if it's that one now, maybe I could mention Chidera Ijuke.
You already mentioned him.
I have already mentioned him. I can even mention just a report that came off the bench and scored a goal. I can even mention Frank Onyeka for FC Midtjylland.
That's 3.
So I could mention, if it's in that bracket now, I could mention players. I can even add maybe Dennis Bonaventure to that list. I think he had a goal in the past 2 matches or thereabat for his club. So there are players.
That's what I'm talking about.
There are players.
We are not challenging Chelsea players and Arsenal players. We are not there yet.
So players are doing well for their club for now. Of course, these are the ones I could pick.
Okay. Right. For me, Chidera Ijuke, yes, he will be on that list. Actually, the very first man on that list. I also look at Chukwueze. He's been off and on, but whenever he comes in, he contributes a lot to the well-being of the team. Then Leon Balogun, he's been able to hold his own right there at Rangers. He's been doing a bit well. Then Aribodo is coming back from injury. I'll just put him in there. Then another person is Onyeka from Midtjylland. He's actually been starting. He's actually been playing. Yes. So these are, I think I've mentioned 5. Yes, these are the 5 persons I've mentioned.
All right, let's open up the phone lines. 0817 0000951, 0810 9510951. It's full time at Turf Moor. Chelsea have beaten Burnley by 3-0. Hakim Ziyech, Zuma, Kurt Zuma, and Timo Werner with the goals for the Blues. Well, we, of course, did talk about the Super Eagles. Sebastian Osigwe is out. And there was a heated argument here. Who should come in? Osa says Ikechukwu Ezenwa should come in, at least to fill in his to complete the triangle.
Remember I said complete the square.
That he's been completing for God knows how long. The triangle of maybe Daniel Akpeyi, the other person, and Ikechukwu Ezenwa. So, well, Warilan said, no, I don't think so. Francis Uzoho has been playing. He should actually be coming into the team. What are your thoughts on that? What's even going on? How did they even get there that we are now struggling between Francis Uzoho and Ikechukwu Ezenwa? 0817 0000951, 0810 9510951. And I also asked a big question. Nigerian players who are currently playing, can you say these 5 names? They are in form. They are in top form right now for their various club sides. Well, over there in England, like I told you earlier, it's now done and dusted between Chelsea and Burnley. Burnley were burnt, by the way, badly burnt by Chelsea. 3-0. It ended in favor of the Blues. And maybe Sean Dyche, the management. Don't worry, I'm sure one Saturday we'll have time for this. Which coach will be leaving first? Maybe by January. Something is telling me Sean Dyche might be thinking about, or maybe the management of the Burnley side might be thinking about that. But on the live table, it's Everton who still lead with 13 points. It's also 13 for Liverpool. For Wolves, it's also 13. Let's not forget, Liverpool and Everton have not played. Chelsea, they are 4th on the live table with 12 points. Right there, down. Burnley just with one point from 6 matches played. Sean Dyche is in a world of his own, really, and I'm sure he's beginning to ask himself very personal questions. All right, over there in Spain, it was 4-1 between Real Madrid, the Royal Boys, the Los Blancos, the Galacticos. It was 4-1 between them and SD Huescas. Kelechi Wakali started that game. Sevilla are currently playing out a 1-0 with Athletic Bilbao. That game is in the 79th minute. And Nesri, the Algerian, scoring for Sevilla before Ike Munian got the equalizer in the 76th minute. It's currently the 79th minute. Osasuna will be up against Atletico Madrid by 6:30. Deportivo will take on Barcelona by 9 p.m. In Germany, just one game will be coming up by 6:30 between Borussia Mönchengladbach and RB Leipzig. That's one of the biggest games in Europe this weekend, if you ask me. Those two teams are in the Champions League. FC Cologne did lose to Bayern Munich 2-1. Borussia Dortmund did beat Arminia Bielefeld by 2-0. Mainz 05 were beaten by Augsburg 3-1. Eintracht Frankfurt played 1-0 draw with Werder Bremen. And as I told you later, we'll see Borussia Mönchengladbach come up against RB Leipzig. In Italy, Crotone, they were beaten by Atalanta 2-1. And 6 p.m. we'll see Inter come up against Parma. And Bologna will come up against Cagliari. In France, Rennes are currently playing out a goalless draw with Brest. It's half time in that one. And well, this is where we draw the curtains on today's edition of Today's Sports Live. Thank you so much for joining us. The Sports Crew will be back at exactly 1 p.m. tomorrow for another edition of Today's Sports Live. Reliable Reliance was here, the classical gentleman. We had the demigod of sports talking about Osage Ehinwi. My name is Wisdom Obina, and of course I'll be here same time, same station tomorrow. Until then, stay safe.
Now waiting, 2002, now waiting. Who clip the wings of the eagle? I say now who clip the wings of the eagle?
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello and welcome to today's show. Today we shall be looking at the Millennium Business Edge, a company that has come into the country with lots of promises in investment. And I have in the studio Munachi. She's going to be telling us what this company represents, its purpose, and all of that. Let's hear from her. Munachi, you're welcome.
Thank you. The Millennium Business Edge is a non-governmental organization. We are in partnership with the Century 21 Freedom Group International. We work with forward-thinking Nigerians to generate capital to start up a new business or to finance an existing business. Well, we found out that people have worked for 30 years, 35, and after work, they came back to square zero. So we entered into a research with our organization, and we found out that the world is governed by principles. And once you follow this principle, you will have success. Some followed the principles without knowing, and they succeeded, and some did not. Well, this is the first phase of the year. So we've been able to build a system that pays passively, and we've helped hundreds of Nigerians set up their own businesses, activating the program with as low as 40,000. And today, these people have been able to build themselves a business system that pays in excess, which comes on monthly basis through our business mentorship program. Well, the purpose of this campaign is to help this group of people raise the money they need to start up their business or project. This campaign was launched in 2016 as a result of a project under the umbrella of Century 21 Freedom Group International. We recorded huge success. So what we're doing is to help people create the business they want to create, because ordinarily the bank will not give you the money. They will delay you and will still not give you the money. So we'll help these people raise the money they need. That is the purpose of the project, and you can get us through this number I'm going to call out.
070-320-50932.
The kind of cash flow the participants of this campaign will be expecting. Well, we're looking out for 3 categories of people. The first category is the people in need of 1 million naira to start, which means they will need less than 1 million naira to start their business. The second category is those that need between 1 to 4 million naira to start their business. And the third category is those that need between 4 to 15 million naira to start up their business or project. And the best thing about this is that we don't give loan. And because it's not a loan, you don't need to pay back the money, and you don't have to drop any collateral to access this fund. What we do is we work with you and help you raise the funds you need. That's the category of people we're looking out for. And then if you want to be a participant of this campaign, simply send YES yes to
070-320-50932.
Okay, Munachi, let me ask you, who can participate in this project now?
All right, we don't have age limits. It is open to everyone. Once you are smart and forward thinking, once you have a business to finance, you can simply send YES yes to
070-320-50932.
Just send yes to that number, and you'll get activated, and then people communicate with you.
Yes.
Okay, is there an office address to throw in?
All right. Well, once you send YES to the number I called out, we'll take you from there.
Okay.
Just send YES to
070-320-50932.
Okay, is this going to be like a kind of mentorship program where people continue getting advice all the way?
Yes, it's a mentorship program where we show people how to generate cash for their business or project. And we have experts that can mentor you. We're looking out for 50 respondents. Simply send YES to
070-320-50932.
If your number is selected, you will be contacted. A training session will be conducted at the project office to know if you are eligible to generate the capital. If you already have an existing business, like I said, and you need to generate cash flow to expand it, or you have a capital and you need to be shown a legitimate business to invest in it, Millennium Business Edge will help you with all that. Just simply send YES to
070-320-50932.
Okay, I hope it's not going to be a very tough exercise.
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you so very much, Munachi, for coming into our studio.
Thank
you. And
you.
of course, we wish all of you out there to take advantage of this.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. This is the news update on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Wealth Wilson. Members of the River State Caucus of the National Assembly have affirmed their support for measures taken by Governor Nyesom Wike to rein in the indigenous people Organization of Biafra, IPOB, in the state. The lawmakers said they unconditionally stand with Governor Wike on every action he has taken to preserve lives and properties of all residents in the state. Leader of the caucus, Senator George Sekibo, who when led members of the caucus on a solidarity visit to Governor Wike at the Government House, Port Harcourt, explained that the caucus have been impressed with efforts and commitment of the governor in the handling of NSAS protest and the aftermath. Senator Sekibo said while the governor had ensured the protest was peaceful, traducers and enemies of the state masquerading as IPOB decided to cause mayhem, kill innocent residents and even security officers, destroy properties of the state and citizens, especially in Oyibo, Obiakpo and Port Harcourt local government areas.
To appreciate the efforts and commitment in the handling of the activities and actions in the state in course of the NSAS protests and the aftermath. Despite all, sure that the protest was peaceful in the state, even as their traducers and enemies of the state wished and canvassed otherwise. In line with the federal government stand, you have also impaneled yet another judicial panel of inquiry due to the new additional events, evidences which arose after the conclusion of the assignment of the earlier panel. Your Excellency, obvious that you saw tomorrow, when in 2016 called the attention of the world to the monster in the now defunct Special Anti-Robbery Squad, the FSAS, in Rivers State.
In his response, Governor Wike lauded the caucus for the solidarity visit and reaffirmed that he will continue to do all that is required to protect and defend the state. The governor explained that members of IPOB capitalized on the contiguousness of Oyibo to Abia State to invade the community and unleash violence, which he said resulted to the death of 6 soldiers and 4 policemen, just as they vowed that IPOB will never be allowed to exist within Rivers State. Former Deputy Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Laya Kwane, has charged incumbent Speaker Ikunti Owaji Igbani to lead the reconciliation among past and 7 lawmakers of the Assembly. Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Ikunyowaji Bani, had during the special validatory session held for a deceased past lawmaker, Felicia Tane, harped on the need for true reconciliation among current and past members of the House. But reacting to the admonition, Kwani said Ogbajiwani is currently the leader of all lawmakers in the state and must therefore spearhead the reconciliation. The former Deputy Speaker, who represented Kana State Constituency 2 in the 7th Assembly, said true reconciliation will heal hidden wounds amongst past and 7 legislatures in Rivers State.
It is timely, it was expected. We will expect him to take the necessary step towards proper reconciliation. It should not just end at speech making. We expect Mr. Speaker to do the need. He is the speaker now, the speaker of all the sessions. So will we expect a rebate like what we saw under the Amechi leadership of speakership, where the former colleagues were always brought together once in a while? So if there will be actual, if we are talking of reconciliation, we want to see more of that in the days to come. So far, so good. We are here to give support. Nyesom Wike is the governor as of today. We give him all the necessary support because 2023 is around the corner and we will do the need.
Rivers State branch of Nigerian Medical Association has solicited the government to fill in manpower gaps in health sector in the state of Nigeria at large. NMA State Chairman Professor Chizindu Aliko, who spoke in Port Harcourt, stressed the need to maintain the World Health Organization standard of 1 doctor, 400 and 600 patients, rather than 1 doctor to more than 5,000 patients being experienced in Nigeria. Professor Aliko expressed optimism that such move will enhance healthcare delivery in Rivers State and across the globe, emphasizing that Rivers State is a critical state that should be supported by the federal government. The state NMA, however, called for urgent need to address the challenges of health workers who are already leaving the country in order to achieve stability in health sector.
We are also indeed requesting that areas where there are manpower gap for doctors, nurses, laboratory scientists, pharmacists, the government should also provide all of that. All of these put together will enhance healthcare delivery in Rivers State and by extension in our nation. Rivers State is a critical state. We are talking about the WHO standard, World Health Organization standard of one doctor to about 400 to 600 patients. But what do we have in Nigeria? One doctor to more than 5,000 patients. And yet, many of our young doctors are leaving the country. Why are they leaving? Should we not analyze all this and begin to address them? Are they poorly paid, poorly remunerated? Every relationship and collaboration that needs to be built between the federal and the state in order to develop the health system more and more in Rivers State. We encourage it.
Professor Aliko expressed their resolve to work and support committedly in attending to the health of Rivers State people and called on the government to provide necessary facilities needed to enable them discharge their duties efficiently. The Minister of Health, Dr. Sergey Hanire, says the federal government will do everything possible to discourage physicians drain brain from the country. Dr. Hanire said this in Abuja after inspecting work on the new cancer center at the National Hospital, where he said they are aware of the challenges of doctors leaving the country. The health minister said the federal government have plans to provide better funding for the hospitals in Nigeria and make such migration unattractive. He said that the hospital performed well during COVID-19 pandemic in the country, pledging that the government will do everything possible to ensure that doctors will prefer to remain and work in the country, a statement which was also corroborated by the chief medical director of the hospital, Dr. Jaf Momo, who indicated that the hospital has introduced incentives to encourage medical personnel to stay in the country. On the new cancer center, the minister advised the hospital management to spend wisely, properly maintain the facilities when completed, and seek alternative sources of funding. President Muhammadu Buhari has expressed his administration's readiness to collaborate with Harris's Global Visions Community, an international think tank group, to work solutions to national and administrative challenges. The president made the position of his government known in Abuja while speaking at a virtual meeting with members of the Visions Community led by its founder and chairman, Frank Jogen Richer. Cross-sectional representatives of state governors and corporate organizations in Nigeria, the president, in a statement by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, said he is excited about the work that Harris's have been engaged in since it was founded in 2005. Buhari accepted the request of the global think tank to create its Africa's hub in Nigeria, commending their vision as an expanded manufacturing through foreign direct investments to make the country a major beneficiary of the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements coming into effect next year. Buhari expressed the commitment of the government of Nigeria to the proposed annual Africa Summit of the organization, with Nigeria hosting in the strong belief that Nigeria will fully benefit from the meetings. The chairman of the group, Frank Jogen Richer, commended Nigeria's economic growth in the last few years and gave strong assurance that Africa Summit with Nigeria as the hub will bring the benefits of increased FDI. The Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, has said that in the violence that followed the attack on peaceful NSAS protesters across the country, hoodlums looted 71 warehouses and 243 private properties. He listed the state's hardest hit to include Lagos, Edo, Delta, Oyo, Kano, Plateau, Osun, Ondo, Ogun, Rivers, Abia, Imo, Ekiti, and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Abuja. IGP Mohammed Adamu made the revolution while addressing zonal assistant inspectors generals and command commissioners via a virtual conference. Meanwhile, the Police Service Commission has frowned on the refusal of some policemen to return to their duty posts following the killing of about 22 cops during the violence that broke out in the aftermath of the #NSAS protesters across the country. The PSC said public service rules, which also apply to members of the Nigerian police force, prescribes dismissal of any officer that deserted his job while admonishing them to put the killing of their colleagues behind them. The PSC stressed that policemen did not deserve to be killed and should be, in fact, protected as fellow human beings. But it, however, noted that the attack on them by hoodlums should not be an excuse for them to stay away from work. PSC spokesperson Ikechukwu Ani said the attacks on the police were not good for the country, saying that when anyone makes Nigeria lawless and ungovernable, there would be a situation where nobody would be able to control. Southeast governors and other leaders in the region have agreed to implement the 10-point demands of the movement for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra, MASOB, and youth organization to foster lasting peace and development of the region. The decision was taken at a meeting between various leaders and youth groups, which was held at the government house in Enugu State. Ebonyi State Governor and Chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, David Umahi, addressed newsmen at the end of the meeting. According to him, they interacted with a number of youth organizations in the Southeast and that the communique of MASOB in their meeting with them as quite informing, just as he expressed happiness that some leaders of the federal level were present at the meeting. He said working with all the committees by December, they are going to set up a work on these demands, while the President General of the Ohanese, Ndibo, will be able to lead the select youths and some leaders to meet President Muhammadu Buhari. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for peace in the presidential election in Ivory Coast amid reports of deadly pre-election protests in the country. Guterres made this known in a statement signed by his spokesman, Stéphane Dujarric, in New York on Friday, when he called on all Ivorians to ensure that the polls are conducted in a peaceful manner. He urged all political and opinion leaders and their supporters to refrain from inciting violence, spreading misinformation, and using hate speech. The statement noted that violence has killed about 30 persons since August 2020, when the incumbent president, Alassane Ouattara, announced his candidacy for third term. According to reports, the opposition say the move is in violation of the country's constitution, which they argue permits only 2 terms of 5 years each, according to the report. In sports, Paris Saint-Germain's Brazil forward Neymar will be sidelined until after the international break in mid-November. The French club's coach, Thomas Tuchel, who revealed this, said the development follows his injury against Istanbul Basaksehir in the UEFA Champions League on Wednesday. Neymar came off with a thigh muscle problem in the 26th minute of the 2-0 win over Turkish side. The break in domestic actions runs from November 11 to November 17, when international matches will be played. And that's the end of the news. Thank you for listening. I am Wealth Wilson. Stay tuned as HOR comes up next.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. See, make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you're under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What I do?
When you get to the station, you'll find out.
Hey.
Look, don't show, everybody don't chop out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
Hey, you know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Wait. You won't naked me. Oga.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? Wetin I do where you want collect 200,000?
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties, but what do we see today?
This
life don't last forever. Hold my hand.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Things will get better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
It's time. Time to meet with the Lord. It's time for Hour of Reconciliation. It's time for Hour of Reconciliation. A place to get the undiluted Word of God. Welcome to Throne of Grace Bible Church. And the set man is Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum. Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum. Be blessed as you listen.
This is the story of a brother who slept and woke up in forever land. He looked around, nothing's familiar.
I bring greetings unto you in the name of the Lord Jesus, this Lord who had saved us, kept us, and have been doing wonders in our life. Oh, it's so wonderful that we are here again today. I appreciate you who are come. Please, can you just signal a neighbor? Can you just call somebody, even if it is to send text to somebody and remind him of the program, so that we all tune in and fellowship together. For the fellowship, that's just the important thing, as we fellowship together. And as you well know, those of you that are going to attend the program that we talked about last week, they are already testifying. Peradventure, you had not been opportune to come. Oh, but I didn't hear it. Well, today, tomorrow are the last days. Today, as I am talking now, the program is on. But you can rush in to Throne of Grace Bible Church, Mike Amadi Street, behind Von Doric's schools. Mike Amadi Street is between NMPC and First B Filling Station. Immediately after Happy Bite, shortly after Happy Bite, if you are coming from Rumokoro or New Road Roundabout, or if you are coming from a greater side, after Shining Light, be on the lookout. You will see an NPC Filling Station. That street there, as you just enter, walk small, you see Von Doric's. You branch up by the right at Von Doric's fence, you will see the church. The program is already on. Great things had happened, and great things are still happening. If you can come around, sure. Your testimony is waiting for you. Please, as you are coming, come with somebody. Invite somebody. But remember to come with your nose mask. Other things are there. Washing of hand, whatever. But your nose mask is personal. Don't share it with somebody. Just come. The Lord is waiting for you. The gates of brass are being shattered all this while. But today, that the last evening, because tomorrow will be in the morning. Tomorrow will be in the morning by 9 a.m. You will come in for superlative worship. It's going to be anointing worship. And we're going to thank God that day. Just come and let us fellowship together. I am your brother and your friend, Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum. As we go to the word of God, bow your heads and let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we appreciate you at this hour, for you are so wonderful. Thank you for what you have done for us. You have begun to bless us again. And Jehovah Jireh brought us to this time of the evening. I was now praying, O Lord God of heaven and earth, that you help us to grasp what is going to propel us to have a revelational night, that what you will do for us tonight is going to be talked about tomorrow. Because our encounter with you is going to make us to become epitome of your righteousness. Thank you, because I know you've answered. For in Jesus' name I prayed. Amen. And just for your information, I want you to know that we go live most of the Sundays, early hours of Sunday by 8 a.m. You can meet us on Facebook, Throne of Grace Bible Church. You can as well go to YouTube, Throne of Grace Bible Church, and we will be there live. If you are somewhere, the Lord can bless you richly as you tune in. God bless you. Last week we started a series, The Pillar and Ground of the truth. And I did tell us that we're continuing this week, and our text had been 1 Timothy chapter 3, 15, 16, First Pauline epistle, First pastoral epistle, the one written to Timothy, chapter 3, 15, 16. But if I tarry long, that thou mayest know how thou oughtest to behave thyself. It is not only members that behave well. Pastors should behave well. Leaders should behave well. Brethren, leadership must be by example. Leadership must be by example. Do you tell them not to be hot-tempered, and you are hot-tempered? Thou art inexcusable, O man. Do you preach against adultery and fornication, but you will go behind and sleep with your choristers? Thou art inexcusable, O man. And you are telling them not to embezzle church money, but you raise funds for painting the church. Use it to paint your car. Thou art inexcusable, O man. Are you a church committee member? You say one and do another one. Thou art inexcusable, O man. But the reason that this is coming to you is so that you will adjust, because God doesn't want you to get lost. But if I tarry long, that thou mayest know how thou oughtest to behave thyself in the house of God, which is the church of the living God. The church of the living God. Pastor is not the owner of the church. You know, somebody asked me one day, you have your own church? I say, no, I don't have my own church. I don't have my own church. I am a part of the body of Christ. I don't have my own church. I'm not the owner of the church. After all, Holy Ghost is the general overseer of the church. I am his servant. I am his boy. I am walking with him. Yes, not he walking with me. I am walking with him. I am a co-laborer. That's what the Bible says we are. So, you don't take it. It is the church of the living God. And the church is, not will be, is the pillar and ground of the truth. If the truth is not being found in the church, there is an error. If the church is not dispensing truth, there is an error. A serious one, a serious one. Truth, truth, and nothing but the truth. Why the truth? That's what somebody may be asking. That's what we want to consider today. Why the truth? John chapter 8, verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Why the truth? Oh, why are we talking about it? And ye shall know the truth. But in the first place, what is the truth? John, did you touch the radio? Yes, Dad. John told Dad the truth. But that's not what we're talking about. It's beyond that. There is more to it than meets the eye. It is not just the physical truth again, but it is beyond that. What does the Bible say? Jesus says in John 14:6, I am the way, the truth. So it is not just that you told the truth. We are talking about Jesus himself. It's not just that somebody asks you, say, honestly, I did not, and you told him the truth. It is beyond that. Jesus is the truth. Why the truth? But remember that Jesus is the Word of God. He is the Word of God. Take note of it. Take note of it. Jesus is the Word of God, and this Word is the truth we are talking about. Remember, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. That's why I told you that there is more to it than meets the eye. It's not just that you tell the truth, but you hold the word of life. It's not just that you tell the truth, but you imbibe the word of life. It's not that you tell the truth, but you get the engrafted word. It's not just that you tell the truth, but you look into the perfect law of liberty and get liberated thereby. Now, why the truth? Number one, the truth is the source of freedom. Like we can see in John chapter 8 and verse 32. And you shall know the truth. How can truth make you free? By the time you come to Christ, anything about Jesus, everybody that encountered him. Mary Magdalene had 7 demons. Her encounter with Jesus set her free. Lazarus was already chained by death. He came there and liberated Lazarus. Blind Bartimaeus was chained with blindness. He liberated blind Bartimaeus. The centurion whose son was already chained and wanted to be destroyed by that spirit of epilepsy and whatever. He handled it. This Syrophoenician woman that came, the woman that suffered from issue of blood. Ooh, how many will I name? They are too numerous. They are too numerous. An encounter with Jesus. Can I tell you something? An encounter with Jesus. Remember, it is the revelation. Don't think that I am saying you should close your eyes and fall into trance. No. The revelation of Christ. Revelation of Christ. What is the full meaning of rock? Revelation of Christ as King. It is you accepting the personality of the Lord Jesus that begins to do all. And remember, Jesus being the Word of God, in Psalm 107 and verse 20, He sent His Word, which is Jesus, and Jesus, which is the truth. He sent His Word. And if I will do this analogy and take it from the extreme, He sent the truth and healed them and delivered them from their destruction. It is Jesus that delivers. In that John chapter 8, verse 36, whosoever the Son shall make free, not the pastor. Whosoever the Son, not the prophet. Whosoever the Son, not the apostle. Whosoever the Son shall make free, that is the person that shall be free indeed. Again, why the truth? It is the access to God. It is the access to God. In Psalm 15, I read it from verse 1, but what we are looking for is in verse 2. Now, Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. That speaketh the truth in his heart. In the same Psalm chapter 24, who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that had clean hands and pure heart, who had not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing of the Lord and righteousness from the God of his salvation. My brother, my sister, we are talking about the reason, the need. What is the necessity of the truth as we are talking about it? That is the access you have to God. Remember, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man, no power, nobody, white or black, nobody, tall or short, nobody, educated or illiterate, nobody, no matter your social class or political connection, nobody, no man cometh unto the Father. No matter your leadership position, no man cometh unto the Father. You may be in another religion. Can I beg you? Jesus is the only one that came and died. That your religious leader didn't die. He was not born by a virgin, because the only person that lived on earth as a human being that does not have any genealogy through a man is the Lord Jesus. Because the Holy Ghost overshadowed Mary, and Mary remained a virgin. She had Jesus Christ. It is after the birth of Jesus that she raised other children with her husband. But before then, Mary had never known a man. Check any other person that was like that. Nobody. Nobody. Even the Holy Book of the Muslims said that Jesus spoke when he was either 3 or 4 days. They acknowledged that Jesus molded a bird with clay and breathed to the bird, and the bird became alive and flew out of his hand. They acknowledged many of his miracles. Then tell me another religious leader that had done that. Tell me another religious leader that died for their follower. Nobody. Nobody. And Jesus died. Then tell me another person that died and rose again. Not just his ghost being seen somewhere, but he rose and came out with his body. His whole body. Everything complete. But the other religious leaders, most of them are still there. They are lying in their graves. Their bones are rotted. Even if they were, embalmed, and they are there, but they cannot get up until the wake up morning. It is still Jesus that will call them forth. Those that done well, to a place of joy. Those that have done evil, no matter your position, you will still go to roast in hell. The only access to God is the truth. And what is this truth? John 14 verse 6. Jesus is the truth. Can I beg you to look for Jesus? Can I beg you to come to him? Can I beg you now to decide for him? Can I beg you now to submit to him? Can I beg you now to say, Jesus, I surrender. Come into my life. Behold, I stand at the door and I knock. He is waiting. There is a stranger at the door, and that stranger is the Lord Jesus. He wants to do you well. He wants to set you free. He wants to liberate you. He wants to break every yoke. He wants to destroy every yoke. Everything that have been holding your life, he wants to shatter them. Why the truth, you may still ask? It is the source of prosperity. The truth is the source of prosperity. In Psalm 1, Psalms chapter 1, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. I want you to take note of this. The moment you begin to walk, if you walk, at a time you could stand, and sometimes when they stand, they want to sit down. The ungodly that say evil counsel, those that gossip and castigate and run down the character of the Lord Jesus and butcher the church, those scorners and scoffers that tell you, get out, what is it, you are a Christian, there is another whatever, and they pick the word of God and begin to butcher it. So if you, the moment you begin to walk with them, sometimes you will stand, and when you stand, you are standing with sinners. And sometimes those sinners that also scorn will want to sit down. You will sit down with them, and then you sit with the scornful. And then, but the Bible says you will not do that. You will be blessed if you do not do that. Then your delight will be in the law of the Lord. Your delight will be in the truth. Your delight will be in the word of God. And in this word do you meditate day and night. Verse 3, you shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. Have you seen somebody that God is blessing and you are imagining? What is the secret? The secret is Jesus. The secret is the truth. The secret is the presence of God. Because the moment Jesus is there, God is there. Once you receive Jesus, you have received the totality. Because the Bible says that in him dwelleth the Trinity. The Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. The Trinity dwells in him bodily. And then you are complete in him. As you receive him, you have received all. And then you are perfect and you are standing. Now, you will be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. There is no prosperity if it doesn't come from God. The man that has money or properties or structures and you think that he is happy, go and check him very well. There's no joy. He may be momentarily happy, but there is no joy. Joy is from inside. Happiness is external. He's a cold-blooded person. Go and check him very, very well. He's a cold-blooded person. He's either afraid of the future or he's afraid of his wealth. Anything that sounds, his heart will jump into his stomach. But look at a child of God. Even though he is rich, but God had given him the riches, he still will consecrate it to God and say, God, it is your own. And you discover it doesn't touch him. If you are trying to touch it, because the Bible says that toucheth you, toucheth the apple of God's eye. Do you want God to begin to make case for you? Then accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. Allow Jesus to live in you. Anywhere you are going, you are carrying Jesus. Anybody that raises his hand to slap you had raised hands to slap Jesus. Do you remember the young prophet that went to Samaria? The king stretched forth his hand and said, arrest this boy. And then as soon as he stretched forth his hand dried up. And it was there straight. The king started begging, please, my son, if you can just restore my hand. Ask this your God. Tell him to restore my hand. And the prophet looked at him, prayed for him, and his hand got restored. But the altar, God sent him to attack. He still attacked the altar. He declared and decreed. And I stand on that existing protocol to declare every evil altar that has been erected against your life, against your destiny, every altar where they make invocation, every coven from where the witches operate from, I command all of them to collapse in the name of Jesus. Now, you delight in the word. You will be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. You will bring forth your fruit in your season. Your leaf will be evergreen. It shall not wither. Then the Bible says, whatsoever you do shall prosper. That is Psalm 1:1-3. In Joshua chapter 1 and verse 8, the book of the law shall not depart out of your mouth. Don't allow the word of God to depart out of your mouth. You shall meditate. Please, the original word translated meditate here is not just sitting down, maybe close your eyes, begin to think. No. This meditate is murmur the word. Mortar the word. Speak it to the fabrics of your nature. Confess the word. As you are going, you are telling yourself, I am a victor. I am not a victim. As you are going, you are telling yourself, Jesus that is in me to promote me, is in me to make me strong, is in me to make me excel. I am excellent. I'm an extraordinary child. As you are moving, you say the righteousness of God is going to be manifesting in me, so that the light of God shining out of me will affect other generations. My generation be affected. Generations after me must know about it. And you are speaking. Speak greatness to yourself. Speak godliness. Speak righteousness. This 7, I must make it. Lord Jesus, I must see your face on the last day. Because you died for me, you rose again from the dead, and because you are alive, I must be alive. More and mortar the word of God. Confess the word of God unto yourself. Thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe. By the time you are meditating, by the time you are speaking, by the time you mortar it, you are reminding all the fabrics of your nature. Remember the Bible, thy word have I hid in my heart, that I may not sin against thee. Thy word have I hid. By the time you hid it and you are vomiting it, you swallow and you regurgitate and chew again, you swallow. Then you are breaking down and assimilating whatever is the ingredient and the nutrient in it. And then you will be growing. You will be growing. And that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous. Take note. And you shall have not just success. Others look for success, but you will have good success. Good one. Good one. Not just normal success, but good one. But look at what the Bible says about the truth in Psalm 85. Psalm 85 from 10. Mercy and truth are met. It is when mercy and truth meet together that righteousness and peace will kiss each other. Then truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness will then look down from heaven. Yea, then the Lord will give that which is good, and our land shall yield her increase. Righteousness will begin to go before him and shall set us in the way of his steps. That is the thing. Reason for the truth. It is the source of prosperity. Again, it is the reason for a covenant with God. In Malachi chapter 2 verse 5, my covenant was with him of life. Remember, we read it before. My covenant was with him of life and peace, and I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared. I was afraid before my name. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many from iniquity. That is the scripture. And verse 7, for the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth. For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. My covenant was with him. Why? Because he feared me. Why? Because the law of truth was in his mouth. Why? Iniquity was not found on his lips. Is the law of truth in your mouth? Or is iniquity being found there? Are you walking with God in peace and equity? And are you turning many from iniquity? You know, is your lips dispensing knowledge? Knowledge of the Son of God. Knowledge of God himself. Knowledge of righteousness. In Genesis chapter 17, 1 and 2. And when Abraham was 90 years old and 9. When Abraham was 90 years old and 9. The Lord appeared to Abraham and said unto him, I want you to consider this. Remember, God told Abraham to move. And it was when Abraham was 75 years, he left his father's town, father's properties, and everything. Christianity is about separation. If you do not separate yourself from the world, you cannot serve God. And he moved. You know, from 75, no child. At 80, no child. At 90, no child. At 99, God has not given him the legitimate child. And yet he came. And when Abraham was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abraham and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. See what he said. Walk before me and be thou perfect. Then, if you do this, I will make my covenant between me and thee. That means what had been existing between Abraham and God had not been a covenant. All this while, from Genesis chapter 11, 12 till now, it had not become a covenant. So if you want to have covenant with God, the truth must be there. Why the truth? If you are numbering it, this is number 5. The truth provides the armor of strength, armor that gives you power, armor that gives you the enablement, the capacity to fight. In Ephesians chapter 6 verse 14. Ephesians chapter 6 verse 14. Remember that from verse 10. The Bible says we should put on the whole armor of God that we can stand. Verse 14, stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth. That is for strength. You know, even if you would have lost strength and you can tie a white belt on your waist, it conserves your strength. And you can march and march and march for a long period. In Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 5. Isaiah chapter 11 verse 5. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. Girdle gives you strength. It strengthens you, and you are moving, and you are moving. It is the armor that gives you strength. In 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 7, 2 Corinthians 6, 7, by the word of truth, by the power of God, by the armor of righteousness on the right hand and on the left hand, the armor of strength, the weapon of strength. Why the truth? It is the only thing that will make you to be accepted into heaven. In Revelation chapter 3, 20 to 22, behold, I stand at the door and I knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door for the truth to come in, I will come into him and will sup with him and he with me. To him that overcometh, I will grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame and am set down my Father in his throne. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. That is the issue. Why the truth? It is the source of sanctification. In John chapter 17, verses 17 and 19, sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. 19. And for their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also might be sanctified through the truth. In 1 Peter 1:22, see ye have purified your souls in obeying the truth through the Spirit unto unfeigned love of the brethren. See that you love one another with a pure heart and fervently. Why the truth? It is the source of salvation. Why the truth? That is your shield and your buckler in Psalm 91 verse 4. Why the truth? That is the source of preservation. The source of preservation. That is why the truth gives you salvation, gives you sanctification, gives you prosperity. But what are you doing about the truth? What are you doing about the truth? As you are thinking about it, bow your heads, because we're about to pray. Are you ready for the truth? Are you ready to accept Jesus? Are you ready to make him your Lord and your Savior? Are you ready to say, no, I want to accept the truth and live the world? Lay your hand on your chest and say after me, say, Heavenly Father, today I reject lie. I reject the world. I come to the truth. Lord Jesus, you could die to save me, and you rose again from the dead. Come into my life. Turn everything around. I am yours now. Don't throw me away, but receive me. I make my prayers in the name of Jesus, my Lord. Father, I pray for as many as are those that have made this confession, even those that have not and still contemplating. Help them unto total decision that, the next time they would have begun to tell people about Christ crucified. Thank you, because I know you've answered. In Jesus' name, we are praying. Amen. Amen. I'm still your brother and your friend, Pastor Ambrose Elechi Alum. If you have not heard, a program is going on at Throne of Grace Bible Church. Why not rush? Why not rush? It is still on. People are receiving their miracles. But if you are missing today, don't miss tomorrow by 9 a.m. The Lord will bless you as you come. God bless you. God bless you. And just for your information, I want you to know that we go live most of the Sundays, early hours of Sunday by 8 a.m. You can meet us on Facebook, Throne of Grace Bible Church. You can as well go to YouTube, Throne of Grace Bible Church, and we will be there live. If you are somewhere, the Lord can bless you richly as you tune in. God bless you.
I hope you were blessed by the message. Feel free to worship with us at Throne of Grace Bible Church, behind Vonderich School, Mike Amadi Street, opposite Quick Save Supermarket, Airport Road, Rukboku. Our church activities are Sunday service, superlative worship, 9 a.m., Monday, counseling, 3 p.m., Tuesday, Bible study, 6 p.m., and Thursday, solution hour, 6 p.m. For counseling or prayers, you can call 0902 415 9478 or 0803 339 6368 or 0803 259 5002. God bless you.
I'll put you in front of my melody. You are all that matters. You are all that matters.
All stand, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You are welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use henceforth? Okay, carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. The sins of this people, many, so many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply am the answer you get now waiting they make poor man they cry. The answer you get now waiting they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it. And then agree to grant and bail. Get it. Everybody, oh yeah, join Jagbajantis, make we solve mathematics. We did about our continent, so Oyinbo say about mass, we go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis. So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
oh for objectivity.
Be objective,
For democracy,
no matter how bad it is, never military.
Now M for modification
of our behavior, let's stand to the savior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity.
United is and divided, oh my shell.
We enter new millennium. Nigerians like 120 million. One population of 6 billion.
6 billion.
Divide that 1 by 120 million altogether. Oh yeah.
Altogether.
The answer you get now waiting they make people they jar. Come on for Niger. Answer you get now waiting they make people want travel. By hook or by crook. The answer you get now waiting they make people they sleep for embassy for visa. Answer you get now waiting they make people they sell them property for ticket. Get it. Then we travel see. Get it. Oh, hey. Everybody, oh yeah,
join Jagbajantis, we solve mathematics.
We did about our continent, so
Oyinbo say about mass,
we go use take
solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis.
So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
oh for objectivity.
Be objective, gentlemen, ladies.
Be for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, never military.
M for modification
of our behavior, let's turn to the savior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity.
United we stand and divided, oh
You just the HS City. Shut it down. And there's the VG City. Shut it down. Right go level for AJ City. AJ City. Richmond corner be VG City. VG City. You try at AJ and VG City all together. Oh yeah, all together. The answer you get now waiting they make Richmond oppress and then suppress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man depress. But then aggress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man they try to keep up with the Joneses. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man begin. They try to prove a limit. Get it, get it. Never get money then they finish. Get it, get it. Oh, hey, everybody, oh yeah, join Jabba Jattis, solve mathematics. We did our continent, so oh, you both say the bonus. We go use takes of mathematics. So follow Jabba Jattis. So you can revive.
Situation in this nation, disposition, our condition, unexplainable pain. In our hearts, not to mention brothers killing brothers, full of patience, salvation. Resolutions are made, but always made with lack of vision. Imperfection is the order as we keep seeking solutions. Only God can solve this mathematical equation.
Thanks for your contribution. Now, any more questions?
Petula, waiting up when I tell you something, they laugh.
Make I no laugh. Now the thing when you tell me they make me laugh if you don't know. Say you want cut. I don't die. This a lie.
People they hustle, they wrong go America. Our future leader they clear from Africa. Waiting be this continental confusion. People they blame the government of our nation. I want to know the price of democracy. Somebody tell me before I go crazy. Which one be this? Our people they suffer. Now only God do fit clear this palava. Oh yeah, tell your mother oh, tell your father he go better. Tell your sister oh, tell your brother he go better. Say a prayer oh for our nation he go better. This like the message from Tony Betwila. He go better. He go better. He go better.
happy, say when I did this world I don't fall in love. Which one you did? Where you dare treat me so? I don't beg, I don't do everything, but you tell me, say you need time and you never there with me. Nah, so I buy anywhere I go. If you help me see I go, make you tell them I don't go. She don't look at me and so don't back my lord to go. If you help me see I go, make you tell them I don't go. She don't look at me and so don't back my lord to go. No be say I don't show how I feel. No be say I don't